Chapter 1. My Lord Father, Foster Father, you have come, exclaimed Lin An, jolted awake, gasping for breath, his face etched with terror. After a few moments, he regained his composure and surveyed his surroundings, only to be met with astonishment. Did I not perish? Where am I? The ancient decor of the room filled him with confusion. Sin Abyss has been activated, connecting. Connection successful. Lin An's eyes widened at the notification. He was well aware of Sin Abyss, a game that had abruptly appeared in Blue Star, captivating countless players. The game was rife with numerous sin beasts, formidable creatures capable of abandoning their physical forms to possess living beings, awakening latent malevolence within them. Players were tasked with hunting these sin beasts to gain strength. Had it merely been a typical monster-slaying game, it would have sufficed, but after a year of its emergence, the game world intertwined with reality. Countless sin beasts surged into Blue Star, heralding an apocalypse. Lin An had perished as a consequence. Yet, he never anticipated that he would awaken in the realm of Sin Abyss. What is my current predicament? Rebirth? Transmigration? As he pondered, another message appeared. Welcome, player, to the game Sin Abyss. The information panel has been unlocked. Current identity information. Lin An, sole heir of Lin Shao, the lord of Xianglin City. At the age of 8, he witnessed his mother being slain by a sin beast, leaving him with profound trauma, subsequently leading him into isolation. A beginner's gift pack has been issued. Would you like to claim it? Staring at the message, Lin An paused in disbelief. I have transmigrated as a native of the Sin Abyss world, the young master of Xianglin City? A frown suddenly creased his brow. Wait, Xianglin City? Is this not the novice village where I landed when I first entered the game? Moreover, Xianglin City fell to a horde of sin beasts 3 months after the game's launch, with Lord Lin Shao sacrificing himself in a final explosion alongside the beasts. Why then is Xianglin City still standing? Have I not only transmigrated but also been reborn? A flurry of thoughts raced through Lin An's mind, the scan information at his disposal compelling him to seek answers outside. I shall claim the beginner's gift, Lin An declared. The beginner's gift was standard for every player, consisting of 3 items, a weapon, a healing potion, and an attribute point, the weapon freely chosen. Player has opened the beginner's gift, receiving 1 attribute point and a healing potion. Please select your desired weapon. Another interface materialized, showcasing an array of weapons from swords to spears. Considering his identity, Lin An opted for a discreet wrist crossbow, mindful that selecting a larger weapon might raise suspicions among the Lord's household. This will serve me well for ambushes, as even martial artists of the 4th tier of Black Iron would struggle against it. With his choice made, the interface vanished, replaced by a compact wrist crossbow, complete with 3 arrows. Though merely a mundane artifact, it offers a semblance of security. Lin An strapped the wrist crossbow on and tucked the healing potion into his pocket, then opened his status panel. Player, Lin An Realm. None cultivation method, none divine powers, none attribute points. 1. Viewing the panel, Lin An felt unsurprised, as all players entered the game with identical panels. Next, I must venture outside to gather information. Just as he prepared to step out, a voice called from beyond the door. Young master, are you awake? The Lord requests your presence in the council hall. With a creak, Lin An opened the door to find a maid awaiting him. What year is it in the Sin Abyss calendar? Lin An inquired. The maid's eyes widened in surprise. Her young master had scarcely spoken in days. It is the year 3214 of the Sin Abyss calendar, today being June 4th, she replied promptly. Upon hearing her response, Lin An's heart raced. If memory served, players had arrived in the Sin Abyss on September 1st of the year 3215. This meant there remained approximately a year and 3 months until players entered the realm. Premature arrival plus rebirth and transmigration? A veritable bounty of advantages. Lin An inhaled deeply, yet his heart was devoid of joy. For on December 15th, 3215, Xianglin City would succumb to the Sin Beast siege. The fall of Xianglin City would render its players destitute wanderers. Without the protection of a city, these wanderers could not replenish or rest, becoming easy prey for the Sin Beasts. Many players, including Lin An, had subsequently abandoned the game. Later, when the Sin Abyss world connected with Blue Star, witnessing the onslaught of countless Sin Beasts filled Lin An with regret. Had he known, he would have persevered as a wandering player instead of quitting. Now, destiny had granted him another chance, and he would not squander it. Approximately a year and a half remains until Xianglin City falls. Yet, a year and a half, while not brief, may not suffice for me to attain the status of a golden-level powerhouse. Moreover, even reaching golden status may not prevent the calamity, for Lord Lin Xiao himself is a golden-level warrior. Lin An's brow furrowed, prompting further astonishment from the maid. Her young master, usually aloof, now bore a troubled expression. As she pondered Lin An's change, his frown suddenly relaxed. I am overthinking. I am the young master of Xianglin City and lack for resources. Coupled with the unique traits of players, my growth and strength will far exceed that of ordinary individuals. Even if I cannot avert the fall of Xianglin City with my power at that time, escaping to other cities should pose no difficulty. Resolving this, Lin An no longer wore a worried countenance and turned to the maid. Lead the way. Yes, my lord. The maid, wary of speaking further, guided Lin An toward the council hall. Upon entering, he found two individuals engaged in spirited conversation. At the head sat a middle-aged man, none other than Lin Xiao, the sole golden-level powerhouse of Xianglin City. The other was an elderly gentleman, unfamiliar to Lin An, yet the conspicuous crimson skull atop the elder's head sent a jolt through Lin An. A sin beast. This elder had fallen under its influence. For the indigenous inhabitants of the Sin Abyss, identifying a sin beast possession was a challenge. But for players, it was distinct. The game system automatically marked every sin beast, even those possessing living beings. Lin An had not anticipated such boldness from a sin beast to enter the Lord's residence. However, he recalled that prior to players attaining levels, slaying a sin beast could allow one to seize its abilities, transforming them into personal divine powers. This had once been discovered by a fortunate player, a hidden Easter egg of the game. Yet, mere weeks after this revelation, the Sin Abyss world had linked with Blue Star. Aner, come here. Let me introduce you to Dr. Liu, whom I have specially invited to treat your affliction. Lin Xiao rose with a smile. Dr. Liu, this is my son. I trust you will take good care of him. The elderly man known as Dr. Liu glanced at Lin An and then smiled at Lin Xiao, saying, Rest assured, Lord Lin, I shall exert myself to the utmost. He then approached Lin An and scrutinized him closely. Young lord, please extend your hand. I shall diagnose you. Lin An nodded and slowly raised his right hand. Just as Dr. Liu was about to take Lin An's pulse, Lin An suddenly unleashed a powerful attack. Icy light shooting forth from his sleeve. The abrupt change caught not only Dr. Liu off guard, but even Lin Xiao, a formidable warrior, was unprepared. Swish, swish, swish. 3 arrows shot forth from Lin An's sleeve, effortlessly piercing through Dr. Liu's skull. You. Dr. Liu looked at Lin An in disbelief before his body gradually slumped down. Chapter 2. Divine Powers Awaken Ones. Lin An's unexpected strike caused Lin Xiao's expression to shift dramatically. Just as he was about to speak, dark mist began to coalesce above Dr. Liu's head, forming the figure of a black tiger. With a roar, the tiger charged toward Lin An. However, in the next moment, a protective light enveloped Lin An, completely blocking the sound. It was Lin Xiao who had intervened. The black tiger cast a reluctant glance at Lin An before dissipating into the ether. At that moment, the game system notifications began to sound. Player has successfully slain the Sin Beast, Grievance Tiger Iron Grade, level 6, and gained 1 attribute point. Detected that the player is an ordinary person and has not yet entered the ranks of warriors. As this is the first kill of a Sin Beast, you may randomly acquire 1 ability from the beast and transform it into your own divine power. Congratulations! You have gained a new divine power, Eye of the Grievance Tiger. Eye of the Grievance Tiger can perceive the weaknesses of foes and the flow of energy. Congratulations! You're the first player to possess divine powers, receiving an additional reward, Divine Power Upgrade Stone. Divine Power Upgrade Stone, a rare item that can enhance one of your divine powers upon use. A server-wide announcement will be made. Do you wish to conceal your name? Congratulations! You are the first player to slay a Sin Beast, receiving an additional reward, title First Blood. First Blood, the only title in the entire server, increases damage dealt to Sin Beast by 5. A server-wide announcement will be made. Do you wish to conceal your name? As Lin An beheld the flurry of messages, he found himself momentarily dazed. He had anticipated benefits from slaying the Sin Beast, but he had not expected such an abundance of rewards. Even a title. A server-wide announcement? Am I the only player here? Lin An mused, promptly opting not to conceal his name. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Lin An for acquiring the first divine power in the entire server. Server-wide announcement. Player Lin An has slain the first sin beast in the entire server. The server-wide announcements echoed 3 times regrettably. Lin An was the sole player present. Thus, he was the only one to hear them. Before he could inspect his rewards, he suddenly felt the warmth of paternal affection. Aner, are you all right? It is my fault as a father for failing to recognize that the other was possessed by a sin beast, almost led to a grave mistake. Lin Xiao meticulously examined Lin An, his gaze filled with trepidation. He could scarcely bear the thought of losing his only son due to his own negligence. Father, I am fine, Lin replied, shaking his head. Once Lin Xiao confirmed that Lin An was indeed unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then, as if recalling something, he looked at Lin An with surprise. Your condition. Lin An paused, initially expecting his father to inquire about how he had discerned Dr. Liu's possession, but instead, his father was focused on his current state. Father, I believe my ailment has been cured, Lin An stated. Cured? Although he had suspected as much, Lin Xiao still found it hard to believe. He had tried countless remedies and consulted numerous physicians without success. And now, suddenly, his son was well? Yes, it seems I had entered a peculiar realm over these years, which left me in a state of confusion until I awakened last night, Lin explained. Moreover, upon awakening, I discovered that I seemed to possess the ability to sense sin beasts. Upon hearing Lin An's words, Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled as if a realization dawned upon him, and his expression grew increasingly excited. An awakened one. Could it be that you are the legendary awakened one? Awakened one? Lin An feigned curiosity while inwardly acknowledging his father's insight. Had he not spoken of it, he would have been compelled to fabricate a story about being an awakened one himself. Awakened ones appear indistinguishable from ordinary individuals in their early stages, but upon awakening, they acquire special abilities. Players are referred to as descendants, not awakened ones, and the difficulty of becoming an awakened one is no less than that of the natives. Lin An had never heard of any players being awakened ones in his previous life. His knowledge of their existence stemmed from information shared by prominent figures in forums he had encountered. Upon witnessing Dr. Liu's possession, he had already intended to masquerade as an awakened one, which conveniently explained his transformation. Lin Xiao proceeded to share some information about awakened ones with Lin An. I never imagined that our family would produce an awakened one, Lin Xiao remarked with a hint of awe. Father, what do you mean by that? Has our family had awakened ones in the past? Lin An inquired with surprise. Indeed. Do you know how long Shinglincity has existed? It has been 700 years, and it was our ancestral Lin family that established it, Lin Xiao replied with a smile. Our ancestor was an awakened one of immense power. The Lin in Shinglincity refers to our family. Lin An understood now why his father had not doubted his status. As an awakened one, it was evident that the Lin family possessed such lineage. What became of this ancestor? Lin An asked, keenly aware that he was not an awakened one himself, yet curious if there was a method for him to become one. Unknown. Only fragments of tales about our ancestor have been passed down, Lin Xiao responded. But that is of little importance. Now you are an awakened one as well, thus inheriting the aspirations of our forebear. Henceforth, our Lin family shall flourish. The very thought of his son being an awakened one filled Lin Xiao with elation. Lin An smiled in return, though he harbored reservations, fully aware that Shinglincity would fall within 2 years. He needed to hasten his quest for strength. To elevate his powers swiftly, hunting sin beasts was paramount. Yet given his current predicament, venturing outside the city to hunt them would be tantamount to courting death. Fortunately, Shinglincity harbors sin beasts, and though I have yet to become a warrior, my father is the mightiest being in the city, Lin An contemplated. Once I locate a sin beast, I can have my father subdue it, and then I shall strike to claim the attribute points. Attribute points are the most vital resource for player cultivation, without exception. Father, I have awakened and gained the ability to detect sin beasts. There must be many hidden sin beasts within Shinglincity, which we can eradicate, Lin An declared. Furthermore, I require the slaying of sin beasts to enhance my awakened abilities. Oh, your awakened abilities need the slaying of sin beasts to nourish them? In that case, what are we waiting for? We shall cleanse Shinglincity, Lin Xiao held no doubts, for his understanding of awakened ones was limited. Had it not been for their ancestor being one, he might not have known what an awakened one was at all. Since his son required the hunting of sin beasts to bolster his strength, they would hunt sin beasts. Immediately, Lin Xiao gestured for Lin and to follow him to the highest point of the Lord's residence. "Son, this is our home," Lin Xiao proclaimed. Lin An gazed down, taking in the entirety of Shanglin's sight. It was clear that when Lin Xiao spoke of home, he did not merely refer to the Lord's residence, but to all of Shanglin City. Chapter 3. The forest of Shanglin City belongs to the Lin family. Within the city, aside from our Lord's residence, there are 3 prominent families, the Zhang, Wang, and Zhao families. However, one need not regard them highly. Their ancestors were merely attendants to our Lin family's forebears. It was our ancestors who established Shanglin City, allowing these 3 families to thrive. Lin Xiao declared with authority. Though the 3 families have developed well, my Lin family remains paramount in Shanglin City. Lin An did not doubt this assertion. While the 3 families possess considerable strength, their most formidable members barely reached the Silver Realm. As for his adoptive father, 10 years prior, he had already attained the Golden Realm, and with the passage of time, his power must have only grown. It was clear that his father stood at an insurmountable height above all others in Shanglin City. Moreover, the Lord's residence boasted 3,000 guards, among whom were many Silver Realm experts. Should the 3 families dare to stir trouble, these guards alone would suffice to quell them. The young master of Shanglin City? A smile graced Lin An's face. While everyone despises privilege, it is a different matter when that privilege is in one's own hands. Cool, let me show you around our estate and see if there are any hidden malevolent beasts, Lin Xiao suggested. However, after a thorough inspection, Lin An found no trace of such beasts. It was only natural, considering the Lord's residence typically repels ordinary malevolent creatures. The physician Liu, who dared enter the Lord's residence, was invited only after Lin Xiao had heard of his capabilities. Lin Xiao then took Lin An to the guard camp to assess the Lord's guards. These guards were Lin Xiao's personal troops, handpicked from among those who had seen battle, totaling 300 men. Upon inspection, Lin An indeed discovered more than a dozen guards possessed by malevolent beasts. "Father, I have found 17 of them," Lin An reported, his eyes gleaming with excitement. 17 malevolent beasts. If he could slay them all, he would gain at least 17 attribute points. In his previous life, acquiring 17 attribute points had taken him 2 months, during which he had nearly lost his life multiple times. Yet now, it seemed far simpler. He merely needed to report, and his adoptive father would take action. How infuriating. These vermin have truly infiltrated. Lin Xiao scoffed, his eyes filled with icy resolve. Once possessed, a malevolent beast could be expelled within 24 hours. Beyond that, it would take root within the host. The presence of these beasts in the 17 guards was evidently past that time limit, meaning their fates were now intertwined. To slay these malevolent beasts would also mean the death of the guards. Such a reality stirred Lin Xiao's fury. These were his personal troops, and while they had not perished on the battlefield, they now faced death at his hands. "Father," Lin An sensed his adoptive father's discontent. "There is no need for further discussion. Although I feel for these brave souls, I cannot gamble the safety of the citizens of Shanglin City," Lin Xiao asserted, waving his hand dismissively. Occupying a high position, he was not one to waver in decisiveness. "Let us proceed. It is also an opportunity for these guards to meet you." Without hesitation, Lin Xiao led Lin An into the camp. Hiding Lin An and allowing him to develop secretly? There was no need for such caution. Lin Xiao was the very embodiment of authority in Shanglin City, and Lin An was his heir. Should anyone dare to threaten Lin An, Lin Xiao would not hesitate to demonstrate what true power entailed. "Greetings, Lord of the City." The guards at the entrance straightened, bowing respectfully upon seeing Lin Xiao. "Notify Ji Yuan to come," Lin Xiao ordered. Ji Yuan, the captain of the guards, stood at the 9th rank of the Silver Realm and commanded 300 guards. "Yes, Lord of the City." The guard hastened to comply. "Please wait here. I shall return shortly," Lin Xiao stated, transforming into a streak of light as he dashed into the military camp. Lin An understood that his father was summoning someone. Within less than a minute of Lin Zhao's departure, hurried footsteps echoed, and a man accompanied by over 10 others rushed in. The man surveyed his surroundings before his gaze settled on Lin An, quickening his pace to approach. "Captain Ji Yuan, at your service, young master," he bowed, with his companions following suit. "Yes, please wait. My father will return soon," Lin An replied with a nod. "Understood," Ji Yuan responded respectfully, standing dutifully beside Lin An. Though Lin An was currently an ordinary person without any cultivation, Ji Yuan dared not show the slightest hint of disrespect, for he understood that the young master was the very essence of the Lord's authority. However, as he observed Lin An's demeanor, Ji Yuan found himself surprised. This was not the first time he had encountered Lin An. Previously, the young man had seemed lifeless, as though his soul were lost. Yet now, there was a vibrancy about him that was unmistakable. Just as he pondered this, a flash of light streaked past, with a series of loud thuds. 17 figures crashed to the ground, the very guards Lin An had identified moments ago. "Greetings, Lord of the City," Ji Yuan and the others bowed again. "Let us converse later," Lin Zhao said, gesturing grandly as a long blade flew into Lin An's hands. "Anur, it's your turn." Lin An gazed at the 17 guards, now subdued and unable to move, particularly noting the blood-red skull insignia above their heads, and firmly took hold of the blade. "Please spare us, Lord of the City. We do not know what we have done wrong. Why must we be slain?" they pleaded. "Indeed, Lord of the City, we have always conducted ourselves honestly and have never harmed Shenglin City. Please spare our lives. Captain Ji Yuan, save us. We beg for your intervention. We do not wish to die." As Lin An approached, the guards' expressions shifted drastically, and they began to beg for mercy in unison. Ji Yuan furrowed his brow, uncertain of their transgressions, but he knew that for the Lord to personally apprehend them, and for the young master to wield the blade, meant there was indeed something amiss. "Ji Yuan, you scoundrel, why do you not plead for us? Are you afraid of Lin Zhao?" the guards accused. "Lin Zhao, even if you are the Lord, you cannot indiscriminately take innocent lives. I have shed blood for Shenglin City and have contributed to its glory. Do you intend to punish those who have served?" Seeing Ji Yuan remain silent, the guards grew increasingly desperate, resorting to insults as they sought to undermine morale. "Prepare to meet your end," Lin An retorted coldly, lifting the blade without hesitation and bringing it down upon one guard's head. With a swift motion, the blade effortlessly cleaved through, even as the guard, a formidable presence at the 8th rank of the Black Iron Realm, found himself torn apart. Blood splattered, and the severed head fell to the ground. Chapter 4. Abundant Harvest. The Zhao family. As the severed head fell to the ground, the expressions of many onlookers shifted subtly. Although they were accustomed to witnessing life and death as guards of the Lord's residence, the sudden demise of a comrade inevitably stirred their emotions. However, as the order had come from the Lord of the City and the act was executed by the young lord, they dared not voice their thoughts. Suddenly a sharp, piercing sound echoed through the air, drawing everyone's attention to the lifeless body of the guard, from which a raven, formed from swirling black mist, emerged. "Young master, be careful." Ji Yuan reacted swiftly, positioning himself in front of Lin An. Yet, even without his intervention, Lin An was safe, for Lin Zhao had long established a protective aura around him. After emitting a mournful cry, the black raven gradually dissipated. "You have successfully slain the Sin Beast. Evil Raven, Black Iron Grade 8, gaining 1 attribute point." Hearing the system's voice, Lin An reassured Ji Yuan with a pat on his shoulder. "Do not worry. I am unharmed." Ji Yuan realized he had overreacted, but he would not hesitate to shield Lin An again if necessary. "Young master, could it be that they have all been possessed by Sin Beasts?" Ji Yuan inquired. "Indeed," Lin An confirmed with a nod. Taking a deep breath, Ji Yuan finally understood why the Lord of the City had apprehended these 17 individuals without reason. He felt a wave of relief that the Lord had acted. For had these individuals suddenly turned during a confrontation with the Sin Beasts, the consequences would have been dire. The guards in the distance, who had harbored their own doubts, now comprehended the situation fully. They had suspected that the wise and formidable Lord of the City would never engage in wanton slaughter. They couldn't help but chastise themselves. "Fool! How could I doubt the Lord? I deserve to be punished." In an instant, Admiration for Lin Xiao surged among the guards, solidifying their resolve. My lord, I am guilty. I allowed the Sin Beast to infiltrate and possess my comrades, resulting in the deaths of 17 of them. Please, punish me. Ji Yuan knelt, his face etched with shame. Later, I will seek the military officer for punishment, Lin Xiao responded. Yes, Ji Yuan accepted his orders without a hint of resentment. Ania, continue, Lin Xiao instructed Lin An. Lin An nodded, prepared to carry on, but Ji Yuan spoke up again. Young master, allow me to assist. No need. Though they are possessed, they are still the heroes of Shenglin City. I cannot save them now, so I must send them off myself, Lin An replied. Do not hinder my quest for attribute points. Seeing this, Ji Yuan refrained from further insistence. He recognized that the Lord's visit served not only to address the Sin Beasts, but also to cultivate the young master's courage and authority. After all, as the young master of Shenglin City, the future ruler, he must not shy away from bloodshed. Previously, the young master had been ill, but now that he had recovered, the Lord was eager to train him. Ji Yuan stayed close to Lin An, vigilant against any unforeseen dangers. Lin An resumed his task, swiftly severing heads with precision. You have successfully slain the Sin Beast, Evil Fox, Bronze Grade 3, gaining 2 attribute points. You have successfully slain the Sin Beast, Greedy Snake, Black Iron Grade 8, gaining 1 attribute point. You have successfully slain the Sin Beast, Wrath Spider, Bronze Grade 6, gaining 3 attribute points. Upon slaying the last of the foes, it was evident that all had been possessed by Sin Beasts. Do you feel unwell? Lin Xiao inquired, observing Lin An, who had never witnessed bloodshed before today's grim task of decapitating 17 foes. I feel fine, Lin An replied with a smile. This has been quite the bounty. With the previous 2 attribute points, his total now reached 26, with the 17 Sin Beasts contributing 24 points. Regrettably, until he achieved a certain level, he could only gain divine abilities from the first Sin Beast he defeated. Otherwise, he could have easily amassed abilities through his father's golden status. They had yet to explore all of Shenglin City, unaware of how many Sin Beasts lay hidden within. If he could hunt them all, how many more attribute points could he acquire? Moreover, he recalled that the first player to slay 100 Sin Beasts would earn the title of 100 Sin Slayer. Prepare to collect the bodies and arrange for the fallen as compensation, Lin Xiao instructed Ji Yuan. Understood, Ji Yuan replied. Lin Xiao nodded and subsequently departed with Lin An. After their exit, Ji Yuan began organizing the collection of the bodies and ensuring proper compensation arrangements before heading to face the military officer for his punishment. Our Shenglin City is vast, housing approximately 300,000 residents. It would be an arduous task to identify each one in a short span, Lin Xiao remarked. Let us first visit the 3 prominent families. The Zhao family is the closest. Lin An had no objections, recognizing the enormity of the task at hand. Father, that guard is also a Sin Beast, Lin An pointed out as they arrived at the Zhao family estate. Oh, a Sin Beast guarding the entrance? It seems there are quite a few within the Zhao family, Lin Xiao observed, striding confidently to the estate's entrance. Greetings, Lord of the City. The 2 guards recognized Lin Xiao and hurriedly bowed. With a thunderous crash, Lin Xiao wasted no time. A surge of power erupted, swiftly subduing the guard possessed by the Sin Beast. He then turned to the other bewildered guard. Go inform Zhao Tong that I have arrived. The dazed guard snapped back to reality, panic rising within him. The Lord of the City had come unannounced and had just subdued a fellow guard. Did this mean he intended to take action against the Zhao family? Without hesitation, he hurried inside to relay the news. Let us proceed and uncover how many Sin Beasts lurk within the Zhao family, Lin Xiao declared, carrying the subdued guard as he and Lin An strode purposefully into the estate. Upon entering the Zhao family residence, Lin An quickly noted the significant number of Sin Beasts present. Not long after their arrival, he spotted 2 more individuals possessed, one a guard, the other a servant. Lin Xiao wasted no time, dispatching every individual Lin An identified as a threat. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed, and a middle-aged man, accompanied by 7 or 8 others, rushed toward them. Chapter 5. A simple gesture, life and death uncertain. The head of the Zhao family, Zhao Tong, paid a visit to the city lord. The middle-aged man at the forefront bowed respectfully, followed by the Zhao family members who did the same. City lord, since you have some leisure time today, may I accompany you on a tour of the Zhao residence? Lin Xiao inquired with a smile. Since the city lord has such refined taste, I shall gladly oblige. Zhao Tong replied, his face adorned with a humble smile. Oh, by the way, this is my son, Lin An, Lin Xiao continued. A gleam flickered in Zhao Tong's eyes. He was well aware that City Lord Lin Xiao had a son, but he had only heard whispers of the boy's illness and inability to speak. He had seen him briefly in his youth, but had not heard of him since. Little did he expect Lin Xiao to bring him to the Zhao residence now. I pay my respects to the young city lord, Zhao Tong said, bowing to Lin An, who merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Zhao Tong then stepped aside, gesturing, City Lord. Young City Lord, please follow me. Lin Xiao and Lin An advanced, with Zhao Tong closely trailing behind, while the Zhao family members respectfully parted to create a path for the trio. The Zhao residence sprawled across a vast area, with a beautifully arranged courtyard, cascading streams, and lush foliage, exuding an air of elegance. As they walked, Lin Xiao took in the surroundings with keen interest, occasionally nodding in admiration. Indeed, the Zhao residence lives up to its reputation, truly one of the foremost families in the city, Lin Xiao remarked with a smile. Zhao Tong quickly responded, City Lord, you flatter us. The Zhao family merely benefits from the legacy of our ancestors and the City Lord's favor, barely maintaining our stature. It is your adept governance that allows the citizens of the city to live in peace and prosperity. Lin Xiao laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively. There is no need for such humility, Zhao family head. Your family has long been a prominent lineage in the city, and this city lord has relied on you greatly. As the two conversed, the atmosphere remained amicable. Lin An observed everything quietly, understanding why his father chose not to mark the beast, but rather to apprehend it directly. It was evidently a means to admonish the Zhao family. The Zhao family had indeed proven their resilience, as even when one of their men was suppressed by Lin Xiao, Zhao Tong refrained from questioning, instead maintaining an air of respect, indicating a depth of thought. Zhao Tong pondered internally, recognizing that the city lord's sudden visit, accompanied by the long-absent young city lord, hinted at potential trouble. He carefully studied Lin Xiao's expression, seeking any clues. Father, those two have issues. Lin An interjected at that moment. Lin Xiao halted, and Zhao Tong, along with the others, followed Lin An's pointed direction, only to spot a servant and a maid. Before Zhao Tong could speak, Lin Xiao swiftly subdued the two. This action caused a furrow to form on the brows of the Zhao family members. Even Zhao Tong's eyes flickered with surprise. Could it be that the city lord's visit today was merely to establish the young city lord's authority within their family, preparing for future governance of Shenglin City? Zhao family head, there seem to be quite a few problematic individuals in your residence, Lin Xiao remarked with a smile. Zhao Tong, unaware of the exact nature of Lin Xiao's accusations, dared not retort. Indeed, it is fortunate that the young city lord possesses such keen insight, promptly identifying these individuals and thus maintaining clarity within the Zhao family, Zhao Tong said, bowing once more to Lin and expressing gratitude on behalf of the entire Zhao clan. In that moment, he had confirmed that Lin Xiao intended to assist Lin in establishing authority, signaling to him that the presence of issues within the Zhao family was but a word away from the city lord's office. Thank you, young city lord. Although the other Zhao family members harbored anger within, they dared not act against the head's demeanor. Ha ha, the Zhao family's awareness is commendable. Indeed, you are indebted to Anur for this favor. Lin Xiao chuckled heartily. Zhao Tong's eyelids twitched. It was evident that they were being admonished, yet they were expected to feel indebted. Lin An found this scene amusing. Clearly, his father could directly inform Zhao Tong that these individuals were beasts, but he chose not to, allowing the Zhao family to misconstrue the situation as a display of power. However, since his father remained silent, Lin An too would not disrupt the flow, understanding that it was an opportunity for his father to reprimand the Zhao family while simultaneously establishing his own authority. As the Zhao family's dissatisfaction reached its peak, they would eventually discover that these individuals were beasts. Thus, even if they did not express gratitude. They would certainly behave more obediently in the future. Lin An also felt the weight of his father's power. In his previous life, the head of the Zhao family had been someone he looked up to. Now, that very individual was forced to tread carefully and smile beside him. His father's words rang true. He was indeed the sovereign of Shenglin City. They continued their leisurely stroll, and whenever Lin An spotted a beast, he would call them out. This scene sent chills down the Zhao family spines. With a mere gesture from the young city lord, life and death became uncertain. Lin Xiao subdued each beast one by one, and with so many captured, he had the Zhao family assist in their escort. This further fueled the Zhao family's ire. They were capturing their own kin, yet they were expected to facilitate the process. What a test of subservience. As they neared the conclusion of their tour, Lin An glanced at the captured beasts, totaling 36. A bountiful harvest, indeed, and this was merely the Zhao family. There were still the Zhang and Wang families yet to explore. Lin An never anticipated that on his first day in this new world, he would have the opportunity to surpass 100 attribute points, more than he had accumulated in months during his previous life. Lin Xiao caught Lin An's eye and, upon receiving a nod, understood that they had uncovered all the Zhao family's beasts. Just as he was about to speak, a melodious laughter echoed through the air. "Little miss, please slow down, we cannot keep up." Following the sound, Lin An saw a joyful little girl, aged around 6 or 7, sprinting ahead, pursued by several servants. Upon catching sight of her, Lin An raised an eyebrow. The little girl bore a skull symbol atop her head, but unlike the blood-red ones, hers was a pale red. A blood-red skull signified that the individual had been possessed by a beast for over 24 hours, while a pale red indicated that she had yet to reach that threshold, meaning there was still hope for the little girl. Just as Lin An was about to speak, Zhao Tong, who had been closely observing him, felt a sudden jolt. The young miss has inadvertently collided with the city lord and the young city lord. Please forgive her, Zhao Tong hastily exclaimed. Chapter 6. The Grateful Zhao Family. He was also intimidated by Lin An throughout this journey, whenever the opposing party merely pointed a finger. The city lord, Lin Xiao, would promptly suppress the indicated individual. It was akin to the king of hell summoning the damned. Previously, this had been tolerable. Although numerous individuals had been suppressed, they were merely servants and guards of the Zhao family, lacking significant blood ties. However, the little girl before him was different. She was his youngest daughter, the sole girl of the Zhao family in 3 generations, and was cherished immensely. Thus, when he spoke to clarify the child's identity, it was also a subtle indication to City Lord Lin Xiao to temper his actions. Lin An cast a glance at Zhao Tong, entirely disregarding him. "Father, this little girl still has hope," he remarked, looking towards Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao understood, with a wave of his large hand. He summoned the little girl before him from a distance. Before the Zhao family could express their outrage, Lin Zhao's right hand descended upon the girl's head. In the next instant, a wisp of black mist was extracted from the top of the child's head. Witnessing this scene, the Zhao family felt a jolt of realization. They could see clearly that the little girl was possessed by a sin beast. "Come out," Lin Xiao commanded coldly, and soon, a mass of black mist was entirely withdrawn. Within the fog, a minuscule sin beast, akin to the size of a grain of rice, materialized. It was the sin beast Jealousy Louse. How could this occur? Why was little Ling possessed by a sin beast? The Zhao family members were filled with astonishment. A sin beast had infiltrated their household unnoticed. This little girl has merely fallen asleep. With some time for recuperation, she will recover, Lin Xiao stated as he handed the slumbering child back to Zhao Tong. "Thank you, esteemed city lord. If not for your intervention, little Ling would have been in grave danger," Zhao Tong expressed, his face brimming with gratitude. It was only if the possession had lasted less than 24 hours that the sin beast could be extracted. In other words, had even a day passed, Lin Xiao would have been powerless to assist. The other members of the Zhao family also displayed their appreciation. This was the only girl of their lineage in 3 generations, and she had nearly perished. "Do not thank me. It was all in her discovery," Lin Xiao replied with a smile. "I have mentioned before that the Zhao family has numerous issues." Zhao Tong was taken aback. He had previously believed that Lin An was merely pointing fingers to reprimand them, and establish authority. However, it was evident now that the situation was far more serious than he had imagined. He could not help but glance at the 36 individuals subdued by their family. Could it be that they, too, were possessed by sin beasts? Young master, what about these individuals? Zhao Tong swallowed hard, gesturing towards the 36. Indeed, they are all possessed by sin beasts, Lin An confirmed with a nod, though he had suspected this already. Receiving Lin An's affirmation sent a tremor through Zhao Tong's heart. How could their Zhao family, one of the 3 prominent families of Shenglin City, have allowed so many sin beasts to infiltrate? Moreover, he realized that if what Lin An claimed was true, it implied that the latter possessed the means to discern the presence of sin beasts. If this were indeed the case, then even without any cultivation, young Master Lin An could firmly secure the position of City Lord, earning the support of all the citizens of Shenglin City. On Posit, Lin Xiao instructed. After we resolve the sin beasts in the Zhao family, we shall visit the Zhang and Wang families. Understood, Lin An replied, retrieving the long blade Lin Xiao had previously given him. He swiftly dispatched the jealousy louse, earning 1 attribute point. He then proceeded to eliminate the 36 individuals captured by the Zhao family. You have successfully slain the sin beast sloth snail, bronze tier 3, earning 2 attribute points. You have successfully slain the sin beast fiery ant, black iron tier 8, earning 1 attribute point. You have successfully slain the sin beast angry mantis, bronze tier 6, earning 3 attribute points. As one head after another fell, Lin An harvested a plethora of attribute points. Simultaneously, as these individuals were slain, the members of the Zhao family confirmed that they were indeed possessed by sin beasts. This revelation filled the hearts of the Zhao family's upper echelons with an overwhelming chill. Their family had been infiltrated by so many sin beasts. When the last individual was vanquished by Lin An, he paused to check his attribute points, which had reached 74. He had garnered a total of 48 attribute points from the Zhao family alone. After visiting the Zhang and Wang families, surpassing 100 attribute points was a certainty. The Zhao family expressed their profound gratitude to both the city lord and young master. Without their intervention, the future of the Zhao family would have been perilous. From now on, our Zhao family shall follow the city lord and young master without question, Zhao Tong declared, bowing deeply with the high-ranking members of the Zhao family. Previously discontent, the Zhao family now brimmed with appreciation for Lin Xiao and Lin An. It became clear that the city lord had not come to wreak havoc, but to genuinely assist the Zhao family in resolving their internal troubles. Reflecting on their previous thoughts, they were filled with a sense of shame. As the city lord of Shenglin City, I cannot turn a blind eye to the contributions your Zhao family has made over the years, Lin Xiao replied with a gentle smile, his tone imbued with authority and kindness. What transpired today can be seen as a means to eliminate hidden dangers for Shenglin City. There is no need for excessive gratitude. From now on, the Zhao family and the city lord's residents shall unite to safeguard Shenglin City. Hearing this, Zhao Tong felt reassured and promptly bowed again, stating, the city lord's magnanimity is deeply appreciated by the Zhao family. We shall do our utmost to assist you and young master with unwavering loyalty. Lin Xiao nodded, his gaze sweeping over the Zhao family members, noting their respectful demeanor with satisfaction. Turning to Lin An, his tone softened slightly. Inner, you have worked hard today? Lin An shook his head, his expression serene. Father, you overstate the matter. As young master, it is my duty. Lin Xiao chuckled, patting Lin An's shoulder with pride evident in his eyes. He then turned to Zhao Tong, saying, the matter concerning the Zhao family has concluded. I must now visit the Zhang and Wang families. I shall not linger. Zhao Tong promptly replied, yes, I shall see the city lord and young master off. Lin Xiao nodded and, with Lin An, turned to depart. The Zhao family members watched the duo leave until their figures vanished from sight, collectively exhaling in relief. Patriarch, today's South events were perilously close. An elder of the Zhao family approached, speaking in hushed tones. Zhao Tong nodded gravely, indeed. Had it not been for the city lord and young master's intervention, our Zhao family would have soon succumbed to the encroaching sin beasts. In the future, We must exercise greater caution and ensure that no sin beasts find a foothold. Another elder concurred. The patriarch is correct. However, the fact that young master possesses the ability to discern sin beasts is truly astonishing. Zhao Tong's expression turned serious as he addressed all the high-ranking members of the Zhao family. Do not harbor any thoughts against young master. He is the city lord's bottom line. Should anything happen, none would be able to stop it. While the three prominent families may have held certain ulterior motives, Zhao Tong understood clearly that while Shenglin City could survive without anyone, it absolutely could not thrive without Lin Xiao. The current state of Shenglin City, allowing the three families to develop steadily, was entirely due to the presence of City Lord Lin Xiao. If Lin Xiao, a formidable golden tier expert, were to vanish, the city would fall into ruin. Rest assured, Patriarch, we will instruct the younger generation within the family to avoid any conflict with young master in the future. The Zhao family members vowed. Zhao Tong nodded and added, prepare 3 carts of gifts. Tomorrow, I shall personally deliver them to the city lord's residence as a token of our gratitude. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao and Lin An had already departed the Zhao family, making their way towards the Zhang family. Father, the Zhao family should now be aware of my abilities. They won't harbor any ill intentions towards me, will they? Lin An inquired with a smile. Rest assured, they would not dare. You are the sole concern of your father, a vulnerability he possesses. Should anything happen to you, that weakness would vanish. Lin Xiao stated, they're fully aware that their ability to thrive in peace is due to the protection your father provides. Lin An nodded, acknowledging the advantages of having a powerful ally, especially in this thriving Lin city, with a formidable supporter who stands head and shoulders above the rest. He can navigate with great confidence. Chapter 7. The Family Secret Technique, Platinum Quality. Subsequently, Lin Xiao led Lin into the Zhang and Wang families. Similar to the situation at the Zhao family, one by one, the members of both families were apprehended as Lin An called out their names. As anger surged within both families, Lin An swiftly dealt with them, revealing the possessed beasts of sin. The stark contrast struck the hearts of the high-ranking members of both families, filling them with gratitude towards Lin Xiao and Lin An. Lin An's gains were substantial as well. His attribute points had risen to 162, and he had slain over 100 beasts of sin. You have successfully slain 100 beasts of sin, completing the 100 Sin Slash, and have acquired a new title, 100 Sin Slayer. Detected that you possess the title First Blood, the 100 Sins Slayer title automatically merges, enhancing your title First Blood. First Blood, the only title in the entire server, increases damage dealt to beasts of sin by 10. You are the first player to complete the 100 Sin Slash. A server-wide announcement will be made. Do you wish to conceal your name? Server announcement. Congratulations to player Lin An for becoming the first player in the entire server to complete the 100 Sin Slash. Lin An was taken aback that the title of 100 Sin Slayer had vanished, directly upgrading his First Blood title instead. Nevertheless, he was pleased, for the 100 Sins Slayer title was not unique. Any player who killed 100 beasts of sin would obtain it. Moreover, the effect of the 100 Sin Slayer title was merely a 1 damage increase, and only 1 title could be equipped at a time. Previously, the First Blood title offered a 5 damage increase, which had now risen to 10, far surpassing the 100 Sin Slayer title's benefits. There were also titles such as 1,000 Sin Slayer and 10,000 Sin Slayer, which could further enhance the First Blood title. A smile graced Lin An's face. This beginning of his journey was indeed fortuitous. After a day of busyness, night had fallen, and Lin Xiao returned to the city lord's mansion with Lin An. Anur, you must be tired today. Go rest well. Tomorrow, I shall take you to visit the military to uncover the hidden beasts of sin among them, Lin Xiao said. The city's garrison consisted of 30,000 soldiers, typically stationed around the city. The garrison had the most frequent dealings with the beasts of sin, and Lin Xiao, despite his reluctance to admit it, was aware that they must be lurking among the ranks. Addressing the beasts hidden among the citizens was less urgent than dealing with those within the military. Had he not considered Lin An's exhaustion from using his abilities multiple times today, he would have already taken him there. Father, I have regained my clarity and wish to enhance my strength. Could you grant me a technique? Lin inquired. For ordinary players, Acquiring techniques upon entering the game was exceedingly challenging, often requiring them to join local factions or, with good fortune, become part of a family to obtain one. However, Lin An was different. As the son of the city lord of Xianglin City, with a father who was a golden-level expert, the techniques he would provide would surely be of high quality. Only with a technique could he cultivate and utilize his attribute points effectively. Of course. Follow me to my study, Lin Xiao replied with a smile. Had it not been for the incident years ago that caused his son to fall into seclusion, Lin would have embarked on the path of cultivation long ago. But it was not too late now. After all, his son was an awakened one, and his innate talent would undoubtedly surpass that of others, perhaps even restoring the glory of their ancestors. Lin An followed Lin Xiao to the study. With Lin An's eager gaze upon him, Lin Xiao retrieved a scroll. This scroll appeared quite ancient, seemingly crafted from some special leather. This is the family's secret technique, passed down from our ancestors, known as the Lin family technique, Lin Xiao explained. Lin An paused, a hint of peculiarity in his eyes. Was the name of the technique a bit juvenile? Haha, when your grandfather first said this, I had the same look in my eyes as you do now. Lin Xiao chuckled. Yet this technique truly bears that name, primarily because it was acquired by our ancestors in their early years and was thus unnamed. So it was casually named. Realizing that the name mattered little, Lin An understood that the technique's survival through generations indicated its formidable nature. Unlike other techniques that often had some mystical attributes, such as the fire dragon technique, which allowed one to convert their spiritual energy into fire attributes, this family technique, while lacking in such effects, had its unique advantages. It significantly enhanced cultivation speed. At the entry level, it doubled the speed of cultivation, quadrupled at the proficient level, octupled at the minor success level, and increased 16-fold at the major success level, culminating in a 32-fold increase at the perfect level. Precisely because of this terrifying cultivation speed, every generation of our Lin family has reached the golden level, establishing a significant lead over Xianglin City, Lin Xiao stated with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin An's heart trembled. Though he knew the family technique was extraordinary, he had not anticipated such a monstrous enhancement. With such terrifying speed, coupled with the resources of the City Lord's mansion, becoming a powerful figure would be effortlessly achievable. This technique could be deemed the fundamental reason for the Lin family's strength. Father, what quality is this technique? Lin An asked. This technique is of platinum quality, capable of being cultivated up to the 9th rank of platinum, Lin Xiao replied. It is said that it can reach even higher realms, but one must perfect the technique to access those levels. Unfortunately, in recent years, apart from our ancestors, no one has cultivated it to perfection. Even I am merely at the minor success stage, quite a distance from major success. Platinum quality technique? Lin An inhaled deeply. In his previous life, he had only obtained a bronze quality technique, and that was through sheer luck. To find himself starting this life with a platinum quality technique was beyond his expectations. As for achieving perfection in this technique, it would pose no challenge for him, as he could allocate attribute points to expedite his progress. This was the most vital function of attribute points, enabling players to swiftly enhance their cultivation. Additionally, with 162 attribute points at his disposal, and the many beasts of sin in Xianglin City awaiting his harvest, he would have ample opportunities. This is our Lin family's secret technique. Take it and cultivate. If you wish to learn other techniques, feel free to select from the library, Lin Xiao added. The family technique could only enhance cultivation speed, so it was essential to learn additional techniques to acquire offensive capabilities. At this point, Lin Xiao presented 2 jade vials. These contain minor spirit elixirs, perfectly suited for your cultivation. Should you run out, feel free to procure more from the treasury. Minor spirit elixirs, the finest cultivation elixirs for the Black Iron Realm. In his previous life, Lin had spent 3 months in the game and had only managed to obtain 2. Yet now, he was presented with 2 vials, totaling 20 elixirs, and should he exhaust them, he could directly access the treasury of the City Lord's mansion. Next, Lin Xiao produced a token and handed it to Lin An. This token grants you access to the treasury. Gazing at these resources and the token, Lin An felt a surge of excitement. This was the advantage of having a powerful backing. With these resources, his realm could escalate rapidly. All right, you may return now, but do not cultivate for too long. We shall explore the military tomorrow. Lin Xiao gestured with a smile. Yes, father. You should also rest early, Lin An nodded, organizing his belongings before departing the study. Once Lin An left, Lin Xiao retrieved a portrait. As the scroll unfurled, it revealed the image of a woman, graceful and beautiful, with features that seemed to be painted, her lips curled in a gentle smile that seemed to convey her warmth through the canvas. Yinner, our child has awakened, and he has shown promise. You need not worry any longer, Lin Xiao murmured, his gaze fixed on the woman in the portrait, revealing a hint of longing and tenderness. Chapter 8. Elevation of Boundaries. The leaderboard unveiled. At this moment, Lin An returned to his quaint courtyard. He instructed the maid to prepare warm water, for he had taken many lives today and was inevitably stained with blood. Thus, a thorough cleansing was essential. An hour later, with the maid's assistance, Lin An soon emerged refreshed. Inside his room, Lin An sat cross-legged on the bed and opened the game panel. Player, Lin An title, First Blood Boundary, None Technique, None Divine Ability. I the Vengeful Tiger, Attribute Points. 162, gazing at the abundance of attribute points. A smile crept upon Lin An's face. In his previous life, he had spent 3 months in the game, acquiring only a meager 20 attribute points. How different was it now, on merely the first day, to have surpassed 100? Moreover, he possessed both a title and a divine ability. Having previously acquired a divine ability upgrade stone, he contemplated enhancing his ability at once. With this thought, Lin An retrieved the divine ability upgrade stone. Player successfully uses the divine ability upgrade stone. Your divine ability has been enhanced. As a notification appeared, the stone in Lin An's hand transformed into a beam of white light that infused into his being. Eye of the Vengeful Tiger can perceive the weaknesses of foes and the flow of energy, and possesses the ability to pierce through illusions. Compared to before, the newfound capacity to see through illusions was indeed advantageous, Lin An mused. The Sin beasts excelled at creating illusions, drawing beings into their depths, and by awakening the desires hidden within, they could lead souls to self-destruction. Now armed with a method to unravel illusions, Lin An felt more at ease when confronting these malevolent creatures. Next came the cultivation of techniques. With anticipation, Lin An retrieved a scroll and slowly unfurled it. Detected that the player possesses the platinum level Lin family technique. Would you like to spend 50 attribute points to learn it directly? As expected, it was costly, but Lin An was not surprised. The higher the grade of the technique, the greater the attribute points required for learning. In his previous life, he had obtained a bronze-level technique, which also demanded 3 attribute points for mastery. I shall learn it, Lin An declared. Player successfully learns the technique. It is now at the entry level, with cultivation speed doubled. Congratulations to the player for becoming the first in the entire server to learn a technique. You have received a reward, 10 minor spirit pills. An announcement will soon be made to the entire server. Would you like to conceal your name? I shall not conceal it. Announce it directly, Lin An replied, as he was the sole player in this regard. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Lin An for becoming the first in the entire server to acquire a technique. After 3 consecutive announcements, just as Lin An thought it was over, the game's voice resonated once more. Congratulations on becoming the first player in the entire server to learn a platinum level technique. You have received a reward, technique level upgrade card. Technique level upgrade card, upon use, it can directly elevate the proficiency level of the cultivated technique by 1 level up to the major completion level. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Lin An for being the first in the entire server to learn a platinum level technique. A technique level upgrade card? Such a splendid item. Lin An's eyes sparkled. Although it could only elevate proficiency to the major completion level, as he was currently practicing a platinum level technique, it promised to save a substantial amount of attribute points. Pondering this, Lin An stowed away his reward and turned his gaze towards the newly learned technique. Technique. Platinum level Lin family technique. Entry level 0, 100,000 proficiency. From entry to mastery, a staggering 100,000 proficiency was required. Truly befitting a platinum level cultivation technique. Lin An couldn't help but take a deep breath. There were two ways to enhance proficiency. One was through self-cultivation, which offered a gradual increase in proficiency. The second was to directly invest attribute points, where one attribute point equated to 1,000 proficiency. Thus, to elevate this technique to mastery, he would require 100 attribute points. This was merely to reach the mastery level. The subsequent thresholds of minor completion, major completion, and ultimately perfection would demand even more daunting proficiency levels. It was no wonder that even his father, now a golden level powerhouse, had only managed to cultivate this technique to minor completion. Were 100 attribute points excessive? Certainly not. After all, a player aspiring to acquire a platinum level technique would need to possess at least silver or even golden level strength. By that time, earning attribute points would become significantly easier. Without hesitation, Lin An invested another 100 attribute points. Your cultivation of Lin family technique has risen to mastery level. Cultivation speed has increased fourfold. Technique: Platinum level Lin family technique. Mastery level 0500, 000 proficiency. To ascend from mastery level to minor completion required 500, 000 proficiency. Equivalent to 500 attribute points. Lin An glanced at his remaining 12 attribute points and realized that despite his elevated starting point in this life, he still lacked sufficient attribute points. Tomorrow, he would need to exert effort in hunting sin beasts to earn more attribute points. Once he amassed 500 points, he could directly elevate his proficiency to minor completion and subsequently utilize the recently acquired technique level upgrade card to elevate it to major completion. A major completion technique would grant him 16 times the cultivation speed. After closing the attribute interface, Lin An's gaze fell upon the scroll in his hand. It was indeed a family heirloom. After learning it, the scroll had not vanished. He tucked it away, relieved that he wouldn't need to concoct an excuse for its disappearance. Now, it was time to cultivate. Lin An looked at the 3 jade vials before him. 2 contained 20 minor spirit pills gifted by his father, while the third was a reward from the game system. Taking out 1 minor spirit pill, Lin An consumed it and began his cultivation, channeling his technique. A night passed without incident. On the following morning, as the maid's voice echoed outside his door, Lin An gradually opened his eyes. Player: Lin An. Title: First Blood Boundary. Black Iron 2nd Grade Technique. Lin Family Technique Divine Ability. I the Vengeful Tiger. Attribute points 12 indeed. The Platinum level technique proved its worth. Under the quadrupled cultivation speed, he had ascended to Black Iron 2nd Grade in a single night. Feeling the surge of power within, Lin An nodded in satisfaction. Then, he recalled that upon breaking through to Black Iron 1st Grade the previous night, the system had also chimed. He promptly checked the notifications. Congratulations on breaking through to Black Iron 1st Grade, becoming the first player in the entire server to possess a boundary. You have received a reward: 1 selected Black Iron level weapon. The boundary leaderboard has been activated. Please check it at your convenience. Server announcement: Player Lin An has become the first player in the entire server to possess a boundary. Upon reviewing this information, Lin An raised an eyebrow. He was indifferent to the reward. As the heir of the Lin family, his father had even granted him access to the treasury. A mere Black Iron level weapon was of no interest to him. There was only him in the entire server, yet they had established a leaderboard. Lin An opened the leaderboard to take a look. Chapter 9. What extraordinary talent is this? Realm ranking list. First place, Lin An. Realm, Black Iron 2nd tier, can be hidden. 2nd place, none. 3rd place, none. Note: the ranking list is settled once a month, and the top 100 players will receive additional rewards. Only Lin An remained solitary on the ranking list. However, he had long anticipated this, rather than the ranking itself. He was more intrigued by the monthly rewards. He recalled that aside from attribute point bonuses, the first place also included a chance to draw from a lottery, with opportunities to obtain various rare items, including divine abilities and treasures. And now, he was the sole occupant of the rankings. This was akin to reaping rewards without effort. Furthermore, even when other players arrived a year later, their realms would undoubtedly be unable to catch up to his. When those players eventually beheld his ranking, they would likely be left in a state of bewilderment. Lin An couldn't help but smile as he looked forward to the scene that would unfold with the arrival of the players. After a while, he got up, freshened up, and made his way to the living room. Upon entering, he took a seat to have breakfast. As Lin Xiao raised his head from his bowl of congee, he was momentarily taken aback. "Wait, your realm. Black Iron second tier?" Lin Xiao exclaimed in shock. "Did you complete your cultivation overnight?" "Yes, father," Lin An replied with a smile. It was quite easy to cultivate. He had no intention of hiding his accomplishments, nor could he. Hearing his son's words, Lin Xiao suddenly felt that this brat was a bit infuriating. He recalled that it had taken him 3 months to grasp the basics of the cultivation technique, and he had once been praised by his father for his exceptional talent, a compliment that had brought him joy for quite some time. Yet now, in comparison to his son, his own talent seemed trivial. Even if you grasp the basics, it shouldn't be possible to break through to Black Iron second tier overnight, Lin Xiao said, as a terrifying thought surged within him. He swiftly approached Lin An and seized his wrist. "Let me see you channel your cultivation technique." Lin An complied without resistance. As he activated the technique, Lin Xiao's pupils dilated, and turmoil surged within his heart. "You mastered it? You actually managed to attain mastery in just one night." Lin Xiao's breath quickened. It had taken him over a year to reach mastery after spending 3 months just to learn the basics. Yet now his son had achieved mastery in a single night. What kind of monstrous talent was this? "It may be because I am an awakened one. That's why cultivation is so straightforward for me," Lin An explained. Being an awakened one serves as an excuse for all that is unreasonable. Lin Xiao, instead of denying this, wholeheartedly agreed. "Indeed, it must be because you are an awakened one. Our ancestors were awakened ones, which is why they became the only ones to cultivate this technique to perfection. Later, our Lin family ancestors speculated that this technique was most suited for awakened ones, but it has remained unproven until now." Lin Xiao released Lin An's wrist, his eyes gleaming with joy. He patted Lin An's shoulder and laughed heartily. "Wonderful. My Lin family has a capable successor." Lin Xiao was ecstatic. This was his son. Lin An smiled faintly, knowing that his displayed talent had been accepted by his father. From now on, regardless of how swiftly his strength increased, his father would no longer feel astonished or doubtful, but rather consider it a matter of course. The two then sat down to enjoy their breakfast. Lin Xiao had not anticipated such a joyous occasion early in the morning. He had already been satisfied, but, in high spirits, indulged in another serving. After breakfast, Lin Xiao intended to take Lin An to observe the military camp. At that moment, a middle-aged man hurriedly entered. Qian Yang, the steward of the city lord's residence. "Old Qian, what's the matter?" Lin Xiao inquired. "City lord, the heads of the Zhao, Zhang, and Wang families have arrived, each bringing 3 carts of resources, expressing their gratitude for the kindness shown by the city lord and the young master yesterday," Qian Yang reported. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao chuckled and turned to Lin An. "See, we kill their people, and yet they come to thank us. They likely wish to use this opportunity to express their loyalty to the city lord's residence." Lin replied. This elicited an appreciative look from Lin Xiao. "Indeed, in the past, I ignored them, and their audacity has grown over the years. Although yesterday was primarily about eliminating the beastly offenders, as a father, I intended to intimidate them. It seems I succeeded. Now, with this pretext, they certainly missed the chance." Lin An nodded, understanding that his father's intimidation of the 3 families was primarily to pave the way for him. Otherwise, with his father's strength, he wouldn't need to resort to such tactics. "Will you meet with them, father?" Lin An asked. "No, I've never received them in the past. Now that they are frightened, they rush to our door, thinking too highly of themselves," Lin Xiao replied, turning to Qian Yang. "Accept their gifts, you handle the rest." "Rest assured, my lord, I know how to proceed," Qian Yang nodded, bowing to Lin An before retreating. Shortly after Qian Yang's departure, Ji Yuan arrived as well. "City lord, young master, the 300 personal guards have assembled. How are their injuries?" Lin Xiao inquired. "It's manageable. They can still fight," Ji Yuan replied. "Yesterday, he received military punishment and endured 100 strikes, but as a silver 9th tier expert, he is not severely injured." "Then let us depart," Lin Xiao nodded. With that, the group set off towards the military camp in grand fashion. Meanwhile, outside the city lord's residence, the heads of the 3 prominent families awaited eagerly. However, after a lengthy wait, they saw Qian Yang emerge from the residence. "Steward Qian, may I inquire if the city lord is available?" Zhao Tong asked, stepping forward, with the heads of the Wang and Zhang families hastily following suit. "Ladies and gentlemen, the city lord is currently preoccupied with official business, inspecting the military camp alongside the young master, and is unable to meet with you at this moment." Qian Yang replied, with an even expression. "I see." Upon hearing that they could not meet Lin Xiao, the three expressed disappointment. "Given that the city lord is so busy with affairs of state, our uninvited visit without prior notice is indeed presumptuous," Zhao Tong said. "Yes, the city lord's inspection of the military camp is for our safety. Our matters can wait," they added, forcing smiles. "Though the city lord cannot meet with you, he is aware of your intentions. He has stated that the tokens of gratitude can be accepted, and he hopes that your three families will continue to contribute to the development of Shenglin City," Qian Yang continued. The three exchanged glances, their hearts settling a bit. Their greatest concern had been that Lin Xiao would eliminate their families entirely to secure Lin An's control over Shenglin City. However, since Lin Xiao accepted their gifts, it indicated he was willing to grant them another chance. As long as they remained compliant in the future, they could continue to exist peacefully within Shenglin City. "Please convey our gratitude to the city lord. We shall not forget his kindness and will continue to play a leading role in the development of Shenglin City." They all spoke in unison. Qian Yang nodded, then waved his hand, signaling the servants to bring in the 9 carts of gifts. Chapter 10. The Garrison Camp and the Abundance of Sin Beasts in Shenglin City. There exists a garrison of 30,000 troops, stationed near the 4 city gates in the east, west, south, and north. Typically, the Sin Beasts outside the city remain relatively subdued, especially with the protective formations in place, making it quite challenging for them to breach the city defenses in a short period. The commander of the garrison, Feng Shan, is a formidable figure, possessing the strength of the 9th rank of silver. As they traversed the road, Lin Xiao took the opportunity to inform Lin An about the garrison situation. Lin An listened attentively, nodding occasionally, as he had a reasonable understanding of the garrison, having directly joined them upon entering the game in his previous life. Soon, they arrived at the Eastern District, the most heavily fortified area of Shenglin City. This region is bordered by an expansive mountain range, concealing countless Sin Beasts within its depths. The garrison stationed here consists of 10,000 soldiers, accounting for 1/3 of the total garrison force, and Commander Feng Shan has maintained his post here for many years. In the event of a major battle, Lin Xiao, as the city lord, would also need to take command on the battlefield. Upon their arrival at the camp entrance, a man clad in battle armor awaited them, accompanied by several others. Commander Feng Shan, welcoming the city lord and young city lord, he bowed, and those behind him followed suit with a salute. "There is no need for excessive formalities. I have merely brought in her to familiarize himself with the garrison." Lin Xiao waved his hand dismissively. "How have the troops been faring lately? Are the soldiers in good spirits?" Feng Shan stood straight, responding with utmost respect. "Reporting to the city lord, all is well within the camp. The soldiers are in high spirits, and their training has not waned. Recently, there have been minor disturbances from the Sin Beasts outside the city, but we have swiftly suppressed them, resulting in no losses." Lin Xiao nodded, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. "Excellent. Your efforts are appreciated. However, the activities of the Sin Beasts are becoming increasingly frequent. We must remain vigilant." Feng Shan replied solemnly, "Rest assured, City Lord, I will intensify patrols and defenses to ensure no Sin Beasts threaten the safety of our city." Lin Xiao slightly inclined his head and then turned to Lin An, his tone carrying a note of expectation. "An, this is your first visit to the garrison. Take a good look and understand the lives and training of the soldiers. In the future, you too shall bear the responsibility of safeguarding the city." Lin An nodded in agreement. "Yes, father." Observing this, Feng Shan immediately stepped aside to clear a path, gesturing, "City Lord, young City Lord, please allow me to guide you into the camp." He also regarded Lin An with curiosity, as he had received word from the City Lord last night about today's inspection and learned that young City Lord Lin An had recovered from his illness. Now, witnessing Lin An's improved condition firsthand, he felt a sense of relief, knowing that the future of Shenglin City depended on him. Just as Lin Xiao was about to nod in acknowledgement, Lin An spoke up first. "Wait, father, that man seems suspicious." He pointed a young warrior in armor standing behind Feng Shan. Upon hearing Lin An's words, everyone turned their gaze toward the young man, who immediately stiffened and stepped forward. "I am Lu Yu, at your service, City Lord and Young City Lord. May I inquire as to the meaning of Young City Lord words?" He bowed respectfully. "You shall soon understand," Lin Xiao retorted, raising his hand to subdue Lu Yu, ordering his personal guards to take him into custody. His gaze then shifted to Feng Shan. "There appears to be a lack of integrity within your ranks." A tremor coursed through Feng Shan and the senior officers of the garrison. They understood that the city lord's visit was not a mere inspection, and they began to reflect on their recent actions, fearful of facing a similar fate as Lu Yu. Feng Shan's eyes were fixed on Lu Yu, a formidable warrior under his command, who at only 26 years of age had already attained the 7th rank of bronze and had the potential to break through to silver before turning 30. Despite recalling all he knew about Lu Yu, he was baffled as to what transgression he could have committed. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that the city lord was not one to act without reason. If he had intervened, it surely meant that Lu Yu had committed some unknown misdeed. "I acknowledge my negligence in overseeing my subordinates, and I implore the city lord to administer justice." Feng Shan bowed. Lin Xiao cast a glance at Lin An, observing that he had not indicated further, and then spoke. "We shall address these matters later. Let us proceed into the camp." As they entered the garrison, Lin An surveyed his surroundings. The soldiers were lined up in formation, engaged in their daily training. The air was thick with the sounds of battle cries and the clashing of weapons, imbuing the camp with a palpable sense of martial fervor. "Young City Lord, this is our training ground," Feng Shan explained as he led the way. "The soldiers conduct physical training and formation exercises here daily to ensure they can unleash their utmost combat potential during battle." Lin nodded, his gaze falling upon the soldiers in training, and soon he discerned the presence of Sin beasts lurking among them. He was not surprised, as these soldiers, having battled Sin beasts for years, were particularly susceptible to possession. However, he chose to remain silent. Any sudden action might alert other Sin beasts, leading to chaos within the camp. "City Lord, shall we commence the inspection?" Feng Shan inquired as they reached a raised platform. Lin Xiao had already indicated that an inspection of the garrison would take place today, facilitating Lin An's task of identifying the hidden Sin beasts. "Yes, let it commence," Lin Xiao affirmed with a nod. "The inspection begins." With Feng Shan's command, the war drums sounded, and 1,000 soldiers began to march in formation, 500 at a time. Lin An observed each unit as they passed before him, searching for the concealed Sin beasts. 7th in the first row, 2nd in the 3rd. Lin An pointed out, and Lin Xiao began marking the identified soldiers. Feng Shan, though puzzled by their actions, dared not inquire further. 2 hours later, upon identifying the final Sin beast within a unit, the inspection concluded. A total of 372 individuals. Lin Xiao's expression darkened, realizing nearly 400 soldiers had fallen victim to possession. Had Lin An not exposed these Sin beasts, the consequences could have been catastrophic during a large-scale siege. With this thought, Lin Xiao rose and approached the platform, where all the soldiers turned their gazes toward him. "Brave soldiers!" Lin Xiao's voice resonated like thunder, imbued with authority, instilling a sense of reverence among his audience. "During today's inspection, I witnessed your valor and felt your fighting spirit. You are the guardians of this city, the bastion of the people. Every drop of sweat and blood you shed is for the peace of this land." Lin Xiao's gaze swept across the soldiers below. Although peace reigned for now, they could not afford to grow complacent. This inspection serves not only to showcase your strength, but also as a reminder that war is never far away. We must always be prepared. His voice grew stronger, echoing with resolve. "However, among you lies a threat. I have come today to help you eliminate these dangers." Upon hearing this, the soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of the nature of the threat the city lord referenced. In an instant, Lin Xiao raised his hand, and beams of light erupted from the bodies of the soldiers. A total of 372, neither more nor less. The soldiers enveloped in the light transformed, their expressions shifting to one of horror as they realized their exposure. They immediately attempted to resist. Still hoping to resist? Lin Xiao snorted, unleashing a terrifying pressure that pinned these individuals to the ground, rendering them immobile. City Lord, what is the meaning of this? Why do you suppress us? Indeed, as I strive for the glory of Shenglin City. Do you intend to abandon me now? Brothers, let us fight. He seeks to annihilate us. The suppressed soldiers roared, their words aimed at inciting their fellow comrades. The expressions of the other soldiers shifted, particularly those who had been oppressed and their kin, inevitably grappling with tumultuous thoughts. My lord, this is... Fengshan remarked gravely, aware that mishandling this matter could easily incite rebellion among the guards. Are you not curious as to why I suppressed Zhao Yu? Lin Xiao declared, gesturing grandly as Ji Yuan brought Zhao Yu forward. An posit, Lin Xiao commanded. Lin An nodded, unsheathing the long blade gifted by his father, approaching Zhao Yu. Young master, you. Zhao Yu attempted to struggle, but met with Lin An's swift strike. At that moment, Zhao Yu realized his exposure. Yet he was powerless against Lin Zhao's overwhelming strength, with Ji Yuan, a formidable silver 9th grade warrior, at his side, leaving him with no chance to resist. No! With a defiant roar, Zhao Yu's head was severed by the blade. The sight stunned all the soldiers present. They recognized Zhao Yu and were taken aback by his sudden demise. A roar erupted, and from Zhao Yu's form, a dark aura emerged, revealing the silhouette of a sin beast. However, the creature let out a mournful cry before dissipating into thin air. You have successfully slain a bronze 7th grade sin beast, earning 3 attribute points. Witnessing this scene, both the upper echelons of the guard, including Fengshan, and the other soldiers were thrown into disarray. It is a sin beast. General Zhao was possessed by a sin beast. How could this be? When did General Zhao become possessed? We were utterly unaware. If even General Zhao was possessed, does that imply that those subdued by the lord of the city are also? In that instant, the soldiers gazed solemnly at the nearly 400 subdued individuals, their expressions turning grave, with those closest raising their weapons against them. Young master, are they all possessed by sin beasts? Fengshan approached Lin An, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could the Zhao Yu he had trusted be possessed by a sin beast? And what of the nearly 400 individuals before him? As the commander of the guards, he understood the grave implications of so many being possessed. But how did the lord of the city know? This prompted him to glance at Lin An, the young master, who had been present and had clearly heard Lin An's summons. Initially perplexed by the young master's choice to name Zhao Yu, it now seemed that he possessed the means to discern the presence of sin beasts. Chapter 11. Attribute points surpass 1,000. Mastery achieved. Indeed, Lin An nodded in affirmation. Upon receiving Lin An's confirmation, Fengshan could not help but gasp in astonishment, having recognized the gravity of the situation. Lin An was currently too preoccupied to engage in conversation with Fengshan. His sole focus was on harvesting a significant amount of attribute points. Bring them all forth. Lin An commanded. Understood, Ji Yuan responded, leading 300 loyal guards into action. Fengshan also regained his composure and hastily instructed his men to apprehend the possessed beasts. Soon, all were brought forth. Warriors, I am Lin An, the sole son of the city lord and the deputy lord of Shenglin City. Today, I have accompanied my father to cleanse the hidden beasts among you. I am aware that among these individuals are your friends and kin. However, you all know too well what it means to be possessed by these malignant beasts. Your friends and relatives have long perished on the battlefield. They are merely corpses seized by these vile creatures. Today, this deputy lord shall eradicate these beasts, allowing the fallen heroes to find peace. As Lin An's words fell, his blade struck down before him, slaying one individual. Listening to Lin An, all soldiers present gazed at the subdued 300 with reddened eyes. At this moment, these individuals were no longer comrades or friends. They had become the relentless beasts they must vanquish. Well struck, Deputy Lord. We are grateful to the City Lord and Deputy Lord for their keen insight. Otherwise, we would remain oblivious to the presence of these beasts among us. Indeed, had these beasts turned against us in battle, who could have withstood them? The soldiers expressed their indignation, their gazes towards Lin Xiao and Lin An filled with gratitude. Had it not been for the discerning eyes of the city lord and deputy lord, they would have been unaware of their impending doom. Lin An's actions did not waver. One by one, he continued to slay the beasts, which swiftly augmented his attribute points. With nearly 400 individuals, Lin An spent almost an hour in this endeavor. Upon their demise, each one revealed their identity as beasts, ensuring that none of the soldiers felt a misstep in their actions. Lin An chose not to involve himself in the aftermath. That task was left to his esteemed father and Feng Shan. During this respite, he glanced at his own attribute points. Attribute points, 478, just 12 more points would complete the 500 mark. Currently, he was only in the eastern camp, and there were still the southern, western, and northern camps to explore. Even if the hidden beasts in the other camps were fewer, amassing 500 tribute points would be a simple task. Lin An mused, how fortunate it is to have a strong backing. Attribute points come with ease. After spending an hour in the military camp managing the aftermath, Lin Xiao and Lin An departed with the 300 loyal guards. However, they did not return to the city lord's mansion, but headed directly to the other 3 camps. The conditions in these camps were significantly better than those in the eastern camp, as the eastern camp had the highest frequency of skirmishes with the beasts. Nevertheless, Lin An managed to locate a total of 484 hidden beasts within these 3 camps. Naturally, all of these beasts were slain by Lin An, yielding him 592 attribute points. Regrettably, he was still a tad short of the 1,000 beasts slaughter title upgrade. After traversing the 4 major camps, a full day had passed, and Lin An and his party returned to the city lord's mansion. "An, you have worked hard today. Go and rest," Lin Xiao said with a smile. Well aware of his son's abundant gains and likely eagerness to bolster his strength, Lin An nodded, indeed feeling a sense of urgency. Upon returning to his courtyard, he refreshed himself as per usual before opening the system panel. Player, Lin An title, First Blood Realm, Black Iron. Second rank Technique. Lin Family Technique Divine Ability. Eye of the Vengeful Tiger, Attribute Points. 1070 Gazing at the substantial amount of attribute points. Lin An smiled and allocated points to his technique. You have consumed 500 attribute points. Your practiced Lin Family Technique has been elevated to Minor Mastery, increasing your cultivation speed by 8 times. Technique, Platinum Level Lin Family Technique, Minor Mastery 02000000 Proficiency. To elevate from Minor Mastery to Major Mastery requires a staggering 2 million proficiency, equivalent to 2,000 attribute points. Lin An inwardly gasped. Was this the difficulty of cultivating a platinum level technique? If it takes 2,000 points merely to reach Major Mastery, how many points would be required to attain perfection? No wonder the Lin family has only seen its first ancestor achieve perfection in centuries. Even though Lin Xiao has reached the golden level, he remains at Minor Mastery. Fortunately, I possess an upgrade card. With this thought, Lin An retrieved the technique level upgrade card he had previously acquired. You have used a technique level upgrade card. Your practiced Lin Family Technique proficiency has been elevated to Major Mastery, increasing your cultivation speed by 16 times. Technique, Platinum Level Lin Family Technique, Major Mastery 05000000 Proficiency. To reach perfection requires 5,000 attribute points. Although this is considerable, it is not insurmountable. However, it is not something to be contemplated in the short term. While there may still be hidden beasts in the city, they are concealed among the populace, making them laborious to locate. It would be wiser to enhance my strength and then venture outside the city to hunt these beasts. Lin An contemplated this, then closed the interface, took out a pill, and began his cultivation. The formidable Major Mastery of the Lin Family Technique indeed exhibited its prowess. Under the 16-fold increase in cultivation speed, Lin An felt as if he had barely consumed a small spirit pill before it was completely refined. Simultaneously, his realm was advancing rapidly. By dawn, as Lin An's body trembled, his realm ascended once more. Player, Lin An title, First Blood Realm, Black Iron. 4th rank Technique. Lin Family Technique, Major Mastery, Divine Ability. Eye of the Vengeful Tiger, Attribute Points. 570 after a night of cultivation. Lin An had broken through 2 ranks, reaching Black Iron, 4th rank, thereby entering the mid-tier of Black Iron. In just 2 nights, he had achieved Black Iron, 4th rank. In my previous life, I spent 3 months in the game and only reached Black Iron, 9th rank. Lin An mused, this is the advantage of having strong support. All resources are top-notch, eliminating the need to waste time competing for resources, allowing for uninterrupted cultivation. With 570 attribute points remaining, while my realm has increased, my offensive capabilities are lacking. Perhaps I should visit the treasury to select suitable techniques and acquire some small spirit pills. Having already refined the majority of the 30 small spirit pills in his possession, he found himself with only half remaining. At his current cultivation speed, he would not be able to sustain for long. Afterward, Lin An rose, freshened up, and headed to the living room, prepared to join his esteemed father for breakfast, while also intending to provide him with a little surprise. Chapter 12. Lin Zhao's Astonishment. The reversal of the heavenly gang. As Lin An entered the living room, Lin Zhao was already dining. Upon noticing Lin An's arrival, Lin Zhao glanced up, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He could naturally discern that Lin An's cultivation had ascended to the 4th tier of Black Iron. However, his astonishment was mild. After all, his son was a prodigious talent, and such rapid advancement, while extraordinary, was not beyond acceptance. One must avoid impatience in cultivation, Lin Zhao advised. Even with immense talent, it is essential to progress steadily, lest one's foundation becomes unstable. Rest assured, Father, I am well aware, Lin An replied with a nod. Indeed, do not neglect your comprehension of the techniques. You are an awakener, akin to our ancestors, and perhaps the only one in our Lin family, apart from them, who can achieve perfection in the cultivation of these techniques, Lin Zhao remarked. You are correct, Father. This technique is quite profound, and to reach a flawless level requires considerable effort. Currently, I have only attained a significant level of mastery, Lin An responded, displaying a demeanor of humility. I shall strive diligently in the future. Seeing his son's modesty and lack of arrogance, Lin Zhao felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Truly, he is my son. Today, since I have no pressing matters, I can assist you in your cultivation, helping you to achieve your technique sooner. What did you say? You have already attained significant mastery in your techniques? As Lin Zhao spoke, his expression suddenly froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. Yes, I reached significant mastery last night, Lin An affirmed with a nod. Lin Zhao fell silent, grasping Lin An's wrist as Lin An cooperatively channeled his energy. After a few moments, Lin Zhao released him, placing a hand over his own heart. Father, are you all right? Lin An hurriedly asked, supporting him. Do not speak. Allow me a moment to gather myself. My heart is struggling to process this, Lin Zhao gasped, inhaling deeply. How is this possible? Significant mastery? It has only been 2 nights since you received the techniques. On the first night, you mastered them perfectly. Considering you are an awakener, this technique might be most suitable for you. While I am astonished, it is not entirely beyond belief. But now, after just 1 more night, you have attained significant mastery? I have labored for years to achieve only minor mastery. At that moment, even Lin Zhao, a golden tier powerhouse, found it difficult to bear the weight of this revelation. Without comparison, there is no pain. Yet this reality is indeed painful. Father, this technique was likely designed for awakeners, so Lin An, understanding Lin Zhao's thoughts, intended to offer words of comfort, but was interrupted as Lin Zhao waved his hand dismissively. You cheeky boy, you think you can comfort your father? While this news is somewhat disheartening, I'm ultimately pleased. I had previously worried that although your health had improved, you would still lag behind your peers. I was contemplating how to position you as a commoner to secure the position of city lord in the future. But now, it appears I was unnecessarily anxious. With your extraordinary talent, it will not be long before you surpass the younger generation of Shenglin City. Father, I plan to visit the treasury soon to acquire some elixirs and select additional techniques, as I currently possess the realm but lack combat power, Lin An stated. Go ahead on your own. You need not inform me. Take whatever you wish, Lin Zhao replied nonchalantly. Lin An nodded but hesitated, appearing as if he wished to say something more. Speak freely. Why this formality between us? Lin Zhao encouraged. Father, since you mentioned you have no matters to attend to today, how about I assist you in your cultivation? Perhaps I can help you achieve significant mastery more swiftly, Lin An suggested with a smile. Lin Xiao, nearly choking on his porridge at this suggestion, was taken aback. You wish to reverse the roles? However, considering that you have already achieved significant mastery, and I am still at minor mastery, perhaps it is not out of the question. Cough, cough, no need. I am a golden tier powerhouse. I do not require your assistance, Lin Xiao retorted, then shifted his tone. However, your rapid advancement may harbor risks. I can help you examine them. Thank you, Father, Lin An said, bowing respectfully, acknowledging his father's dignity. The reason Lin An wished to assist Lin Xiao was clear. Lin Xiao was his pillar of support, and the stronger he became, the better it would be for Lin An, especially with the impending fall of Shenlin City a year from now. Even if he could not prevent it, Lin Xiao's increased strength would enhance their chances of survival. After breakfast, the two retreated to a quiet chamber. Simply cultivate as you normally would, Lin Xiao instructed. Lin An nodded, took out a small elixir, consumed it, and began his cultivation. Lin Xiao intently observed the flow of Lin An's energy, as he was a golden tier powerhouse and had practiced this technique for many years. Soon, he began to gain insights. So this is how it is. It appears I was mistaken before. In an instant, Lin Xiao also commenced his cultivation, adjusting his technique according to Lin An's path. As he continuously refined his approach, his understanding of the technique deepened significantly. If he had a game panel, notifications of proficiency gains would undoubtedly ring out. Proficiency 1, Proficiency 10, Proficiency 100. The two cultivated for several hours until Lin An experienced another breakthrough, advancing to the 5th tier of black iron, at which point they both opened their eyes simultaneously. Lin Xiao, witnessing Lin An's latest advancement, felt his lips twitch. Your speed of cultivation is astonishing. Father, how was your experience? Lin An inquired with a smile. I gained considerable insight. I estimate that within 3 months, I will achieve significant mastery, Lin Xiao admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Compared to his son's rapid progress, his own seemed inadequate. Any progress is commendable. Shall we continue? Lin An asked. No need. Today's insights are sufficient for me to digest for a while, Lin Xiao replied. Very well then. Should you require assistance, I'm always here to help. Now be off. Do not delay my cultivation, Lin Xiao urged. With that, Lin An exited the quiet chamber, heading straight for the treasury. Chapter 13. The Lord's Treasury. Selecting resources. The treasury was an oasis of tranquility, devoid of guards, save for an elderly man reclining in a chair, indulging in a brief respite. Upon the arrival of Lin An, the elder quickly rose, greeting him with utmost respect. You are? Lin An momentarily hesitated. Having no recollection of the elderly man, it is only natural that the young master does not remember me. I serve as the steward of the Lord's estate during the late Lord's lifetime. My son, Qian Yang, is the current steward, the elder explained with a warm smile. The late Lord, Lin An's grandfather, had passed away over a decade ago. Ah, it is you, old Qian. Lin An returned the gesture, his tone imbued with reverence. I have come to the treasury primarily to select some cultivation techniques and acquire resources, as per my father's instructions. Here is the token he provided. Without examining the token, Qian Hai responded with a kind smile. The Lord has already informed me of your visit. Please, young master, come inside. With that, Qian Hai turned and opened the grand doors of the treasury, ushering Lin An within. Young master, the treasury comprises 3 levels, each housing an array of elixirs, rare materials, weapons, and cultivation techniques. Qian Hai elaborated as they walked. The first level primarily contains black iron and bronze quality items. The second level showcases silver quality, while the third level boasts items of gold quality and beyond. As Lin An listened to Qian Hai's descriptions, his gaze swept across the astonishing array of treasures within the treasury, and he couldn't help but marvel at its profound depth, even on the first level, revealing many items he had never encountered in his previous life. Qian Hai halted and inquired, May I ask what type of cultivation techniques the young master seeks? I am interested in techniques for offense, defense, and agility, Lin An replied. Currently, the young master is at the black iron level. Thus, the highest quality techniques will be of bronze grade. If the quality is too high, Not only will the difficulty of cultivation increase, but you may also struggle to harness their full potential, Qianhai cautioned. That is indeed my thought as well, Lin An nodded. Lin family techniques are solely for cultivation and do not impose restrictions based on one's level. However, the three types he mentioned are different. Even if I manage to cultivate them through attribute points, my insufficient strength may leave me vulnerable after a single strike. Please follow me, young master. This area is dedicated to cultivation techniques. I believe you will find something satisfactory here. Qianhai led Lin into a section filled with bookshelves, each laden with various cultivation manuals, ranging from black iron to bronze quality. The offensive techniques were categorized into two types, weapon techniques and martial arts. Lin An resolved to learn a sword technique, preferring a decisive strike over the flamboyant styles of other weapons. You wish to study sword techniques? You might consider this one, Qianhai suggested, handing Lin An a manual. Breaking wind sword technique, it read, bronze quality, also known as the three styles of breaking wind, comprising three moves, swift wind slash, returning wind slash, and breaking wind slash. The swift wind slash increases in speed, allowing for multiple strikes within a brief moment. The returning wind slash emanates a flurry of blade light from the user, serving as an area of effect attack. The breaking wind slash functions as a powerful finishing move, concentrating force at the blade's edge to inflict significant damage. Moreover, mastering this technique fully allows one to harness the wind's momentum to enhance its lethality. What are the nuances of this technique? Lin An inquired, recognizing the elder's recommendation must carry weight. Replying to the young master, the Lord also studied this sword technique in his time, and its three moves are exceptionally comprehensive, making it one of the finest among bronze quality techniques. Ideal for transition. Qianhai et lai. Lin An nodded. Since it was endorsed by his father, he saw no need to explore further sword techniques. After selecting the sword technique, he proceeded to choose agility and defense techniques. Ultimately, with Qianhai's guidance, he settled on flowing cloud steps and mystic armor technique. The flowing cloud steps excelled in evasion and rapid movement, and when perfected, could leverage the wind's force to increase speed, complementing the breaking wind sword technique. The mystic armor technique enhanced physical strength, forming a protective membrane on the skin when mastered, rendering it impervious to blades and weapons. Qianhai smiled. Even after the young master advances to the bronze level, these three techniques will remain beneficial for some time. Thank you, old Qian, Lin An expressed, recognizing that without the elder's assistance, he would have been at a loss among the myriad techniques available. Do not mention it, young master. Since you wish to practice sword techniques, you will undoubtedly require a sword. Why not select one? Qianhai proposed. That is precisely my intention, Lin An agreed. The sword his father had previously provided was of gold quality, though while he could wield it, it was unsuitable for him at this stage. Arriving at the weapons section, Lin An quickly chose a bronze quality saber under Qianhai's guidance. Measuring approximately 80 centimeters in length, its blade was straight and razor-sharp, imbued with spiritual energy to enhance its armor-piercing capability. After selecting a weapon, Lin An followed Qianhai to the elixir section. The variety of elixirs was extensive: healing, detoxifying, strength-enhancing, short-term burst, and cultivation elixirs. After some deliberation, Lin An selected 100 minor spear elixirs, 1 tiger strength elixir, and several commonly used potions. The tiger strength elixir, a special concoction, could amplify one's strength to that of a tiger, equivalent to 3,000 pounds. Its potency was formidable, and the black iron level could only consume one. A second or third could be taken only upon reaching the bronze level, Qianhai explained. Lin An nodded, acknowledging the elixir's evident rarity, even within the Lord's treasury. Only 3 were available. Young master, all that you have selected has been placed into this storage ring. In the future, simply infuse it with spiritual energy to retrieve your items, Qianhai said, presenting Lin An with a black storage ring. Lin An's eyes sparkled. In his previous life, he had heard of storage rings, knowing them to be exceedingly rare, with fewer than 10 individuals in the entire city of Shenglin possessing one. To possess one now was indeed fortuitous. As he infused spiritual energy into the storage ring, Lin An soon felt a spacious area, approximately 10 cubic meters in size, a generous capacity for storing his belongings. I appreciate your assistance, old Qian. Lin An bowed in gratitude. Young master, you are too kind. Should you have further needs, do not hesitate to return to the treasury, Qian Hai replied with a smile. After exchanging a few more words, Lin An departed from the treasury. Upon returning to his courtyard, Lin An eagerly unpacked the items he had selected. The tiger strength elixir could wait. He was eager to study the 3 techniques. As he opened the breaking wind sword technique, the game's system voice resonated. Would the player like to expend 3 attribute points to learn the breaking wind sword technique, compared to the platinum level Lin family techniques? The attribute point cost for this bronze level technique was minimal. Yes, player has successfully learned the breaking wind sword technique. Current proficiency, novice. Technique, bronze level breaking wind sword technique. Novice 0, 5,000 proficiency. Observing the proficiency needed to advance from novice to mastery, Lin An smiled, noting that just 5 attribute points were required. Let's max it out. With Lin An's declaration, the system's voice echoed once more. Chapter 14. Mastering the Blade's Momentum. The player spends 5 attribute points, elevating the proficiency of the Gale Blade technique to mastery. The player spends 20 attribute points, elevating the proficiency of the Gale Blade technique to minor accomplishment. The player spends 50 attribute points, elevating the proficiency of the Gale Blade technique to major accomplishment. The player spends 100 attribute points, elevating the proficiency of the Gale Blade technique to perfection. As the system's voice echoed, Lin An felt as if he had entered a peculiar realm, where he tirelessly practiced the Gale Blade technique. Time seemed to stretch in this space, and he could not tell how long he had been there until he suddenly regained consciousness, realizing that only a fleeting moment had passed. Gale Blade technique. Harnessing the wind's momentum, condensed the blade's force. Lin An instinctively grasped the long knife he had selected from the armory, and a peculiar aura emanated from him. This aura was filled with a sharpness that seemed capable of tearing apart everything in its path. The blade's momentum is a skill that can only be grasped with a certain probability after achieving perfection in a bronze-level blade technique. With the enhancement of the blade's momentum, the technique's power could be amplified by at least 30%. It was no wonder that old Qian had been so discerning. Ordinary bronze-level techniques could not yield the blade's momentum even at perfection. Lin An nodded inwardly, realizing that his combat strength had consequently been augmented. He then retrieved the flowing cloud steps and mystic armor technique, both of which were elite bronze-level arts. The total expenditure for mastering the Gale Blade technique had amounted to 178 attribute points, and he assumed these 2 arts would require a similar investment. With this in mind, Lin An promptly spent 6 attribute points to learn both techniques, achieving entry-level proficiency. He then proceeded to allocate more attribute points. The player's flowing cloud steps has been elevated to perfection. The player's mystic armor technique has been elevated to perfection. As the system's voice gradually subsided, Lin An suddenly felt a surge of warmth emanating from the depths of his body, swiftly spreading throughout him. Initially, this warmth merely caused a slight heating sensation on his skin, but within moments, it escalated dramatically, as if it were about to engulf him in flames. Yet, just as quickly, this sensation receded like a tide, vanishing without a trace. Then, a wondrous feeling surged within him. Lin An glanced down at his arm, noticing that a delicate, nearly transparent membrane, as thin as a cicada's wing, had mysteriously appeared upon his previously smooth skin. Instinctively, he reached out to touch this enigmatic membrane, feeling a cool and slightly elastic texture beneath his fingers. He understood that this was the effect of the mystic armor technique at perfection, although the membrane seemed fragile. It would be nearly impossible for anything below bronze level to harm him. And as for his agility, Lin An took a step forward, and in an instant, his figure blurred, leaving behind a vague afterimage. The next moment, he found himself at the doorway, gazing at the considerable distance of nearly 10 meters between where he had just stood and his current position at the entrance. His eyes sparkled with excitement. With my current explosive speed, even an average bronze-level warrior would struggle to respond. Combined with my perfected blade technique, I have a genuine opportunity to eliminate my adversary. Even if I cannot achieve that, with the flowing cloud steps and mystic armor technique at my disposal, I can retreat unscathed. A peculiar expression crossed Lin An's face as he pondered. He felt as though he had transformed into an assassin. However, such rapid movement demanded considerable stamina and spiritual energy, necessitating careful and prudent usage in the future. After all, it was a bronze-level technique, and for someone still at the black iron level, the strain was considerable. He anticipated that it would become significantly easier as his realm advanced. Returning to his bed, Lin An settled into a cross-legged position and opened the system panel. Player, Lin An. Title, First Blood Realm. Black Iron 5th Tier Techniques. Lin Family Technique, Major Accomplishment. Gale Blade Technique, Perfection. Flowing Cloud Steps, Perfection. Mystic Armor Technique, Perfection. Divine Ability. Eye of the Cursed Tiger, Attribute Points. 36. Surveying his panel. Lin An nodded in satisfaction. Although he was merely at the Black Iron 5th Tier, he believed he could contend even against Black Iron 9th Tier opponents. This was the advantage of a robust foundation. Most players, even after a month in the game, would find it difficult to even encounter bronze-level techniques, let alone master them. Unlike him, who merely utilized bronze-level techniques as a transitional phase, allowing him to select more powerful techniques once his realm ascended. Indeed, nothing could compare to the fortune of a good start, Lin An mused. He then closed the interface and consumed a tiger strength pill. As the pill entered his stomach, it transformed into a torrent of scorching heat, racing through his limbs and body like a wild stallion. The warmth ignited a fervent blaze within him, accompanied by waves of intense heat. Yet, simultaneously, an indescribable sense of comfort enveloped him, prompting Lin An to emit a low moan of pleasure. As the heat proliferated and permeated throughout him, Lin An could distinctly sense remarkable transformations occurring within his body. His once frail muscles gradually solidified, becoming powerful, while his bones felt as if they were being reforged, growing increasingly resilient. Even the speed of his blood flow seemed to quicken, coursing through his veins with vibrant life and vigor. Lin An activated his techniques, exerting all his effort to refine and absorb the tiger strength pill, aiming to maximize its potency. After a full 3 hours, he finally completely refined the pill, opening his eyes anew. He slowly rose, stretching his somewhat stiff body, feeling a tremendous power surging within him, like a tumultuous tide flowing through his limbs. This sensation of strength was exhilarating. With a single punch, none at the same realm could withstand my might, Lin An grinned. In the City Lord's treasury, there were only 3 tiger strength pills. Even an ordinary person ingesting one could instantly become formidable. Now that his techniques were taken care of, and with this newfound strength, his foundation had once again been bolstered. Next, he would focus on elevating his realm, striving to reach the Black Iron 9th Tier as swiftly as possible, at which point he could venture outside the city to hunt the Sin Beasts and acquire more attribute points. There were numerous methods to obtain attribute points, but the most prevalent involved hunting Sin Beasts. However, not every hunt guaranteed attribute points. Only defeating Sin Beasts of the same realm, or those superior to his own, would yield them. For instance, if he were at Black Iron 9th Tier, defeating a Black Iron 1st Tier Sin Beast would grant him attribute points. Yet if he advanced to the Bronze Realm and then hunted a Black Iron Sin Beast, he would not receive any points. Thus, he needed to wait until he reached Black Iron 9th Tier, accumulate a cache of attribute points, and then break through to the Bronze Realm. This approach was popular among many players in his previous life. Upon reaching the pinnacle of a certain realm, they would refrain from hastily advancing, instead opting to harvest a bounty of attribute points. This could be considered a clever exploitation of the system. With that, Lin An retrieved a minor spirit pill and commenced his training. Chapter 15. The Black Iron 9th Rank, Battle with Lin Xiao. As the days passed, Lin An immersed himself in his cultivation. Not only him, but even Lin Xiao seldom made an appearance. Having benefited greatly from Lin An's assistance, Lin Xiao needed to take the time to digest his gains. The Lord's mansion fell into a serene silence, with the father and son only occasionally meeting during mealtimes for brief conversations. With ample resources and the advantage of a platinum-level technique, Lin An's cultivation progressed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, it was the year 3214 of the Abyss of Sin, and the date was June 18th, marking the 14th day since Lin An's arrival in this world. On this midday, he slowly opened his eyes, having reached the pinnacle of the black iron ninth rank. Mere steps away from breaking into the bronze realm. A smile graced his face. 12 days of seclusion had yielded significant rewards. He had broken through to the black iron ninth rank 2 days prior, but chose to continue his training until now, when he finally approached the threshold of the bronze realm. Now, should he wish, he could instantaneously ascend to the bronze realm. Reflecting on his past life, where he spent 3 months merely reaching the black iron 5th rank, he marveled at how, in just over 10 days, he was now on the verge of the bronze realm. Though he was ready to break through, he was not oblivious to the necessity of hunting sin beasts to acquire tribute points. Before venturing out of the city to hunt these beasts, he felt compelled to inform his father, not out of respect, but to request a few guards for protection. Ordinary players, upon death, required a 24-hour wait before revival, during which they suffered a debuff that halved their cultivation speed and attribute points gained. Moreover, while dying did not result in a loss of rank, players would lose half of their accumulated attribute points. Despite having a player panel, Lin An was now an indigenous inhabitant of the Abyss of Sin, and he could not be certain of his revival upon death. With a supportive background, he intended to utilize it. Even though he was confident in his strength, he was still merely at the black iron level, while silver-level sin beasts roamed outside the city. Uncertain if his father had emerged from seclusion, Lin An resolved that even if his father could not accompany him, he would at least bring Ji Yuan along for added security. With these thoughts in mind, Lin An rose and headed outside. He initially intended to visit Lin Zhao's room, but paused upon seeing him in the living room, enjoying a meal. "Have you emerged from seclusion?" Lin Zhao smiled upon noticing Lin An, and his expression brightened further upon realizing Lin An had attained the black iron 9th rank. "Indeed, my son's cultivation speed is astonishing. How quickly you have advanced." "Yes, I have just come out," Lin An nodded as he sat down. The attentive maid promptly placed bowls and chopsticks before him. Though rapid advancement is commendable, one must not be devoid of substance. "Old Master Qian mentioned you selected 3 techniques. How have you fared in your practice?" Lin Zhao inquired with a smile. "Would you like some guidance from your father?" The prospect of receiving instruction from a golden-level expert was an immense opportunity for an ordinary individual. Hearing this, Lin An could not help but smile softly. "Father, I have practiced those 3 techniques and made some progress, but I have yet to apply them in actual combat. If I could receive your careful guidance, I am certain my strength would improve dramatically." Lin Zhao burst into hearty laughter at this response. With a grand gesture, he declared, "Excellent. In that case, we shall head to the martial arena shortly. I will impart all my knowledge to you." Meanwhile, Lin Zhao mused to himself, "Although my son possesses extraordinary talent, that refers only to our family's ancestral Lin techniques. Even though he has progressed rapidly with other techniques, he has only had them for a mere 10 days. Moreover, during this time, he has been predominantly focused on elevating his own rank, likely dedicating minimal effort to those 3 techniques." This thought brought Lin Zhao some comfort. After all, as a distinguished golden-level expert, guiding him through such rudimentary bronze-level techniques would be a simple task. Previously, Lin An had overshadowed him during their training, and while he gained significant benefits, it was far from the harmonious father-son dynamic he envisioned. Today, he finally had the opportunity to showcase his prowess as a father and instill a sense of respect and admiration in his son. He would ensure Lin An felt the weight of his paternal love. Lin An, observing Lin Zhao's expression, understood his thoughts but paid little mind to them. He had been contemplating how to persuade his father to allow him to hunt sin beasts outside the city. Now, with the opportunity for his father to guide him in cultivation, he planned to demonstrate his strength, thereby increasing the likelihood of receiving his father's approval. With their respective thoughts in mind, the two soon finished their meal and proceeded to the martial arena. "Anur, unleash your attacks without concern for injuring your father," Lin Zhao said, adopting a posture of composure, hands clasped behind his back. Lin An nodded, determined not to hold back. Even with his techniques perfected and having consumed a tiger strength pill to enhance his power, he did not believe he could harm the golden-level Lin Zhao. This time, he aimed to fully exhibit his strength to convince his father of his capability to hunt sin beasts outside the city. With that thought, Lin An grasped his long blade, and in an instant, the power within him erupted, radiating a formidable presence. This aura manifested like a tangible blade, sharp and piercing, producing a cacophony of shrill howls. Lin Xiao, initially relaxed, was taken aback by this overwhelming force, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. The blade force. This boy has actually comprehended blade force. Could it be he has perfected the Gale Blade technique? Confounded, Lin Xiao reflected on his own experience with the Gale Blade technique, which had taken him over a year to master, and he had been at the Bronze Realm at that time. Yet, Lin An had only been practicing this technique for a little over 10 days, amidst which he had also dedicated time to improving his rank. How could he have achieved perfection in such a short span? While Lin Xiao's understanding of awakeners was limited, he recognized that, even among them, there were disparities in strength. His son was likely not just an ordinary awakener, but one of the most exceptional among them. As Lin Xiao pondered this, Lin An had already made his move, his speed surging as he appeared before Lin Xiao in the blink of an eye, with a single stroke of his blade. Chapter 16. Experience the profound love of a father. Perfected flowing cloud step. As Lin An charged towards him, Lin Xiao, despite being prepared, was once again taken aback. This rascal had not only perfected his swordsmanship, but had also mastered his agility. He recalled that Lin An had chosen a technique called Xian Jiagong, and if there were no unforeseen circumstances, it was likely perfected as well. These thoughts flashed through Lin Xiao's mind as he faced the descending longsword, and his expression turned serious. The power within him rapidly coalesced, and as he raised his hands, a formidable wall of energy materialized before him. Boom! The longsword collided with the energy wall, emitting a dull thud. The wall trembled slightly, but remained intact. Lin Xiao then thrust his hands forward, and the energy wall transformed into a powerful recoil that swept towards Lin and quickly retreated, but soon steadied himself. With a sudden push against the ground, he launched toward Lin Xiao like an arrow, the long sword slicing through the air, leaving a faint glimmer of cold light as it bore down on Lin Xiao's heart. In response, Lin Xiao raised his hand, condensing a massive palm imprint in front of him. The imprint, imbued with overwhelming force, struck down upon Lin and boom. The clash of sword energy and palm imprint erupted in a stunning wave of energy, as if the surrounding air had been torn apart. Moments later, Lin was again sent reeling back, while Lin Xiao stood firm and unyielding. Well done, Your combat prowess is now on par with an average bronze level 4, Lin Xiao remarked with a smile. Father, since this is a spar, shouldn't you suppress your strength to match mine? Lin An retorted, feeling speechless. If his father were to suppress his realm to match his own, even if he couldn't injure him, he shouldn't have been so easily repelled. Will your enemies also suppress their realms? Lin Xiao countered. That's absurd. I had indeed intended to suppress my strength to the black iron level 9 for a friendly exchange between father and son. But look at you. Do you resemble a person? Perfected sword techniques, perfected agility, and having been pushed back without injury indicates that your Xian Jiagong is also perfected. Who at black iron level 9 possesses 3 perfected bronze level techniques? If I truly suppress my realm to yours, what if I couldn't defeat you? Do you think I care about my face? You little rascal, even if your talent is extraordinary, right now, I can easily suppress you. You ought to experience the profound love of a father. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Lin An was momentarily at a loss for words. Though his father made a valid point, he wasn't foolish enough to challenge a golden level opponent with a black iron level. He suspected his father merely wanted to give him a good beating, but he had no evidence. Again, Lin Xiao said, a smile curling his lips as he enjoyed his eldest son's predicament. This was the joy of being a father. Taking a deep breath, Lin An resolved that since his father was not adhering to martial ethics, there was no reason to hold back. He charged forward once more, his long sword shimmering with a piercing cold light. In response, Lin Xiao also swung his palm, and the clash of sword light and palm shadows ignited a fierce battle, each collision accompanied by deafening booms. However, Lin Xiao carefully controlled his strength, ensuring he didn't inadvertently suppress his eldest son. The two fought for a full hour, and Lin An, panting heavily, finally ceased his assault. After an hour of relentless attacks, he had exhausted his energy. This won't do. Not a single hair on me has been harmed. Lin Xiao chuckled. You still have much to practice. Lin An's lips twitched. How could a golden level warrior shamelessly say such a thing, regardless of his own black iron level? Even reaching the bronze level wouldn't allow him to harm his father in the slightest. Father, your strength is formidable, and I shall strive to make you my goal, Lin An said, bowing respectfully. Lin Xiao laughed heartily, feeling quite comfortable seeing Lin An's earnest demeanor. Although his innate talent may not match his son's, he still relished the ability to easily suppress him. Indeed, it feels rather satisfying to tease the eldest son a bit. Lin An, however, was unfazed, recognizing that his father had been no different from a lonely elder before his arrival in this world. Now he simply viewed it as a playful spar with his father. Father, how do you perceive my current strength among the younger generation of Shenglin City? Lin inquired. The younger generation of Shenglin City? Lin Xiao pondered. Among the 3 prominent families, the strongest possess around bronze level 7. Father, I lag far behind them, so I wish to expedite my growth, Lin An expressed. Lin Xiao appeared speechless. You may be behind, but you're catching up remarkably fast. In just a little over 10 days, you've matched what others have achieved over years of cultivation. Just say what you desire. It seems I can't hide anything from you, father. Lin An ceased concealing his intentions. You know that the more sin beasts I hunt, the greater the assistance it provides me. Hence, I wish to venture outside the city to hunt sin beasts. Lin Xiao frowned slightly, not opposing Lin An's desire to hunt sin beasts outside the city. As the future lord of Shenglin City, he would eventually have to confront sin beasts. However, he felt it was premature for Lin An, currently at black iron level 9, to venture out. It would be wiser to wait until he reached the later stage of bronze level. Regardless, you should focus on cultivating within the estate for now. You have unlimited access to resources here. Wait until you break through to the later stage of bronze before considering hunting sin beasts. Lin Xiao insisted. If you truly need to hunt, I can personally capture them for you. Father, while I can indeed remain in the estate, as you suggested, that approach is too slow for me. You can capture sin beasts now, but what will happen later? If I become complacent over time, it will dampen my desire to grow stronger, Lin An argued earnestly. Thus, I implore you to allow me to venture outside to hunt sin beasts. Although his father could catch sin beasts, the quantity would be limited. Nothing could compare to his own direct hunting. Lin Xiao intended to say more, but upon seeing Lin An's resolute gaze, he felt a pang of understanding. You little rascal, you are indeed just like I was in my youth. Once you set your mind on something, you 1T change it. Lin Xiao relented. You may go, but I will have Ji Yuan accompany you with 100 personal guards, and I will also send Qian Lao to follow. Lin An's heart leaped with joy, knowing his father had consented. Although he was not surprised about Ji Yuan and the 100 guards accompanying him, he was curious as to why Qian Lao would also join them. Qian Lao is a golden level expert. His presence reassures me, Lin Xiao explained. Chapter 17, Departing the City, Black Mountain. Lin An was taken aback to discover that Old Qian was also a golden tier powerhouse. Until now, he had assumed that only his father, the cheap old man, held such a rank in Shenglin City. It was only natural that he remained unaware of this during his previous life as a mere pawn. Furthermore, when Shenglin City fell in his past existence, Lin Xiao had chosen to self-destruct to halt the onslaught of the sin beasts. However, based on Lin An's understanding of Lin Xiao, he knew that the latter would not resort to self-destruction lightly, especially with his son still alive. If Lin Xiao chose to self-destruct, it was clear he had already made arrangements for Lin An's escape, likely involving Old Qian, while he himself sacrificed his life to buy time for his son. Lin An quickly pieced everything together, and a smile spread across his face. With Old Qian accompanying him, he could hunt the sin beasts with greater abandon. The presence of a golden tier powerhouse was an opportunity he would not decline. After all, he was setting out to hunt, not to court death. With a golden tier ally by his side, he no longer had to worry about his retreat. Do not rejoice too soon, young man. Since you are venturing out to battle the sin beasts, Old Qian will only intervene if you find yourself in grave danger, Lin Xiao cautioned. I understand, Lin An replied, nodding. When shall we depart? Tomorrow morning, Lin Xiao answered. Is it so soon? By hunting the sin beasts early, I too may achieve a breakthrough sooner. Very well. Prepare yourself. I will make arrangements for you, and we shall set off at dawn, Lin Xiao instructed. Lin An nodded and left the training ground, while Lin Xiao summoned Ji Yuan to begin preparations. The following morning, Lin An accompanied his father for breakfast before heading to the training ground, where Ji Yuan awaited with 100 armored elite guards. Each of these warriors was accompanied by a steed adorned with dark red stripes, blood-striped horses, specially bred by the city lord's manor, each capable of covering 1,000 miles a day. Ordinary black iron tier powerhouses were no match for these formidable steeds. In his previous life, Lin An had only seen such horses from afar, dreaming of one day possessing a magnificent mount. To his astonishment, he found himself in possession of one in this life. Old Qian, I shall trouble you this time, Lin Xiao said, regarding Qian Hai with respect, despite his own higher rank. Rest assured, City Lord, I shall ensure the young master returns safely, Qian Hai replied with a smile. Be cautious, my son. When in doubt, consult old Qian, Lin Xiao advised Lin and understood. Father, Lin An affirmed with a nod. Enough talk, let us depart, Lin Xiao said, holding back further words as he gestured for them to leave. Lin An mounted his horse, and as the command was given, they rode forth from the manor. Watching his son's retreating figure, Lin Xiao was beset by myriad thoughts. This was the first time since Lin An's birth that he would be away for such an extended period. For years, he had longed for his son's health to be restored. Now that he was healed and possessed extraordinary talent, Lin An was set to carve out a new path for himself. In that moment, Lin Xiao resembled any ordinary father, consumed by worry for his child. Old Qian, where shall we hunt the sin beasts? Lin An inquired as they left the city lord's manor. According to the city lord, young master, you wish to hunt a considerable number of sin beasts. Therefore, we shall exit through the east gate and head towards Black Mountain. The mountain stretches endlessly, concealing a multitude of sin beasts, including several golden tier ones, Qian Hai explained. However, we need not venture into Black Mountain itself. We can hunt from its outskirts, where the black iron tier sin beasts are abundant. Black Mountain, Lin An mused, recalling that it was the emergence of sin beasts from this very mountain that had led to the fall of Shenglin City in his past life. What if all the golden tier sin beasts decided to surge forth and assault Shenglin City? Do not fret, young master. Shenglin City is fortified with powerful arrays and a vigilant garrison under the command of the city lord. Even golden tier sin beasts would find it challenging to breach our defenses. Moreover, while there are indeed numerous golden tier sin beasts within Black Mountain, they are not united. Only the emergence of a platinum tier sin beast, capable of commanding the entire mountain, would pose a threat to our city, Qian Hai reassured him with a smile. However, such a platinum tier sin beast is not easily born. In the hundreds of years since Shenglin City was established, none of such caliber have ever appeared in Black Mountain. Lin An feigned a look of realization, but inwardly he understood that the fall of Shenglin City in his previous life was likely due to the appearance of a platinum tier sin beast. The birth of such a creature does not occur in a short span of time, implying that the sin beast in question had already reached the 9th rank of the golden tier and would ascend to platinum level within a year. Lin An felt a sense of urgency. He had merely over a year to elevate his own strength to platinum level if he wished to safeguard Shenglin City. 1 year to achieve platinum status. Was this even feasible? For the natives of the Sin Abyss world, it was indeed a fanciful notion. But for someone with the attributes of a player, opportunities were not entirely out of reach. With their objectives set, the group mounted their horses and proceeded to the east gate. After displaying their identity tokens, the guards opened the city gates. Upon stepping outside Shenglin City, Lin An was greeted by a chilling wind that seemed to darken the very sky, saturating the air with a stifling atmosphere. Compared to the bustling city within, the outside world felt like an entirely different realm. Lin An glanced back at Shenglin City, which now appeared as a solitary island amidst this desolate expanse. Young master, Qian Hai called softly. He said no more, recognizing that this was the young master's first foray beyond the city walls. As the future lord of Shenglin City, he would inevitably need to adapt to the world outside. Let us set out, Lin An declared. This was not his first time leaving the city. in his previous life. He had done so as a mere soldier. Now, however, he was the young master of Shenglin City, accompanied by 100 elite guards of at least bronze tier. Alongside the golden tier, Qianhai. Sin beasts, indeed. Let the battle commence. Chapter 18. The Hunt for the Sin Beasts. In the wilderness, the air was thick with a nauseating and acrid stench of blood. A lithe young man wielded a gleaming long knife, engaging in a life-and-death struggle against a pack of ferocious black wolves. The youth moved with remarkable agility, his actions flowing as smoothly as a gentle stream. Each swing of the blade exuded a fierce momentum and precision, causing the snarling black wolves to fall, howling in agony amidst the pools of crimson. With a sharp sound, Lin An successfully dispatched the last of the black wolves. "Young master, would you like to take a moment's rest?" Ji Yuan inquired as he approached. "No need. Let them bring in the next batch of sin beasts," Lin An replied, shaking his head. An hour prior, they had arrived in this area, and Lin An had commenced his slaughter of the surrounding sin beasts. However, these creatures were not all congregated in one place, so Lin An had ordered his guards to disperse and lure them in groups. This pack of greedy wolves was the 7th wave he had vanquished. Although fatigue began to set in, the rewards were substantial. His attribute points had surged from 36 to 245, an increase of 209 points. He wondered if he could reach 5,000 attribute points after exterminating all the sin beasts in this region. With 5,000 points, he could achieve perfection in the Lin clan's martial arts, resulting in an exponential boost in his cultivation speed. He glanced at the notifications that had just appeared. "You have successfully slain 1,000 sin beasts, completing the 1,000 sin slash, and have obtained a new title, 1,000 sin slayer, detecting that you possess the title First Blood. The 1,000 sin slayer title will automatically merge, enhancing your title First Blood. First Blood, a unique title within the entire server, increases damage dealt to sin beasts by 15. You are the first player to complete the 1,000 sin slash. A server-wide announcement will follow. Would you like to hide your name?" Server announcement. Congratulations to player Lin An for becoming the first player to complete the 1,000 sin slash. The First Blood title had once again been elevated, increasing the damage from 10 to 15. Next, he thought, was the 10,000 sin slash. "Yes, I shall have them bring the sin beast forth," Ji Yuan nodded, seeing Lin An's impressive condition, then fired a signal into the sky. Thunderous sounds erupted as clouds of dust swirled from several directions. Ahead, his guards rode on blood-patterned horses, followed closely by several sin beasts. Once the creatures were gathered, dozens of guards formed a protective circle to prevent any from escaping. Lin An's eyes sparkled with excitement as he charged towards the sin beasts. "The young master is truly a prodigy," Ji Yuan remarked, watching Lin An engage in combat with the beasts. Qianhai, standing nearby, nodded in agreement, especially Qianhai, who recalled that during their first encounter, Lin An had only been at the 5th tier of Black Iron. Now, so little time later, he had ascended to the 9th tier. What was most astonishing was that the 3 bronze-level martial arts Lin An practiced had been personally selected by Qianhai. In just over 10 days, Lin An had perfected these techniques. Having lived many years, Qianhai had encountered his share of geniuses, but never had he witnessed such a remarkable talent as Lin An. Even the city lord's aptitude could not compare. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would scarcely believe such a prodigy existed. Amidst his astonishment, he felt a swell of joy. Although the young master had begun his cultivation a decade later than his peers, his extraordinary talent would allow him to catch up, perhaps even surpass them. Given enough time, he would undoubtedly become as powerful as, if not more so than, the city lord. This promised a stable future for Shenglin City. Protecting the young master was tantamount to safeguarding the city's future, Qianhai mused. "Rest assured, Elder Qian, I will not allow any harm to come to the young master, even if it costs me my life," Ji Yuan vowed earnestly. As the captain of the guards, Ji Yuan's loyalty was unquestionable, especially given the young master's remarkable gifts. His own family resided within Shenglin City. Only with the young master's strength could they hope for a secure life in the city. Moments later, when Lin An sheathed his long knife, the ground was littered with corpses. "Ji Yuan, bring the next batch of sin beasts," Lin An instructed. "Oh, and when the new batch arrives, have them also lure in some bronze-level sin beasts. Though he had slain many, they were all black iron tier, posing no challenge to him. Hearing this, Ji Yuan exchanged a glance with Qian Hai, who nodded, then replied, "Yes, young master." Soon, several guards returned with over 30 black iron-level sin beasts, and Lin An continued his massacre. After a few minutes of slaughter, he consumed a recovery pill and rested for 5 minutes, knowing he would soon face the bronze-level sin beasts. 5 minutes later, Lin An felt significantly rejuvenated. After all, the city lord's medicinal pills were of exceptional quality. "Let us begin," Lin An declared. Ji Yuan nodded and sent out another signal. In no time, 3 guards rushed in from the distance, followed closely by 2 or 3 sin beasts, all of bronze level. "Youth Master, there are a total of 10 bronze-level sin beasts, 8 of which are first tier, and 2 are second tier," Ji Yuan reported. "Shall we release them one by one?" "Not necessary. Release them all at once," Lin replied, his eyes gleaming with battle fervor. Ji Yuan nodded, no longer wasting words, knowing that with their presence and Qian Hai, a golden-level expert, the young master would be safe from harm. Before long, the 10 bronze-level sin beasts were unleashed. These creatures seemed to comprehend the situation, their malevolent gazes fixed on Lin An, emanating an aura of wickedness and terror, as if intent on tearing him to shreds. With a powerful roar, 2 massive wraith tigers could no longer contain their ferocity and charged forward. Their gaping jaws revealed razor-sharp fangs as they lunged at Lin An, creating a cacophony of wind as they approached. "Bring it on," Lin An exclaimed, gripping the shimmering long knife tightly, his arm muscles tensed, channeling strength into the blade. As the 2 wraith tigers leaped towards him, Lin An dodged with ghostly agility, evading their frontal assault. In the next instant, he swung his long knife with tremendous force, the blade carving a dazzling arc through the air, striking one of the wraith tigers with unparalleled ferocity. With a tearing sound, the beast was cleaved in 2, lifeless in an instant. Yet Lin An's momentum did not falter. He activated the flowing cloud step and swiftly turned to confront the other wraith tiger. Another strike fell, and the airborne creature had no means of evasion, helplessly watching as the long knife descended upon it. The battle unfolded at lightning speed in mere moments. Both bronze-level wraith tigers lay slain. Lin An, brimming with fighting spirit, directed his blade towards the remaining 8 bronze-level sin beasts. Chapter 19, Mastery of Techniques. Refining essence and extracting marrow. A few minutes later, Lin An swallowed a medicinal pill to restore his state. Surrounding him lay the bodies of 8 bronze-level sin beasts, sprawled upon the ground. "Young master, would you like to take a moment to rest?" Ji Yuan approached, offering a water flask. Let us rest for half an hour before continuing," Lin An replied after taking a sip of water. He had come to accrue attribute points, not to gamble with his life, and given his current condition, a respite was indeed warranted. After half an hour, with the aid of the medicinal pill, Lin An felt significantly rejuvenated and resumed his endeavor to accumulate attribute points. For the remaining days, everyone spent their time outside the city, with 100 loyal guards accompanying him, along with the vigilant presence of Qian Hai, a golden-level powerhouse. They encountered no dangers. Through their diligent efforts, Lin An's attribute points rapidly increased. In the blink of an eye, it was already the 6th day. After once again slaying a batch of sin beasts, Lin An turned his gaze to his attribute points. Attribute points, 7415 indeed. Having a background is advantageous, with subordinates drawing the beasts to me. I merely need to slay them, without any concerns for safety. A smile graced Lin An's face. Over 7,000 attribute points exceeded his expectations. In his previous life, he had heard of someone who managed to accumulate over 600 attribute points, a feat that paled in comparison to his current achievement. It was nearly time to return and prepare for a breakthrough to the bronze level. It was not that he was unwilling to continue accumulating attribute points. Rather, after several consecutive days of battle, he found it increasingly difficult to suppress his burgeoning realm. Although Qian Hai, a golden-level powerhouse, was present, attempting a breakthrough in the wild was not without its risks. There was no need to take chances. Should an unforeseen event occur, he would have no opportunity for regret. Moreover, Qian Hai had informed him the previous day that due to the excessive number of sin beasts he had hunted, there were now few remaining in the vicinity. If he wished to continue hunting, he would have to venture closer to the Black Mountain. Regardless of Lin An's willingness to take risks, Qianhai would certainly not permit it. Ji Yuan, gather our things. We are returning to the city, Lin An commanded. Yes, young master. Upon hearing that the young master was finally returning, Ji Yuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The more time he spent with the young master, the more he sensed his extraordinary talents, which made him anxious, fearing for the young master's safety, especially outside the city where dangers lurked. Upon returning to the city, the young master should be ready to break through to the bronze level, Qianhai remarked with a smile, believing that Lin An's relentless hunting of sin beasts was primarily to solidify his cultivation and expedite his breakthrough. The results were evident. Lin An's realm had clearly reached a critical point, and with a mere desire, he could effortlessly ascend. Indeed, it is time for a breakthrough upon our return. Thank you for your efforts, Elder Qian, Lin An replied. Please, young master, it is my duty to protect you, Qianhai said modestly. As they chatted, Ji Yuan promptly gathered all the loyal guards. Young master, all guards have assembled, Ji Yuan reported. Lin An scanned the guards, confirming that none had been possessed by sin beasts, before nodding and returning to the city. Anur, you have finally returned. How have you fared? Were you injured? As soon as they arrived back at the Lord's mansion, Lin Shao approached with a concerned expression, scrutinizing Lin An. Although he had only been away for 5 days, Lin Shao missed him dearly, as his son had never been far from his side since childhood, especially since he had ventured outside the city. Even with Qianhai and 100 loyal guards protecting him, Lin Shao was filled with worry. Father, rest assured, with Elder Qian and the 100 guards leading the way, I have not sustained any injuries, Lin An replied with a smile. Haha, that is splendid. Ji Yuan, inform the guards that their resources for this month have been doubled. Lin Shao ordered. Understood, Lord, Ji Yuan acknowledged. Come, you must have had little to eat or sleep well these past few days. I have arranged for a meal. After eating, you should rest properly, Lin Shao said, leading Lin An toward the dining room. Upon seeing the table laden with dishes, Lin An's eyes brightened. Indeed, during his time outside the city, he had not enjoyed any fine food, and now, seeing the spread before him, he felt invigorated. Father, I shall not be polite, Lin An declared before diving into the meal. Lin Shao watched with a smile, noting that although Lin An still bore the appearance of a youth, he now radiated a palpable aura of resolve, and his demeanor had undergone a profound transformation. He had also learned about his son's experiences outside the city. Aside from brief moments of rest, Lin An had spent most of his time battling sin beasts. Though Lin Shao felt a pang of concern, he was primarily filled with pride, knowing his son was not only extraordinarily talented, but also capable in combat. He could now entrust the future of Xianglin City to him with confidence. After satisfying his hunger, Lin An lingered for a while, chatting with his father before retiring to his small courtyard. After a thorough wash, he opened his interface. Allocate points. You have consumed 5,000 attribute points, successfully elevating the proficiency of the platinum level Lin family technique to perfection. Buzz. As the system's voice faded, Lin An felt the technique automatically activate, with an influx of natural spiritual energy pouring into his body. After absorbing this energy, Lin An found his realm could no longer be suppressed, and he directly broke through to the bronze level. Congratulations on becoming the first player in the entire server to break through to the bronze level, receiving an additional reward. Visualization draw, chance X1. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Lin An for being the first to break through to the bronze level. May other players take him as an example and strive for excellence. X3, 3 consecutive server announcements echoed, but at that moment, Lin An had no time to heed them. He discovered that even after his breakthrough to the bronze level, his technique continued to operate autonomously. A surge of power coursed through his limbs and bones, rendering him uncomfortably hot, while beneath the surface of his skin, dark impurities were being expelled. Is this the refining of essence and extracting of marrow? Lin An marveled, astonished to discover that the perfected platinum-level technique possessed such an effect. The refining of essence and extracting of marrow could be deemed a grand fortune. The Lord's mansion held records of such opportunities. typically attainable only through the consumption of extraordinarily rare medicinal pills or by encountering naturally occurring spiritual pools. Even Lin Xiao, as a golden-level powerhouse, had experienced the refining of essence and extracting of marrow only upon his breakthrough to the golden level. The enhancement of strength post-refinement was secondary. The primary benefit was an elevation in aptitude. Ordinary individuals who underwent the refining of essence and extracting of marrow could transform into prodigies. My innate aptitude is not lacking, yet it does not qualify as extraordinary. My rapid cultivation has been entirely due to the high proficiency of the platinum level technique. Now, having undergone the refining of essence and extracting of marrow, my aptitude has significantly improved, and coupled with the perfected platinum level technique, my future cultivation speed may become astonishingly formidable. A smile spread across Lin An's face. He was uncertain whether all perfected platinum level techniques bestowed the refining of essence and extracting of marrow, or if it was unique to the Lin family technique. Nonetheless, this was inconsequential. What mattered was that his aptitude was swiftly ascending. Chapter 20. The Second Divine Ability. Soul Devouring. The process of refining one's essence and marrow lasted a full hour before Lin An felt the internal heat subside. At that moment, he perceived as if all impurities had been eradicated, and his once heavy body had transformed into a lightness akin to walking on clouds. His meridians felt broader and more resilient, with even his dantian expanded several times over. His sensitivity to the spiritual energy of the world heightened, and this energy seemed to resonate more harmoniously with him. Though he had yet to attempt cultivation, he was aware that his cultivation speed had significantly improved. "Bring warm water. I wish to bathe," Lin An called softly. "Yes, young master," responded the maid who had been waiting outside. Although puzzled by his request for another bath after just finishing one, she dared not inquire further. Soon, the warm water was prepared, and Lin An stepped into the bath. The maid who attended him was taken aback, her eyes wide with astonishment. It was inexplicable. In just an hour's absence, Lin An's already handsome visage had gained an additional allure. Moreover, his aura had undergone a remarkable transformation, appearing even more ethereal. Lin An, oblivious to the maid's peculiar gaze, was engrossed in reviewing the rewards bestowed by the game system. One chance to draw from the visualization chart. He mused. There were numerous methods to acquire divine abilities. As a player, before attaining a certain realm, slaying a sin beast would grant one a divine ability. However, this was merely a hidden feature for players. The indigenous people of the abyssal realm had no such advantage. Additionally, one could gain divine abilities through comprehending visualization charts. While the Lord's estate possessed a chart, it was merely a single scroll. Lin An thought to himself. The scroll of the Sin Beast visualization chart in the Lord's estate is called the Earth Vein Dragon Turtle visualization chart. It was left behind by the first ancestor of the Lin family, and even the three great families of Shenglin City do not possess it, highlighting its rarity. I wonder what visualization chart I can draw. He did not rush to draw, waiting until he had finished bathing and after the maid had departed before claiming his reward. Would the player like to draw from the visualization chart now? Yes. Lin An nodded. He had expected a roulette-style interface for the draw, but to his surprise, the system remained silent for a few seconds before revealing the result. The player has consumed one chance to draw from the visualization chart, successfully obtaining the Heaven-Devouring Demon Wolf visualization chart, consumable. Heaven-Devouring Demon Wolf visualization chart, consumable, a one-time visualization chart. Through comprehension, one may obtain a random divine ability. The visualization chart will disappear upon the player acquiring the divine ability. Only a one-time use? Lin An was not surprised, if it were not. The value of the chart would be exceedingly high. While the indigenous people required comprehension, he possessed a player panel. With this thought, Lin An picked up the visualization chart and gently unfurled it. The moment the scroll fully opened, a chilling and terrifying aura surged forth like a tumultuous wave. A majestic and fierce heaven-devouring demon wolf vividly materialized on the scroll. This colossal beast, formidable as a mountain, was cloaked in a layer of pitch-black, tough fur that shimmered with a cold metallic luster. Its sharp fangs resembled two enormous curved blades protruding from its gaping maw, emanating a chilling murderous intent. Its blood-red eyes burned like flames, revealing boundless ferocity and savagery. The wolf raised its head, seemingly howling at the heavens, and merely gazing at the depiction of this demon wolf instilled an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if one were confronting a living, unparalleled, ferocious beast. Is this what a visualization chart is? I wonder what divine ability it will grant me, Lin An pondered as a prompt appeared. Would you like to consume 100 attribute points to comprehend this visualization chart? Note, comprehension may fail. It can fail? Lin An raised an eyebrow. This was his first encounter with a visualization chart. No wonder it only required 100 attribute points for comprehension, as there was a possibility of failure. He began to understand why the description of the visualization chart mentioned that it would disappear after the player acquired a divine ability. After checking his attribute points, he recalled having spent 5,000 points to perfect his technique, leaving him with 2,415 points. With 24 attempts, he should succeed in comprehension. But he wasn't inclined to exhaust all his points here. He would limit himself to a maximum of 400 points. If comprehension failed, he could always try again later. His current need for divine abilities was not pressing, as his primary focus remained on elevating his realm. Let us try it, Lin An decided, opting to use 100 attribute points for a trial run. You have consumed 100 attribute points to comprehend the visualization chart, due to the player having undergone essence refinement. Their aptitude has significantly improved, greatly reducing the difficulty of comprehension. You have succeeded in comprehension. Congratulations on acquiring a new divine ability, Soul Devouring. Lin An paused, momentarily stunned by the notification. He had not anticipated that the essence refinement would enhance his chances of comprehension. This was indeed an unexpected delight. He then turned his attention to the information regarding his newly acquired divine ability. Soul Devouring. Upon slaying a living being, you can absorb a portion of their power to restore your own injuries, stamina, and spirit energy. Observing this new divine ability, Lin An's eyes sparkled with excitement. This ability greatly augmented his endurance, particularly when facing numerous foes. As long as he wasn't swiftly eliminated, he could become an unkillable cockroach. Indeed, the reward from the game system were remarkable, providing him with such a beneficial divine ability. Within the Lord's estate, there still lay another visualization chart. He could comprehend it later to obtain yet another divine ability. A smile graced Lin An's face. The bounty he had reaped that night was substantial. His Lin family technique had reached perfection. He had undergone essence refinement, and now he had acquired a commendable divine ability. Next, he would devote himself to cultivation. With his current cultivation speed, it would not be long before he attained the peak of the Bronze Realm's 9th tier, at which point he could venture outside the city to hunt some beasts and accumulate attribute points. With this thought, Lin An retrieved a jade vial and poured out a pill. The Great Spirit Pill, the finest cultivation pill for the Bronze Realm. In his previous life, he had only glimpsed it, yet now he possessed over 100, all taken from the Lord's estate treasury. After consuming the pill, Lin An activated his technique and entered a state of cultivation. However, merely an hour later, Lin An opened his eyes. The pill had been fully refined. The combination of essence refinement and a perfected platinum technique indeed accelerated his progress. A look of joy adorned Lin An's face as he took out another pill and consumed it. Before long, the night passed. When morning arrived and Lin An opened his eyes, he directed his gaze at his player panel. Player, Lin An. Title, First Blood Realm. Bronze Tier 2 Techniques. Lin Family Technique, perfected. Gale Blade Technique, perfected. Flowing Cloud Steps, perfected. Mystic Armor Technique, perfected. Divine Abilities. Eye of the Cursed Tiger, Soul Devouring, Attribute Points. 2315. Having broken through a tier overnight at this rate, within half a month at most, he would ascend to Bronze Tier 2. Lin An nodded in satisfaction. This cultivation speed was truly unfathomable for other players. Afterward, Lin An rose, freshened up, and made his way to the living room. Another breakthrough? Lin Xiao cast a casual glance at Lin An, clearly accustomed to his son's extraordinary talents. Yes, my recent endeavors outside the city have yielded fruitful results. Accumulating my gains, I also perfected our family's technique last night. Lin An replied with a smile as he took a seat. even though Lin Xiao had accepted his son's prodigious nature. He couldn't help but choke back laughter. What do you mean by casually perfecting our family-esque technique? Your words may lead your father to feel utterly useless. Lin Xiao scrutinized his son intently, contemplating whether to concoct a reason to give this insufferable brat a good thrashing. However, he was soon taken aback. Wait, what is this? How has my son transformed so dramatically overnight? Chapter 21. The 7th rank of bronze. Lin Xiao's strength. Although Lin An's demeanor had undergone a noticeable transformation after spending days hunting ferocious beasts, the change was even more pronounced now. Not only did he appear more handsome, but his aura had also elevated to such an extent that it almost overshadowed that of his father. Most importantly, Lin Xiao could distinctly sense that the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth was now considerably more attuned to Lin and refining essence and marrow. Lin An remarked with a smile, revealing no intention of concealing his experience. Refining essence and marrow? Are you suggesting that our family's ancestral technique, upon reaching perfection, can undergo another refinement? Lin Xiao inquired, astonished. He was well aware of the profound effects of this process, having experienced it himself upon breaking through to the golden level. It represented a comprehensive enhancement of one's abilities, speed of cultivation, comprehension, and even lifespan were all significantly improved. Is it possible that my father is unaware of this effect in our family's technique? Lin An questioned with a puzzled expression. Lin Xiao's lips twitched slightly. You little rascal, do you want a beating? You know very well that only the first generation of our Lin family ancestors has achieved perfection in the technique. Yet you still dare to utter such words. Lin An chuckled and continued, Father, I was just about to ask you, do all platinum-level techniques experience a similar refinement upon reaching perfection, or is it unique to our family's ancestral technique? Upon hearing Lin An's serious inquiry, Lin Xiao began to ponder. To my knowledge, other platinum-level techniques do not possess this effect. He elaborated that aside from the ancestral technique, he had also practiced 2 other platinum-level techniques. Although he had not perfected those, some of the Lin family's ancestors had achieved it. Yet no information regarding their effects have been passed down. So, it appears that only our ancestral technique can undergo refining essence and marrow upon reaching perfection, Lin An concluded. Currently, it seems that way. However, the world is vast, and Shenglin City is merely a lower city. It is still too small. In the upper cities, there are undoubtedly stronger techniques, and perhaps those techniques also have the effect of refining essence and marrow, Lin Xiao mused. Shenglin City is merely a lower city, with upper cities towering above. In this lower city, Lin Xiao, as a golden-level powerhouse, is indeed unmatched. However, in the upper city, golden-level powerhouses are numerous, and there are even platinum-level experts. Lin An nodded, acknowledging that the upper city was still too distant for him. His current priority was to grow stronger and resolve the crisis facing Shenglin City. He had also contemplated informing Lin Xiao about the impending threat in Shenglin City, hoping that his father could address the matter before the beasts in the Black Mountain broke through to the platinum level. However, revealing this information would expose himself, and given the perilous nature of the Black Mountain, if Lin Xiao were to face danger, it could lead to the premature downfall of Shenglin City. Father, what is your current level of cultivation? Lin An pondered before asking, eager to ascertain how far his father was from the platinum level. 9th rank of golden, Lin Xiao replied. Lin An was taken aback. He had anticipated that Lin Xiao held a significant advantage over other powerhouses in Shenglin City, but he had not expected it to be to such an extent. Observing the astonishment on Lin An's face, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile. You little brat, have you finally felt the shock from your father? Father, if you were to undergo refining essence and marrow once more, could you directly break through to the platinum level? Lin inquired. He refrained from asking how long it would take for his father to reach that level, considering that at the time of Shenglin City's demise in his previous life, Lin Xiao was still merely at the golden level. Although Lin Xiao had now reached the 9th rank of golden, he estimated that, at this rate, a breakthrough to platinum within 10 years should not pose a problem. However, if I were to experience refining essence and marrow again, I would have a 70% chance of directly breaking through to the platinum level, Lin Xiao contemplated. 10 years. By then, the grass in Shenglin City would be several feet high. 70%? That is not insignificant, Lin An remarked. Father, I plan to assist you in elevating your technique to perfection as swiftly as possible, striving for a breakthrough to the platinum level within a year. A year? Why the sudden urgency? Lin Xiao frowned. Father is aware of my circumstances. I will undoubtedly venture to the upper city in the future. If you break through to the platinum level, you can continue to protect me. Lin An smiled. Moreover, you are my father, and naturally, I wish for your strength to grow. Lin Xiao fell silent for a few moments before teasingly scolding, I had initially hoped to rely on you. Yet here you are, relying on me instead. In that case, I shall strive harder to shield you for a while longer. Thank you, father. You are still under 40. This is truly the prime of your life. Lin An laughed heartily. His motivation to assist Lin Xiao stemmed from a desire to prepare for contingencies. Once Lin Xiao reached the platinum level, the crisis facing Shenglin City would naturally cease to exist, allowing him to continue his cultivation in peace. Before long, the two had their fill and proceeded to the quiet chamber. You may cultivate normally, Lin Xiao instructed. Lin nodded, retrieving a medicinal pill to consume before commencing his practice. Lin Xiao attentively sensed the situation, with the perfected Lin family technique as a reference and his decades of experience. His proficiency was rapidly increasing. Initially, he had estimated that it would take 3 months to elevate the technique to great accomplishment, but with Lin An's perfected technique aiding him, he anticipated achieving this within half a month at most. Soon, half a month passed. Buzz. As Lin Xiao sensed a change, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to surge wildly into his body. Lin An, who was in the midst of his practice, was awakened by the commotion. The technique is about to reach great accomplishment. A smile broke across Lin An's face as he halted his practice to protect Lin Xiao. The speed at which Lin Xiao's technique was reaching great accomplishment exceeded Lin An's expectations. Simultaneously, Lin An glanced at his attribute panel. Player, Lin An title, First Blood Realm, 7th rank of Bronze technique. Lin family technique, perfected. Breaking Wind Blade technique, perfected. Flowing Cloud Step, perfected. Xian Armor technique, perfected. Divine ability. Eye of the Cursed Tiger, Soul Devour, attribute points. 2315 in just half a month. Lin An had advanced from the 2nd rank of Bronze to the 7th rank. He had initially thought that half a month would suffice to reach the 9th rank of Bronze, only to find himself at the 7th rank instead. Lin An shook his head, recognizing that while his cultivation speed would astound many, he felt somewhat dissatisfied as it deviated significantly from his earlier expectations. This was not entirely Lin An's fault. In his previous life, he had never even reached the Bronze level, leading to his miscalculation. Moreover, as the realm increased, the amount of spiritual energy required for each rank's breakthrough also escalated significantly. Coupled with the fact that he had undergone a refinement of his marrow, his Dantian's energy reservoir had expanded several times, enhancing his foundation, yet it no longer allowed him to break through a rank each day. Based on the current situation, he estimated that he would require another half-month to reach the perfect 9th rank of Bronze. Indeed, the higher the realm, the slower the breakthroughs, Lin An mused. Suddenly, an idea struck him. I haven't claimed a reward from the leaderboard yet. I wonder what treasures await me. With that thought, Lin An opened the leaderboard. Chapter 22, Ranking Settlement and News from the Spiritual Realm. Today marks the 8th of July, 3214 in the Era of Sin. The rankings are settled at the beginning of each month, and they were finalized 8 days ago. At that time, Lin An was engrossed in his cultivation and did not check. Overall realm ranking. First place, Lin An. Realm, Bronze 7th tier can be hidden. 2nd place, none. 3rd place, none. Note, the rankings are settled once a month, and the top 100 players will receive additional rewards. Lin An opened the ranking list, and it still displayed only himself as the sole player. The rankings have been settled. Congratulations to the player for achieving 1st place in the overall realm ranking with Bronze 5th tier. The player may freely select a type of reward, attribute points, techniques, weapons, or pills. This notification was from 8 days prior, when Lin An was still at Bronze 5th tier. The rewards from the rankings would increase according to the changes in realm at the time of settlement. Lin An glanced at the available reward types and immediately excluded techniques, weapons, and pills. Since he was only at the bronze realm during the settlement, these 3 rewards would only be of bronze level. For him, bronze level techniques, weapons, and pills were utterly superfluous. I choose attribute points, Lin declared. The player has chosen attribute points as a reward. Congratulations, the player has received 500 attribute points. Attribute points, 2815. Seeing his attribute points rise by 500, Lin An felt a sense of satisfaction, as it was a reward received without effort. With over 20 days remaining until the next ranking settlement, he anticipated that he would have reached the silver level by then, making the rewards even more bountiful. As Lin An pondered, he noticed that Lin Zhao's movements had begun to subside. Moments later, Lin Zhao opened his eyes, his face alight with joy. Congratulations, father, on achieving mastery of the family's inherited technique, Lin An remarked. Ha ha, I owe it all to you, my son. Without your assistance, it would have taken me at least another year or 2 to achieve mastery. Lin Zhao laughed heartily. 1 or 2 years was a generous estimate. Achieving mastery within 5 years would be commendable. Now that his father had mastered the technique, there was still more work to do. Lin An smiled and encouraged him. Continue your cultivation, aiming for perfection. Lin Zhao nodded, eagerly anticipating the day he could attain complete mastery and, with the opportunity of marrow cleansing, directly break through to the platinum level. Initially, he believed it would take him at least 10 to 20 years to reach the platinum level, but now it seemed achievable within a year. The father and son then exited the quiet chamber, freshened up, and prepared to celebrate with a sumptuous meal. Is there anything unusual in the city today? Lin Zhao inquired, calling for the steward Qian Yang and the captain of his guards, Ji Yuan. Reporting to the lord of the city, everything has been peaceful in Shenglin City during this period, Ji Yuan replied respectfully. Lin Zhao nodded, assuming this to be the case. If any incident had occurred, they would have reported it to him long ago. Lord of the city, all is well at home. However, 3 days ago, the heads of the 3 major families visited, Qian Yang informed him. Oh, what was their purpose? Lin Zhao asked. According to them, days ago, the 3 major families discovered a spiritual realm 3 kilometers west of the city, Qian Yang explained. A spiritual realm? Lin Zhao's expression shifted, and Lin An, who had been indulging in his meal, could not help but lift his head. A spiritual realm is akin to a game dungeon. However, while game dungeons can be entered multiple times, a spiritual realm exists only for a limited time before vanishing. In his previous life, a spiritual realm had appeared near Shenglin City, but that was a month after the game launched, and it was merely a black iron-level spiritual realm. Lin An did not anticipate that a spiritual realm had already manifested near Shenglin City prior to its launch. Reflecting on this, Lin An could not resist glancing at Lin Zhao. He had previously perused some records regarding spiritual realms in Shenglin City, noting that a spiritual realm had emerged a decade ago, and it was of golden level. At that time, Lin Zhao, having just reached the golden realm, had ventured into the spiritual realm alongside the previous city lord, Lin An's grandfather. The risks within that spiritual realm were immense, and Lin An's grandfather had fought valiantly to ensure Lin Zhao's survival. It was also during that incident that the Sin Beasts attacked Shenglin City in Lin Zhao and his son's absence, resulting in the death of Lin An's mother and plunging Lin An into a state of despondency. What is the situation regarding this spiritual realm? Lin Zhao asked solemnly, clearly recalling the events of a decade ago. According to the investigations of the 3 major families, this spiritual realm is likely only of bronze level and is expected to open in about half a month, Qian Yang reported. A bronze level spiritual realm means it would permit only those of up to bronze 9th tier to enter. However, Lin Zhao, having experienced a spiritual realm before, understood that it was highly probable for silver-level Sin Beasts to inhabit a bronze-level spiritual realm. After all, the previous golden-level spiritual realm had contained platinum-level Sin Beasts. What do the 3 major families propose? Lin Zhao inquired. The 3 families expressed that if the City Lord's mansion is interested in this spiritual realm, they are willing to follow the City Lord's arrangements. If not, they plan to form their own teams to explore it, and they will allocate 50% of the spoils to the young City Lord, Qian Yang stated. Lin An was taken aback, They were not offering the spoils to the city lord's mansion, but directly to him, the young city lord, which was a clear indication of their intentions. They are quite generous, Lin Xiao remarked. 50% of the spoils is no small matter. It's tantamount to the three major families essentially working for Lin and for free. However, Lin Xiao also understood the reason behind the three families' willingness to be so generous. It was no secret that Lin An had led a hunt for Sin beasts just over half a month ago. Many citizens of the city were aware of this, let alone the three major families. In just over 10 days, Lin An had ascended from an ordinary individual to bronze 9th tier, a feat the three families were undoubtedly aware of. Such extraordinary talent eclipsed even that of Lin Xiao in his youth. Coupled with Lin An's revealed ability to see through Sin beasts in disguise, the three families recognized that Lin An was destined to become the future lord of Shenglin City. Hence, they sought to foster a good relationship with him to ensure their continued stability in the city. Since they wish to offer, we shall accept. Lin Xiao was about to nod in agreement. Lin An, remaining silent, had already resolved to explore this spiritual realm. If he encountered it, he certainly did not wish to miss the opportunity. Moreover, with half a month's time until the opening, he would have undoubtedly reached bronze 9th tier by then. He planned to learn a few silver-level techniques. Even if silver-level Sin beasts were present, he would be prepared to confront them. The reason for his silence was that he anticipated Lin Xiao would undoubtedly refuse. It would be better to wait until he had sufficient strength before bringing it up, by which time the opposition would likely not obstruct him. Lin Xiao then inquired about several other matters, to which Qianyang and Ji Yuan provided detailed reports. After satisfying their hunger, the father and son returned to the quiet chamber to resume their cultivation. Chapter 23. The Visualization of the Earth Vein Dragon Turtle. Power of the Earth Vein. Soon, half a month had swiftly passed. In the tranquil chamber, as Lin An once again refined a medicinal pill, he gently opened his eyes. Perfectly at the pinnacle of the bronze 9th rank, a smile graced Lin An's face. His cultivation speed in this lifetime surpassed that of his previous life by leaps and bounds. Honor, you have reached the pinnacle of the 9th rank. Haven to you? Lin Xiao inquired as he noticed Lin An pausing his training. Indeed, I can break through to the silver realm at any moment, Lin An nodded. However, I intend to hone my skills before making that leap, so as to avoid a shaky foundation. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. He shared the same sentiment. Over the past month, he had observed Lin An's training, and even though he was already aware of the latter's extraordinary talent, the fact that Lin An could break through every few days still left him astounded. Rapid progress in cultivation is advantageous. Yet he feared that Lin An's foundation might become unstable, ultimately affecting his future. You should seek out Qian Lao and Ji Yuan, and venture out of the city to hunt down the Sin beasts, Lin Xiao suggested. He had no intention of exiting his seclusion. During this period, Lin An's assistance had significantly elevated his comprehension of the techniques. Although he remained at the great completion level, he was no longer a novice in that realm. He recalled Lin An's promise to help him achieve complete mastery of his techniques within a year, allowing him to break through to the platinum level. Father, I plan to venture into the spirit realm, Lin An stated. Lin Xiao frowned, immediately intending to refuse. The spirit realm was fraught with peril, and without the protection of a golden-level powerhouse like Qian Hai, he could not rest easy. Moreover, while resources abounded in the spirit realm, the city lord's mansion was not lacking in resources. They could easily suffice for Lin An's training needs. Father, I understand your concern for my safety, but I must eventually stand on my own, Lin An replied with a smile. Besides, it is merely a bronze-level spirit realm. Even if there are silver-level Sin beasts within, they pose little threat to me. Lin Xiao gazed at Lin An in silence, acutely aware that once the latter had voiced this intention, altering his mind would be exceedingly difficult. Yet his worries persisted. If you wish to go, it is permissible, but only if you can comprehend the visualization within the mansion before the spirit realm opens and fully cultivate a silver-level technique. Then I shall consent, Lin Xiao declared. Were anyone else to hear these words, they would surely think Lin Xiao had lost his senses. The three major families had already ascertained that the spirit realm would open in just 2 days. What could be accomplished in such a brief time? Let alone comprehending the visualization, Even mastering a silver-level technique would be an extraordinary feat yet. Lin Xiao understood Lin An's prodigious capabilities. Although he did not believe the latter could accomplish it, should he truly succeed, he would possess the means to safeguard himself within the spirit realm. It's settled then, Lin An affirmed with a smile. He had anticipated needing to persuade Lin Xiao extensively, yet it turned out to be surprisingly straightforward. As for comprehending the visualization and perfecting the silver-level technique, it posed no challenge for him, provided he had sufficient attribute points. Subsequently, Lin An departed the tranquil chamber, making his way to the treasury of the city lord's mansion. Young master, Qian Hai exclaimed upon seeing Lin An, quickly rising to his feet, his eyes wide with astonishment as he realized Lin An had achieved the bronze 9th rank. It had only been a month since their last meeting. He had expected Lin An's rapid cultivation, yet this exceeded his expectations. Qian Lao, I have come not only to select a silver-level technique, but also to comprehend the visualization. Lin An clarified his purpose. Please, young master, Qian Hai nodded, leading Lin into the treasury. Please wait a moment. The visualization is on the 3rd floor. I shall retrieve it for you. With that, Qian Hai vanished, returning moments later with a scroll in hand. Young master, please take a look. This is the only visualization we possess in the City Lord's Mansion, titled Earth Vein Dragon Turtle Visualization, and it is the sole copy in the entire Shenglin City, Qian Hai explained. Lin An accepted the visualization and slowly unfurled it. An overwhelming sense reminiscent of the moment he had unveiled the sky-eating demon wolf visualization washed over him. A terrifying aura surged forth like a tempest. The scroll depicted a colossal earth vein dragon turtle, seemingly animated. Its massive form resembled a mountain, and its hard shell glimmered with a chilling light, as if it contained boundless power and majesty. The long tail whipped through the air like a steel whip, stirring up fierce gusts of wind. Its gaping maw revealed sharp fangs that gleamed ominously, poised to devour any foe daring to approach. Most striking was the dragon turtle's head, its large cranium held high, and its eyes, as large as bronze bells, radiated a profound and fierce gaze that deterred direct confrontation. Qian Lao, if I comprehend the first divine ability from this visualization, can I continue to study it? Lin inquired. To answer, young master, each visualization only grants a divine ability upon the first comprehension. Continued study will yield nothing further. Qian Hai replied, shaking his head. Lin An nodded. This was only to be expected. Otherwise, if a player were to acquire a visualization of such permanence, with sufficient attribute points, they could attain countless divine abilities. Young master may take the visualization with you. Comprehending it is no simple task. Even our city lord took a full year to succeed, which was considered remarkably swift, Qian Hai remarked with a smile. However, given your extraordinary talent, you are likely to succeed in no more than 6 months. Lin An remained silent, his gaze fixed on the visualization when a prompt appeared. Would you like to expend 100 attribute points to comprehend this visualization? Yes, Lin An confirmed in his heart. You have expended 100 attribute points to comprehend this visualization. Due to the player's experience of refining their essence and marrow, their aptitude has significantly improved, greatly reducing the difficulty of comprehension. You have successfully comprehended it. Congratulations on acquiring a new divine ability, Power of the Earth Vein. A smile broke across Lin An's face. He had succeeded on the first attempt. Fortunate that he had undergone the refinement process. He then turned his attention to this new divine ability. Power of the Earth Vein. The players stand upon the ground, resonating with the Earth Vein, absorbing its power. The absorbed power can be utilized for attacks and to enhance personal defense. The description was somewhat vague, and Lin An felt compelled to experience this divine ability firsthand. As he activated the divine ability, he immediately sensed a peculiar force surging rapidly from the earth beneath his feet into his body. This force was entirely distinct from spiritual energy, imbued with a heavy, steady quality, yet it was under his complete control. Is this the power of the Earth Vein? Lin An raised his hand, a swirling mass of earthy yellow energy coalescing in his palm. With a mere thought, the energy enveloped his body, transforming into a protective armor that fortified his defenses. Next, Lin An drew forth his long blade, channeling the energy once more. which flowed into the blade, causing it to emit a faint spiritual glow. Not only could it defend, but also augmented his offensive capabilities. Under normal circumstances, given my current realm, this divine ability would last no more than 5 minutes. However, with the presence of the soul devouring divine ability, my endurance will be enhanced. Lin An mused before releasing the divine ability, returning everything to normal. Qian Lao Ai. Lin An began, glancing at Qian Hai, only to find him staring at him with wide, astonished eyes. Chapter 24. Special techniques, a bit too expensive. Master Qian? Master Qian? Lin An called out twice, bringing Qian Hai back to his senses. Oh, young master, what is it? Qian Hai asked, suppressing the astonishment within him. Master Qian, the visualization chart is no longer of use to me. Please put it away, Lin An replied with a smile. Qian Hai took the chart, hesitating for a few seconds before finally speaking. Young master, just now you. Yes, I have comprehended it, Lin An nodded. Guilu. Although Qian Hai had witnessed it with his own eyes, hearing Lin An's affirmation left him feeling parched. You comprehended it? In just a few breaths. You grasped this visualization chart. What a joke. This is a visualization chart. The city lord, with his extraordinary talent, took a year to comprehend it. Yet you managed to do so with just a glance? It feels as if the world has gone mad. When did comprehension of visualization charts become so easy? No, it's not the world that has gone mad. It is my young master who is terrifyingly gifted. Let us keep this matter for my father for now. I want to give him a surprise, Lin An said with a smile. Qian Hai nodded, though in his heart, he thought this might not be a surprise, but rather a shock. Alas, the city lord will be struck again. Once Qian Hai had safely stored the visualization chart, Lin An spoke again. Master Qian, I wish to select some silver-level techniques. Do you have any recommendations? Young master, the silver-level techniques are located on the 2nd floor. Please follow me. Qian Hai led the way, and soon they arrived on the 2nd floor. Compared to the 1st floor, the selection on the 2nd was somewhat limited, yet it was still ample. The windbreaker blade technique that you learned previously, though merely a bronze-level technique, is among the finest in its category. Now that you are at the 9th rank of bronze, it can be used effectively in combat, Qian Hai remarked. As for other blade techniques, I suggest you choose one with explosive power, suitable for overcoming stronger foes. Lin An nodded. During his time in the Black Iron Realm, the 3rd move of the Windbreaker, the Windbreak Slash, had been his trump card. However, now that he had reached the 9th rank of bronze, its explosive potential seemed insufficient. Do you have any recommendations, Master Qian? Lin inquired. There are indeed many silver-level blade techniques, but you might want to consider this one. Qian Hai replied, handing a manual to Lin and one blade slash. Unranked, it gathers all one's strength to unleash an ultimate strike. The blade aura surges like a rainbow, severing any obstruction. In its perfected state, it can release blade aura capable of breaking armor and tearing apart foes. Lin An's eyes brightened at the sight of this technique. It was indeed an exceptionally powerful single-target strike, likely among the best within the silver-level category. Especially at its perfected state, it could unleash blade aura. Powerful and strikingly impressive. However, why is it classified as unranked? Master Qian, is this technique truly silver-level? Lin An asked curiously. Young master, not all techniques have ranks. The reason the Windbreaker Blade technique is classified as bronze level is that once the user reaches the silver realm, it can no longer fully utilize their combat power. However, there exists a special category of techniques that can unleash corresponding strength regardless of the user's realm. Such techniques possess a growth nature. Once learned, they can accompany the user throughout their life, with their power evolving alongside the user's level. Qian Hai explained with a smile. This one blade slash is one of those special techniques. Lin An's eyes sparkled. He had not anticipated the existence of growth-oriented techniques. At least in his previous life, he had never heard of such a thing. The value of such techniques is immense. Once learned, there would be no need to replace them throughout one's life. They're almost akin to a divine ability. Indeed, young master is astute. It is quite similar to a divine ability, Qian Hai nodded. The only drawback of this technique is its considerable difficulty in cultivation. Difficult in cultivation? Lin was unconcerned, as he could simply invest attribute points. How many of these techniques does our city Lord S. Mansion possess? Lin An asked. An Hai, aware of Lin An's intentions, could only smile wryly and shake his head. Young master, possessing even one of these special techniques is a dream for countless individuals. Our City Lord's mansion has only this one, which is said to have been left behind by the first ancestor of the Lin family. Another technique from the first ancestor, the individual not only left behind the family technique and visualization chart, but also this growth-oriented blade technique. One wonders what kind of existence that person was. I want this blade technique, Lin An declared, recognizing the preciousness of such a technique. After selecting the blade technique, Lin An also chose a movement technique, Star Chase Step, and a defensive technique, Diamond Body, based on Qian Hai's recommendations. Star Chase Step, once cultivated to perfection, it allows the user to perform a single step that traverses a considerable distance, akin to teleportation. Diamond Body, when cultivated to perfection, it grants the user the effect of a diamond body, allowing them to become immune to attacks for 0.5 seconds, even if the enemy's power is overwhelming. Any damage sustained will be mitigated, serving as a means of survival. After finalizing his technique selections, Lin An also chose a silver-level long blade and took the remaining 2 tiger strength pills before leaving the treasury. Upon returning to his residence, Lin An first consumed the 2 tiger strength pills, boosting his strength to an equivalent of 6,000 pounds. He then took out the one blade slash technique. Detecting that the player possesses the special unranked technique, one blade slash. Would you like to spend 100 attribute points to learn it directly? Lin An raised an eyebrow. He had not expected that merely learning this technique would cost more attribute points than the platinum level Lin family technique. Just to get started would require 100 attribute points. How many points would it take to perfect it? Let us learn it for now. After all, my father merely asked me to reach perfection with one silver level technique. I can focus on perfecting Star Chase Step and Diamond Body later. As for one blade slash, if my attribute points are insufficient, I can always hunt more sin beasts once I enter the spirit realm. With that thought, Lin An confirmed his decision to learn the technique. Player successfully learned the technique. Reaching the entry level. Detecting that the player is at the bronze realm, the technique's rank is elevated to bronze level. Technique: bronze level 1 blade slash, entry level 0500 000 proficiency. Reaching proficiency from entry level to mastery requires a staggering 500 000 proficiency, equivalent to 500 attribute points. Lin An's lips twitched as he glanced at his 2,000 plus attribute points, suddenly feeling that this blade technique was a bit too much for him to handle. No wonder Qian Hai had mentioned the difficulty in cultivation. Let us first focus on the other 2 techniques. Lin An decisively set aside one blade slash for the moment, realizing that investing his limited attribute points into it would yield little result. Detecting that the player possesses the silver level technique, Star Chase Step. Would you like to spend 10 attribute points to learn it directly? Detecting that the player possesses the silver level technique, Diamond Body. Would you like to spend 10 attribute points to learn it directly? Learn, Lin An commanded. Chapter 25. The Triple Blade, the Fourth Strike. The player spends 10 attribute points and successfully learns Star Chasing Step. Technique: silver level Star Chasing Step, entry 020 000 proficiency. The player spends 10 attribute points and successfully learns Diamond Body. Technique: silver level Diamond Body, entry 020 000 proficiency. Fortunately, I can afford to learn these 2 techniques. Lin An nodded in satisfaction and began to allocate more attribute points. The player spends 20 attribute points, raising Star Chasing Step to proficiency. The player spends 50 attribute points, raising Star Chasing Step to minor achievement. The player spends 100 attribute points, raising Star Chasing Step to major achievement. The player spends 300 attribute points, raising Star Chasing Step to perfection. A silver level technique from entry to perfection consumed a total of 480 attribute points. While this was not excessive for Lin An, it was a significant amount for an ordinary player. Even Lin An had initially accumulated his attribute points through the support of his wealthy father. Later, his ability to hunt sinful beasts outside the city was a result of having reached the 9th rank of Black Iron and having perfected all his techniques. Moreover, he had the protection of 100 loyal guards and the financial backing of Qian Hai, allowing him to hunt without worries. For an average player, acquiring nearly 500 attribute points would be a formidable challenge. Lin An continued to invest his attribute points, quickly elevating Diamond Body to the level of perfection as well. Glancing at his remaining attribute points, 1655 with over 1,000 attribute points left, he considered enhancing one blade / further. The player spends 500 attribute points, raising one blade / to proficiency. Technique: Bronze level 1 blade / proficiency 02000000. I cannot afford that. Lin An was dissuaded by the amount of attribute points required for further improvement. It demanded a staggering 2,000 points. Whereas elevating the platinum level technique from major achievement to perfection had only cost him 5,000 points. To upgrade this blade technique to perfection would likely require tens of thousands of attribute points. Though Lin An was taken aback by the required points, it also indicated that achieving perfection in this technique would significantly enhance his strength. He hoped that this journey into the spirit realm would yield sufficient attribute points. Based on Lin An's knowledge of the spirit realm, it was filled with various rare materials and abundant sinful beasts. Most importantly, the attribute points gained from hunting sinful beasts within the spirit realm will be tripled compared to the outside world. This was why many players in his previous life were so eager to seek out the spirit realm. Unfortunately, the spirit realm was exceedingly rare, appearing only for a limited duration before vanishing. Lin An looked at his remaining attribute points, which amounted to 1155. He initially thought he could attain perfection in one blade / or, at the very least, a major achievement, but it had only reached proficiency. With a surplus of attribute points, he could certainly learn another silver-level blade technique. In his heart, Lin An mused that while the breaking wind blade technique was sufficient, this was his first venture into the spirit realm, and he must be thoroughly prepared. He then returned to the treasury, found Qian Hai, and selected a silver-level technique, triple blade. Triple blade, silver level. Mastering the blade momentum is required to learn. 1 blade initiates, 2 blades accumulate, 3 blades shatter, enhancing the power of the next strike through the accumulation of blade momentum. Upon reaching perfection, a 4th strike can be executed, possessing armor-piercing and repelling effects. After acquiring this technique, Lin An spent 480 attribute points to elevate it to perfection. Player: Lin An. Title: First Blood rank, 9th rank Copper technique. Lin Family techniques: Perfection. Breaking Wind blade technique: Perfection. Flowing Cloud step: Perfection. Mysterious Armor technique: Perfection. 1 blade / proficiency. Star Chasing step: Perfection. Diamond Body: Perfection. Triple blade: Perfection. Divine powers: Eye of the Cursed Tiger, Soul Devour, Power of the Earth Veins. Attribute points: 675. Observing his status panel, Lin An nodded in contentment. Majestic, he was undoubtedly a standout presence among those of the Copper rank. Even ordinary silver-level experts would not pose a challenge to him. The spirit realm would open soon, and he planned to visit his father, the wealthy merchant, the following day. Initially intending to go immediately, he felt it might inadvertently dampen his father's spirits, so he decided to allow him a night's respite. Soon, the next day arrived. Are you saying you have met my expectations? Lin Xiao stared incredulously at Lin An. Father, please, Lin An replied with a smile. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao led the way outside, and they quickly arrived at the training ground. Gome, let me see if what you say is true, Lin Xiao commanded. Lin An nodded, drawing his long blade, eager to test his newfound combat prowess. Divine power, Earth Veins power. Buzz. In an instant, Lin An felt the surge of Earth Vein energy coursing into him, his aura fully unfurling. What a formidable presence! How can the young master, who is merely at the 9th rank of Copper, exude an aura that feels stronger than that of the silver rank? Ji Yuan and Qian Yang, observing nearby, were astonished at Lin An's display. This is the divine power mastered by the young master, combined with his already grasped blade momentum. Naturally, his might is formidable, Qian Hai remarked, having appeared behind them. He had witnessed Lin An comprehend the divine power within mere moments, and had come to witness the commotion in the training ground, curious about his young master's true strength. Has the young master already mastered a divine power? Both Qian Yang and Ji Yuan were taken aback. Mastering a divine power was not a trivial feat. Ji Yuan had spent 5 years, while Qianyang had taken 4 years to comprehend a single divine power from a visualization. Yet, Lin An had only recently broken through to the copper rank, and even if he had started comprehending a month ago, his speed was astonishing. Qian Hai, smiling, remained silent, his gaze shifting towards City Lord Lin Xiao, who must have been equally astonished. Indeed, the moment Lin An unleashed the Earth Veins power, Lin Xiao immediately recognized it as a divine power. Just yesterday, he had sent this boy to comprehend the visualization, and today he had already mastered a divine power? Lin Xiao's heart raced with disbelief. He had estimated that even with exceptional talent, Lin An would require at least half a month, if not a full month, to comprehend the visualization and gain a divine power. Yet now, it had taken him merely a day. While Lin Xiao pondered, he suddenly noticed Lin An's previously drooping arm slowly rising, the long blade firmly grasped within his hand. With a serious expression, Lin An gazed ahead and softly exclaimed, "Father, be careful." As the words left his mouth, Lin An surged forward, his figure moving with ghostly swiftness. In the blink of an eye, he executed the star-chasing step. His movements were light and rapid, as if he had merged with the starlight, making it nearly impossible to discern his trajectory. Perfection in the star-chasing step. Witnessing Lin An's lightning-fast approach, akin to instantaneous movement, Lin Xiao's heart jolted. Swish! At that moment, a flash of cold light erupted. Lin An's long blade transformed into a sharp ray, hurtling toward Lin Xiao's face with blinding speed. Chapter 26. I am your father. Do you truly wish to strike me down? The glint of the blade moved with astonishing speed, slicing through the air like a thunderclap, instilling a chill in the heart. Yet, Lin Xiao, being a formidable presence in the Golden Realm, refrained from countering. Instead, a protective barrier materialized around him. Bang! The blade collided with the barrier as if striking a solid wall, scattering brilliant sparks in every direction. As the luminous blade dissipated, the barrier remained unscathed. Not enough, Lin Xiao remarked. Lin An raised an eyebrow, exerting force beneath his feet, spinning his body with fervor, and unleashed another strike. Bang! A resounding explosion échouée. Yet the barrier merely rippled gently, remaining otherwise still. Triple blade. At this moment, Lin Xiao's expression shifted. He recognized the technique Lin An had employed earlier. The triple blade was a progression, each strike stronger than the last. Especially when perfected, the third strike could unleash a fourth, the cumulative force surpassing the previous 3. Let us see if you can unleash the fourth strike. Lin Xiao contemplated just as the third strike came crashing down. Whoosh! This strike was evidently mightier than the previous 2, creating ripples across the barrier. However, Lin Xiao's focus remained on Lin An, intent on witnessing whether he could indeed execute the fourth strike. Lin An did not disappoint him. He lifted his long blade once more, a terrifying aura coalescing around it. The blade's radiance shimmering as if it aimed to rend the very fabric of space. Strike! Boom! An overwhelming force erupted, an inexorable torrent cascading down, utterly engulfing the barrier. The barrier began to tremble, yet in the next moment, it reverted to its previous state. Crack, crack! After a brief pause, the overwhelming force dissipated, accompanied by a series of shattering sounds. The long blade in Lin An's grasp bore intricate fissures, ultimately fracturing into shards that scattered across the ground. Indeed, a bronze-grade weapon cannot withstand my strike, Lin An mused inwardly. At this juncture, Lin Xiao took a deep breath, aware that Lin An had met his expectations. Just as he was about to speak, Lin An interjected, "Father, I have one more strike." Lin Xiao was taken aback. It was evident that Lin An had exerted his utmost strength previously, and now claiming he had another strike meant it would be even more formidable. Could it be that this lad had mastered a golden grade technique? Meanwhile, Qian Hai, who had been observing, brightened at the thought. Was it possible that the young master had perfected his strike? As Lin An brandished his long blade once again, it was the silver-grade weapon he had selected from the treasury the previous day. One blade strike. Boom! As Lin An executed this technique, his internal energy surged violently, uncontrollably flooding into the blade, while the accumulated power of the Earth's veins also surged forth. As more power flowed into the long blade, Lin An's expression grew grave. He had not anticipated that even the proficient level of the one-blade strike would prove somewhat unwieldy, forcing him to grip the hilt with both hands tightly. When all his strength coalesced into this single strike, a glimmer danced in Lin An's eyes. Divine ability, Eye of the Vengeful Tiger. Gazing at the barrier, he observed the energy circulating upon it, seemingly flawless, devoid of any apparent weakness. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened as he perceived a minute vulnerability on the barrier. This frail point was exceedingly subtle, thinner than a strand of hair, yet it was sufficient. With a sudden flourish, Lin An swung the long blade. In an instant, the blade glimmered, accompanied by a piercing sound of air being sliced apart. Swish! This strike was akin to lightning cleaving through the night sky, so swift that it was nearly imperceptible. As it passed, the air seemed to tear asunder, forming a visible shockwave that surged forward. This was the culmination of all Lin An's strength in a single strike. After executing it, he collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted, his face pale as he gasped for breath. Qian Hai rushed to Lin An's side, administering a pill to him. As the effects of the pill took hold, Lin An's complexion improved somewhat, and he turned his gaze to Lin Xiao. To his surprise, Lin Xiao still stood quietly, the barrier enveloping him intact. Did I fail to harm him? Lin An pondered, but then his eyes widened as he noticed a faint scar upon the seemingly unblemished barrier. This scar was subtle, yet undeniably real. Lin An smiled, for even his father, a formidable presence at the pinnacle of the Golden Realm, bore a mark from his strike, a source of satisfaction. You little rascal, I am your father, and you truly wish to strike me down? Lin Xiao approached Lin An, his expression a mix of reproach and amusement. Hee, father, your strength is immense. How could such a trivial tactic harm you? Lin An replied with a grin. Indeed. If you wish to wound your father, practice for another 100 days. Lin Xiao initially intended to say years, but adjusted to days upon recalling his son's alarming rate of growth. A wave of unease washed over him. The boy was advancing too rapidly. Would he truly surpass him in a mere 100 days? While he hoped for Lin and to eventually exceed him, he did not wish for it to happen so swiftly. He had yet to fully relish the joys of fatherhood. How do you feel? Lin Xiao inquired. Somewhat drained, but Qian Lao provided me with a pill, so I feel better now, Lin An replied with a smile. It will not delay my journey to the spirit realm tomorrow. Lin Xiao scoffed, but refrained from further comment, knowing he could not dissuade Lin An from his pursuit of the spirit realm. Father, how do you assess my combat prowess? Lin An asked. The fourth strike of the triple blade could likely pose a threat to the third rank of the silver grade among the City Lord's guards, Lin Xiao stated. If they do not evade or lack formidable defensive techniques, there is a 70% chance of slaying them. To be among the City Lord's guards is to be considered a genius, possessing the strength to fight beyond their rank. And what about the one-blade strike? Lin An inquired. There exists a chance to slay those of the 7th rank in silver grade, Lin Xiao replied. Young master, that last strike of yours would have inflicted injury upon me, even if I had employed all my strength to withstand it, Ji Yuan interjected, having felt the threat posed by that strike. Lin An's eyes sparkled. No wonder the one-blade strike required so many attribute points to enhance its proficiency. Its power was indeed terrifying. This was merely the proficient level. How formidable would it become if perfected? However, Lin An also understood that the potency of that strike stemmed from the presence of the Earth's vein energy, coupled with the 2 tiger strength pills he had consumed the previous day. Otherwise, its power would not have been so extreme. That strike should only be employed in dire circumstances. You have merely mastered it to the proficient level. Once unleashed, it is uncontrollable, depleting all your energy, Lin Xiao advised. Only upon mastering it to great success can you maintain control, preventing an instantaneous drain. Lin An nodded, acknowledging the terrifying nature of that strike. But it was indeed a desperate measure. Should it fail to eliminate the enemy, he would be left defenseless and vulnerable. Yet if the foe perished, he could rely on the divine ability, Spirit Devour, to regain some strength, avoiding the current state of utter exhaustion. You speak wisely. Yet the one-blade strike's speed of cultivation is remarkable. For now, I can only master it to proficiency, Lin An affirmed. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhao's eyelids twitched. Do you hear yourself? Is that truly how you speak? When I was your age, it took me an entire year to master that strike to proficiency, and you have done so in a single day. You, ungrateful child, is it unbearable for you to not criticize your old father for even a day? Father, regarding my earlier mention of the spirit realm, Chapter 27, Lin Xiao gives treasures and sets forth to the spiritual realm. Though I was indeed somewhat disheartened by that impudent young lad, my heart was predominantly filled with joy. A father is not one to flout his promises. Since you have fulfilled my requests, I of course grant my consent. Lin Xiao spoke, turning his gaze toward Qianyang. Go inform the 3 major families that tomorrow the young lord shall also enter the spiritual realm. Understood. Qianyang nodded and promptly departed. Return and rest well. I shall prepare everything else for you, Lin Xiao added, directing his attention to Lin An. Yes, father, Lin An replied, before leaving the martial arena. Lord City Master, are you truly allowing the young master to enter that spiritual realm? Qianhai inquired with a furrowed brow. He was reluctant to let Lin An take such risks. Even if he were to undergo trials hunting sinister beasts, they could simply venture outside the city, where his protection would ensure Lin An's safety. However, once Lin An entered the spiritual realm, all would be uncertain. Moreover, although the 3 major families currently appeared humble and compliant, who could predict their actions once Lin An was inside? Anur has grown. He must sooner or later stand on his own 2 feet. And I shall prepare contingencies for his safety, Lin Xiao replied, glancing at Ji Yuan. Select 10 from the personal guards to accompany Anur into the spiritual realm. Yes, my lord, Ji Yuan acknowledged with a nod. Lin Xiao then took his leave, preparing for Lin An's entry into the spiritual realm the following day. On the morrow, after recuperating and aided by medicinal elixirs, Lin An felt revitalized. Since you wish to enter the spiritual realm, I shall not dissuade you. Take these items, Lin Xiao proclaimed, gesturing grandly as various treasures materialized before them. This is a golden grade inner armor, nearly impenetrable by foes of lower caliber. This is a hand crossbow that poses a threat to adversaries of golden rank. Any beneath that, provided they lack inner armor and have not perfected their silver grade techniques, will find it impossible to withstand. I have prepared 30 arrows for you. Here is a golden grade vitality pill. One will restore your condition by 30% in an instant. Lin Xiao continued, as Lin An watched in astonishment. Is this the advantage of having connections and support? Even before entering the spiritual realm, I'm already equipped with an array of golden and silver treasures. Take these items. If you do not need them, all the better. Lin Xiao concluded after detailing their functions. Yes, father, Lin An replied, unreservedly donning the inner armor and stowing away more than 30 golden and silver treasures into his storage ring. Just when he thought this was the end, Lin Xiao produced a jade pendant. Keep this pendant as well. It contains a single strike from your father's might, Lin Xiao stated. Lin An's eyes sparkled with excitement. A blow from a 9th-tier golden expert, even if delivered casually, would be beyond the capabilities of any silver-ranked foe to bear. I am thoroughly armed now. Exercise caution on your journey, and remain vigilant regarding the 3 major families. Although they seem respectful now, we cannot predict their behavior once inside the spiritual realm. Lin Xiao advised. Rest assured, father, I shall be careful, Lin An affirmed, ready to respond should the 3 families harbor ill intentions. Lin Xiao then escorted Lin into the martial arena, where Ji Yuan and over 100 personal guards awaited. At the forefront stood 10 armored guards, each a 9th-tier bronze warrior, destined to accompany Lin An into the spiritual realm. These 10 guards will accompany you, Lin Xiao announced. As Lin An regarded the guards, he felt as if he were embarking on an excursion rather than a trial within the spiritual realm. I shall refrain from further admonitions. Securing treasures within the spiritual realm is ideal, yet your safety surpasses all else, Lin Xiao instructed. Father, you need not worry. I will return safely, Lin An reassured him. Lin Xiao nodded. Let's be on our way. With that, Lin An bowed respectfully to Lin Xiao, mounted his steed, and a procession of over 100 departed from the city lord's estate. 3 kilometers west of Shenglin City lay a desolate wilderness. At that moment, hundreds had gathered in this barren expanse, all members of the 3 major families. Lord Zhao, with the young lord entering the spiritual realm, how shall we position ourselves? The heads of the families convened, with Lord Wang speaking up. Do either of you harbor intentions towards the young lord? Zhao Tong squinted, inquiring. Do not misinterpret, Lord Zhao. We have no designs on the young lord, they responded. What we mean is, once inside the spiritual realm, should our family members heed the young lord's commands? Or how should we proceed? The heads of the Wang and Zhang families echoed their sentiments. They were acutely aware of Lin An's extraordinary talents, surpassing even the terrifying prowess of Lin Xiao in his youth. Should Lin An continue to grow, the 3 families would inevitably find themselves subservient to him. However, they also recognized that if Lin An were to encounter peril, Lin Xiao would undoubtedly be incensed. At least you possess some rationality. Since the city lord has permitted the young lord's entry into the spiritual realm, he must have taken all necessary precautions. Do not underestimate the strength of the guards accompanying the young lord. Even if we 3 families banded together, we would struggle to pose a threat, Zhao Tong stated. As for how to conduct ourselves once inside, we shall await the young lord's arrival to inquire. The heads of the Zhang and Wang families nodded in agreement. Unable to act against Lin An, they resolved to find ways to cultivate a closer relationship with him, even preparing themselves to labor without reward within the spiritual realm. Nevertheless, the young lord's cultivation aptitude is indeed monstrous. It is said that he has only recently returned to normalcy, yet he is already at least at the bronze level. Even the former city lord would find it hard to rival him. Indeed, at this rate, the young lord may well reach the golden level within a year. Just a month ago, he was at the 9th tier of Black Iron. Who knows what level he has attained now? I wager he is at least at the 3rd tier of Bronze. I suspect it is even more than that, were he merely at the 3rd tier of Bronze. The city lord would not have allowed him entry. He must be at least at the 5th tier, they lamented. It is infuriating to compare, among our 3 families. The most talented youngsters who have trained for over a decade have only reached the 8th tier of Bronze. Yet, the young lord has nearly caught up in just 2 months. As the 3 family heads conversed, their hearts brimmed with envy. If only one among their ranks possessed talents akin to Lin An's, perhaps in a decade's time, the entire Shenglin City would bear a different surname. Just then, a cloud of dust arose in the distance, capturing the attention of all present. As the figures drew closer, they discerned the city lord's personal guards. Zhao Tong and the other family heads hastily advanced to greet them. We bow before the young lord. They collectively bowed in respect. Chapter 28. Entering the Spirit Realm. At this moment, the 3 family heads of Zhao Tong bowed respectfully. Yet upon sensing the aura emanating from Lin An, their hearts were filled with astonishment. They had speculated about the realm of this young lord, initially believing it to be no more than the 5th rank of Bronze, with the most exaggerated assumption being the 7th rank. However, they never anticipated that he had already reached the 9th rank of Bronze. It is worth noting that just 2 months ago, he was an ordinary person. What kind of terrifying talent could enable someone to elevate their realm to the 9th rank of Bronze in such a short time? There is no need for such formalities. Lin An stated from atop his horse. How much longer until the spirit realm is opened? Reporting to the young lord, it should take approximately half an hour. Zhao Tong quickly replied. Lin An nodded, and the others dismounted. The spirit realm was discovered by your 3 families. I trust you will forgive my sudden involvement. Lin An said with a smile. You honor us, young lord. The reason we 3 families can survive in this perilous world is entirely due to the protection of the lord of the city. Although the spirit realm was discovered by us, without the lord's safeguarding, we would be powerless to explore it. If the young lord wishes, our 3 families are willing to follow your lead in the exploration. The 3 family heads responded earnestly, their postures humble. Your extraordinary talent ensures our reliance on your protection in the future, and we hope you will not look down upon us. Lin An replied with a smile. I have not forgotten the contributions your families have made to Shenglin City over the years, along with my father. He then added, as for this venture into the spirit realm, feel free to explore at your will. I have no intention of seizing opportunities from you. While Lin An spoke, the 3 family heads observed his expression, realizing that he genuinely did not intend for them to labor without reward. Nevertheless, they knew that once the spirit realm expedition concluded, it would present all their findings to him. Initially, they had contemplated a 50-50 split of the spoils with the city lord's residents. But upon witnessing Lin An's prodigious capabilities, their mindset shifted. Such a formidable ally was worth any sacrifice. With this thought in mind, Zhao Tong was the first to speak again. The young lord is benevolent, yet the spirit realm is fraught with danger. Should you encounter any troubles within, my Zhao family will undoubtedly offer our utmost assistance. As he spoke, he gestured to someone behind him. Zhao Tao, come forth and pay your respects to the young lord. Zhao Tao stepped forward, bowing deeply. Young lord, this is my eldest son, Zhao Tao, who is at the 8th rank of bronze. He will lead our Zhao family in this endeavor, Zhao Tong declared. If you require anything upon entering the spirit realm, do not hesitate to command him. Lin An regarded Zhao Tao, noting that he was of a similar age. Despite the respectful bow, a hint of defiance lingered in his demeanor. Lin An understood this, as Zhao Tao was among the top 3 talents of the younger generation in Shenglin City, naturally brimming with youthful ambition. Observing this exchange, the heads of the Zhang and Wang families exchanged glances, silently chastising Zhao Tong for his submissiveness, then beckoning forth their own prodigies. Young lord, this is Zhang Yun for my family. Young lord, this is Wang Qi for my family. Lin An turned his attention to the other 2 talents, both at the 8th rank of bronze. Since the 3 family heads have made their intentions clear, I shall not be modest once we enter the spirit realm, he said cheerfully. He then glanced towards the spirit realm, where a spatial vortex had manifested not far away, though an invisible force currently barred outsiders from entry. After gathering information on the teams dispatched by the 3 families, Lin An learned that each family had sent 50 individuals, totaling 150. The weakest among them was at least at the 7th rank of bronze, with around 30 at the 9th rank, coupled with various treasures prepared by the families. They would not need to fear encounters with silver-ranked beasts. Soon, half an hour passed. A sudden pulse of energy radiated outwards, causing the entrance of the spirit realm to distort as the invisible barrier dissipated rapidly. The spirit realm is now open. We shall enter first to scout the way for you, young lord, Zhao Tong announced. Lin An nodded in silence. It was indeed fortuitous that someone was willing to scout ahead. Subsequently, each of the 3 families sent forth 1 representative, all of whom were at the 9th rank of bronze, and they entered the spirit realm together. Approximately a minute later, the entrance rippled again, and the 3 emerged simultaneously. Reporting to the young lord and family heads, the entrance of the spirit realm opens onto a vast wilderness. No traces of beasts have been found within 1,000 meters. They reported, very well, let us proceed. Lin An nodded toward Ji Yuan, then led 10 personal guards directly into the spirit realm. Following their entry, members of the 3 families began to venture inside as well. The spirit realm entrance would only remain open for 2 hours before closing automatically. Each spirit realm would exist for 7 days, after which all who entered would be teleported out. As Lin An passed through the vortex, his vision adjusted, revealing a vast wilderness. He surveyed the surroundings, confirming the absence of any beast tracks. The members of the 3 families followed closely behind. Young lord, my father instructed us to obey your commands once we entered, Zhao Tao, Zhang Yun, and Wang Qi stated as they approached Lin An. While they were somewhat reluctant, they dared not defy their father's orders. There is no need for such formality. Explore freely, Lin An responded, shaking his head. Let's head in that direction. With that, he swiftly took flight, followed closely by his 10 guards. Zhao Tao and the others exchanged glances, but did not attempt to retain him, as they were not particularly inclined to follow Lin An's lead. So, shall we explore on our own? Zhao Tao inquired. Wang Qi and Zhang Yun nodded, each selecting a direction and leading their teams away. Chapter 29. The hunt begins. The sin-attracting crystal. Although merely a bronze-level spirit realm, its internal expanse is still considerable. Lin An, accompanied by 10 loyal guards, hastened for half an hour until they arrived at a forested area. According to the rules of the spirit realm, each realm contains at least 1 unique treasure, which could be a technique, weapon, heavenly material, or visualization diagram. To locate this treasure, one must follow the guiding star above the realm. Lin An gazed at the sky. There was no sun, but rather a bright star, the guiding star. This star would remain, alleviating any fears of becoming lost within the spirit realm. Acquiring the special treasure would be ideal, yet if it eludes him, there is no need to force it. His primary goal in entering was to experience the spirit realm and hunt sin beasts to temper himself. Thus, our priority is safety. Should we encounter an insurmountable danger, we will withdraw immediately, Lin An instructed. Yes, young master, the 10 guards responded in unison. Let us proceed. The guiding star is in that direction. We shall traverse this mountain range and hunt some sin beasts along the way, Lin An declared, leading his guards into the forest. Upon entering, a heavy atmosphere enveloped them, and Lin An sensed the presence of numerous sin beasts. Spread out a search for sin beasts. Once located, notify me via the spirit communication jade. I shall deal with them, Lin An commanded. The spirit communication jade allowed for remote communication and location tracking within a 10-mile radius. With the jade in hand, Lin An needed only to send his guards to seek out the sin beasts. You should keep 5 men to ensure your safety, young master, one guard hesitated to suggest. That is unnecessary. Even if a gold-level sin beast approaches, I possess means of escape, Lin An replied, shaking his head. His father had equipped him with numerous life-preserving techniques. Very well, young master. With this, the 10 guards no longer hesitated and swiftly selected their paths to venture out. Once the guards departed, Lin An did not remain idle. He too chose a direction to advance. Before he could locate any sin beasts, the spirit communication jade responded. Young master, I have discovered a pack of 23 sin beasts, the strongest being a bronze level 5. Understood. I shall be there momentarily, Lin An replied, his eyes glimmering. This was the advantage of a bronze level spirit realm. The sin beasts within would not dip below bronze level 1, eliminating the presence of black iron level beasts. Minutes later, Lin An arrived at his guard's location and indeed found 23 black wolves resting together. Continue your search. I will handle these sin beasts, Lin An instructed. Yes. The guard nodded and quickly departed. Without hesitation, Lin An drew his long knife and boldly stepped forward. The resting pack of sin beasts immediately noticed Lin An, rising in unison to encircle him. Awoo! In an instant, a bronze level 5 black wolf howled, and several wolves lunged at Lin An. Come at me, Lin An exclaimed as he swung his long knife. Return wind slash. Instantly, a radiant light surrounded him, and as the light dissipated, the attacking wolves lay lifeless in pools of blood. Player has slain a bronze level 3 sin beast, gaining 3 attribute points. Player has slain a bronze level 2 sin beast, gaining 3 attribute points. Player has slain a bronze level 1 sin beast, gaining 3 attribute points. Hearing the notifications, Lin An smiled. This was yet another benefit of the spirit realm. Outside, he would receive merely 1 attribute point for slaying a bronze level beast. However, within the spirit realm, the attribute points gained from slaying beasts would triple. Despite several comrades being dispatched in an instant, the remaining black wolves did not flee. Instead, they continued their assault on Lin An. He, however, showed no mercy. In less than a minute, he dispatched all the sin beasts, acquiring a total of 69 attribute points. I hope the sin beasts within this spirit realm are plentiful. My blade's perfection requires numerous attribute points, Lin An mused as he sheathed his long knife, only for the spirit communication jade to ring out once more. Young master, I have discovered another sin beast. Young master, I have one here too. Voices echoed, prompting Lin An to retrieve his long knife once again. No need to rush. Let us deal with them one at a time, he instructed, stepping forward with the pursuing star step towards the nearest guard. What followed was a time of carnage for Lin An. With each report from his guards, he would swiftly arrive to hunt down the sin beasts, finding the journey too time-consuming. He decided to have his guards lead the sin beasts directly to him after locating them. Currently, they were still at the periphery of the spirit realm, which was only bronze level. Thus, silver level sin beasts were scarce, and even bronze level 7 beasts were exceedingly rare. Consequently, Lin An had no need to worry about being overwhelmed by sin beasts. Furthermore, His storage ring was stocked with various restorative elixirs. And with the spirit-devouring technique enhancing his endurance, he felt no apprehension. His only concern was the potential scarcity of sin beasts to slay. This worry soon manifested into reality. Within a mere 2 hours, all the sin beasts in the forest had fallen to Lin An's blade, netting him 1452 attribute points. Fewer than 500 sin beasts? Lin An raised an eyebrow, dissatisfied with the yield. The spirit realm would only remain open for 7 days, and, accounting for travel, searching for sin beasts, and rest, his time was limited. After this spirit realm's conclusion, the next opportunity for a spirit realm in Shenglin City would not arise for another year, and that realm would merely be black iron level, rendering him unable to enter. Having finally come across a spirit realm accessible to him, he was eager to hunt a multitude of sin beasts to amass attribute points. Is there a way to quickly gather the sin beasts? Lin inquired of his 10 guards. Young master, we do have a method, though it may attract too many sin beasts, one guard replied. Lin An's eyes lit up. What method? Please take a look, young master. The guard produced a dark red crystal, within which a liquid seemed to flow, emanating a faint glow. This is the sin-attracting crystal crafted by the city lord. Once activated, it releases a unique energy wave that draws all sin beasts within a 1,000-meter radius towards it, the guard explained. All 10 guards possess such crystals, and should they find themselves besieged by sin beasts and face an insurmountable crisis, they would activate the crystal to divert the beasts, providing Lin An with a chance to survive. Young master, this crystal is typically employed only during assaults by sin beasts to disperse their forces, the guard continued. However, it requires the absence of a commanding presence among the sin beasts for optimal effectiveness. Lin An's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Why did you not present this sooner? With the sin-attracting crystal, I need only await the sin beasts to come forth to their demise. We shall find a suitable location to test its efficacy shortly. Lin An stated, but first, you all should break through to the silver level. The 10 guards, meticulously chosen, had all reached the pinnacle of bronze level 9 and were poised for a breakthrough to silver level. While they could not enter the secret realm at silver level, ascending to that realm upon entering was certainly feasible. Yes, young master. The 10 guards nodded, each retrieving their prepared elixirs to begin their breakthroughs. Chapter 30. He spoke not a word, only indulged in slaughter. Half an hour later, the 10 loyal guards effortlessly ascended to the silver realm. Subsequently, Lin An led the group to a different forest, one that was more than 3 times the size of the previous one, teeming with even more malevolent beasts. After dispatching several of these fiends, they made their way to the heart of the forest. Clear the surrounding trees, Lin An instructed. The 10 guards, upon hearing the command, sprang into action, quickly clearing the area to reveal a clearing of approximately 30 meters in diameter. With the sin-bait crystals in tow, draw all the malevolent beasts of this forest towards us, Lin An commanded. Once they arrive, find a place to conceal yourselves. Young master, that's not necessary. We 10 possess the strength to protect ourselves, so you needn't worry, the guards promptly objected. Their duty was to safeguard their master, and despite his formidable prowess, they could not dismiss the possibility of unforeseen dangers. Very well, keep an eye on the flying beasts. I shall handle the others, Lin An conceded. The aerial fiends posed a unique challenge, even if they were not particularly powerful. As Lin An issued his orders, the 10 guards swiftly dispersed, clutching the sin-bait crystals as they fanned out. Buzzing. As the guards infused their spiritual energy into the crystals, a brilliant light erupted, emanating a peculiar energy that radiated outward. The spread was rapid. The malevolent beasts within the forest, regardless of their previous activities, abruptly raised their heads and charged towards the direction of the crystals. Booming. Within a minute, the cacophony of their frantic approach echoed from all directions. Sensing the imminent danger, the 10 guards hastily regrouped at Lin An's side, who bore a look of exhilaration, his long blade glinting ominously. They're here. In the next moment, Lin An caught sight of the foremost beast, which had also noticed him, launching itself directly at him. Slash! Without hesitation, Lin An delivered a lethal strike, swiftly eliminating the mere bronze-eye fiend. You have slain a bronze eye fiend, earning 3 attribute points. The notification chimed, yet Lin An had no time to absorb its significance, for more beasts were already approaching. With a chilling growl, the grotesque forms of the malevolent beasts surged forth, their ferocity palpable. However, instead of retreating, Lin An's face radiated delight as he advanced towards the horde. In a flash, he moved like a bolt of lightning, his long blade carving through the air with deadly precision. Each arc of his blade left a trail of blood and anguished cries in its wake. The beasts that dared to approach him were cleaved in twain before they could even react, some not even able to utter a sound before meeting their demise. The slaughter was entirely one-sided. The 10 guards, witnessing the spectacle, exchanged astonished glances. Despite having witnessed their master's might before, this display left them utterly awestruck. They had intended to alleviate some of the pressure on him, yet only a handful of beasts managed to draw near. And those 2 were swiftly dispatched by Lin An's counterattacks. Player has slain a bronze V fiend, earning 3 attribute points. Player has slain a bronze 6 fiend, earning 3 attribute points. Player has slain a bronze 3 fiend, earning 3 attribute points. A series of notifications rang in Lin An's ears, but he remained undistracted, consumed solely by the act of killing. The carnage continued unabated for over an hour. Blood splattered across the ground as Lin An stood amidst the sea of corpses, his figure reminiscent of a demonic deity. "Young master, are you unharmed?" The guards rushed to his side, having barely moved from their positions, only occasionally firing arrows at the flying beasts. "I am well," Lin An replied with a smile, reassured by his ability to absorb vitality and mana upon slaying a beast. He had expended little to no energy during the encounter. "The beasts of this forest should have all arrived. Let us proceed to the next location," Lin An declared, even if a few stragglers remained. He had no intention of wasting time searching for them. As for the corpses, while they could yield valuable materials, he deemed them unworthy of his attention. Seeing that Lin An was indeed unscathed, the guards breathed a sigh of relief, internally acknowledging their master as unparalleled ferocity. Were they to face such a multitude of beasts, they would surely be exhausted, yet their master appeared completely unfazed. The group advanced once more towards their next destination. Lin An, meanwhile, glanced at his recent gains. Attribute points, 7545 in that brief span. He had amassed 5,418 attribute points, equivalent to slaying over 1,800 beasts. Fortuitously, the Sinbate crystals had facilitated this outcome. Otherwise, even with 2 additional hours, he would have struggled to achieve such a feat, nodding in satisfaction. Lin An's gaze fell upon the technique he had just employed. Technique Bronze Level 1 Blade Slash, Proficiency 02000000. System, Allocate Points. Lin An thought to himself. Player consumes 2,000 attribute points, successfully enhancing the proficiency of the technique 1 Blade Slash to minor completion. With the system's announcement, Lin An felt a deepening comprehension of the technique. However, upon viewing the proficiency required to reach major completion, he furrowed his brow. Technique Bronze Level 1 Blade Slash, Minor Completion 010, 000, 000. To attain major completion required a staggering 10,000 attribute points. Gazing at his remaining 5,545 points, Lin An reluctantly chose to defer further investment. This growth-oriented technique was not one easily mastered. Without the system's point allocation, the indigenous inhabitants of the Abyssal Realm would likely struggle to perfect it throughout their lifetimes. Lin An couldn't help but ponder that even with his numerous advantages over other players, had he not fortuitously encountered the opening of the Spirit Realm, granting him triple attribute points, amassing such a sum in a short time would have been improbable. Despite the daunting attribute costs associated with 1 Blade Slash, and the even more terrifying figure required for its ultimate mastery, Lin An remained resolute in his commitment to this blade technique. Expensive indeed, but there must be a reason for its worth. Chapter 31, Title Upgrade, 10,000 Crimes Cleaved. With the sin-attracting crystal in hand, Lin An found the subsequent hunt for sin beasts significantly easier. After locating an area abundant with these creatures, he activated the crystal and awaited the arrival of the beasts. As they ventured deeper into the spirit realm, the strength of the sin beasts they encountered increased correspondingly. "Young master, we should have reached the periphery of the spirit realm," one of the loyal guards remarked. The reason for this assertion was the appearance of one or two silver-grade sin beasts among those drawn to them. "Indeed, you all have worked hard these past few days. Let us rest for 2 hours." Lin An nodded in agreement. It had been 4 days since their entry into the spirit realm, and aside from brief rests, they had either been on the move or engaged in combat. Although Lin An possessed the spirit-devouring technique, which mitigated his fatigue, he still needed to consider the well-being of his guards. Moreover, he had accumulated enough attribute points to elevate his technique 1/ to mastery. Attribute points 45415 with over 40,000 attribute points at his disposal. A smile graced Lin An's face. Indeed, acquiring attribute points in the spirit realm was remarkably swift. Furthermore, his recent slaughters had enabled him to achieve the 10,000 Crimes Cleave title, resulting in a further enhancement of his accolades. First Blood, the only title in the entire server, increasing damage dealt to Sin Beasts by 20. Damage to Sin Beasts was further augmented by an additional 5, reaching a total of 20. With that, Lin An commenced on more pressing matters, for such a wealth of attribute points demanded utilization. System, allocate points. Player consumes 10,000 attribute points, successfully elevating the proficiency of the technique 1/ to mastery. As the system announced the upgrade, Lin An felt a profound shift within him. Previously, he found it impossible to wield 1/ with any semblance of control. Once unleashed, it would invariably absorb all his strength. However, the situation had transformed. He could now regulate the energy expended while executing 1/, preventing himself from collapsing post-attack. Thus, even when facing an ordinary silver-grade Sin Beast, he could swiftly conclude battles with 1/. Lin An nodded in satisfaction. Next, he scrutinized the proficiency required to elevate 1/ to perfection. Technique, Bronze Grade 1/, Mastery 0/100, 0/00000 proficiency. Although Lin An had prepared himself, he was still taken aback by the staggering proficiency required for the perfected version of 1/. 100 million proficiency? Was that not equivalent to a staggering 100,000 attribute points? Gazing at the remaining 30,000 attribute points, Lin An took a deep breath. Such a progressive technique was not easily mastered, even for the natives of the Sin Abyss, let alone players. Fortunately, he had learned this blade technique at the bronze level. Had he waited until reaching gold, or even platinum, the path to perfection would have proven exponentially more arduous. Currently, at the bronze level, he could hunt Sin Beasts not lower than his own tier to gain attribute points. Yet, upon reaching gold or platinum, he would need to slay gold and platinum Sin Beasts to earn points. The largest congregation of Sin Beasts near Shenglin City resided in the Black Mountain. Yet the number of gold-grade Sin Beasts there could be counted on one hand. As for platinum-grade Sin Beasts, none existed at present. They were not expected to appear for another year. Lin An resolved that he must amass sufficient attribute points during this excursion into the spirit realm, ideally enough to facilitate his ascension to gold or even platinum rank. Before long, the 2 hours elapsed, and after a light meal and adequate rest, the group set forth once more. In the ensuing 2 days, Lin An remained occupied with hunting Sin Beasts. The closer they approached the core of the spirit realm, the greater both the number and strength of the Sin Beasts encountered. This allowed Lin An to indulge in his slaughter. Previously, he could earn approximately 10,000 attribute points in a day, but now, with sufficient speed, he could achieve 20,000 points daily. His 10 loyal guards were equally industrious, as the spirit realm was replete with treasures. While Lin An dispatched Sin Beasts, his guards gathered various rare materials. Soon, the 7th day arrived. "Young master, the mountain range ahead should be the core of this spirit realm. We have already conducted a reconnaissance, and the area is teeming with Sin Beasts. Even in the outer regions, there are numerous beasts above Bronze 5. Though we have not explored deeper, it is highly likely that many silver-grade Sin Beasts dwell within, and I suspect there may even be silver-grade 9 beasts at the mountain's core. Additionally, we have discovered traces of the 3 major families nearby. They appeared to have entered before us. Upon hearing the report from his guard, Lin An nodded. It was no surprise that the three major families had arrived first. After all, he had slaughtered his way here at a slower pace. Given the abundance of sin beasts within the mountain range, there was no need for excessive caution. Once they entered, Lin An planned to activate the sin-attracting crystal and charge in to engage in battle. He deemed hunting sin beasts to accumulate attribute points far more crucial than competing for that special treasure. If they could obtain the treasure, it would be splendid. Yet, if not, he would not force the issue. Lin An glanced at his attribute points. 87, 541, still some distance from the coveted 100,000. With approximately 10 hours remaining before the spirit realm closed, he needed to expedite his efforts to gather points. With this thought in mind, he led his 10 loyal guards into the mountain range, activating the sin-attracting crystal, which gradually drew sin beasts toward them. In the depths of the mountain range, within a vast cavern, a group of individuals had congregated, members of the three major families. This time, the three families had dispatched a total of 150 individuals, yet only about 110 remained. Over 30 had reached the silver level, indicating that many of the bronze 9 members had broken through upon entering the spirit realm. Wang Qi, Zhao Tao, and Zhang Yun sat together, seemingly engaged in deliberation when several figures rushed in. What were the findings from the reconnaissance? Zhao Tao inquired upon seeing them. Reporting to the young master, our investigation reveals that a valley lies 1,000 meters ahead, teeming with sin beasts, numbering in the tens of thousands. Even the beasts at the valley's edge are at least bronze 7, and we have even spotted a few silver-grade sin beasts. As for the depths, we could not ascertain, but we suspect there are likely many silver-grade beasts, perhaps even those in the late silver stage. The scouts detailed their findings. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tao and the others could not help but furrow their brows. What do you both think? Zhao Tao asked. Every spirit realm harbored a unique treasure, and he was aware that acquiring it would be exceedingly challenging, yet he had not anticipated it to be this difficult. With so many sin beasts present, even though we possess silver-level members, directly storming in to seize that special treasure is utterly impossible. The silver-level sin beasts must be numerous, Wang Qi pondered aloud. The only viable option now is to lure those beasts away, and then, using the tools we brought from our clan, we can opportunistically snatch that treasure. Indeed, there is no need to rush at this moment. We can rest and recuperate, with 10 hours remaining until the spirit realm closes. We can make our move in the last hour or two, Zhang Yin suggested. Even if those sin beasts pursue us, we can simply endure for a time before teleporting away. The others nodded in agreement and began instructing their companions to rest, biding their time until the spirit realm was on the verge of closure before making their move. Chapter 32. 1/ to perfection. Shall I avoid his brilliance? Time slowly passed. Aware that his stay within the spiritual realm was limited, Lin An hastened the pace at which he hunted the sinful beasts. He would never employ a second strike when a single slash sufficed. To expedite his hunting, he even utilized some restorative elixirs that Lin Xiao had previously prepared for him. The core area was indeed teeming with sinful beasts. As he observed the seemingly endless stream of beasts, Lin An's eyes sparkled with excitement. He feared not the abundance of sinful beasts, but rather their scarcity. Glancing at his attribute points, he noted that within a mere 2 hours, they had surged by nearly 20,000, surpassing the 100,000 mark. Regrettably, he was still only at the bronze level. Should he ascend to the silver level, he would be able to project his spiritual energy outward, thereby increasing his lethality and efficiency in hunting. Lin amused. Though he could directly break through to silver, he refrained from doing so. Attaining the silver level would mean that hunting the bronze-tier sinful beasts would yield no attribute points, resulting in a significant loss. Fortunately, his attribute points had already reached 100,000, and a perfected 1/ could release blade energy. With that thought, Lin An directly communicated with the system. System, enhance 1/. Player consumes 100,000 attribute points, successfully elevating the proficiency of the technique 1/ to perfection. As the system's voice echoed, Lin An's expression momentarily froze. He felt as though he were being pulled by an invisible force, plunging into a completely unfamiliar an enigmatic space. This realm was devoid of the distinctions between day and night, illuminated solely by an everlasting, dim golden light. Within it, Lin An seemed to enter a state of transcendence, wielding his long blade and ceaselessly swinging it. Each slash produced a ferocious wind and dazzling blade light, as if he had become an indefatigable machine. Time lost its meaning in this space, and Lin An continued to swing his blade over and over without pause. Eventually, at a certain moment, as he exerted force for another slash, a brilliant blade energy erupted forth like a rampaging dragon breaking the sea. Wherever it passed, the void seemed to tear apart, resonating with a series of heart-stopping roars. At that instant, countless insights surged within Lin An's mind. The heart moved with intent, and the blade followed suit. This was the will of the blade. Excitement gleamed in Lin An's eyes. Though it felt as if a long time had passed, in reality, he had only paused for a fleeting moment. Yet, in that instant, his aura underwent a tremendous transformation. The already condensed blade intent began to tremble, releasing a sharp energy. Standing there, Lin An exuded a radiance akin to that of a long blade. Was this the will of the blade? As the young master comprehended the will of the blade, the 10 personal guards looked at Lin An in disbelief. They all recognized their young master's extraordinary talent, but never anticipated such an astonishing feat. It was known that the city lord had only grasped the will of the blade after breaking through to the golden level, while their young master was merely at the 9th rank of bronze at the age of 18, far surpassing the city lord. They could hardly fathom the terrifying achievements their young master would attain in the future. Lin An, unfazed by his guard's astonishment, slowly raised his long blade. One slash. Swish. In the next moment, a blade energy swept forth, extending a full 30 meters. Within this range, every sinful beast was cleaved in two, instantly extinguished. Lin An sensed that this strike had consumed only 30% of his spiritual energy. However, under the influence of his Devour Spirit ability, nearly half of that energy had been restored. With the addition of restorative elixirs, he could almost continuously unleash one slash. Even if his spiritual energy waned, he could draw upon the power of the earth's veins, restoring his energy after slaying a batch of sinful beasts. Lin An nodded in satisfaction. With the perfection of one slash, his hunting efficiency had significantly increased. Resolving not to waste any time, he resumed his slaughter, and his attribute points began to rise once more. Soon, 5 hours had elapsed. During this interval, Lin An had lost count of how many sinful beasts he had slain. Yet his attribute points had surged to over 60,000. Curious, he noticed a decrease in the number of sinful beasts. Could it be that he had already exterminated the beasts in this core area? Lin An pondered. Half an hour prior, he had observed a significant reduction in the beasts' numbers. Even when sending out his guards with sin-attracting crystals to lure more beasts, not many had arrived. At that moment, the spirit communication Jade Talisman chimed with a voice. Young master, I have discovered a valley where the number of sinful beasts exceeds tens of thousands, and I even spotted several silver-tier beasts. I surmise that this is the most central area of the spiritual realm, and the special treasure may reside within the valley. Hearing his guard's report, Lin An felt a surge of joy. Tens of thousands of sinful beasts. If he were to slay them all, he would surely amass a considerable amount of attribute points. Keep watch. We shall proceed shortly. Lin An quickly dispatched the remaining sinful beasts around him and led his guards towards the valley. Young master, it is the valley below. One guard pointed ahead upon Lin An's arrival. Lin An gazed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Sinful beasts were densely packed all around. Just outside the valley, he could see thousands of beasts at a glance. If he could eliminate them all, his attribute points could surpass 100,000 yet again. Noticing the look in Lin An's eyes, the guards quickly understood his intentions. Young master, there are too many sinful beasts, and among them are silver-tier beasts. Charging in recklessly could be perilous. One guard suggested, perhaps we should avoid their main force and lure them out in batches, significantly easing the burden on you. Shall I avoid his brilliance? Lin An, gripping his long blade, was filled with combat fervor. I shall charge in and cut through them. You mustn't. If anything goes awry, how shall we explain to the city lord? Another guard urged. Indeed, young master, please reconsider. Should you insist on charging in, we vow to follow you to the death. The 10 guard were taken aback by Lin An's words. Though he had previously slain numerous sinful beasts, those had come in waves and could not overwhelm him entirely. However, the situation was different now. Over 10,000 beasts gathered together, and should he engage, he would surely be surrounded. Moreover, among them were many silver-tier beasts. No matter how extraordinary their young master was, he was still only at the 9th rank of bronze. How could he withstand such an onslaught? There is no need for further discussion. I am not foolish enough to seek death. If danger arises, I will utilize the jade pendant bestowed upon me by my father, which contains a strike from him powerful enough to carve a path for me. If you accompany me, I shall be hindered. If I manage to break through, I would be left without anyone to assist me. Lin An's expression was resolute. With only about 2 hours remaining before the spiritual realm closed, he could not afford to miss this opportunity. His confidence stemmed from his capabilities. Remain here and wait. I shall return shortly. Lin An declared as he consumed a restorative elixir, then took a step forward, directly heading toward the valley. Chapter 33. How could you all betray the young lord? Outside the valley, an ominous mass of monstrous beasts gathered densely. They varied in form and appearance, some as colossal as mountains, while others were diminutive yet astonishingly swift. Some bore sharp fangs and claws that sent shivers down one's spine. The aura emanating from these beasts intertwined, creating an overwhelming pressure that felt as if it could engulf the entire valley. Suddenly, the previously restless horde of beasts fell into an eerie silence. In unison, they turned their gaze towards a singular direction. There, in the distance, emerged the silhouette of a tall and resolute young man, striding forward with steady and powerful steps. His handsome, determined visage radiated excitement and battle intent. Abruptly, the youth tore a strip of cloth from his attire. Stained crimson, whether by its original hue or the blood of the beasts, it was unclear. He methodically wrapped the strip around the hilt of his dagger in his right hand, and as he approached, his aura intensified, rivaling the ferocity of the beasts surrounding him. Upon reaching a distance of 100 meters from the monstrous horde, he halted. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying an inexplicable chill. Roar! In the next moment, a cacophony of enraged roars erupted as countless beasts surged forth like a black tide towards Lin An. Witnessing this, a broader smile spread across Lin An's face. Yet his eyes gleamed with a fierce, murderous intent, propelling him forward like a piercing arrow. With a series of sharp, piercing sounds, Lin An's long blade transformed into a dazzling display of lethal light, unleashing waves of cutting energy. As the blade sliced through the air, those beasts that drew near were ruthlessly torn apart, leaving behind lifeless corpses. The young lord is extraordinarily brave. From a distance, the loyal guards observe in astonishment as their young lord engaged the beasts. Despite their own silver-tier strength, even 10 of them would struggle to withstand such a fierce onslaught for more than a few minutes. Yet their young lord, amidst the relentless assault of the ferocious beasts, neither retreated nor faltered. Instead, he forged ahead, carving a path through the monstrous horde like a sharp sword. Steady yourselves, should the young lord falter. We must rush to his aid, one guard urged solemnly. The others nodded in agreement, resolute in their willingness to sacrifice their lives for the young lord's survival. Just then, the guards furrowed their brows in unison, their attention drawn to a group of individuals cautiously approaching from one side. It was the members of the 3 prominent families. The guards quickly recognized their identity, for beyond themselves, only the 3 families had entered this spiritual realm. You all hide. I shall inquire about their intentions. If they seek to take advantage of this situation against the young lord, you must immediately alert him and assist in his escape, one guard stated sternly. We will report back to the lord of the city once we exit the spiritual realm. The other 9 nodded, finding suitable spots to conceal themselves, while that guard moved swiftly towards the approaching group. At that moment, over 100 members of the 3 families stood perplexed, gazing at the tumultuous horde of beasts not far away. What is happening? We have yet to make a move. Why are these beasts in turmoil? Zhao Tao questioned, glancing at Wang Qi and Zhang Yun beside him. Do not look at us. We have remained together. If we had acted independently, you would have noticed by now, Zhang Yin replied, shaking his head. Something is amiss. Look among the beasts. It seems there is someone there, Wang Qi remarked, peering at the chaotic mass of creatures with uncertainty. What? Someone? The crowd gasped in astonishment. This spiritual realm only permits entry to those of bronze tier and combined. Their 3 families along with the Lord's house numbered fewer than 200. Yet before them loomed thousands of monstrous beasts. Even if they all charged in, it would be a suicide mission. Just as they sought to discern the truth, a figure suddenly emerged from the woods. Zhao Tao and the others quickly recognized it as one of Lin An's guards. You are the young lord's guard? How did you end up here? Where's the young lord? Zhao Tao inquired, puzzled. I should be asking you that. What are you all doing here? The guard retorted coldly, suspicion filling his heart. Although Zhao Tao felt a twinge of irritation at the guard's question, he understood the latter's loyalty to the young lord's house. We are here to seize the treasures within the valley. Zhao Tao explained their prior intentions. Seeing that they did not appear to pose a threat to the young lord, the guard felt a slight relief, yet his caution remained unwavering. Zhao Tao then recalled the figure amidst the beasts. If they were not from the 3 families, they could only be from the Lord's house. Just as he was about to inquire further, a sudden exclamation broke the tension. Look, is that not the young lord? It truly appears to be. How could the young lord be surrounded by the beasts? With each gasp of realization, Zhao Tao and the others widened their eyes in alarm. Though the distance was considerable, a closer inspection confirmed it was indeed Lin An. What is happening? Why is the young lord amidst the horde of beasts? Zhao Tao's expression darkened, his gaze turning fierce as he scrutinized the guard. Could it be that this guard has betrayed him, intending to cast the blame for the young lord's demise upon us? The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. After all, he had not seen any other guards, suggesting they might have already perished. Zhao Tao did not care for Lin An's fate, but the implication of his death would cast a significant shadow over the 3 families. Especially if this traitorous guard returned to Shenglin City and accused them of being responsible for Lin An's death. No matter how they explained, a wrathful Lin Xiao would undoubtedly annihilate them all, burying them alongside Lin and Resolute. Zhao Tao exchanged glances with his companions, signaling them to encircle the guard. Speak. Did you betray the young lord, attempting to shift the blame for his death onto our 3 families? Zhao Tao shouted angrily. At this moment, Wang Qi, Zhang Yin, and the others also reacted, their expressions darkening as they glared at the guard. They could almost envision the scene of Lin An's demise and Lin Zhao's wrathful retribution against their families. The guard, however, was equally bewildered. Me? Betray the young lord? No way. Weren't you all the ones targeting him? Yet, realizing the misunderstanding, the guard quickly called out, "Everyone come out." At that, the 9 concealed guards revealed themselves. The guard was about to clarify that this was all a misunderstanding when Zhao Tao's expression shifted, and he bellowed, "How dare you all betray the young lord?" Chapter 34. Now that we are here, let's break through. A few minutes later, the 3 prominent families and 10 personal guards stood together, their weapons sheathed. Zhao Tao felt a twinge of embarrassment, pondering that the young master had charged in alone, while they hesitated, fearing they might hinder his progress. The 10 personal guards raised their eyebrows. Despite the truth in his words, they found them somewhat grating. Indeed, the young master had ventured into the spirit realm with the intent of hunting demonic beasts to hone his skills. The guards nodded in agreement. Zhao Tao took a deep breath, his heart turbulent with disbelief. If he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would scarcely have believed such ferocity existed. One man plunging into a swarm of over 10,000 demonic beasts. Was this not courting death? His gaze fell on the indistinct figure amidst the horde of beasts. Though surrounded, the ground was littered with the carcasses of the slain, as if one man had single-handedly vanquished thousands. If Zhao Tao had previously harbored doubts about Lin An's abilities, attributing his status to mere privilege, he was now completely convinced. After all, he lacked the courage to charge into a throng of 10,000 beasts, let alone unleash such carnage. You only sent one person out earlier because you feared we might take advantage of the situation to harm the young master, Zhao Tao continued. The 10 personal guards remained silent, but their expressions conveyed their thoughts clearly. "Umph, did you truly think us fools?" If anything were to befall the young master, the city lord would undoubtedly go mad, and at that point he would not care about right or wrong. The three families would surely be dragged down with him. Zhao Tao scoffed. They understood well that the very existence of Shenglin City relied on the city lord, Lin Xiao. While Lin Xiao's presence constrained their power, without him, the city itself would cease to exist, let alone their families. "We are merely being cautious," one guard remarked. Even if given another chance, they would act the same way. Zhao Tao chose not to dwell on the matter further, asking, "What shall we do now? Shall we simply wait? Or should we lure some demonic beasts to alleviate the young master's burden?" The young master instructed us not to interfere. If he encounters danger, he will utilize the means granted by the city lord to break free, the guard replied. "Are we truly to do nothing?" Zhao Tao frowned. Watching Lin An still engaged in battle with the demonic beasts, feeling a gnawing unease within. "Let us prepare ourselves. If the young master finds himself overwhelmed, we shall do our utmost to attract these beasts." Thus easing his escape, Zhao Tao proposed after a moment's reflection. As for the special treasures within the valley, he had abandoned any thoughts of them. The paramount concern was that Lin An, the young master, must not perish here, for if he did, their families would be doomed. The 10 personal guards exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. It was better than remaining idle. Amidst the horde of demonic beasts, Lin An gripped his shimmering blade with unwavering determination, agilely weaving through the throng of terrifying creatures. With each swing of his arm, waves of blade energy surged forth. Each flash of his sword brought forth a storm of blood and gore, as countless beasts fell to the ground in agony. Yet the beasts seemed oblivious to fear, charging at Lin An with relentless ferocity. Whenever one beast fell, another would immediately take its place, continuing their savage onslaught. They came in an unending tide, as if their numbers were inexhaustible. But Lin An felt no trepidation. The ever-increasing attribute points filled him with exhilaration. The rhythm of his blade quickened, intertwining into an impenetrable web that cleaved through the encroaching beasts. Even as some lunged at him, they could not breach his defenses, for he donned inner armor of golden quality. After an hour of relentless battle, Lin An felt no fatigue. With his spirit-eating divine ability at his disposal, even if his inner energy was nearly depleted, he only needed to slay a few more beasts to recover. He took a moment to glance at his attribute points, which had surged to over 90,000, nearing the significant milestone of 100,000. With approximately an hour left before the spirit realm closed, a bold idea sparked in Lin An's mind. Why not break into the valley? He glanced toward the distant gorge, a thought flickering through his mind. There were surely numerous silver-tier demonic beasts within. If he activated the jade pendant gifted by his father, he could likely dispatch a multitude in an instant. The pendant contained a strike from Lin Xiao, a formidable golden-tier warrior, which even a silver-tier beast could not withstand. Moreover, the pendant belonged to him. Using it would still count toward his kills, and the attribute points would be duly credited. Having come this far, he resolved to venture into the valley and, should the opportunity arise, retrieve that special treasure. With the spirit realm closing in an hour, even if he could not secure the treasure, he could still amass more attribute points. With resolve, Lin An made his way purposefully toward the valley. As he drew near, the demonic beasts seemed to sense something amiss. Growing increasingly frenzied, though they posed little threat, they nonetheless impeded his progress. The young master intends to enter the valley? The 10 personal guards, keenly observing Lin An, quickly discerned his intentions. In that case, we shall help the young master by diverting the beasts outside, Zhao Tao mused. The guards exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement. With the spirit realm's closure imminent, even if they drew the beasts away, there would still be plenty for the young master to hunt within the valley. Let us proceed. The 3 prominent families sprang into action, activating the beast-attracting crystals to draw the creatures away. Although Lin An was engulfed in the throng of beasts, only a fraction could reach him, while most remained outside, helplessly watching. The energy emanating from the activated crystals quickly entranced the beasts, redirecting them from their futile charge. Have all the beasts been drawn away? Lin An noticed the creatures scattering in all directions, realizing the 10 personal guards had recognized his intent. This was fortuitous, allowing him to advance more swiftly into the valley. As time passed and more beasts were lured away, Lin An's pressure diminished considerably. Half an hour later, he arrived at the entrance of the valley. With a swift motion, he unleashed a blade strike, sending a wave of energy that cleaved through the demonic beasts within a 30-meter radius. Then, employing the pursuit step, he surged into the valley. Chapter 35. Slaying the Silver 9-Tiered Sin Beast. In contrast to the outside, the number of sin beasts within the valley was significantly reduced, amounting to approximately 4,000 to 5,000. However, despite the diminished numbers, their overall strength was considerably enhanced. The sin beasts capable of entering the valley were at least of the bronze 9-tier level, with numerous silver tier beasts present as well. Lu Jing's gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings, searching for traces of treasures. Ultimately, his attention settled upon a small island at the center of a lake within the valley. Though the island was modest in size, it featured a stone platform emanating a radiant glow. This must be the unique treasure within this spiritual realm, Lin mused. This was his first encounter with a treasure in such a realm. In his previous life, he had only hunted feeble sin beasts on the outskirts, never venturing into the depths as he had now. Roar, roar, roar. At that moment, the sin beast within the valley noticed Lin An's intrusion and charged at him with furious roars. Observing the approaching beasts, Lin An hesitated not for a moment, swiftly taking out a jade pendant and shattering it. Boom! As the pendant shattered, a terrifying pressure surged forth, flinging the nearby sin beasts away. Following this, a phantom emerged, revealing his adoptive father, Lin Xiao. Dare to harm my son? You seek death. The voice of Lin Xiao echoed like thunder, reverberating through the air. In the next instant, a long knife, gleaming with cold light, materialized in midair. Its design was ancient yet majestic, with intricate and mysterious engravings adorning the hilt. With a swift motion of his arm, Lin Xiao sent the knife hurtling forward, slicing through the air with remarkable speed. This strike appeared unremarkable, devoid of dazzling brilliance or earth-shattering momentum, yet harbored boundless killing intent and power. It glided like a gentle breeze, silently sweeping past all the sin beasts. Lin An barely had time to react before a shimmering silver line flashed before his eyes. This line of blade was akin to lightning, and where it passed, the once ferocious sin beasts crumbled effortlessly, their bodies severed as if made of mere paper. After this strike, Lin Xiao's phantom dissipated, leaving Lin An to gaze upon the valley, now littered with corpses. A single strike to obliterate? Is this the might of the Golden Realm? No, my adoptive father is no ordinary Golden Realm warrior. He has reached the Golden 9-tier level, making it unsurprising to annihilate a horde of beasts at most of Silver tier. Had I known the ferocity of Lin Xiao's strike earlier, I would have used the pendant outside the valley. If I had obliterated all those and beasts outside, my attribute points would have soared. Yet, the thought flitted away. Even if he had foreseen it, he would not have acted thus. The jade pendant was his ultimate trump card, one that he must keep close. Moreover, despite the fewer numbers, there were still over 1,000 sin beasts of at least Silver tier 5 within the valley. Even if he prided himself on his strength, he would not claim he could confront so many Silver tier beasts alone. Shaking his head, Lin An dismissed further thoughts and glanced at his attribute points. In that brief encounter, his points had surged by approximately 20,000, now totaling a remarkable 120,000. First, he would retrieve the treasure, leaving him some time to continue hunting the beasts outside. Lin An dashed forward, reaching the small island. Just as he was about to seize the treasure upon the stone platform, the entire surface of the lake began to tremble. Suddenly, he felt unsteady beneath him and was thrown backward, landing firmly on the ground. Lin An focused his gaze, only to see a toad towering 10 feet high, adorned with green and purple patterns, emerging before him. The small island lay directly above the creature's head. This is the purple patterned poison toad. Such a large specimen must have reached the Silver 9-tier level. Had it not been for the restrictions of the spiritual realm, it might have broken into the Golden Realm. Lin An's expression turned grave. The purple patterned poison toad was a particularly troublesome beast, its body riddled with poison sacs. If it weren't dispatched instantly, those sacks would eventually exhaust him. This must be the most formidable beast in this spiritual realm. Unfortunately, it had been hiding in the lake. Otherwise, it would have succumbed to Lin Zhao's strike. Yet I should possess the capability to slay it swiftly. Lin An recalled his perfected one-blade slash. Since achieving mastery in this skill, he had not unleashed its full power. He was uncertain of its might. "Let us test it upon you," he thought, as the long knife manifested in his grip. Divine power, earth vein force, activate. Was in the next moment, the power from the earth began to converge, flowing into the long knife alongside Lin An's spiritual energy. Instantly, a formidable aura erupted from him. The purple-patterned poison toad seemed to sense the threat, launching its long tongue like a sharpened arrow toward Lin An. "Come forth." Lin An's eyes brightened as he swung the long knife in response. However, this strike was not merely a single slash. It was a triple blade strike. Upon achieving mastery of the one-blade slash and comprehending its essence, an idea took root in his mind. First, he would stack the damage with the 3 strikes, and on the 4th, unleash the one-blade slash simultaneously. How powerful would that be? Previously, he had no opportunity to test it. He would not let this chance slip by. Swish as the long knife collided with the long tongue. A deep gash was carved into it, prompting the purple-patterned poison toad to retract its tongue hastily. Following this strike, Lin An felt the might of the long knife double in intensity. Elated, he realized that what had begun as an experiment had succeeded beyond his expectations. Once more, Lin An pressed forward, brandishing the knife and charging at the toad. However, the purple-patterned poison toad, being a silver 9-tier entity, easily repelled Lin An's assault. Yet, in that moment, he seized the opportunity to complete the final 2 strikes. "This blade shall end you." Triple blade 4 strike. Perfected one-blade slash. With both hands gripping the knife hilt, Lin An unleashed his full strength without reservation. The long knife radiated a terrifying might, nearly beyond his control. Slash! Veins bulged on Lin An's forehead as he swung the knife. In an instant, a sharp sound shattered the air, and a dazzling blade aura, 100 meters long, surged forth. This blade aura roared like a giant dragon, sweeping across the sky with overwhelming force toward the purple-patterned poison toad not far away. As it passed, the air seemed to tear apart, creating visible ripples and whirlwinds. Rocks shattered, and the lake was cleaved in 2, creating a dramatic spectacle. The purple-patterned poison toad, feeling the immense pressure, emitted a low growl, its massive form trembling in fear of the impending attack. It attempted to resist, but the blade aura was too swift, arriving before it in the blink of an eye. Swish, a faint sound resonated, and the purple-patterned poison toad's body froze, its dark green eyes gradually losing their luster. "You have slain a silver 9-tier sin beast. Congratulations. You have gained 9 attribute points." Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin An, who should have been drained of strength, found himself invigorated as the spirit-devouring technique activated, restoring 30% of his power in an instant. Is this the power of the perfected one-blade slash? The combined force of the triple blade made it nearly insurmountable, even for a silver 9-tier sin beast. Lin wore a smile on his face, pondering whether the formidable beings of the Golden Realm could withstand the blade he had just unleashed. Let's first examine what treasures this spiritual realm may possess. Approaching the corpse of the purple-patterned poisonous toad, a crystal emanating a radiant spiritual light came into view. Chapter 36, The Celestial Spirit Crystal, Departure from the Spirit Realm. The Celestial Spirit Crystal is a unique treasure formed from the essence of heaven and earth, imbued with the power of the land. It aids individuals in entering a state of unity with the cosmos, enhancing their comprehension and accelerating their enlightenment, with a slight chance of triggering a sudden epiphany. A treasure that elevates one's understanding? Lin An raised an eyebrow, recognizing its undeniable value. However, it held little significance for him. After all, with sufficient attribute points, he could instantly elevate any skill to its maximum level. In comparison, the Celestial Spirit Crystal offered minimal benefit to him. Yet, its worth was vastly different for the indigenous inhabitants of the abyssal world. For an ordinary player, with the right connections and a stroke of luck, This crystal could be exchanged for platinum-level techniques. It would be perfect to bring back for his adoptive father, aiding him in perfecting the Lin family techniques and swiftly advancing to the platinum realm. Lin An chuckled, realizing that his efforts had inadvertently served his adoptive father. With some time remaining, he decided to hunt a few more abyssal beasts. With this thought, Lin An stowed the celestial spirit crystal and departed the valley. After hunting over 1,000 abyssal beasts and accumulating more than 3,000 attribute points, the entire spirit realm suddenly trembled. Lin An felt a peculiar force envelop him. He understood that the spirit realm was about to close, and he would soon be teleported away. Moments later, darkness enveloped him as he vanished from his location. Outside the spirit realm, the time should be nearing, and they ought to be emerging soon. I wonder what their haul will be. It is quite rare for Shenglin City to have a spirit realm. Unfortunately, it is merely a bronze-level spirit realm. Had it been silver level, the treasures within might have helped us break into the golden realm. Early in the morning, the three prominent families and the city lord's mansion had gathered here to await their return. Old Qian, the young master, should be fine, right? Yi Yuan inquired, glancing at Qian Hai beside him. Rest assured, with the city lord's methods, not even a golden realm abyssal beast within this spirit realm could pose a threat to the young master. Qian Hai replied with a grin. Yi Yuan nodded, intending to say more when he suddenly felt a shift in the atmosphere. In an instant, a cascade of white light flashed, and numerous figures appeared before them. Ji Yuan hurriedly scanned the crowd and soon spotted Lin An, covered in blood. Young master, are you all right? Ji Yuan rushed forward, concern etched across his face. Don't worry, it's just the blood of the abyssal beasts, Lin An reassured him with a smile. After a thorough inspection, Ji Yuan confirmed that Lin An was unharmed and finally exhaled in relief. Old Qian, why have you come in person? Lin An asked as Qian Hai approached. Since I had no pressing matters, I came to welcome the young master, Qian Hai responded. Young master, if all is well, shall we return to the city? The city lord is awaiting us. Let us go, Lin An nodded. Soon after, everyone mounted their horses and swiftly made their way back to Shenglin City. Observing the departing figures of the city lord's entourage, Zhao Tong and the other family heads hurriedly sought out their sons for inquiries. During this venture into the spirit realm, we did not offend the young master, did we? Zhao Tong asked, his tone serious as Zhang and Wang listened intently. Zhao Tao exchanged glances with his companions before shaking their heads in unison. Father, rest assured, we did not offend the young master. After entering the spirit realm, he separated from us to explore independently. We only encountered him again this morning at the valley's core. We initially planned to sneak into the valley and quietly retrieve the treasures within, but the outcome, Zhao Tao's expression turned peculiar, mirrored by the expressions of Zhang Yun and Wang Qi. What was the outcome? Zhao Tong pressed urgently. Zhao Tao took a deep breath and said, the outcome was that when we were ready to act, we discovered the young master was single-handedly slaughtering tens of thousands of abyssal beasts. For a moment, the three family heads were taken aback. The young master, alone, was slaying tens of thousands of abyssal beasts? What an absurd notion. This child must be possessed by an abyssal beast. Otherwise, how could he utter such nonsense? The young master, despite his extraordinary prowess, was still merely a bronze 9th tier. Even if he possessed formidable strength and could fight beyond his level, surely he would be exhausted before he could take down so many beasts just standing there. Yet, despite their disbelief, the earnest expressions on Zhao Tao and his companions caused Zhao Tong and the others to feel a tightening in their hearts. Could it truly be that what they were saying was real? Father, I speak the truth. If you do not believe me, you may ask them. Zhao Tao gestured toward those who had entered the spirit realm alongside him. The three family heads turned to see the others nodding vigorously. Head, it is true. We witnessed the young master single-handedly slaying tens of thousands of abyssal beasts. Indeed, the young master was ferocious. With a single strike, he could decimate a multitude of beasts. Ultimately, he carved a path through the throng of abyssal beasts and charged into the valley. Although we assisted somewhat, I believe that even without us, the young master would have managed to breach the valley. The carnage was horrifying, a scene I have never witnessed before. Wherever the young master went, a trail of corpses was left in his wake. All those who had entered the spirit realm began to speak in unison, still awestruck by the memory of that moment. They understood their family had skepticism. After all, who would dare to believe that a single individual could face tens of thousands of abyssal beasts without witnessing it firsthand? Even if the three heads were initially incredulous, the collective testimony before them began to shift their perception. They took deep breaths, striving to quell their astonishment. "Father, our expedition into the spirit realm yielded considerable rewards. While these resources benefit our family, I propose we present them all to the young master tomorrow," Zhao Tao suggested. Previously, he had harbored some resentment, believing that Lin An's advantages stemmed solely from his status and background. Now, however, he was thoroughly convinced. He could envision a future where Lin An would undoubtedly surpass even the city lord. Perhaps after so many years, Shenglin City would finally witness the rise of a platinum-level powerhouse. Zhao Tong shook his head at his son's suggestion. "No, if what you say is true, the resources from the spirit realm alone are insufficient. The family must contribute at least a third of our resources. Opportunities to ingratiate oneself with powerful figures are not always available. For instance, Lin Xiao, being the city lord, is the most formidable presence in Shenglin City. Even if they offered substantial resources, he might not be inclined to acknowledge them. Given his strength, if he truly desired resources, he could simply annihilate their families without hesitation, owing them no favors. At present, the young Master-S realm is still low. They have an opportunity to offer resources as goodwill. However, once he matures, they may find themselves without even the privilege to offer assistance. By then, any attempts to curry favor may hinge on whether he grants them that chance." The three family heads exchanged glances, each understanding the resolve within the other's hearts. They would unwaveringly support the young master. Lin An, oblivious to the thoughts of the three prominent families, galloped swiftly, soon returning to Shenglin City. Outside the city lord's mansion, Lin Xiao had long awaited their arrival. "Father, your son has returned." Lin An dismounted, a smile gracing his lips. Lin Xiao appraised Lin An, relieved to see that, despite the blood covering him, he bore no injuries. "Ha ha, splendid. It is good to have you back." Lin Xiao laughed heartily as he wrapped his arm around Lin An's shoulders, saying, "Hurry inside the residence. You have worked hard during this period. I have prepared a feast for you. After you have eaten and drunk your fill, be sure to rest well." Lin An nodded in agreement and followed Lin Xiao into the mansion. Chapter 37. Breaking through the Silver Realm, Upgrading Divine Powers. After a thorough wash, Lin An changed into a new set of clothes and made his way to the living room. The dining table was already adorned with a variety of exquisite dishes. Without hesitation, Lin An began to eat. It was only when he had nearly finished that Lin Xiao spoke up. "Anur, you must not act so recklessly next time. Becoming ensnared among a horde of sin beasts can lead to one's demise with but a moment's carelessness. I am aware of your formidable strength. You have no rivals among your peers. However, you must remain humble and cautious, avoiding rash actions," Lin Xiao imparted earnestly. Earlier, while Lin An was washing up, he had inquired with 10 of his personal guards about their experiences in the spirit realm. Even though he knew Lin An had emerged unscathed, the tale still filled him with trepidation. One person surrounded by thousands of sin beasts? Was this something a normal individual could achieve? If he survived, it was a remarkable feat, but if he perished, would that not be a reckless act of folly? He did not demand extraordinary achievements from his son. He merely wished for his safety and stability. "Father, I owe my safety this time to the jade pendant you gifted me. It helped me eliminate all the sin beasts in the valley." Lin An deftly shifted the topic, aware that if he engaged with Lin Xiao's concerns, his father would launch into a lengthy lecture. Lin Xiao recognized the diversion, but chose not to press further, instead responding to Lin An's comment. "So, you've come to understand your father's prowess, have you?" Indeed, indeed. Father, a hero unmatched, with a single strike vanquishing thousands of sin beasts. "I am but a shadow of your greatness," Lin An replied, a smile gracing his face as he flattered his father. Though Lin Xiao maintained a serious demeanor, the upward curve of his lips betrayed his inner delight. He was aware that Lin An was flattering him, and yet he relished the praise. "Father, are you aware of what treasures reside within the spirit realm?" Lin An inquired. Huh? If you hold it in such high regard, it must be extraordinary. However, I have no need for it. Keep it for yourself, Lin Xiao replied. Breaking through to the Platinum Realm is no trivial matter. The Platinum Realm, also known as the Transcendence Realm, involves surpassing the limits of mortality, comprehending the forces of heaven and earth, and achieving flight. Ordinary opportunities cannot facilitate such a breakthrough. He currently relied on perfecting his cultivation technique and utilizing the marrow cleansing method to advance further. This treasure is known as the Celestial Spirit Crystal. It aids in entering a state of unity with heaven and earth, enhancing comprehension and accelerating the grasp of techniques. With good fortune, one may even achieve sudden enlightenment on the spot. However, Father is aware of my qualifications. While this treasure is splendid, its effect on me may be limited. I had intended to gift it to you, but since you have no need for it, I shall keep it for now. As Lin An spoke, he produced the Celestial Spirit Crystal, playing with it momentarily before storing it in his spatial ring. Lin Zhao's expression momentarily faltered, and he felt a pang of embarrassment. Why must my tongue be so swift? This treasure was precisely what he desperately required. With the Celestial Spirit Crystal, he could expedite the perfection of his cultivation technique and subsequently undergo marrow cleansing to reach the Platinum Realm. Fortunately, he had a thick skin. He promptly tapped Lin An on the forehead. You impudent boy, dare you jest with your father? Lin An, chuckling, retrieved the Celestial Spirit Crystal once more. Father, please accept this blessing. Break through to the Platinum Realm sooner, and I shall have the privilege of remaining under your wing a while longer. Lin Xiao graciously accepted the Celestial Spirit Crystal, carefully evaluating its properties, and indeed found his comprehension of techniques accelerating. While you may not need this now, in the future, that may change. I will use it for the time being, and should you require it later, do not hesitate to ask. This treasure could very well become a cherished heirloom for our Lin family. The Celestial Spirit Crystal was not a one-time use item. It could be passed down through generations. Even if future offspring lacked exceptional talent, possessing this gem could transform them into prodigies. One might say that this small crystal could serve as the foundation for a family, enabling its lineage to endure for centuries or even millennia. Lin An nodded with a smile and continued to converse with Lin Xiao for a while. Eventually, he returned to his small courtyard and glanced at his attribute points. Attribute points, 131, 259. With over 130,000 attribute points, he realized that when factoring in the points spent on enhancing his technique, he had amassed nearly 240,000 attribute points during his time in the spirit realm. In his previous life, he had also ventured into the spirit realm, but back then, he was merely at the third tier of Black Iron, hunting sin beasts on the periphery. He had to team up with others, and upon slaying a single sin beast, the points would be divided based on contribution, often yielding a mere fraction of attribute points. However, this life was different. His cultivation had reached the 9th tier of bronze, his various techniques were perfected, and he had 10 personal guards. Even his father had provided him with numerous life-saving methods and elixirs. Lin An wore a smile, realizing that having a solid background and influence was crucial in this world. Without the resources of the City Lord's mansion, even with his 9th tier bronze cultivation, he could not have accumulated such a wealth of attribute points. 130,000 attribute points should suffice for my ascent to the Platinum Realm. While I currently possess a significant amount, these points will need to carry me through the Silver, Gold, and ultimately the Platinum Realms, and I may find myself short. He was acutely aware that once he broke through, obtaining attribute points in Shenglin City would become increasingly challenging. No, wait, there seems to be another opportunity to acquire attribute points. Lin An suddenly recalled that in his previous life, while chatting with veterans during his time in the garrison, he learned that prior to their arrival, the Sin Beasts had launched an assault from Black Mountain. The veteran had mentioned that this occurred around October of the 3214th year of the Sin Abyss calendar, and today was July 31st of the same year. This meant there were 2 months left before the Sin Beasts would initiate their siege. At that time, over 100,000 Sin Beasts would attack Shenglin City, including 3 at the Gold Realm. However, this upcoming assault posed little threat to Shenglin City. Rather, it seemed more like a test. Lin An's eyes gleamed with contemplation. He He could not help but think of the Platinum Realm Sin beast that might emerge from Black Mountain. Perhaps the purpose of this siege was to gauge whether Lin Xiao had achieved a breakthrough to the Platinum Realm. There could be other motives as well, but it was likely that in 2 months, the Sin beasts would indeed launch their assault. Shaking his head, Lin decided not to dwell on it further. His priority was to break through to the Silver Realm first. If the Sin beasts did come to attack in 2 months, he could hunt more of them then. As for stifling his progress to gather attribute points during the siege, that was not in his plans. After all, that was a matter for 2 months hence. For now, he had no shortage of attribute points and saw no reason to delay his advancement. With that thought in mind, Lin An closed the system interface and began to adjust his state. Today marked the last day of July, coinciding perfectly with the end of the rankings. He needed to break through to the Silver Realm before the rankings were finalized, as doing so would yield more substantial rewards. An hour later, Lin An had adjusted himself to peak condition and then commenced his breakthrough. The process faced no obstacles. Everything unfolded seamlessly, and within merely half an hour, he successfully ascended to the Silver Realm. Congratulations! You are the first player in the entire server to break through to the Silver Realm, receiving an additional reward, Divine Power Upgrade Stone X1. Another Divine Power Upgrade Stone? Currently, the only method he knew for upgrading his divine powers was through the use of the Divine Power Upgrade Stone. Immediately, Lin An turned his attention to his 3 divine powers. The Eye of the Cursed Tiger had previously been upgraded, granting it the ability to pierce illusions. Meanwhile, the soul-devouring technique significantly enhanced his endurance. It had played a crucial role in allowing him to hunt such a multitude of sin beasts within the spirit realm. The power of the mystical veins significantly enhances his explosive strength. Previously, he was capable of slaying the 9th-grade silver-patterned poison toad with a single strike, an achievement greatly attributed to this divine ability. After much contemplation, Lin An ultimately decided to upgrade his soul-devouring skill. With a siege by the sin beasts approaching in 2 months, the utility of this ability would prove even more substantial against the multitude of foes. With this thought, Lin An promptly utilized the Divine Ability Upgrade Stone. You have used the Divine Ability Upgrade Stone. Your ability Soul Devouring has been enhanced. Lin An hurriedly examined the effects of the upgrade. Chapter 38. The Devouring Spirit Enhancement. Ranking Settlement. Devouring Spirit. Your attacks are imbued with the power of consumption, allowing you to absorb a portion of your opponent's energy to restore your own injuries, stamina, and spirit. As Lin An beheld the upgraded effects of the Devouring Spirit, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Previously, he could only absorb energy from his targets upon their defeat. However, the situation had changed. Now, with each strike against an opponent, he could plunder their energy. This new capability meant that even when facing adversaries whose strength surpassed his own, he could engage in prolonged battles, gradually wearing them down. Lin An nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that his endurance had significantly improved. He then opened his status panel. Player, Lin An title. First Blood Realm. Silver Level 1 Cultivation Techniques. Lin Clan Techniques, perfected. One Blade Slash, perfected. Star Chase Step, perfected. Diamond Body, perfected. Triple Blade, perfected. Wind Breaking Blade Technique, perfected. Flowing Cloud Step, perfected. Mysterious Armor Technique, perfected. Divine Abilities. Eye of the Cursed Tiger, Devouring Spirit, Power of the Earth Veins, Attribute Points, 131. 259. How swiftly I have ascended to silver level. Lin An mused. Despite his rapid cultivation, he held no fears of an unstable foundation. After all, the fell beasts in the spirit realm were not to be trifled with. Through their slaughter, his foundation had been forged solidly. Now that he had reached silver level, his next goal was to continue his training and strive for a swift breakthrough to golden level. Calculating the time, he realized that he had been in this world for less than 2 months. Yet in such a brief span, he had transformed from an ordinary person into a formidable silver level 1 warrior. The game's launch date was set for September 1st, 3215 of the Sin Abyss calendar, meaning there remained a year and a month before players would arrive. Having achieved silver level in just 2 months, it is not unreasonable to aim for platinum level within the remaining year. Lin An smiled, eagerly anticipating the moment when all players would enter the game and witness his name at the top of the leaderboard. Soon, As midnight struck, a notification appeared. The leaderboard has been settled. Please collect your rewards before the next settlement. Lin An opened the leaderboard. Server Realm Leaderboard. First place, Lin An. Realm, Silver Level 1. Hidden option available. Second place, none. Third place, none. Note, the leaderboard is settled monthly, with the top 100 players receiving additional rewards. Only I stand alone. How solitary it feels. However, in a year, once other players join, it shall become lively. Lin An thought as he claimed his rewards. Congratulations to the player for achieving first place in the Realm Leaderboard as a Silver Level 1 warrior. The player may freely choose their reward type: attribute points, cultivation techniques, weapons, or elixirs. Much like the previous settlement, the rewards were resource-oriented. Lin An deliberated. Attribute points will be best. I have no shortage of techniques, weapons, or elixirs. The player has chosen attribute points as their reward. Congratulations. The player has received attribute points x 1,000. 1,000 points, not too shabby. Lin An nodded inwardly. While 1,000 points seemed meager compared to his existing 130,000, it was considerable for other players. After all, mastering a single silver level technique required 480 points. Thus, 1,000 points would suffice to perfect 2 silver level techniques, significantly enhancing his prowess. For Lin An, acquiring these points without effort was truly a boon. After claiming the reward, Lin An closed the interface and promptly retired for the night, having fought tirelessly in the spirit realm for several days. He truly needed rest. Morning arrived, and Lin An joined his father for breakfast in the living room. Lin Xiao, noticing his son's ascent to silver level, had grown accustomed to his achievements and displayed no surprise, nor did he inquire further. Father, with the aid of the Earth Spirit crystals and my assistance, how long do you think it will take for you to perfect your technique? Lin An inquired. You seem even more anxious than I. Lin Xiao chuckled. Initially, I estimated it would take a year, but now I believe I can achieve perfection in at most 6 months. If fortune favors me with an epiphany, perhaps 2 to 3 months will suffice. Listening to his father's words, Lin An nodded. Even if it took 6 months for him to perfect his technique and ascend to platinum level, it would be ample time. After all, there remained over a year before the fall of Shenglin City. Once his father reached platinum level, he could venture to the Black Mountain, seeking to eliminate the fell beast that would also ascend in a year, thus nipping the threat in the bud. With this thought, Lin An felt a weight lift from his heart. The crisis of Shenglin City's demise was well on its way to resolution, contingent only on Lin Zhao's breakthrough to platinum level. As the father and son conversed, the steward, Qianyang, entered from outside. Lord City Master, young master, the heads of the 3 great families have arrived, each bringing several carts of resources. They claim these resources were obtained from the spirit realm, and, as previously agreed, half of them are to be given to you. Young master, Qianyang said, a peculiar expression crossing his face. However, I noticed some of the resources have already reached golden level. Is it possible to acquire golden level resources from a bronze level spirit realm? Lin Xiao mused. That is unlikely. The highest they should reach is silver level. As for the earth spirit crystals, they are unique treasures with no grade classification. It seems they are offering these resources to curry favor, Lin Xiao observed, turning to Lin An. They likely wish to leverage your performance in the spirit realm to forge a connection with you. You may decide how to proceed. Since they wish to offer, we shall graciously accept, Lin An replied with a smile, recognizing the 3 families' intentions to align themselves with him. Nevertheless, he knew he would not remain in Shenglin City indefinitely. Once he attained golden or platinum level, he would depart for the upper city. While he might not utilize these resources, they could serve to cultivate the personal guards of the city lord's residence. Yes, I shall attend to this immediately, Qianyang nodded, turning to exit the city lord's residence. Lin An and Lin Xiao made their way to the quiet chamber to maximize their training time. Outside the city lord's residence, Qianyang slowly emerged from the crimson gates. The 3 family heads, who had been anxiously waiting at the entrance, hurried to greet him. A flicker of apprehension danced across their faces as they cautiously inquired, Steward Qian, what did the city master and young master say? Chapter 39. The actions of the 3 prominent families. Qianyang smiled slightly and spoke softly. The young lord has already expressed his stance. Since the three family heads are so generous as to present such precious resources, he shall graciously accept this magnificent gift. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Tong and the others breathed a sigh of relief. It was good to have the gift accepted. They feared more the possibility of it being rejected. Qianyang then added, "The young lord has specifically instructed me to convey his deep gratitude to the three family heads for their unwavering dedication to the prosperity of Shenglin City. He hopes that the three prominent families will continue to wholeheartedly support the development of Shenglin City. As long as we all work together for the greater good of Shenglin City, the young lord will always remember your efforts." However, Qianyang's expression turned slightly troubled as he continued. "It is just that the young lord has recently returned from the spirit realm and is currently at a critical juncture in his cultivation, leaving him unable to meet with you at this time. I hope you can understand." Zhao Tong and the others quickly nodded in response, saying, "Rest assured, Master Qian, we shall do our utmost to contribute to the future of Shenglin City." Although they felt a tinge of disappointment at not being able to meet Lin An and Lin Xiao, they dared not voice any complaints at this moment. Then, a hint of hesitation crossed their faces. "Is there something else on your minds?" Qianyang inquired. "Master Qian, my son has developed a profound admiration for the young lord after experiencing the spirit realm. He wishes to follow in his footsteps," one of the heads replied. "Indeed, my son feels the same way. Even if it is merely to serve as a subordinate, he would be delighted to fetch tea and water for the young lord. We kindly ask Master Qian to speak a few words on our behalf. Regardless of the outcome, we shall certainly reward you generously." The three heads spoke in unison, having recognized Lin An's potential and resolved to align themselves closely with him. However, merely offering resources was insufficient. They believed that only if their sons became the young lord's attendants or confidants could they feel at ease. "Esteemed heads, both the city lord and the young lord are currently in seclusion for cultivation, and I dare not disturb them," Qianyang replied. "As for the matter you mentioned, I will certainly relay it once the city lord and the young lord have concluded their retreat." The three heads displayed expressions of disappointment. "Then we kindly ask Master Qian to mention this matter to the city lord and the young lord upon their emergence," they said. "Of course," he assured. After the three family heads departed, Qianyang summoned the household servants to transport the carts of resources into the treasury. In the quiet chamber, Lin An and Lin Xiao sat facing each other. Lin An's eyes were tightly shut as he rapidly refined the medicinal pills, drawing strands of spiritual energy into his dantian with the operation of his cultivation technique. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, held the heavenly spirit crystal in his hand, also engaging in the Lin family's cultivation method. However, he was not cultivating, but rather sensing the flow of Lin An's technique to enhance his own comprehension. The heavenly spirit crystal radiated a luminous energy, and Lin Xiao was fully immersed in a state of unity with heaven and earth. In this state, his understanding of the technique was rapidly advancing. If he had a player's panel, it would undoubtedly indicate proficiency increases of 100, 1000, and so forth. I have underestimated the effects of the heavenly spirit crystal. Even without entering a state of sudden enlightenment, I can elevate my technique to perfection within 3 months. Lin Xiao thought, filled with excitement. The Lin family had stood in Shenglin City for centuries. Aside from the founding ancestor who had reached the platinum realm, no descendant had surpassed the 9th rank of gold. Historical ancestors had speculated that this was likely due to their cultivation method. While the Lin family's technique accelerated their progress, it became exceedingly difficult to break through once they reached the 9th rank of gold. Some ancestors had suggested that only upon achieving perfection in the technique could one advance to the platinum realm. Yet, throughout the years, only a few had managed to elevate their techniques to the great accomplishment level, with none attaining perfection. Lin Xiao had thought he would remain at the 9th rank of gold for his entire life, but his son had brought an unexpected surprise, revealing that once the technique reached perfection, one could undergo a cleansing of the marrow and a rectification of the essence. Moreover, by observing Lin An's perfected technique, he had discovered a concrete direction, allowing him to achieve great accomplishment in just over a month. Now, with the addition of the heavenly spirit crystal, he had hopes of achieving perfection within 3 months. Perhaps it is I who shall break the Lin family's curse of never advancing to the Platinum Realm. Lin Xiao mused as he glanced at Lin An, who was diligently cultivating. A sense of urgency welled up within him. This impudent boy is progressing far too swiftly. At this rate, he may surpass me within a year. Though it is indeed a source of pride for a father to be surpassed by his son, I would prefer it not to happen so soon. I have yet to fully display my own prowess. With these thoughts, Lin Xiao cast aside his distractions and immersed himself entirely in his understanding. Days passed, and Shenglin City remained largely unchanged. Even with Lin Zhao's absence, the city was not adversely affected. However, the three prominent families were quite active during this period. Master Qian, has the city lord and the young lord not yet emerged from seclusion? I have matters to report. Commander Feng Shan approached Qianyang. They have not yet emerged. Commander Feng, is there news of the Sin Beasts? If so, I shall immediately inform the city lord, Qianyang replied, his expression grave. Generally, Commander Feng did not leave the military camp. His presence indicated something significant was afoot. Yet, as Qianyang contemplated the situation, he felt it unlikely to be related to the Sin Beasts. If that were the case, Commander Feng would have remained stationed at the camp and sent someone to inform him instead. The matter at hand involved the three prominent families. It seemed they had become unusually active, with numerous members participating in military assessments and joining the ranks. While it was not unheard of for members of the three families to join the military, the numbers had never been this significant. Currently, over 200 individuals from the families had enlisted, including even the young heads of the families. I truly do not understand what the three families are trying to achieve, which is why I came to inform the city lord and let him decide. Commander Feng expressed helplessly. He had considered the possibility that the three families sought to infiltrate the military or seize control of the military power. However, if that were their intention, they should not have been so overt about it, especially by sending the next generation of family heirs into the military. Moreover, with the city lord present, the three families would find it impossible to wrest control from him. Even he, as the commander, would be restrained if he attempted to order an offensive against the city lord's residence. Upon hearing Commander Feng's words, Qianyang quickly grasped the rationale behind the actions of the three families. Previously, the families had not sent their offspring to serve the young lord, so they had opted instead to integrate their young members into the military as a means of establishing a relationship with the city lord's residence. Truly, these families have managed to endure through the years, Qianyang mused silently. He promptly shared his thoughts with Commander Feng. Chapter 40, Urgency and Omen. Upon hearing Qianyang's words, Feng Shan quickly understood why the three prominent families had dispatched their offspring to join the guard. Should we intervene? Feng Shan inquired. It's not a significant matter. Let them join the guard and assign them additional tasks. Once the city lord and the young city lord emerge, I will report this matter. Qianyang replied. If the city lord and the young city lord disallow their presence in the guard, it can be resolved with a mere word. Feng Shan's eyes brightened. Realizing Qianyang's intentions. The resources typically utilized by the offspring of the three families were exceptional, and their inherent strength was commendable. With these individuals joining, the losses of the guard during missions would be substantially mitigated. When the city lord and the young city lord return and learn of this, should they object, they can simply expel these individuals from the guard, effectively rendering the efforts of the three families' members futile. Understood. While we need not deliberately target them, they must adhere to military orders now that they are part of the guard, Feng Shan remarked with a smile. Qianyang nodded and continued conversing with Feng Shan for a few moments before the latter departed. Time swiftly passed, and a month had gone by. The leaderboard has been finalized. Please claim your rewards before the next settlement. Hearing the announcement, Lin An opened his eyes from his meditation. Truly, time flies when one is immersed in cultivation. A month has passed so swiftly, Lin An mused inwardly. Throughout this month, he and Lin Xiao had not left the meditation chamber. As a Golden Realm expert, Lin Xiao had long attained the state of fasting. Although Lin An had not yet reached that level, he could sustain himself for 2 or 3 months without food or water by absorbing the natural energies. Lin An then accessed the leaderboard. Server Realm Leaderboard. First place, Lin An. Realm, Silver 6th rank, can be concealed. Second place, none third place, none note. The leaderboard is updated monthly, and the top 100 players will receive additional rewards. Upon reaching the Silver Realm, the pace of his advancement had notably slowed in 1 month. He had only managed to break through to the 6th rank. Fortunately, he was not far from reaching the 7th rank, and he anticipated achieving this breakthrough within the next few days. With September upon them, the Beast of Sin would assault the city next month. By then, he should attain the Silver 9th rank. Lin An contemplated as he claimed the rewards from the leaderboard settlement. Congratulations, player Lin An, for achieving first place in the Silver Realm ranking as a Silver first-rank player. You may freely choose your reward type: attribute points, techniques, weapons, or elixirs. Lin An opted for attribute points. Player has chosen attribute points as a reward. Congratulations, player Lin An, for receiving 1,000 attribute points. The addition of 1,000 attribute points brought his total to 133,259 points. Glancing at Lin Xiao, who remained in a state of unity with the cosmos, Lin An sensed that his comprehension of the Lin family's techniques had significantly improved. From mastery to perfection required 50 million proficiency points. Lin Xiao had likely accumulated around 20 million proficiency points thus far. This aligned closely with his previous estimates. In another 2 months, Lin Xiao would achieve perfection and attempt to break through to the Platinum Realm. I cannot fall behind, Lin An thought, noting that the arrival of players was drawing near. Moreover, there remained only 2 years until the connection between the Sin Abyss world and the reality of Blue Star would close. With this realization, a sense of urgency surged within him. In 2 years, he must ensure he possesses the means for self-preservation amidst the impending chaos. Resolutely, Lin An closed his eyes once more, consumed an elixir, and resumed his cultivation. Days later, Lin An's realm ascended to the Silver 7th rank. Yet he did not pause. He continued his training. Before long, another half-month had passed. Meanwhile, outside Shenglin City, a 10-member squad lay hidden on a hillside. Something feels amiss. There weren't this many beasts on our way here. Why are there so many now? Zhao Tao observed the 30 or so Sin beasts in the distance, his brow furrowing. Shortly after emerging from the spirit realm, his realm had advanced to bronze 9th rank, and he had joined the guard half a month prior. Although he was the young master of the Zhao family, Fengshan treated him no differently, starting him off as a mere soldier. Zhao Tao was unfazed. Over the past half-month, he had led his family members on various missions, accumulating considerable military merit. Upon returning, he would have enough merit to promote to a squad leader capable of commanding 50 men. This time, as he led his squad on a mission, everything seemed fine until they noticed the increased presence of Sin beasts on their return journey. They were now encountering their 5th wave of these beasts. Young master, I can't shake the feeling that these Sin beasts are converging towards Shenglin City, one of his companions remarked. Call me squad leader. You are correct. These Sin beasts are indeed drawing nearer to Shenglin City. If only a portion were approaching, it might be inconsequential. But all the beasts we've encountered are intentionally heading in that direction, which is quite peculiar. Zhao Tao felt a jolt of alarm. If this were not mere coincidence, it suggested that, aside from their route, other directions also harbored Sin beasts advancing towards Shenglin City. The intent of such a multitude of Sin beasts was unmistakable. It indicated a powerful force orchestrating their advance, preparing for an assault on Shenglin City. However, this remained a conjecture. For the last time the Sin beasts had besieged the city was a decade ago. Regardless of whether it was coincidence or deliberate, he resolved to report this matter upon returning. Let us swiftly eliminate these Sin beasts and return to the city, Zhao Tao commanded. His 9 subordinates nodded in agreement, and together they charged towards the 30 Sin beasts. Though numerous, the beasts were not particularly formidable. The strongest among them was merely bronze 5th rank, easily felled by Zhao Tao's blade. After dispatching the Sin beasts, the group hastily made their way back to Shenglin City. Fortunately, they encountered no further beasts along the way and soon arrived at the military camp. Upon returning to the barracks, Zhao Tao promptly reported his findings and suspicions. Inside the guard's main tent, Fengshan listened intently to his subordinate's report. So, not only from our direction, but also from the other 3 directions, the Sin beasts are converging on Shenglin City? Fengshan squinted. As the commander of the guard, he had already received intelligence and had dispatched scouts for verification. Ultimately, it was confirmed that Sin beasts from all four directions were indeed approaching Shenglin City. This is a precursor to a siege by Sin beasts, Fengshan stated. Having experienced such events before, he remained composed. Continued to send scouts for further investigation and enhance patrols and alerts during this time, Fengshan instructed. Although signs of an impending siege were evident, the scale of the attack varied. It was imperative to ascertain the number of Sin beasts gathering. Should it be a small-scale siege, he could handle it himself without reporting to the city lord. However, if it were a large-scale assault, it would necessitate informing the city lord, as such an event would invariably involve a Golden Realm expert leading the Sin beasts. Let it be a mere small-scale siege. Fengshan thought. A decade had passed since the last siege by Sin beasts, and the citizens of Shenglin City had finally enjoyed a decade of peace. He did not wish for this tranquility to be shattered so abruptly. Chapter 41. The Sin beasts surround the city, achieving the pinnacle of silver rank 9. Several days have passed. Fengshan stood upon the city wall, gazing at the multitude of Sin beasts gathering several kilometers outside the city. Commander, over 50,000 Sin beasts have amassed outside the East City Gate. The situation is slightly better at the other 3 gates, but each has at least 10,000 Sin beasts congregating. Furthermore, there are continuous waves of Sin beasts converging upon Shenglin City. It is feared that in a few days, their numbers will exceed 100,000. Listening to his subordinate's report, Fengshan's expression grew grave. It was now certain that an assault by the Sin beasts was imminent, and it was highly likely that there were golden-ranked Sin beasts guiding them from behind. This matter exceeds my ability to resolve. I shall immediately proceed to the lord of the city's residence and request his emergence, Fengshan stated. As long as the lord of the city is present, even with a multitude of Sin beasts, Shenglin City will remain secure. Fengshan then made some arrangements and hurried towards the lord's residence. Manager Qian, the Sin beasts have gathered, and their numbers will reach 100,000 in a few days. This must be reported to the lord of the city. Fengshan explained to Qianyang. Qianyang furrowed his brow, aware of the urgency. Only the lord of the city could suppress such a formidable threat. Please wait a moment. I shall report this matter to the lord of the city immediately. Without delay, Qianyang rushed outside the meditation chamber. Subordinate Qianyang has important matters to discuss with the lord, he announced. Inside the meditation chamber, Lin Xiao, who was in the midst of his cultivation, emerged from his transcendent state upon hearing the voice. He understood well that Qianyang would not disturb him unless something significant threatened the safety of Shenglin City. Understood. Please wait in the council hall, Lin Xiao instructed. Yes. Qianyang sighed in relief, his steps light as he proceeded to the council hall. With the lord of the city emerging, the threat of the Sin beasts seemed trivial. Continue your cultivation. I see you are on the verge of another breakthrough, Lin Xiao remarked, glancing at the awakened Lin and nodded with a smile. Although Qianyang had not disclosed the details, he surmised it was likely related to the impending Sin beast siege. Having reached the silver rank 8 realm, he was but a step away from rank 9 and anticipated a breakthrough in the coming days, just in time to counter the Sin beast attack. Lin Xiao departed, and Lin An immersed himself back into his cultivation. In the council hall, upon Lin Xiao's entrance, Fengshan quickly approached. Have there been any unusual movements from the Sin beasts? Lin Xiao inquired, frowning. Fengshan rarely left the military camp. His presence indicated significant developments. Reporting to the lord. Since half a month ago, the Sin beasts have been approaching Shenglin City. Currently, approximately 80,000 are gathered outside, and the numbers continue to rise, Fengshan elaborated. It appears these Sin beasts have once again become restless, likely under the command of golden-ranked Sin beasts, Lin Xiao remarked coldly. It had been a decade since the last siege, a calamity that had claimed his father's life and left him emotionally scarred. Over the years, he had endeavored to eliminate the Sin beasts within the Black Mountain. Yet golden-ranked Sin beasts were not scarce there, many possessing strength comparable to his own. He had not anticipated that after so many years, the Sin beasts would stir once more. However, The fact that it took over half a month to gather fewer than 100,000 sin beasts indicated that they did not intend to create a large-scale disturbance. Why engage in such actions when they know this number cannot breach Shenglin City? Is it a test of my strength, or do they have another motive? Regardless of their intent, the priority was to address the impending siege. Afterward, if afforded another month, I shall perfect my techniques and break through to the Platinum Realm. Lin Xiao contemplated, his gaze shifting to Feng Shan. I am aware of the situation. Keep a close watch on the movements of the Sin Beasts in the coming days. I will take action when the time is right, Lin Xiao commanded. Feng Shan felt a wave of relief. With the Lord of the City poised to intervene, the Sin Beasts would not pose a significant threat. By the way, Lord, there is another matter. The three major families have dispatched their scions to join the garrison. Qianyang continued to relay the information. Have they caused any disturbances? Lin Xiao asked Feng Shan. No, they have adhered to the rules. And the first to notice the unusual activity of the Sin Beasts was Zhao Tao from the Zhao family, Feng Shan replied. Then there is no need to concern ourselves with them. Should they dare to cause trouble, I will handle it myself, Lin Xiao affirmed, his confidence stemming from his overwhelming strength. Even a rebellion by the three major families would be futile against him. Feng Shan departed to organize the military supplies in preparation for the forthcoming siege. Lin Xiao, too, remained occupied. He needed to make an appearance to reassure the citizens of the city. Otherwise, chaos would ensue even before the Sin Beasts breached their defenses. Days passed, and the number of Sin Beasts outside continued to swell, reaching a staggering total of 150,000 when combined from all directions. Fortunately, Shenglin City had adequately prepared, with soldiers standing resolutely atop the walls, their hearts heavy with apprehension. Yet, upon sighting their lord, a sense of calm washed over them. With the lord of the city present, they would not be defeated. Meanwhile, within the lord's residence, in the meditation chamber, Lin An gradually opened his eyes. Achieving the pinnacle of Silver Rank 9, he nodded with satisfaction. The day after Lin Xiao departed, he had broken through to Silver Rank 9, and after a few more days, he had attained complete mastery of it. The Sin Beast assault was imminent, but before that, he needed to learn some techniques. Lin An thought to himself before leaving the chamber and heading to the treasury. Upon seeing Lin An's realm, Qianhai was astonished, though not as shocked as before. He had grown accustomed to the prodigious talent of their young master. While cultivation was arduous for others, for Lin An, it was as effortless as eating or drinking, with no sign of a bottleneck. Lin An surmised that his lack of a bottleneck was due to having perfected the Lin family techniques ahead of time. This technique was extraordinary, not only accelerating the cultivation speed, but also enabling the washing of marrow and purging of veins upon perfection, effectively eliminating any bottleneck. However, it was not that bottlenecks did not exist. At least Lin Xiao had been stuck at Golden Rank 9 before perfecting his technique. Lin amused, entering the treasury. With Qianhai's assistance in selecting, Lin An quickly chose 3 techniques and returned to his courtyard. Having acquired over 130,000 attribute points in the spiritual realm, it was time to put them to use. Lin An pondered as he retrieved the 3 techniques. Chapter 42. 1 is sufficient. This time, Qianhai selected 3 golden-level martial arts for him: the Breaking Army Blade Technique, Blood-Jade Body, and Windwalking Step. The Breaking Army Blade technique emphasizes sheer strength, combining the essence of blade intent to deliver formidable power, making it highly suitable for both frontal assaults and desperate breakthroughs. The Blood-Jade Body is a body-forging technique which, upon reaching perfection, allows one's blood to become as resilient as blood jade, significantly enhancing self-healing and defensive capabilities, enabling even golden-level warriors to withstand a blow. Lastly, the Windwalking Step, when cultivated to perfection, may not enable flight but allows one to momentarily suspend in the air by harnessing the wind's force. Detected that the player possesses the golden-level martial art Breaking Army Blade technique. Would you like to spend 20 attribute points to learn it directly? Detected that the player possesses the golden-level martial art Blood-Jade Body. Would you like to spend 20 attribute points to learn it directly? Detected that the player possesses the golden-level martial art Windwalking Step. Would you like to spend 20 attribute points to learn it directly? Compared to the silver-level martial arts, which only require 10 attribute points to learn. The golden level techniques demand a significantly higher investment. However, for Lin An, who possessed an impressive 130,000 attribute points, this was hardly a concern. He chose to learn all 3 techniques at once and proceeded to invest attribute points. Players spent 50 attribute points, elevating the Breaking Army Blade technique to proficiency. Players spent 100 attribute points, elevating the Breaking Army Blade technique to minor mastery. Players spent 500 attribute points, elevating the Breaking Army Blade technique to major mastery. Players spent 1,000 attribute points, elevating the Breaking Army Blade technique to perfection. To elevate a golden level martial art from learning to perfection required a total of 1,670 attribute points. Fortunately, Lin An had ample points to spare. He then proceeded to elevate the other 2 golden level techniques to perfection as well, culminating in a total expenditure of 5,010 attribute points for all 3. Player, Lin An. Title, First Blood Realm. Silver 9th Rank, Techniques. Lin Clan Techniques, Perfection. Breaking Army Blade Technique, Perfection. Windwalking Step, Perfection. Blood Jade Body, Perfection. Divine Powers. Eye of the Cursed Tiger, Soul Devour, Earth Vein Power. Attribute Points, 128, 249. Gazing at his status panel, Lin An nodded in satisfaction. It had already been 4 months since he traversed into this world. In his previous life, due to the fall of Xianglin City, he had struggled for a month in the game before ultimately quitting. He had spent a total of 4 months in the game, during which he had not even reached the Bronze Realm. However, in this life, he was merely a step away from the Golden Realm after just 4 months. In the entire Xianglin City, apart from the 2 golden-level warriors, Qianhai and Lin Xiao, he had no rivals. Once the siege by the Sin Beasts concluded, he too could break through to the Golden Realm. His father should not take long to perfect his martial arts and subsequently break into the Platinum Realm. At that point, they would decide whether to confront the Sin Beasts in the Black Mountain or wait until Lin An also reached the Platinum level before taking action. Once the Sin Beasts in the Black Mountain were eradicated and Xianglin City stabilized, he would set his sights on the Upper City. Lin An contemplated his future path. Xianglin City was merely a novice village. He could not remain there for eternity. The primary reason was that once he attained the Platinum level, the resources in Xianglin City would no longer suffice to support 2 Platinum cultivators. If he had ample resources, he would not mind continuing to stay in Xianglin City to enhance his strength. He aimed to break through to Platinum within 6 months, should a significant opportunity arise. Perhaps he could achieve it even sooner, though there seemed to be little chance of such opportunities near Xianglin City. After resting for a day, Lin An departed from the Lord's residence the following morning and arrived at the East City Gate. "What brings you here?" Lin Xiao frowned upon seeing Lin An, who was stationed there. "Father, with my strength, I am ready for the battlefield," Lin An replied with a smile. Lin Xiao hesitated, subconsciously thinking Lin An had only recently begun his training and was not yet suited for battle. He then recalled that Lin An had already reached the Silver 9th rank, making him a formidable warrior in Xianglin City. The rapid pace of his cultivation was particularly striking. It had only been 4 months since he began training. "Since that is the case, I shall not deter you," Lin Xiao nodded. It was an opportune moment for his son to showcase his prowess before the troops, thereby consolidating their loyalty in preparation for Lin An's eventual leadership of Xianglin City. Although Lin An had performed excellently in the spiritual realm, the soldiers had not witnessed his abilities firsthand. "Father, there is one more matter I need your consent on," Lin An continued. "What is it?" Lin Xiao inquired. "I request your permission to lead the charge against the Sin Beasts when they assault the city," Lin An stated. "Lead the charge?" Lin Xiao's expression darkened as he recalled Lin An's previous feats in the spiritual realm. "Do you intend to rush into the midst of the Sin Beasts as you did before?" "Indeed. How many companions do you plan to bring?" "One is sufficient." "That is out of the question." Lin Xiao immediately shook his head in refusal. He did not mind Lin An using this opportunity to demonstrate his abilities and win the hearts of the people, but he could not agree to let him venture alone into the horde of Sin Beasts. The circumstances of this siege differed significantly from those in the spiritual realm. The gathering of over 100,000 Sin Beasts indicated the presence of golden-level Sin Beasts hidden among them. If Lin were to act recklessly, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of a golden-level sin beast, leading to unforeseen consequences. Father, I understand your concerns, but I implore you to grant me this request. Lin insisted. This deliberate engagement, going out alone, serves two purposes. First, my rapid cultivation necessitates combat to temper my skills and ensure a solid foundation. Second, I am aware of the golden-level sin beast presence, and they likely recognize your strength, making them hesitant to reveal themselves. It is wiser for me to act as bait to draw them out. Once the golden-level sin beasts are dealt with, the siege will be trivial. Lin smiled, assuring his father that with him present, his safety was not a concern. Despite being merely silver 9th rank, he could delay a golden-level sin beast long enough for his father to come to his aid if necessary. Of course, Lin withheld the most crucial reason. If all went according to plan, the siege would trigger certain events. By hunting the sin beasts, he could earn activity points, which could be exchanged for treasures in the event shop. However, Lin could not be certain whether such events would occur, as he was currently the only player in the entire server. If events did manifest, it would be ideal. If not, he could still hunt more sin beasts to accumulate attribute points. Either way, he would not incur losses. I ask for your permission. Lin bowed respectfully. Lin Xiao regarded Lin An, his expression shifting multiple times before he sighed in resignation. You're just like me. Once you set your mind on something, it is difficult to change your course. Since you feel so strongly, I shall grant you permission, but ensure you are fully prepared. Thank you, Father. Lin An nodded with a smile, knowing full well he must prepare, for he was not heading out merely to court death. Chapter 43. The Sin Beast Siege begins. After receiving Lin Zhao's consent, Lin An returned to the Lord's Manor to make preparations. He gathered various medicinal pills, defensive treasures, and life-saving tools for himself. After all, the treasury of the Lord's Manor was at his disposal. With the treasures at my disposal, even if I were to encounter a golden-tier sin beast, I could at least delay it for a while, Lin mused. However, these treasures were not his greatest reliance. His foremost support remained his father, the Lord, Lin Xiao, a powerful 9th-tier golden expert. Moreover, the Sin Beast siege posed little threat to Shenglin City, presenting minimal danger. Once prepared, Lin An returned to the eastern city gate. Still uncertain when the Sin Beasts would commence their assault, so he could only wait. That very night, just after midnight, the date transitioned to October 1st, 3214 in the Sin Abyss calendar. The realm ranking board was recalibrated, and Lin An, as usual, allocated his attribute points, receiving 1,000 points. Following 2 uneventful days, there was still no movement from the Sin Beasts, although their numbers had increased to around 180,000. It should commence soon, Lin An thought to himself. According to the scouts of the garrison, the gathering of Sin Beasts had diminished, and within 2 days at the latest, they would launch their siege. Indeed, on October 4th, at noon, the once quiet horde of Sin Beasts erupted with roars from several kilometers away. Immediately, the Sin Beasts began to riot, charging towards Shenglin City. The vigilant garrison, having closely monitored the Sin Beasts' movements, promptly recognized this change. Lin Xiao, the Lord, took command, and Commander Fengshan began issuing orders to prepare for the impending assault. The garrison stood solemnly, ready for a fierce battle against the Sin Beasts. Simultaneously, as the Sin Beasts mobilized, a notification interface appeared before Lin An. Shenglin City is about to face an assault by Sin Beasts. Players are encouraged to participate in the battle to defend Shenglin City. The Sin Beast Siege event has commenced. During this event, players can earn points by hunting Sin Beasts, which can be exchanged for treasures in the event shop after the event concludes. The points awarded for hunting Sin Beasts of varying tiers are as follows: Black Iron Tier 1 to 1 point, Black Iron Tier 2 to 2 points, and so forth. Bronze Tier 1 to 10 points, Bronze Tier 2 to 20 points, and so forth. Silver Tier 1 to 100 points, Silver Tier 2 to 200 points, and so forth. Gold Tier 1 to 1,000 points, Gold Tier 2 to 2,000 points, and so forth. Seeing the event interface, a smile graced Lin An's face. Initially, he merely wished to ascertain whether the siege event would occur. and he was pleasantly surprised to find that even with him as the sole player, the event was indeed active. In his previous life, he had only participated in one Sin Beast siege event, which resulted in the fall of Shenglin City. However, this time would be different. Shenglin City would not only withstand the siege, but without other players to compete with, he would amass a substantial number of points. With that thought, Lin An gazed at the distant black mass, the approaching Sin Beasts, a seemingly endless tide. Among the 180,000 Sin Beasts, 100,000 were gathered at the eastern city gate. Young master, allow me to accompany you. Qian Hai appeared beside Lin An, having realized Lin An's intent to venture out to hunt Sin Beasts. Lin An chuckled, no need. Qian Lao, you should focus on monitoring for any golden tier Sin Beasts that may appear. If a powerful golden expert like you were to intervene, the Sin Beasts would fall in droves, and I wouldn't be able to harvest points. But young master, Qian Hai began, but Lin An waved him off, brandishing his sword. I'm off now. With that, Lin An transformed into a swift arrow, soaring from the city wall. The soldiers on the wall were momentarily stunned. Look, who is that? They've exited the city. Who has the audacity to charge into the throng of Sin Beasts? Is that the young lord? What is he planning? As many soldiers recognized Lin An, expressions of astonishment spread across their faces. Lord, the young lord has left the city. Commander Feng Shan's countenance shifted. Rushing to report to Lin Xiao. This boy has left without even notifying me, Lin Xiao remarked. Send the order for all soldiers to prepare for battle. Feng Shan paused, pondering whether the lord had anticipated the young lord's departure. But outside the city, there were at least 100,000 Sin Beasts lurking, including potential golden tier threats. The young lord, despite being a 9th tier silver expert, might find himself overwhelmed by such a multitude. What about the young lord? Feng Shan hesitated to inquire. Do not worry. He possesses his own means, Lin Xiao replied with a shake of his head. Feng Shan ceased further discussion and quickly relayed the command. Lin Xiao approached the battlements, narrowing his eyes at Lin An's retreating figure, ready to provide assistance at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, upon leaping from a city wall, Lin An did not plummet to the ground. Instead, he harnessed the wind's momentum, propelling himself swiftly toward the approaching horde of Sin Beasts. As he neared within a kilometer of the Sin Beasts, he landed gracefully. Calmly regarding the advancing Sin Beasts, Lin An tore a strip of cloth from his attire, tightly wrapping it around the hilt of his sword in his right hand. His aura erupted forth as he stood silently, awaiting the oncoming tide of Sin Beasts. On the city wall, all soldiers stared wide-eyed at the solitary figure a kilometer away. What does the young lord intend? Does he plan to single-handedly confront the Sin Beasts? How could that be possible? Each Sin Beast's mere spit could drown him. Where's the lord? Is he just going to watch his son act recklessly? I heard that the young lord once single-handedly encircled and annihilated thousands of Sin Beasts in the spirit realm. Could it be? Do you truly believe that's feasible? Not only would the young lord struggle to hunt that many Sin Beasts, but surviving even a minute amidst such a horde would be remarkable. As the soldiers observed Lin An's figure in the distance, they did not believe he could endure the onslaught of so many Sin Beasts. Such actions were tantamount to seeking death. The 10,000 Sin Beasts surged forth, their overwhelming momentum threatening to tear the very fabric of reality apart. Each Sin Beast exuded a chilling aura, the gales stirred by their frenzied charge, creating a cacophony that reverberated through the air. From afar, the black tide resembled an apocalyptic wave, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld it. Standing at a distance, Lin An's gaze remained steadfast, fixated on the relentless army of Sin Beasts sweeping towards him. Chapter 44. The Decapitation, shocking all. Despite the significant distance, the overwhelming sense of oppression was palpable, nearly suffocating him. If it were an ordinary person, they would have likely been paralyzed with fear, fleeing in terror. However, Lin An steadied his mind with the mastery of his blade intent. In the blink of an eye, the nearest beast of sin had closed in to within 100 meters. These grotesque, ferocious creatures bared their fangs and claws, their eyes glinting with a savage light, eager to rend the diminutive human before them into pieces. Lin An dared not exhibit even a hint of complacency. He took a deep breath, channeling all his spiritual energy, summoning the formidable power previously amassed within the earth's veins into the long blade he grasped. In an instant, the blade resonated with a deep hum, radiant spiritual light shimmering upon its surface, emanating a chilling aura from its edge. Here it comes. Lin An's heart raced as he fixated on the beasts of sin, now less than 50 meters away, slowly raising his long knife. At that moment, a thunderous explosion reverberated as a fierce blade intent surged forth, piercing the heavens. In the astonished gaze of onlookers, a colossal phantom of a blade, stretching over 1,000 meters, materialized from thin air. With a fierce roar, Lin An brought his long knife crashing down with apocalyptic force. A dazzling flash of blade light sliced through the night sky, hurtling toward the throng of beasts with the might of thunder. As the approaching beasts sensed the overwhelming power of the strike, fear flickered in their eyes. Yet before they could react, the blade light descended. Boom! In an instant, swathes of the beasts were obliterated, a mist of blood filling the air. When the blade light dissipated, a chasm over 1,000 meters long and several meters wide appeared among the ranks of the beasts. With that single stroke, thousands of beasts were slain, and Lin An's score surged by more than 30,000 points. As the multitude of beasts fell, Lin An, who had previously exhausted his strength and appeared pale, seemed to spring back to life, as if a withered tree had found spring. Divine ability, Soul Devour. Feeling the almost untouched reservoir of power within him, Lin An could not help but smile. This ability was the foundation of his audacity to venture alone into a frenzy of 10,000 beasts, especially after the enhancement of the Soul Devour ability. Any damage inflicted upon the enemy would yield a return of power, significantly extending his endurance. Roar! Though thousands of beasts had perished, the remaining ones did not retreat. The chasm carved by Lin An's strike was swiftly filled again by the onslaught of beasts, their eyes aflame with rage as they lunged madly toward him. Unfazed, Lin An propelled himself forward like a cannonball into the fray, wielding his knife with ferocity. With the perfected technique of the blade, he could unleash blade energy. Although he had no opportunity to gather strength once more, his strikes still unleashed formidable energy exceeding 10 meters in length. Slaying these beasts, mere black iron and bronze rank, was effortless. With each swing, multiple beasts fell lifelessly, and simultaneously, notifications began to appear before Lin An. You have slain a black iron rank 5 beast, earning 5 points. You have slain a bronze rank 6 beast, earning 16 points. You have slain a black iron rank 3 beast, earning 3 points. Lin An's score began to rise, but he had no time to check. His focus was solely on the relentless tide of beasts charging toward him. Meanwhile, atop the eastern gate of Shenglin City, everyone was left dumbfounded. What just happened? The young lord is astonishingly powerful, having annihilated over 1,000 beasts with a single stroke. Initially, they thought the young lord had gone mad to venture alone, but he truly possessed such overwhelming strength. The guard were all stunned by Lin An's previous strike. Even from 1,000 meters away, they felt the terrifying force of that blow. Oh no, the young lord is exhausted. We must find a way to save him. However, some were quick to realize that the previous strike must have been a full-force attack, and he would surely be drained afterward. Yet, just as panic began to set in, another voice broke through. No, the young lord has not exhausted himself. In fact, he is charging into the throng of beasts. As this revelation spread, everyone turned their gaze outside the city to witness the young lord not retreating, but rather advancing with his blade against the swarm. Amidst the chaos, Zhao Tao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he watched Lin and in the midst of the beasts. But just as he spoke, a hand slapped him on the head. You dare to charge out? The young lord is at silver rank 9, and you, a mere bronze rank 9, should be more concerned about your own safety. Behave yourself, or you won't even have the chance for a proper burial. Zhao Tong scoffed, his own heart filled with astonishment. In such a short time, the young lord had surpassed him in strength. Though he too was at silver rank 9, he knew that even at his full capacity, he could not match the power of a young lord's previous strike. Watching Lin An revel in battle within the beast horde, he fell into deep self-doubt. Am I truly at silver rank 9? Why does my strength feel so different from the young lord's? With an awkward smile, Zhao Tao realized he had spoken too boldly. In truth, if asked to fight, he would certainly not dare. Yet, witnessing Lin An's ferocity among the beasts, admiration shone on his face. When would he be able to display such valor? Lord City Master, do we not need to assist the young lord? On the other side, Fengshan could not help but turn to Lin Xiao beside him. No need. I have faith in him. Lin Xiao was equally astonished by Lin An's performance, especially after noticing that Lin An had indeed been drained following his full exertion. He had intended to step in and bring him back. Yet in the next moment, Lin An had seemingly regained his vigor, as if untouched by exhaustion. Is this the power of an awakened one? Lin Xiao pondered. He had never inquired about his son's awakening before, but now it was evident that his abilities were extraordinary. Prepare for battle, Lin Xiao declared. Although Lin An had plunged into the horde of beasts, a single individual could not halt the advance of 10,000 beasts. Thus, numerous beasts continued to surge toward Shenglin City. Fengshan nodded. The guards had long been prepared. Soon, as the beasts approached the city wall, the defenders unleashed their counterattack. Chapter 45. Frenzied Slaughter, 800,000 activity points. Meanwhile, Lin An, who was deeply ensnared within the horde of sinful beasts, had descended into a state of frenzied slaughter. With each slash of his blade, waves of blade energy surged forth, decimating the sinful beasts surrounding him. Though such relentless attacks depleted both his spiritual and physical energy, the presence of the soul, devouring divine art, alleviated any concerns. Even if he suffered an accidental injury, as long as he vanquished the sinful beasts, he could swiftly recover under the art's influence. Furthermore, equipped with an array of elixirs and defensive treasures, he faced the seemingly endless tide of sinful beasts without a shred of fear, unless an exceptionally powerful beast appeared, capable of instantaneously annihilating him. However, that was highly improbable. Even if a Golden Realm beast were to assault him, his various life-preserving measures would allow him to endure for a while, enough time for the formidable Lin Xiao, a 9th-grade Golden Realm expert, to arrive. Taking a moment to glance at his points, Lin An noted he had amassed over 45,000. In contrast to his points, he had not gained many attribute points. Despite slaying numerous sinful beasts, the increase in attribute points was minimal, primarily due to the absence of Silver Realm beasts charging at him. It was simply too slow, he mused. He observed that many sinful beasts had already bypassed him, launching an assault on Shenglin City. This did not surprise him. He did not believe he could single-handedly halt 100,000 sinful beasts. However, with most of the sinful beasts focused on the city, if he did not expedite his kills, the points he could harvest would significantly diminish. He needed to accelerate his pace. With a flick of his mind, another long knife manifested in his hand, although he had not trained in dual knife techniques. Wielding them to eliminate these black iron and bronze realm beasts would suffice. Lin An's aura surged once more as he charged forth, brandishing dual knives. The rate of his slaughter noticeably increased, as the intertwining blade energies formed vast nets that annihilated all sinful beasts in their path. While Lin An continued his relentless pursuit of the sinful beasts, two figures in the rear of the horde were observing the scene intently. The flame abyss dragon lizard, a Golden Realm sinful beast, was enormous, spanning around 10 zhong, its body adorned with crimson scales that glimmered with a lava-like radiance. The Thunder Griffin, another Golden Realm sinful beast, boasted an impressive wingspan of 50 meters, its body cloaked in purple golden feathers that flickered with lightning. Who is that human? Such formidable strength. Entangled amongst the army, yet sustaining no injuries while slaughtering numerous of our subordinates, the flame abyss dragon lizard remarked, its eyes ignited with flames. The most significant distinction of Golden Realm sinful beasts lay in their awakened intelligence, unlike their lesser counterparts, who were muddle-headed. I am unsure, but we cannot allow this to persist. Moreover, given the strength of our opponent, should he encounter peril, Lin Xiao, the city lord, will undoubtedly intervene, allowing us to gauge Lin Xiao's true prowess, the Thunder Griffin replied. Then let us mobilize 1,000 Silver Realm beasts to encircle him. That should be sufficient to compel Lin Xiao to act, suggested the flame abyss dragon lizard. Although both were Golden Realm beasts, they were merely 1st and 2nd grade. However, Lin Xiao was a different matter. He had reached the Golden Realm a decade prior, and now, after 10 years, he was at least 5th grade or higher. They dared not confront him directly, as it could very well lead to their demise. Their primary objective was to test Lin An's strength before reporting back to the Black Mountain. The Thunder Griffin nodded and subsequently dispatched 1,000 Silver Realm sinful beasts towards Lin An. These beasts were no less than 7th grade Silver Realm, and many were even 9th grade. In their view, while Lin An's strength was formidable, he could not possibly withstand such a multitude of Silver Realm beasts, especially with numerous Black Iron and Bronze Realm beasts still present around him. Before long, the 1,000 Silver Realm beasts had arrived in close proximity to Lin An. Engaged in combat, Lin An sensed their approach. Am I being targeted? He mused, not out of fear, but with a hint of excitement. He understood that he had caught the attention of the concealed Golden Realm sinful beasts. Although he had slain some Silver Realm beasts, their numbers were few, with the strongest barely at 3rd grade silver. He only hoped they would send enough Silver Realm beasts his way, for not only could he amass activity points, but he could also accumulate a substantial amount of attribute points. As Lin An contemplated over a dozen 7th grade Silver Realm beasts, using the bodies of the surrounding Black Iron and Bronze Realm beasts as cover, suddenly launch an attack at him. Come at me. Lin An welcomed the challenge, advancing instead of retreating, unleashing the breaking army blade technique in a decisive slash. With a swift flash of blade light, the over dozen 7th grade Silver Realm beasts were obliterated in an instant. Lin An did not pause. He continued to swing his long knife towards the remaining Silver Realm beasts. You have slain a 7th grade Silver Realm beast, gaining 1 attribute point. You have slain a 9th grade Silver Realm beast, gaining 900 activity points. Messages flooded in as both attribute points and activity points surged rapidly. In just half an hour, he had vanquished all 1,000 Silver Realm beasts, contributing over 800,000 activity points to his tally. Observing his activity points nearing 1,000,000, a smile graced Lin An's face. Indeed, hunting Silver Realm beasts was immensely rewarding, granting both attribute points and a significant increase in points. Unfortunately, the sheer number of beasts present made it challenging to locate more Silver Realm foes. While Lin An continued his onslaught, the overwhelming presence of sinful beasts obstructed his vision, and the chaotic aura made it difficult to identify Silver Realm beasts. He could only hope that his performance caught the attention of the concealed Golden Realm beasts, prompting them to send more Silver Realm beasts his way. Unbeknownst to him, both the Flame Abyss Dragon Lizard and the Thunder Griffin were keenly observing his actions. Witnessing their 1,000 Silver Realm subordinates fall so swiftly, both beasts wore grave expressions. This human is no ordinary foe. When did such a figure emerge in Shenglin City? Though they could eliminate 1,000 Silver Realm beasts without difficulty, the concern lay in the fact that this human was merely 9th grade silver. This youth possesses immense potential. His identity must be extraordinary. I recall hearing that Lin Xiao has a progeny. Could this be him? Speculated the Flame Abyss Dragon Lizard, prompting the Thunder Griffin's eyes to brighten. This indeed seems plausible. If he truly is Lin Xiao's offspring, it would make sense. Let us continue to dispatch Silver Realm subordinates to encircle this youth. If he is indeed Lin Xiao's progeny, he will undoubtedly intervene upon witnessing him in peril, the Thunder Griffin asserted. However, this youth is no weakling, and he has been surrounded for 2 hours without tiring. I fear that even sending more Silver Realm subordinates may not threaten him, remarked the Flame Abyss Dragon Lizard. Perhaps we should strike covertly to eliminate him. Lin Xiao will surely respond, it proposed. This plan is feasible. Let us proceed, the Thunder Griffin agreed, nodding. You go on ahead, you can fly. If Lin Xiao intervenes, you can escape, the Flame Abyss Dragon Lizard instructed. I will create some disturbances from the rear to draw Lin Xiao's attention. The Thunder Griffin hesitated momentarily, but ultimately acquiesced. Following the orders of the 2 beasts, thousands more Silver Realm sinful beasts surged towards Lin An, while the Thunder Griffin vanished from sight, blending into the horde of beasts as it approached Lin in Chapter 46. One strike to annihilate a 2nd grade golden beast. In the city of Shenglin, atop the city walls, The defenders composed of the military and the three prominent families valiantly resisted the relentless assault of the monstrous beasts. Fortunately, these advancing creatures were merely of the black iron and bronze realms, posing little threat to the defenders. Even when a silver realm beast occasionally surged forth, it would swiftly be dispatched by the formidable silver realm warriors. As the city lord, Lin Shao remained poised, his gaze sweeping across the ceaseless tide of beasts below, searching for any sign of a Golden Realm beast. What is the status of the other three fronts? Are there any traces of Golden Realm beasts? Lin Shao inquired. Report to the city lord. The situation on the other fronts is relatively stable. Though there are numerous beasts, none have managed to breach our defenses, Fengshan replied. As for the Golden Realm beasts, none have been detected. Lin Shao nodded, understanding that the likelihood of a Golden Realm beast appearing in the other areas was slim. After all, to command the 100,000 beasts arrayed for the siege, the presence of a Golden Realm beast was essential. Otherwise, chaos would ensue among the ranks. Moreover, even if a Golden Realm beast were present in the other directions, he was confident that Shenglin City would withstand the onslaught. The city was fortified with defensive formations, and even a 9th grade Golden Realm beast would require at least 2 to 3 hours to breach them. As the city lord, he had complete control over the formations and would certainly perceive any incursions. He was not overly concerned about the current siege. A mere 20,000 beasts could not hope to dismantle Shenglin City, a notion bordering on folly. As he pondered, Lin Zhao's attention shifted to Lin An, who was engaged in battle amidst the throng of beasts. Indeed, he is hidden here, Lin Shao mused, narrowing his eyes as he observed a multitude of silver realm beasts converging on Lin An. The ability to command such a large number of silver realm beasts, devoid of much intelligence, could only be wielded by a Golden Realm beast. However, the adversary was well concealed, its presence not yet revealed, preventing Lin Shao from pinpointing its location. Now that it has set its sights on an Ur, it will surely reveal itself soon, Lin Shao thought. Once he detected the Golden Realm beast's presence, he would swiftly act to eradicate it, rendering the remaining beasts inconsequential. Meanwhile, Lin An soon noticed the increasing number of Silver Realm beasts assailing him, which brought him great joy. It seemed the Golden Realm beast had indeed focused its attention on him. With renewed vigor, he wielded his long knife with greater speed, dispatching the beasts that lunged at him. He was unperturbed by the prospect of a surprise attack from the Golden Realm beast, with his father watching over him. He felt secure, and even without that assurance, he believed he could withstand the onslaught for a time. Should the Golden Realm beast be of the 1st or 2nd grade, he might even manage a counterattack. Thus, he had refrained from utilizing the accumulated power of the earth veins, waiting for the opponent to approach before delivering a decisive blow. As Lin An reveled in his combat, the Thunder Lion Griffin, lurking not far away, observed him intently. Without unfurling its wings, it blended inconspicuously among the Silver Realm beasts. This child possesses considerable strength. No wonder he is Lin Zhao's progeny, the Thunder Lion Griffin mused. If allowed to mature, it won't be long before he ascends to the Golden Realm, which would only heighten the pressure on us of Black Mountain. Unfortunately for you, you have crossed paths with me. I shall eliminate you today and sever Shenglin City's future. The Thunder Lion Griffin's objective was primarily to test whether Lin Shao had advanced to the Platinum Realm. However, it seemed unlikely. Otherwise, even hiding among the beasts, he would have been easily detected. Given that Lin Shao had not yet achieved the Platinum Realm, the Thunder Lion Griffin felt nearly invulnerable. Once it dispatched Lin Zhao's offspring, it could swiftly escape, fulfilling its mission. As it contemplated this, the Thunder Lion Griffin continued to mask its presence, stealthily approaching Lin and to seize the opportunity for a lethal strike. It commanded the other Silver Realm beasts to launch a ferocious assault on Lin An, creating an opening for itself. Although Lin An was merely a 9th grade Silver Realm warrior and it was a 2nd grade Golden Realm beast, the Thunder Lion Griffin remained vigilant. It knew it had but one chance to strike. After that, it must flee, or it would meet its demise at Lin Zhao's hands. Lin An, sensing the intensified assault from the beasts, felt a tremor of apprehension. Could it be that the Golden Realm beast has decided to make its move? Though it was merely speculation, he prepared himself for the confrontation. Regardless of the Golden Realm beast's grade, He was determined to retaliate. Soon, a minute passed. At last, as Lin An found himself besieged by a multitude of beasts, even feigning vulnerabilities, the Thunder Lion Griffin, poised and watchful, seized the opportunity. With a thunderous roar, the terrifying might of the second-grade golden beast erupted like a volcano. The Thunder Lion Griffin unfurled its colossal wings, unleashing a tempestuous gale that sent surrounding beasts flying. In a flash, it lunged toward Lin An, its speed akin to lightning, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of space. Its razor-sharp claws shimmered ominously with electric light, resembling lethal bolts of lightning aimed at Lin An, intent on tearing him asunder in an instant. At that moment, the distance between them was but a few dozen meters, a mere blink of an eye for the incredibly swift Thunder Lion Griffin. Yet, just as the fateful moment approached, Lin An, with his back turned to the Thunder Lion Griffin, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. Prepared for this encounter, Lin An unhesitatingly summoned the torrent of spiritual energy within him, simultaneously channeling the fully amassed power of the earth veins into his long knife. Suddenly, he pivoted, gripping the knife with both hands, and unleashed a devastating strike with all his might. In an instant, a brilliant blade of light cleaved through the air, propelled by an overwhelming force. The Thunder Lion Griffin, which had envisioned a scenario of Lin An's swift demise, felt a tremor of dread upon sensing the power of that strike. It was confronted with the specter of death. "This is impossible. I'm a second-grade golden beast," it thought, incredulous that a mere ninth-grade silver warrior could pose such a threat. Yet, there was no time for retreat, the distance was too short, and it had already committed to its attack. In the next heartbeat, a sharp sound echoed as the dazzling blade of light shredded the Thunder Lion Griffin's electrified claw. Stunned, the beast froze, its eyes reflecting a surge of resentment. In the following moment, a silver light enveloped it, and its massive form collapsed, cleaved in twain. You have successfully slain a second-grade golden beast, earning 2 attribute points. You have successfully slain a second-grade golden beast, earning 2,000 activity points. Chapter 47. The Siege of the Sin Beasts concludes. 1,000,000 activity points. As a series of notifications echoed, the soul-devouring divine technique activated once more. Lin An, who had just expended his energy, regained his peak condition. The strike delivered not only felled the Thunder Lion Griffin, but also vanquished over 1,000 sin beasts. Gazing upon the lifeless form of the Thunder Lion Griffin, Lin An smiled. With his current prowess, no creature below the golden third grade could withstand his blade. At that moment, a figure materialized beside Lin An. It was Lin Xiao. Observing the corpse of the Thunder Lion Griffin, Lin Xiao fell into a contemplative silence. He had rushed over the instant the griffin unleashed its power, expecting Lin An to be injured amidst the myriad treasures. To his astonishment, Lin An had effortlessly dispatched the golden second-grade griffin with a single blow. Just as Lin Xiao was about to speak, another aura of golden rank surged forth. "Another one? Be cautious." With that admonition, Lin Xiao vanished from sight. Regrettably, Lin An realized he could not pursue this new foe. Undeterred, he swung his blade once more, continuing his hunt for the remaining sin beasts. Meanwhile, at the rear of the sin beast horde, the flame abyss dragon lizard stood frozen. Upon witnessing the explosive emergence of the Thunder Lion Griffin, it had prepared to flee. It was unthinkable for it to provide cover for the griffin. While the latter could soar away, it would be unable to escape if exposed. Yet, the lizard was taken aback to see the griffin dispatched in an instant. This shocking outcome left it trembling, its own aura betraying its presence. Alas, the flame abyss dragon lizard's heart raced as it turned to flee. But being only a golden first-grade beast, it was easily tracked by Lin Xiao, a golden ninth grade. Less than a kilometer into its escape, Lin Xiao intercepted it. Panic-stricken, the flame abyss dragon lizard opened its mouth to unleash molten lava, but Lin Xiao was quicker, delivering a precise punch to its head. This strike was just enough to render it dazed, not incapacitated. "Speak, are there any other golden rank sin beasts?" Lin Xiao inquired coolly. "And no, none. Spare me. I understand my mistake." The flame abyss dragon lizard quaked in fear, pleading for mercy. Bang! Lin Xiao delivered another punch. "Quiet. Answer my questions. If I am dissatisfied, you shall perish. The flame abyss dragon lizard nodded frantically, refraining from any further protest. What was the purpose of your siege? Lin Shao pressed. It was the great leader who sent us. The objective was to test whether you have broken through to the platinum rank, the lizard hurriedly explained. Test me? What do they intend? I do not know. The lizard shook its head, genuinely perplexed. Though it and the Thunderline Griffin were both golden rank, they held little sway in the Black Mountain and were oblivious to the leader's schemes. After a few more inquiries, Lin Shao found the flame abyss dragon lizard to be utterly ignorant. No wonder they allowed you and the Thunderline Griffin to live. You were merely fodder. Lin Shao concluded, swiftly rendering the lizard unconscious before carrying it towards Lin and S location. As Lin An hunted the sin beasts, he suddenly heard a whistling sound. He turned to see the massive form of the flame abyss dragon lizard hurtling towards him. Lin An's eyes brightened. He immediately recognized this as his father, sending him a trophy. Without hesitation, he swung his blade, severing the lizard's head. You have slain a golden first-grade sin beast, gaining 2 attribute points. You have slain a golden first-grade sin beast, earning 1,000 activity points. Upon hearing the notifications, Lin An nodded in satisfaction. With the 2 golden rank sin beasts dispatched, the remaining creatures would pose no threat due to lack of leadership. Lin Shao approached Lin An. Will you return to the city with me, or continue hunting sin beasts here? Father, you should return first, Lin An replied. Although the golden rank threats had been eliminated, the siege event was not yet over. He aimed to accumulate more activity points. Lin Shao nodded, reassured by the absence of golden rank dangers. He promptly collected the corpses of the Thunder Lion Griffin and the Flame Abyss Dragon Lizard, recognizing their valuable materials. Without the guidance of golden rank beasts, the remaining sin beasts were left to battle on instinct, presenting even less of a challenge for Lin An. 3 hours later, the siege event of the sin beasts has concluded. This was a minor siege. The minor event shop has opened. All players are encouraged to check it out. The minor event shop will only be open for 24 hours. Any unused activity points will be cleared after this period. As the game system's voice resonated, the siege of the sin beasts came to an end. Regrettably, despite the numerous sin beasts he had slain, a significant portion had been eliminated by the defenders of Shenglin City. Lin An pondered while glancing at his activity points. 5, 326, 200. With over 5 million activity points. A smile graced Lin An's face. The bounty was largely thanks to the 2 golden rank beasts orchestrating the assault of numerous silver rank beasts. Otherwise, he could not have amassed such wealth. To his knowledge, no one in his previous life had ever achieved such a remarkable score in the Sin Beast Siege event. First, I shall return to the city to refresh myself. Then I will see what splendid items I can exchange for with these points. As Lin An contemplated, the city gates swung open, and a throng of soldiers emerged to attend to the battlefield. The corpses of 10,000 sin beasts awaited collection, providing ample materials to enhance the overall strength of Shenglin City. Young lord, are you unharmed? Feng Shan approached Lin An, flanked by a host of others, utterly astonished. He, merely a silver 9th grade, could distinctly sense the overwhelming aura of malice emanating from Lin An, which was nearly unbearable for him. Behind him stood not only the soldiers, but also members of the 3 great families. Without exception, every gaze directed at Lin An was filled with admiration. Though they had heard tales of the young lord single-handedly slaying thousands of sin beasts in the spirit realm, such accounts were often exaggerated. Yet, witnessing him charge into the midst of 10,000 sin beasts without retreating a single step, and even dispatching golden rank beasts with ease, left them in awe. To think that the young lord is merely a silver 9th grade. How formidable he must become upon breaking into the golden rank. At that moment, Lin An appeared as a celestial being in their eyes. The thought of having such a powerful presence safeguarding Shenglin City ignited tremendous excitement within them. It's nothing. Lin An discarded his long blade. He had shattered 8 silver grade blades throughout the battle. You all tend to the battlefield. I need to return to the city for a wash, Lin An instructed, approaching a blood-marked steed and mounting it. His entire being was splattered with the blood of sin beasts, making him quite uncomfortable. We bid farewell to the young lord as he returns to the city. Fengshan bowed. We bid farewell to the young lord as he returns to the city. The soldiers bowed in unison. Lin nodded, then spurred his horse towards Shenglin City. Chapter 48. The Event Marketplace Judgment. Within the Lord's Manor, Lin An reclined in a bathing tub, his maid's delicate hands gently massaging him. As he relished this moment of indulgence, he also accessed a compact event marketplace. Instantly, a vibrant interface materialized before his eyes, showcasing an array of items available for exchange: weaponry, elixirs, armor, martial arts techniques, and various tools, all presented in abundance. However, many of these items were restricted by rank. For instance, elixirs could only be redeemed for those at the golden rank. Lin An was not surprised, as this was merely a minor siege event. With over 100,000 sin beasts, it qualified as a small-scale siege, while a count exceeding 1 million would classify it as medium, and anything surpassing 10 million would constitute a large-scale beast siege. The city of Shenglin would, at most, only witness small-scale sin beast sieges. In his previous life, the sin beasts within Black Mountain had also emerged, yet their numbers had never breached the 1 million mark. Lin An began scrutinizing the offerings in the marketplace. First, he examined the elixirs. Recovery potions, cultivation elixirs, and enhancement drafts were all available. However, Lin An had no intention of redeeming these potions, as the Lord's Manor was not lacking in such supplies. It was only when he stumbled upon an elixir named Cleansing Essence Pill that his eyes brightened with interest. Cleansing Essence Pill, a special golden-ranked elixir. Consuming it allows one to undergo a cleansing of the marrow and channels. Consumption limit. Cannot exceed platinum rank. Only one can be consumed in a lifetime. Required points for exchange: 1,000,000. To his astonishment, the presence of the Cleansing Essence Pill was indeed a fortuitous find. Having undergone the cleansing process himself, Lin An was well aware of its immense value. It was a means to enhance his foundational strength. Nonetheless, he refrained from rushing to redeem it, as 1 million points was not a trivial sum. He decided to continue exploring for potentially superior offerings. As he perused the items, it became apparent that the only elixir to truly captivate him was the Cleansing Essence Pill. The martial arts techniques and armor were all of golden rank, offering little assistance to him. Next, he examined the weapons, all of which were also of golden rank. While they would be exceptional for an ordinary player, they held little significance for him, especially considering the vast resources available within the manor's treasury. Finally, Lin An turned his attention to the section of items. Here, numerous intriguing items caught his eye, particularly the two most expensive ones. Weapon Spirit Seed, a special item, upon use, allows one to bind their desired weapon to themselves. The weapon starts at a base level, but can be refined with rare materials to enhance its quality without limit. Price: 3,000,000 points. Limit: 1. Martial Arts Refining Furnace, a special item that can refine 10 perfected platinum-ranked martial arts techniques into one, resulting in a technique with growth potential. Price: 1,000,000 points. Limit: 1. What marvelous items! Lin An's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although he currently lacked for weapons, he could easily procure golden-ranked weapons from the treasury. He understood that as his rank continued to rise, or upon reaching platinum rank, the resources within the Lord's Manor would become less beneficial to him. However, the weapon birthed from the Weapon Spirit Seed would possess growth potential, requiring only the nourishment of various materials, which was a significant advantage. As for the martial arts refining furnace, it could transform ordinary techniques into those with growth potential. Presently, he had only mastered one special technique, the one-blade slash, which served as his trump card. Though the techniques refined by the furnace would possess growth potential, they would still have a cap, falling short of the one-blade slash in comparison. Yet, Lin An was unconcerned. He could simply accumulate more points during the next Sin Beast siege and redeem another martial arts refining furnace. Having decided to acquire these two items, he took a moment to glance at the remaining offerings. 10x Training Card, a special item that, when used, increases training speed tenfold for the next 24 hours. Effects do not stack. Price: 10,000 points. Limit: 10. 1,000-mile teleportation talisman, a special item that allows instant teleportation to a designated location within a 1,000-mile radius. Price, 200,000 points. Limit, 5. Substitute puppet, a special item that automatically activates upon receiving fatal damage, absorbing the blow on your behalf. Price, 100,000 points. Limit, 3. Looking at these items, Lin An felt a surge of desire. Suddenly, he realized that his over 5 million points were hardly sufficient. After completing his bath, he dismissed the maid and began his exchanges. He redeemed the Cleansing Essence Pill, Weapon Spirit Seed, and Martial Arts Refining Furnace first. You have consumed 5,000 points and successfully acquired the Cleansing Essence Pill, Weapon Spirit Seed, and Martial Arts Refining Furnace. Glancing at his remaining points, Lin An noted he had 326,000 left. He procured a 1,000-mile teleportation talisman, a substitute puppet, and then 2 10x training cards, leaving him with 600 points. He converted the remainder into attribute points. Points could be exchanged for attribute increments at a rate of 100 points for 1 attribute point, resulting in a modest total of 62 points, barely worth mentioning. Observing the dwindling balance of his points, Lin An closed the event marketplace. He stored the 1,000-mile teleportation talisman, substitute puppet, and 10x training cards, all of which were invaluable for survival. Then, Lin An picked up a fist-sized stone resembling white jade. This was the Weapon Spirit Seed. Player, please select the weapon you wish to manifest. You may also create your own design. An interface emerged, displaying thousands of weapon templates, and Lin An even had the option to craft his own weapon shape. He decided against creating a design, fearing his lack of skill would lead to a flawed outcome. After perusing the available templates, he ultimately chose a Tang Dao template. Player selection successful. Generation successful. Before long, Lin An witnessed the Weapon Spirit Seed emanating a radiant glow, transforming into the shape of a long saber. Grasping the hilt, he felt an immediate connection. He inspected the information regarding this long saber. Unnamed saber. Base level. This is an ordinary long saber, yet it possesses infinite growth potential. You may enhance its grade through nourishment with rare materials, and this weapon is bound to you, endowed with an indestructible trait. An indestructible trait? Lin An's heart soared with joy. This characteristic alone rendered it extraordinarily formidable, akin to a divine artifact. I shall name you Judgment. Together we shall hunt down sin beasts. Lin An declared. Player name successful. Buzz. Judgment seemed to possess a spirit of its own, gently vibrating in response to Lin An's words. He nodded in satisfaction. Although Judgment was merely a base-level weapon for now, he could soon retrieve resources from the treasury to nurture it further. Stowing away Judgment, Lin An's gaze shifted toward a palm-sized refining furnace. This was the martial arts refining furnace. Which type of martial arts would be most suitable for refining? He opened his panel to examine further. Chapter 49. 2 Purifications and a Breakthrough to Golden Grade. Player, Lin An. Title, First Blood Realm, Silver 9th Grade Cultivation Techniques. Lin Family Technique, Perfected. 1/ Perfected. Star Chase Step, Perfected. Diamond Body, Perfected. Triple Blade, Perfected. Wind Breaking Blade Technique, Perfected. Flowing Cloud Step, Perfected. Mysterious Armor Technique, Perfected. Breaking Army Blade Technique, Perfected. Wind Control Step, Perfected. Blood Jade Body, Perfected. Divine Abilities, Eye of the Cursed Tiger, Soul Devourer, Earth Vein Power, Attribute Points, 129, 311 currently. Lin An has mastered a total of 11 cultivation techniques. Among these, he has 1 platinum-level technique, the Lin Family Technique. He possesses 4 attack-oriented blade techniques, with 1/ being a special technique. He has 3 movement techniques and 3 defensive techniques. To utilize the technique Refining Furnace, one requires 10 perfected platinum-level techniques at present. He only possesses 1. It remains uncertain whether the treasury contains such an abundance of platinum-level techniques, but if it does, he has nearly 130,000 attribute points to expend. Perhaps a visit to the treasury is in order. Contemplating this, Lin An stowed away the technique Refining Furnace and retrieved the recently exchanged Purification Pill. Seizing the opportunity presented by the purification process, He aimed to elevate himself to the golden realm. After adjusting his state, he consumed the pill. As soon as the purification pill entered his mouth, it melted instantly, sending a warm current coursing through every corner of his body. Unlike his initial experience, where he felt intense heat, this time he sensed not a hint of discomfort. The warm current traversed through his limbs and bones, and as time passed, Lin An could distinctly perceive the expansion of his already broad meridians, rendering them even wider and more resilient. His dantian, the reservoir of spiritual energy, swelled like a balloon, allowing him to accommodate a greater amount of pure spiritual essence. Even the spiritual energy within the dantian began to intertwine and collide under this newfound power, ultimately coalescing into denser, purer, and higher quality clouds of spiritual energy. Suddenly, Lin An emanated an unparalleled aura, surging forth like tumultuous waves, enveloped in a golden radiance that shimmered brilliantly. With the eruption of this momentum, his realm experienced a breakthrough, successfully entering the golden realm. Nonetheless, this was merely the beginning. Upon entering the golden realm, he would undergo a second purification process. At this moment, Lin An acutely sensed the monumental changes occurring within him. Although the potency of the precious purification pill gradually dissipated, his meridians continued to expand and elongate. After enduring 2 rounds of purification, his meridians were already remarkably wide, and they now expanded further. If they were previously akin to a dual carriageway, they had now transformed into a quadruple carriageway. He became increasingly sensitive to the spiritual energy of the world, which appeared to have found a sanctuary, actively flowing into his body. After more than 3 hours, when Lin An's aura surged once again, he slowly opened his eyes. Golden second grade, a smile graced Lin An's face. Not only had he broken through to the golden realm, but he had also ascended an additional grade. Furthermore, his foundation had solidified, with the quantity of spiritual energy within him multiplied several times, and its quality significantly enhanced. Now, even without employing any techniques, a casual punch could easily obliterate the previous Thunder Lion Griffin. Lin An estimated that should he utilize one slash, even his father might not be able to withstand it. It was time to visit the treasury. Besides selecting techniques, he also needed to gather materials to nurture his weapon, judgment. Lin An promptly tidied himself and set off toward the treasury. Congratulations, young master, on breaking through to the golden realm. Upon arriving at the treasury, Qianhai greeted him with a smile, feeling quite moved. In less than half a year, the young master had already reached the golden realm, whereas the city lord had taken over a decade to achieve the same. You're too kind, Qianlao. I have some inquiries to make, Lin An replied with a smile. Please, young master, go ahead. How many platinum-level techniques do we have in the treasury? Platinum-level techniques? There aren't many, totaling 12. Among them, 6 are offensive techniques, 4 blade techniques, 1 fist technique, and 1 palm technique, Qianhai explained. The remaining 6 are movement and defensive techniques. 12, you say? That should suffice for my technique refining furnace. Lin amused, prompting Qianhai to retrieve all 12 platinum-level techniques. Though Qianhai was curious as to why Lin An wanted to take them all, he refrained from questioning further. Such an extraordinary individual surely had profound intentions. After securing all 12 platinum-level techniques, Lin An began selecting materials to nourish judgment. The treasury was well stocked with various materials, especially after the 3 major families had contributed substantially. Lin An made no reservations, collecting materials ranging from black iron to platinum grades, reasoning that he could always return for more if needed. This was the advantage of having a powerful background. If he were a wandering cultivator, gathering these materials would have taken an immeasurable amount of time. After leaving the treasury, Lin An returned to his courtyard. Closing the door, he took out judgment. Sensing something imminent, judgment trembled slightly. It seems you are also eager, Lin An remarked, producing a piece of crimson material. Crimson essence gold, a platinum-grade material, sourced from the depths of a volcano, imbued with rich fire attributes. He wondered if judgment would acquire fire attribute powers upon merging with crimson essence gold. Contemplating this, he placed the material on judgment, and a prompt appeared. Judgment's grade is too low to merge with platinum-grade materials. Lin An had anticipated this. He then tried merging with gold, silver, and bronze-grade materials, all of which failed. Fortunately, he succeeded in merging with a black iron-grade material. Would the player like to consume a piece of refined iron to merge with judgment? Direct merging requires differing amounts of attribute points based on the material's grade and size. The player may also seek a weapon master for assistance, but there's a risk of failure. Attribute points were acquired. However, compared to the time-consuming and laborious process of seeking a weapon master with a risk of failure, using attribute points was undoubtedly the most straightforward approach. Lin An decided to confirm. Player consumes 1 attribute point, successfully merging a piece of black iron refined iron with judgment. Merging successful. Judgment's grade has been elevated to black iron. Judgment, black iron grade. This is a long blade infused with refined iron, possessing boundless potential for growth. You may enhance its grade by nurturing it with rare materials. This weapon is bound to you and possesses an indestructible property. The changes were modest. Yet this was merely the beginning. Today, he was determined to elevate judgment to platinum grade. With that in mind, Lin An waved his hand, summoning the materials he had collected from the treasury before him. Chapter 50. 7 Attributes, Platinum Judgment. You have consumed 3 attribute points and successfully fused red copper, black iron level, into judgment, resulting in a slight enhancement of its quality. You have consumed 2 attribute points and successfully fused Xian crystal, black iron level, into judgment, resulting in a slight enhancement of its quality. As materials of black iron level were continuously refined, the quality of judgment steadily improved. You have consumed 6 attribute points and successfully fused black bone, black iron level, into judgment, elevating its quality to bronze level. Is this truly bronze? Lin An mused. Having utilized less than 1/10 of his black iron level materials and exactly 100 attribute points, he had expected that at least 1,000 attribute points would be required. However, it was precisely due to his abundant attribute points and wealth that he did not regard such consumption with concern. An ordinary player would certainly find it unaffordable. Now that it has reached bronze, it is time to use bronze-level materials. Lin An proceeded to extract bronze-level materials and continued his endeavor, confident in his ample resources. As time flowed steadily, the quality of judgment surged rapidly. After expending 500 attribute points and a portion of materials, the quality of judgment ascended to silver level. Lin did not pause his efforts. Another 15 minutes passed. Your weapon judgment has reached gold level, acquiring the attribute retention effect. When absorbing materials with attributes, it will retain those attributes. Transitioning from silver to gold level required a total of 2,000 attribute points. Remarkably, it could now incorporate attributes. Lin An's eyes gleamed. Having fed judgment with numerous materials, many of which possessed various attributes, he realized that forging weapons with these materials would endow them with corresponding attributes. Yet, judgment still lacked any attributes. It turned out that only by elevating its grade to gold could it retain attributes. With this revelation, Lin An promptly retrieved a crystal core the size of a finger. Once a sin beast reaches the gold realm, a crystal core is birthed within, which can be utilized for alchemy or forging. The core in his possession was from the Thunder Lion Griffin, containing the power of thunder. By integrating this crystal core into judgment, it should acquire thunder attributes. Contemplating this, Lin An initiated the fusion. Does the player wish to consume 1,000 attribute points to fuse the thunder crystal core, gold level, into judgment? Yes. Although the required attribute points for this fusion were considerable, Lin An could afford it. Fusion successful. Buzz. Immediately, Lin An witnessed the crystal core transform into a bolt of thunder, surging directly into judgment. Simultaneously, the previously unremarkable judgment revealed a glimmer of thunderous light upon its blade. Judgment. Gold level, bound, infinitely growing, indestructible, a treasured blade forged from various materials, possessing armor-piercing and tearing effects, and inflicting thunder attribute damage. A smile spread across Lin An's face as he gripped the hilt. With his spiritual energy flowing into judgment, he instantly felt his energy could be directly converted into thunder attribute attacks. Excellent. My combat power has indeed increased. Lin An nodded in satisfaction before a thought crossed his mind, and a fiery red crystal core appeared in his hand. This was the core of the flame prison dragon lizard, embodying fire attributes. Could it be that only one attribute can be fused? Or is there no limit to the attributes that can be integrated? If multiple attributes could be fused, it would signify a broader array of attack methods in the future. Determined, Lin An placed the flame prison dragon lizard's core onto judgment, prompting a notification. Does the player wish to consume 1,000 attribute points to fuse the flame crystal core gold level into judgment? Yes. Fusion successful. Buzz. Lin An observed a surge of fire erupting from judgment, which then subsided. Upon grasping the hilt and attuning his senses, he discovered two energy orbs within judgment, one representing thunder attributes and the other fire attributes, both remaining distinct and unaffected by one another. Joy illuminated Lin An's face. It truly could incorporate multiple attributes. At this moment, judgment possessed both thunder and fire attributes. But could it integrate even more attributes? With this thought, Lin An picked up a piece of Xian ice iron and, after expending another 1,000 attribute points, successfully fused it. To his delight, judgment now contained 3 energy orbs. Indeed, there was no limit. Lin An inhaled deeply. He recognized this as the true strength of a weapon's spiritual embryo. Not only did it possess infinite growth potential, but could also assimilate limitless attributes. Typical weapons cannot accommodate multiple coexisting attributes, especially those that are mutually exclusive, like ice and fire. A slight miscalculation could lead to the weapon shattering. However, judgment was different. Its indestructible trait meant that even with conflicting attributes, it could not be destroyed. With this in mind, Lin An waved his hand grandly, summoning a plethora of gold-level materials. You have consumed 1,000 attribute points and successfully fused Heavenly Spirit Wood, gold level, into judgment, enhancing its quality slightly and acquiring wood attributes. You have consumed 1,000 attribute points and successfully fused Purple Gold, gold level, into judgment, enhancing its quality slightly and acquiring gold attributes. You have consumed 1,000 attribute points and successfully fused Earth Crystal Core, gold level, into judgment, enhancing its quality slightly and acquiring Earth attributes. You have consumed 1,000 attribute points and successfully fused Xianyang Wind Sand, gold level, into judgment, enhancing its quality slightly and acquiring wind attributes, additionally strengthening fire attributes. As materials continued to merge, the attributes of judgment multiplied. Furthermore, Lin An discovered that if materials of the same attribute were integrated, the potency of judgment's additional attributes would further increase. After expending a staggering 30,000 attribute points, the quality of judgment ascended once more. Your judgment's quality has improved, reaching platinum level. Judgment, platinum level, bound, infinitely growing, indestructible, a treasured blade forged from various materials, possessing armor-piercing and tearing effects with attributes: thunder, wind, gold, wood, fire, earth, ice. With a total of 7 attributes, Lin An grasped judgment, feeling his spiritual energy surge within, allowing for swift transitions between different attributes. Whenever he desired, his spiritual energy could be transformed into various attributes to strike at his target. Among the 7 attributes, fire and gold attributes were the most formidable, the former possessing a burning effect, while the latter enhanced armor-piercing capabilities. Lin An nodded in satisfaction, yet regrettably, he could not yet mobilize multiple attributes simultaneously. This could be due to either his insufficient realm or judgment's current grade. Now at platinum level, he decided to pause feeding it. Although he possessed ample platinum-level materials, such consumption would undoubtedly deplete his attribute points. Lin An glanced at his remaining attribute points, which stood at 96,648. He needed these points to learn platinum-level techniques. For now, this will suffice. Platinum judgment is adequate for my needs, and a higher grade may not serve me well. With this thought, Lin An stowed judgment away and waved his hand, summoning 12 platinum-level techniques. Chapter 51, Legendary Spirit Pattern Technique. 12 platinum-level martial arts. This was something Lin An had never dared to dream of in his past life, yet here it lay before him. To achieve perfection in a single platinum-level martial art, one would require a staggering 650 attribute points, Thus, for all 12, a total of 91. 800 attribute points would be necessary. Lin An glanced at his remaining 96,000 attribute points, realizing they would suffice. It seems attribute points are still in short supply. He mused before promptly learning all the platinum-level martial arts to the entry level, subsequently beginning to fervently invest attribute points. As he steadily poured in points, each martial art reached completion. Your practice technique, Skyward Palm, platinum level, has reached perfection. Your practice technique, Spirit Light Sword Finger, platinum level, has reached perfection. Your practice technique, Void Shattering Fist, platinum level, has reached perfection. Before long, all 12 platinum level martial arts achieved perfection, leaving him with 848 attribute points. He hoped the martial arts refining furnace would provide a delightful surprise. He pondered what tier of martial art could be forged from 10 platinum level techniques combined with over 90,000 attribute points. With this thought, Lin An took out the furnace, and upon activation, an interface appeared. Player is using the martial arts refining furnace. Please select the techniques to refine. The interface displayed the 12 platinum level martial arts Lin An had just learned. No Lin family techniques or 1/. Lin An expressed surprise. The absence of 1/ did not astonish him, as it was inherently a unique and growth-oriented technique. However, the lack of Lin family techniques was somewhat perplexing, as they were merely platinum level. Perhaps cultivation techniques are excluded from fusion? Or could it be that the Lin family techniques were not truly platinum level, but had further potential? Numerous thoughts flashed through Lin An's mind. Yet his father's knowledge of this technique was limited. Resolutely, Lin An began selecting the techniques for refinement. Among the 12 platinum-level martial arts, he specifically retained one technique named Sky Pigeon S Dance for agility and another named Spirit Light Armor for defense. This way, regardless of the type of martial art the furnace would ultimately produce, his margin for error would be significantly enhanced. Player selection successful. Once Lin An confirmed, flames suddenly erupted within the furnace, and 10 streams of light surged from his brow, entering the furnace. In that instant, Lin An felt the 10 platinum-level techniques vanish from his memory, even disappearing from his interface. He did not have to wait long. In just about a minute, the furnace began to stir. Refinement successful. Congratulations, player, for acquiring the growth-oriented technique Spirit Pattern Technique. Congratulations, player, for successfully learning Spirit Pattern Technique. Automatically elevated to perfection. The furnace dissipated, transforming into a beam of spiritual light that shot into Lin An's brow, flooding his mind with a plethora of information. Spirit Pattern Technique, a growth-oriented martial art that allows the practitioner to condense their power into spirit patterns. These patterns can form shields to withstand attacks, or can be detonated to unleash devastating assaults. Its upper limit is legendary, with potential for further enhancement. Lin An's eyes brightened. From the information received, the entry-level Spirit Pattern Technique could condense 3 spirit patterns. At proficiency, it could condense 9. At minor success, 27. And at major success, 81. At perfection, it could condense 243 spirit patterns. Furthermore, this technique was accompanied by 2 formations. One was the Spirit Pattern Protective Formation, requiring at least 3 spirit patterns to manifest a protective shield of spiritual energy around the user. The second was the Spirit Pattern Eruption Formation, also necessitating a minimum of 3 spirit patterns. It could instantaneously link more than 3 spirit patterns, extracting the hidden spiritual energy to unleash a powerful attack. Not only could it defend, but it could also attack. This technique was quite formidable, Lin An thought. Moreover, its upper limit was merely legendary, leaving room for future enhancement. He was uncertain of the precise tier of legendary, but it was undoubtedly above platinum. Not only that, this technique enabled him to condense spirit patterns from his own power. Could the power of the earth vein also be condensed into spirit patterns? Moreover, could he transform his non-attribute spiritual energy into attribute spiritual energy through judgment, and then condense spirit patterns? With these thoughts, Lin An felt an insatiable urge to experiment. He promptly rose, activating the divine ability of earth vein power, drawing forth a substantial amount of it. Simultaneously, he operated the spirit pattern technique, attempting to manipulate the earth vein power into spirit patterns. Soon, an orange spirit pattern materialized before Lin An. He felt elated. It truly worked. However, he quickly ceased, for this spirit pattern had already reached the limit of what he could bear. The condensation speed was not slow. He could produce one spirit pattern approximately every 15 minutes. Next, he decided to test whether the attribute spiritual energy transformed through judgment could also be condensed. Lin An took out judgment, channeling spiritual energy into it while continuing to operate the spirit pattern technique. Before long, a smile spread across his face as he observed a crimson spirit pattern slowly taking shape. I can't believe it succeeded. This means I can condense spirit patterns of different attributes. Yet, he wondered how effective an attack with spirit patterns of varying attributes would be and whether it might inadvertently harm himself. Countless thoughts raced through his mind, but these could only be explored through gradual experimentation. Though the speed of condensing spirit patterns was respectable, the consumption of spiritual energy was equally significant. Regrettably, the siege of Sin Beasts had only just concluded. Otherwise, he could have hunted while continuously condensing spirit patterns using the effects of the divine ability, Devour Spirit. Fortunately, he had no pressing matters ahead and could take his time to refine. As night fell, Lin Xiao returned to the Lord's mansion after dealing with the aftermath of the siege. Lin An chose not to continue his cultivation. After successfully condensing his 8th spirit pattern, he made his way to the living room. Golden Realm? Not bad, my boy. Your talent is indeed extraordinary. It took me over a decade to reach the Golden Realm, Lin Xiao remarked, his face beaming with pride as he noted Lin An's cultivation level. He had previously heard tales of numerous prodigies in the upper city, and at that time, he had felt a twinge of envy. Now, however, his own son had emerged as a prodigy, one undoubtedly surpassing those so-called talents in the upper city. Lin exchanged a few pleasantries before addressing a serious matter. Father, there seems to be an issue with the recent siege of Sin Beasts. Oh, what issue? Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The Golden Realm Sin Beasts possess considerable intelligence. They should have been aware that you, a 9th-tier Golden Realm expert, are stationed in Shenglin City, even if they were to launch an attack. It shouldn't have been with just 2 1st- and 2nd-tier Golden Realm Sin Beasts and such a meager number of their kind, Lin An explained. This siege seemed almost theatrical, or perhaps they have other intentions. Lin An did not directly reveal that he was testing Lin Xiao. Rather, he guided the conversation. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao could not help but smile. You are correct. This siege was indeed a test for me. A test? Indeed. If my instincts are correct, the beings within Black Mountain are likely preparing to break through to the Platinum Realm. Under normal circumstances, I would report this to the upper city and request powerful reinforcements. Lin Xiao replied with a smile. However, the situation is different now. Within a month at most, I will break through to the Platinum Realm, and then I shall deal with it personally. Lin An nodded. Initially, he intended to wait until the opponent broke through to the Platinum Realm to persuade them to head to Black Mountain and resolve the threat. Now, however, he no longer needed to seek justification. As for the report to the upper city, he suspected that in his past life, they had indeed reported it. Yet no powerful reinforcements were dispatched from the upper city. This ultimately led to the fall of Shenglin City. Fortunately, such a situation will not arise in this lifetime. Even if my dear father cannot resolve it, I will be able to address it myself after I break through to Platinum in due time, Lin An pondered. Chapter 52. Guardian, Lin Xiao breaks through to the Platinum Realm. After conversing with Lin Xiao for a while, Lin An returned to his quaint courtyard. As for Lin Xiao, he still needed to address the aftermath of the beast siege, which he estimated would take a couple of days. Only after resolving this would he have time to cultivate. Time passed swiftly, and before long, 3 days had elapsed. Within the confines of his chamber, Lin An focused his mind, causing a myriad of spiritual patterns to manifest around him. These patterns, each a different hue, contained varying attributes of spiritual energy. A total of 243 spiritual patterns were successfully condensed. However, their potency remained uncertain. Lin An wished to test the strength of these patterns, but lacking an appropriate target, he decided to postpone the experiment. Next on his agenda was to continue his cultivation and elevate his realm. With this thought, Lin An exited his small courtyard and sought out Lin Xiao. The latter had already resolved the matters within the city, allowing them to focus without distraction. Without further ado, father and son proceeded to the quiet chamber to commence their cultivation. The passage of time during cultivation was often swift, and soon half a month had gone by. Upon reaching the Golden Realm, the pace of breakthroughs had undeniably slowed down, Lin mused. In this half-month period, even with abundant resources, he had only progressed from the 2nd to the 4th rank of the Golden Realm. While this might seem commendable, one must consider that he had undergone 3 rounds of marrow cleansing and his techniques had reached perfection, yielding a remarkable 32-fold increase in cultivation speed. Yet, as his realm ascended, he anticipated that future breakthroughs would require even more time. He estimated that if he adhered to a steady regimen, it would take him 3 to 4 months to reach the 9th rank of the Golden Realm. Were it not for the knowledge that the Sin Abyss world would soon connect with Blue Star, he would have been quite satisfied with this cultivation speed. However, this awareness imbued him with a persistent sense of urgency. Regrettably, Shenglin City was merely a novice village, offering limited opportunities. In his previous life, he had encountered messages on gaming forums about players who, upon seizing certain chances, could significantly elevate their realms in just a few days. Typically, players could leave the novice village upon reaching the Silver Realm to explore the outside world. Yet, he could not possibly do so. After all, while exploring the outside world might yield opportunities, there was no place as comfortable as the Lord's Manor. Moreover, players could respawn without fear. But he was uncertain whether he possessed the same privilege. What if he were to perish? For now, he resolved to wait until his esteemed father broke through to the Platinum Realm and resolved the threat of Black Mountain before requesting to be sent to the Upper City. In approximately another half-month, Lin Xiao should be ready to break through, so Lin An felt no urgency. With this in mind, he consumed another pill and immersed himself in cultivation once more. As another half-month slipped by, one day, Lin Xiao suddenly emanated a formidable aura, startling Lin An from his meditative state. Observing Lin Xiao's condition, Lin An's heart swelled with joy. His father's techniques flowed far more smoothly than before, akin to his own. Clearly, Lin Xiao's Lin family techniques had also reached perfection. While my father cultivates in peace, I shall safeguard you, Lin An remarked with a smile. Lin Xiao opened his eyes, which sparkled with delight. He had once believed he would never achieve perfection in his techniques. Yet ever since his son's awakening, he had attained this milestone in merely half a year. He felt a unique power coursing through his limbs, reminiscent of the sensation he had experienced when breaking into the Golden Realm. This was the onset of marrow cleansing. Good. Lin Xiao nodded and immediately cast aside distractions, devoting all his energy to cultivation. This time, he aimed not just to complete the marrow cleansing, but to seize this opportunity to decisively break through to the Platinum Realm. As time quietly flowed onward, everything around them seemed to grow quiet, with only Lin Xiao's potent aura becoming increasingly formidable and captivating. Initially, the aura was but a gentle stream, weak and subtle. However, as time progressed, it coalesced into a surging torrent, creating visible ripples in the air. Simultaneously, Lin An witnessed the impurities within Lin Xiao's body being expelled, while the surrounding spiritual energy rushed into him with fervor. After 3 full hours, Lin Xiao abruptly opened his eyes and consumed a pill. Lin An's expression grew serious. He recognized that his father was preparing to break through to the Platinum Realm. As time trickled away, Lin Xiao's aura intensified, becoming increasingly sharp and potent. Uncertain how much time had passed, Lin Xiao's previously tumultuous energy erupted like a volcanic eruption, the overwhelming pressure radiating outward in all directions. Within the Lord's manor, everyone's demeanor shifted dramatically. Qianhai and others appeared in response. Is it? The Lord has broken through? Yi Yuan inquired, perplexed. I cannot say for certain, but this pressure exceeds the Golden Realm. If there are no unforeseen circumstances, the Lord has indeed broken through, Qianhai replied, his face aglow with joy. As the Lord's loyal steward, he was acutely aware of the Lin family's circumstances. Although the Lin family's descendants cultivated at an astonishing pace, they encountered obstacles upon reaching the 9th rank of the Golden Realm. For centuries, only the first ancestor of the Lin family had transcended into the Platinum Realm. To witness the Lord now breaking through to the Platinum Realm was to shatter a long-standing curse. This development, Qian Hai speculated, was likely connected to the young master. Ever since the young master had awakened, the father and son had frequently cultivated together. While such an assertion might seem somewhat contrary to natural order, he suspected the young master had imparted guidance to the Lord. Send word to all personal guards to remain vigilant. Anyone who dares to intrude upon the Lord's manor shall be executed without mercy. Qian Hai instructed Ji Yuan with a grave expression. Understood. Yi Yuan promptly departed, and soon 300 personal guards brandished their blades, securing the entire Lord's manor. Meanwhile, Qian Hai, a formidable figure of the Golden Third Rank, remained in the shadows, prepared for any potential danger. In the quiet chamber, Lin An, too, braced himself against the pressure emanating from Lin Xiao. Fortunately, his own strength was commendable, and with mastery over the blade intent, the impact was minimal. In fact, this presented an excellent opportunity for him to gain insight into the prowess of a Platinum Realm expert. The pressure did not persist for long. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Xiao was enveloped by swirling vortices of spiritual energy, fervently absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, which surged into his body, cleansing every corner. After another hour, Lin Xiao's physique trembled, and he successfully broke through to the Platinum Realm. Chapter 53. The Silent Strike of Examination. My child, I congratulate you on your father's breakthrough to the Platinum Realm, advancing further on the path of cultivation, Lin An said with a smile and a respectful gesture. Ha ha ha. This breakthrough owes much to you, my dear Ner. Were it not for your assistance, I fear I would struggle for a lifetime to transcend this barrier. Lin Xiao laughed heartily. A decade prior, he had already surpassed the Golden Realm, and 3 years ago, he achieved the 9th grade of gold. However, in the intervening years, despite numerous attempts, he had been unable to breach the threshold of the Platinum Realm, not even grazing its limits. He had resigned himself to the fate of his ancestors, believing he too would remain at the 9th grade of gold for all his days. Unexpectedly, his reclusive son had bestowed upon him newfound hope. The first ancestor of the Lin family had established Shenglin City 7 centuries ago, and Lin Xiao became only the second to transcend into the Platinum Realm. All of this was made possible by his prodigious son. Looking at Lin An, his eyes brimmed with pride. With this thought in mind, he spoke again in recent days, your father has been preoccupied with cultivation. Since your ascendance to the Golden Realm, I have yet to formally assess your abilities. Why not allow me to guide you today? Upon hearing this, Lin An's smile faltered, replaced by a hint of resignation. If you wish to test me, just say so. Father, no need for pretense about assessment. Yet, he felt no desire to refuse. Eager to explore the might of the spirit pattern technique and gauge the distance between himself and the Platinum Realm experts. Since father is so keen, I shall oblige. Lin An replied. Very well. Let us proceed to the martial arena, Lin Xiao declared, striding confidently outside. Though proud of his son's accomplishments, he understood the importance of asserting his authority while he still had the chance. After all, he was acutely aware of his son's terrifying speed of cultivation. Congratulations, Lord City Master, on your remarkable advancement. As they stepped outside, Qian Hai and the others approached. Ha ha, you are too kind, Lin Xiao responded joyfully. After exchanging a few words with the group, they made their way to the martial arena. Aner, come at me, Lin Xiao commanded, assuming a stance of a seasoned expert. Such an old man, putting on airs, Lin An thought, not bothering to hold back. With a thought, the weapon judgment manifested in his hand. Lin Xiao's gaze flickered with surprise upon noticing the weapon. A platinum-grade weapon, undoubtedly not from the City Master's treasury. His son had concealed many things. However, this was only the beginning. In the next moment, Lin An's eyes glimmered with a mysterious light as spirit patterns began to emerge around him. What is this? Lin Xiao frowned, recognizing that this technique was unlike anything he had seen before, certainly not from the City Master's arsenal. Lin An had no time for such thoughts. He was intent on testing his previous hypotheses. A total of 243 spirit patterns emerged, each connecting with the others, forming a powerful array that emanated a terrifying aura. The oppressive energy caused the expressions of those present, be they the 9th grade of silver, Ji Yuan, Qian Yang, or even the 3rd grade of gold, Qian Hai, to change drastically. They felt the chill of death. Even Lin Zhao's demeanor turned grave. Despite having attained the Platinum Realm, he too sensed a formidable threat. Lin An, however, was undeterred, focusing on channeling the array's energy into judgment. Were it a common weapon, he would not dare to do so, as most weapons could not withstand such force. Yet judgment was unique, possessing indestructible properties, leaving him unafraid. Initially, he felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain if his idea would succeed. Yet, as the spirit patterns surged into judgment, he realized his intuition was correct. The application of spirit patterns was not limited to the 2 pre-existing arrays. It could be developed into new techniques. A thought flickered through Lin An's mind. Should he strike with a single blow? However, upon seeing Lin Zhao's serious expression, he dismissed the notion, fearing he might inadvertently harm his dear father. "Father, be cautious. I have recently grasped some formidable techniques," Lin An warned. Lin Zhao's mouth twitched at these words. Formidable? This technique poses a threat, even to me, a platinum expert. Gone was his earlier ease, replaced by a sense of urgency as he summoned all his strength, drawing his weapon and readying himself for defense. "Kulme," Lin Zhao commanded. Slash! Just as Lin Zhao's words fell, Lin An suddenly swung his long knife. The strike was silent. It was as if the entire universe had been muted in that instant, enveloped in an eerie stillness. All that the onlookers witnessed was a flash of bright silver, akin to lightning, vanishing in an instant. Chapter 54. The youth almost lost his father. A faint sound pierced the silence. The crowd turned towards the source and beheld a silver line appearing on the spiritual shield surrounding Lin Zhao. Simultaneously, the long blade that Lin Zhao held before him also bore a similar silver line, which snapped in two and fell to the ground. Moments later, Lin Zhao took a deep breath. "Indeed, with your current strength, there are no rivals within the realm of gold. Your father has only recently broken through and needs to consolidate his level, so I shall not speak further." Upon finishing his words, Lin Zhao vanished from sight. Lin An raised an eyebrow. He distinctly noticed a similar silver line across the opponent's chest, albeit less pronounced. It seemed evident that if he unleashed his full power, he already possessed the capability to slay those of the platinum tier. Lin An mused to himself, especially since he had yet to utilize his ultimate strike. However, he remained humble, fully aware that this was only possible because Lin Zhao was merely standing in defense. If the opponent were to launch an attack, he would not even have the chance to execute that strike. Even if he did have the opportunity, a platinum tier expert could easily evade his blow while soaring through the air. Nevertheless, the formidable nature of the spiritual patterns had provided him with ample astonishment, at least granting him some capacity for resistance when confronting a platinum tier adversary. Subsequently, Lin An exchanged pleasantries with Qian Hai and others before returning to his cultivation. The spiritual patterns, though powerful, had completely drained him with that last strike, necessitating some time to reformulate new patterns. On the other side, Lin Zhao returned to his chamber. The calm demeanor he had maintained began to shift as he lifted his garments. Beneath his clothing lay a layer of soft armor, which similarly bore a faint silver line. It was fortunate that I remained cautious and did not remove this armor. Otherwise, that boy would have almost lost his father. Lin Zhao murmured. Reflecting on a lesson learned, one should not be overly proud. Upon sensing the power of that strike, he had known deep down that he might not withstand it. Had he wished, evading would have been effortless. However, considering his status as a platinum tier expert, coupled with a father's dignity, he chose not to shy away from the confrontation. Thus, he found himself in this precarious situation, nearly losing everything. Where did that boy learn such techniques? Thankfully, I wore platinum-grade armor. Otherwise, the Lord's residence would be in mourning. Despite his words, Lin Zhao felt a swell of pride at his son's formidable strength. Observing Lin An's performance, It was evident that his future achievements would undoubtedly surpass his own. First, he needed to solidify his realm. Then he would address those individuals within Black Mountain. Once he breaks through to Platinum, he could be sent to the upper city. Next year marks the triennial gathering of the prodigies. Perhaps he will shine brightly in the competition and have the opportunity to venture to the royal city. At the mere thought of the royal city, Lin Xiao's gaze dimmed. He had never intended to keep Lin An confined to Shenglin City. Upon realizing his son's extraordinary talent, he understood that Lin An would eventually seek broader horizons beyond Shenglin. Yet, he had not anticipated that day would arrive so soon. A venture into the world could be beneficial. Lin Xiao dismissed his musings. He was not a person prone to melancholy, especially since Lin An had yet to depart. He promptly returned to his quiet chamber to fortify his realm. The Lord's residence fell silent once more. However, the happenings within the Lord's residence did not escape the attention of many. Upon witnessing the Lord's personal guards mobilizing and enforcing a lockdown, numerous individuals who approached felt the overwhelming pressure, igniting a flurry of speculation. That pressure could not possibly emanate from a mere gold-tier expert. The former Lord had reached the 9th tier of gold and had never exhibited such terrifying might. It was likely that the Lord had once again broken through to the legendary Platinum tier. How could this be? For centuries, the descendants of the Lin family had trained at an accelerated pace. Yet aside from the founding ancestor, the rest had reached at most the 9th tier of gold. Over the years, each Lord had sought means to transcend their limitations. Perhaps the current Lord had finally discovered a way. Let's not forget the young Lord, whose cultivation speed surpassed all previous Lords. It was possible that this matter was somehow connected to him. Within Shenglin City, rumors and conjectures proliferated. Yet, upon learning of this news, the citizens were filled with excitement. Their ancestors had lived in Shenglin for generations, and they understood that their current stable lives were a result of the Lord's protection. Now that the Lord had grown stronger, it implied greater security for them. The 3 prominent families, upon hearing this news, although uncertain of its veracity, comprehended that Shenglin City still belonged to the Lin family. Having relinquished any thoughts of rebellion, they recognized that even if the rumors were true, it would hardly affect them. Moreover, the youth from each family had eagerly joined the garrison, confident that under the Lord's leniency, they would not face undue repercussions. They were only instructed to ensure their kin adhered to the rules, lest they bring misfortune upon their families. Before long, 3 days had passed. Lin An finally opened his eyes. The spiritual patterns he had expended 3 days prior were now replenished. It was time to remind my esteemed father about heading to Black Mountain. Until the monstrous beasts within were eradicated, Lin An would remain uneasy. With Lin Xiao having broken through to the Platinum tier, resolving this matter sooner would allow him to cultivate in peace. With this thought in mind, Lin An exited his courtyard and sought out Lin Xiao. Chapter 55. Setting off to the Black Mountain. Lin Xiao spent 3 days consolidating his realm. Upon seeing Lin An approach, he raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "What brings you here, my boy?" Lin An smiled. "I was concerned that father might head to the Black Mountain without taking me along." Lin Xiao had indeed planned to depart for the Black Mountain in the next couple of days. Hearing Lin An's words, he frowned. "You wish to join? That's not advisable. There are numerous malevolent beasts within the Black Mountain, and I would find it difficult to protect you." "Do you doubt my capabilities, father?" Lin An retorted. Lin Xiao paused, recalling how close Lin An had come to losing him 3 days prior. "Father, while there are many malevolent beasts in the Black Mountain, the common ones are hardly a match for me. As for those above the Golden Realm, they shall not pose a threat either. The only potential danger would be the Platinum Realm beasts, but with you by my side, I shall remain safe." Lin An smiled, "Therefore, I kindly request your permission to accompany you." His primary motivation for venturing to the Black Mountain was not only to gain some attribute points, but also to seek out any potential opportunities that might arise. After all, Shenglin City was merely a novice village, and the Black Mountain was the only place where such opportunities might present themselves. Lin Xiao remained silent for a few moments, realizing that Lin An had a valid point. As long as there were no Platinum Realm beasts present, they posed little threat. "Very well, if you wish to go, then we shall go together. When do you plan to set off, father?" Lin inquired. Since you seem so eager, let us prepare to depart in 1 hour. Lin Xiao replied. Lin An nodded in agreement. An hour later, the two mounted their horses and left Shenglin City. Although Lin Xiao had achieved the Platinum Realm and had the ability to fly, there was no rush for their journey, and it was unnecessary to expend spiritual energy along the way. They did not bring anyone else with them. Their mission was primarily to deal with the malevolent beasts above the Golden Realm within the Black Mountain, not to eradicate the entire region. Moreover, with nearly 1 million malevolent beasts in the Black Mountain, even with all the guards, it would be an arduous task, likely resulting in heavy losses. Father, how many Golden Realm beasts are there in the Black Mountain? Lin An asked. Over the years, there have been only 7 Golden Realm beasts within the Black Mountain. 3 years ago, when I just broke through to the 9th level of the Golden Realm, I entered the Black Mountain, and the number has remained unchanged. This is because whenever a new Golden Realm beast appears, it is swiftly hunted down and consumed by those 7, transforming it into their own power. Lin Xiao continued. The flame prison dragon lizard and the thunder lion griffin you encountered were likely the Golden Realm beasts that emerged in the past 3 years. They have not been hunted primarily to test my strength. Lin An understood. Once malevolent beasts reach the Golden Realm, they generate cores that harbor a significant portion of their power. The beasts can directly absorb these cores to enhance their own strength. Those 7 beasts must be formidable, then? Lin An asked. Indeed, there are 2 at the 9th level of the Golden Realm, 3 at the 8th level, and 2 at the 7th level. Among them, the most unique are the spirit-eating ghost tree and the shadow night owl, both at the 9th level of the Golden Realm. The former is rooted in the earth, capable of rapidly absorbing energy, aiding in self-healing, and even assisting other beasts in recovery while delivering poisonous attacks. The latter is exceptionally swift, skilled in ambushes, and their coordination with the spirit-eating ghost tree is remarkably seamless. Even I fell victim to them in the past. Lin Xiao proceeded to introduce all 7 malevolent beasts to ensure Lin An was well informed and would not suffer any misfortunes. Lin An listened attentively, gaining a comprehensive understanding of these formidable foes. Several hours later, propelled by the relentless galloping of their blood-patterned horses, the two finally arrived at the outskirts of the Black Mountain. Chapter 56. Into the Black Mountain, the rampaging demon bear. The Black Mountain is an endless range of peaks, with hundreds of towering summits. The entire mountain is ruled by 7 formidable beasts of the Golden Realm. The stronger they are, the more peaks they dominate. Father, how shall we enter? Lin inquired. The Black Mountain is vast, and should they venture indirectly, they would inevitably encounter numerous beasts. Though these creatures pose no true threat to them, they could easily alert the 7 Golden Realm beasts. With a smile, Lin Xiao produced a compass. This is the breath-concealing compass. Its function is quite singular. Once activated, it can mask our presence, making it difficult for even Platinum Realm experts to detect us. Lin Xiao explained. The reason he was able to infiltrate the depths of the Black Mountain and later depart safely was due to this compass. As Lin Xiao activated the breath-concealing compass, a powerful force enveloped the two of them. Let us proceed directly into the depths. Apart from the spirit-eating ghost tree and the shadow night owl, those 7 fellows reside on different peaks. However, these summits are relatively close together. If any one of them encounters trouble, the others will surely be alerted. In the past, I had intended to take them out one by one, but regrettably, their strength was not to be underestimated. Before I could slay a single beast, the others arrived, forcing me to retreat. As he spoke, Lin Xiao led Lin An deeper into the Black Mountain. He refrained from flying directly, wary that the 7 beasts might escape upon detection. Lin An nodded, recalling from Lin Zhao's previous account that the Platinum Realm beast responsible for the fall of Shenglin City in his past life was indeed the spirit-eating ghost tree. While vanquishing the spirit-eating ghost tree would alter the fate of Shenglin City, having come this far, he was determined to eliminate the other Golden Realm beasts as well. Father, do we possess any means to control these beasts? Lin An asked. If he could command these creatures, he could orchestrate a siege upon Shenglin City. There may be some methods, but I am not aware of any, Lin Xiao replied cautiously, as the vastness of the world outside Shenglin City was unknown to him. Lin An contemplated whether to threaten the 7 beasts into mobilizing the creatures of the Black Mountain for an assault on Xianglin City, but decided against it, fearing the dire consequences should Lin Xiao discover his thoughts. It is said that players are the true disasters. Lin amused, recognizing that such self-serving schemes could only be conceived by players. Their speed was swift, and with Lin Xiao's familiarity with the route, they arrived at the depths of the Black Mountain in approximately an hour. "Do you see those 6 peaks ahead?" Lin Xiao pointed out. Lin gazed upon 5 mountains encircling a higher one. "Let's first seek the rampaging demon bear. Its realm is merely at the 7th tier of gold, and its attack methods are rather straightforward. Although it possesses thick skin and great resilience, it should not pose a challenge for you," Lin Xiao advised. The two had already agreed that Lin would draw the other beasts from the surrounding peaks, allowing Lin Xiao to ensnare them all at once. "This is your first direct confrontation with a Golden Realm beast. Do you remember what I instructed you earlier?" Lin Xiao asked. "I remember," Lin affirmed with a nod. Despite having slain 2 Golden Realm beasts prior, the Thunderlion Griffin had caught him off guard, leading to its swift demise before it could react. The Infernal Dragon Lizard, too, was already severely weakened by Lin Xiao, making it an easy target for him. These 2 Golden Realm beasts had perished in a most undignified manner, unable to utilize many of their abilities. Lin did not presume that his previous victories over 2 Golden Realm beasts rendered him invulnerable to others of their kind. "Let's move forward." Lin Xiao spoke no more, confident in Lin An's strength, especially with his own Platinum Realm prowess backing him. The duo swiftly ascended to the peak where the rampaging demon bear resided. Without further ado, Lin An unleashed his aura, while Lin Xiao concealed himself nearby. As Lin An's Golden Realm aura radiated, the ground began to tremble. With a thunderous roar, a colossal beast emerged, crouched upon the peak, fixating its gaze upon Lin An. It bore a pair of horns, its entire body cloaked in black fur that shimmered with crimson light, and its eyes glowed a menacing red. "You humans dare trespass in my domain? You seek death." The earth-shaking bellow of the rampaging demon bear resonated as it leapt, its forelimbs like stone pillars flailing wildly, sharp claws glinting ominously in the light, accompanied by a gale of ferocity aimed directly at Lin An. In response, Lin An advanced rather than retreating, his steps agile as he transformed into a mere blur, evading the bear's lethal assault with ease. Meanwhile, the Judgment Blade materialized silently in his grasp. With a swift motion of his arm, an unparalleled blade of energy surged forth. A soft sound echoed, akin to fabric being torn apart. A deep gash appeared on the rampaging demon bear's massive form, and crimson blood surged forth like a bursting dam, splattering into the air, creating a mist of blood. Chapter 57. A direct confrontation is not your strength. Dare you injure me? The ferocious demon bear landed, glaring at the wound on its arm, its eyes ablaze with fury. Before it stood a mere human of the 5th rank in the Golden Realm who had managed to inflict harm upon it. Should others learn of this, even if it were to tear this human to shreds, it would inevitably be the subject of mockery. Filled with murderous intent, it gazed at Lin An. However, its anger did not cloud its judgment. Despite the disparity in realms, the human's capabilities were evidently formidable. "Prepare to endure my wrath, fragile human," the ferocious demon bear declared. With a tremor of its massive body, its black fur quivered, and a crimson mist began to envelop the area. "Is it getting serious now?" Lin An observed this scene with an unperturbed expression. Lin Xiao had previously informed him of each Sin Beast abilities and weaknesses. Sin Beasts below the Golden Realm, while capable of provoking humanity's darker inclinations, did so passively, requiring a direct attack to activate their powers, and even then, the effects were limited. In contrast, Golden Realm Sin Beasts, having refined their cores, could effortlessly command their respective Sin attributes and unleash corresponding abilities. This particular ferocious demon bear was a creature of wrath. In addition to its tough hide and sinewy strength, it could exude a crimson mist through its fur. This mist lacked offensive capability, yet once it tainted a being, it would incite an uncontrollable rage, leading to a gradual loss of reason and a descent into chaos. Meanwhile, the ferocious demon bear, immersed in the crimson mist, could continuously enhance its own strength. Humans could resist by channeling their internal spiritual energy, but this would inadvertently diminish their own power. Prolonged engagement would render them incapable of matching the ferocious demon bear. Lin An paid little heed to the crimson mist. Had he not aimed to draw other golden realms and beasts, he could have easily dispatched the ferocious demon bear with a single strike. As the ferocious demon bear lunged at him once more, Lin An's spiritual energy surged, keeping the crimson mist at bay. Simultaneously, he wielded his long knife, unleashing waves of blade energy as they clashed. Although this process consumed spiritual energy with the devouring spirit technique at his disposal, each wound inflicted on the bear would replenish his own energy. After several minutes of combat, Lin An remained in pristine condition. While the ferocious demon bear was drenched in blood, its body riddled with injuries. "Cursed human, face me in direct combat," the ferocious demon bear bellowed. In these few minutes, Lin An effortlessly toyed with the beast using his perfected platinum martial skill, Tian Panyu, evading its attacks with ease. The bear's massive frame resembled a living target, continuously struck by the blade energy. "Direct combat, you say?" Lin An arched an eyebrow, then vanished from his position, instantaneously reappearing behind the ferocious demon bear. With a swift slash, a fountain of crimson blood erupted, painting the air in a mist of red. The bear's robust right arm was severed cleanly by Lin An's razor-sharp blade. The sight of the mangled stump, with blood and flesh intermingled, was a gruesome spectacle. The severed limb dropping heavily to the ground with a dull thud. A wave of excruciating pain engulfed the ferocious demon bear, eliciting a mournful wail and a surge of dread within. At this moment, it became painfully aware that despite the human's lower realm, his strength far surpassed its own. It had not even had the chance to react before its arm was severed. "Direct confrontation is not your forte," Lin An remarked, preparing to sever the bear's remaining arm. Suddenly, several powerful presences approached rapidly. "Human, prepare to meet your demise. I shall devour you alive," the ferocious demon bear roared. Enduring the pain and sensing the imminent arrival of other sin beasts, which rekindled its confidence. With a single slash, the response came in the form of a flash of blade light. The speed of this blade was astonishing. By the time the ferocious demon bear registered the threat, a crimson line appeared on its body. With a thunderous crash, its massive form was cleaved in two, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Lin An paid no heed to the lifeless carcass of the ferocious demon bear. Initially, he intended to sever another limb to hasten the arrival of the other sin beasts. But with their approach imminent, there was no longer a need to engage further with the bear. Soon after the ferocious demon bear's demise, a series of piercing sounds filled the air. The first to appear was a blazing lion, its entire body enveloped in red fur, resembling flames. A golden seventh-rank beast, capable of igniting the flames of jealousy within humans, classified as a beast of envy. Next, a snow crystal mantis, merely 2 meters in length and clad in white exoskeleton adorned with frost patterns, materialized, a golden 8th-rank beast. Though small in stature, it was exceedingly swift and could release an icy aura, inciting lethargy within the hearts of its foes, classified as a beast of sloth. Following the snow crystal mantis was a formidable earth underworld python, also of golden 8th rank. Its massive form bore eyes like black holes, covered in shimmering black scales interspersed with ghostly green glimmers, its powerful tail ending in sharp spines. Its venom could awaken feelings of arrogance, fostering an unwarranted sense of contempt. Classified as a beast of pride, at that moment, a flicker of ethereal light passed through the sky, prompting Lin An to look up. It was a golden 8th rank golden-eyed demon bat, a type of vengeful beast capable of conjuring storms of resentment with a flapping of its wings. "To remain," Lin An mused with a frown. Chapter 58. Siege? Counterattack. Within the ominous Black Mountain, 7 formidable beasts of golden rank gather. The ethereal, soul-eating ghost tree and the shadow night owl, both at the pinnacle of the 9th tier, the golden-eyed demon bat, the snow crystal mantis, and the earthly nether python, all at the 8th tier, and the rampaging demon bear and the fiery lion at the 7th tier. While many other beasts had assembled, the soul-eating ghost tree and the shadow knight owl remained hidden, lurking in the shadows. Lin Xiao contemplated intervening, but noticed Lin An subtly shake his head. Understanding that Lin An intended to confront the four beasts alone, Lin Xiao chose to refrain from interfering. Eager to witness Lin An's prowess, his gaze remained fixed on the golden-eyed demon bat, a creature of flight, which posed a significant advantage until Lin An attained the platinum rank. Human, how dare you venture into Black Mountain alone and slay our comrades? Prepare to face our wrath. The fiery lion was the first to speak. Lin An raised an eyebrow at the bravado. Who taught this one to talk so tough? Let us settle this without theatrics. With the soul-eating ghost tree and the shadow night owl absent, he resolved to dispatch the four beasts swiftly. With a flash, a blade of light erupted at the moment the fiery lion finished its taunt. The fiery lion, taken aback, cursed its adversary for their lack of decorum, yet reacted swiftly, leaping aside to evade the blade. However, before it could catch its breath, an icy chill crept down its spine, realizing Lin An had already positioned himself behind it. Suspended in the air, the fiery lion could not evade the impending strike and let out a desperate roar. "Mantis, save me." A glimmer of cold light flashed as the snow crystal mantis intervened, brandishing its icy limbs to meet Lin An's assault. The clash was thunderous, unleashing a shockwave that reverberated through the air, stirring dust and debris. Both the fiery lion and the snow crystal mantis adopted serious expressions, recognizing the formidable strength of their adversary, who had felled the black bear before they could arrive. "Let us not waste time. Let us overwhelm him," urged the earthly nether python, as the four beasts encircled Lin An with resolute determination. They doubted that four beings of at least the 7th tier could not subdue a mere 5th-tier human. With a collective roar, the fiery lion charged first. Eager to reclaim its pride after nearly being bested by Lin An, it opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of blazing flames toward Lin An rather than retreat. Lin An unleashed his blade, cleaving through the inferno. In a flash, he closed the distance to the fiery lion, aiming for its head. Clang! This time, however, the fiery lion was prepared, raising a fiery shield to block the blade. Though the shield rippled under the impact, it held firm. "Do you truly believe I am so easily defeated?" The fiery lion scoffed, preparing to retaliate. Yet Lin An remained silent, channeling his inner energy into his blade, summoning an aura of frost. A surge of icy power enveloped the fiery shield, and with a resounding crash, the shield shattered, allowing Lin An's blade to descend. Realizing the imminent danger, the fiery lion's eyes widened in terror as it attempted to muster its strength to defend against the strike. But despair washed over it as Lin An's blade obliterated its defenses, sealing its fate. "No!" it cried, a chilling scream echoing as the blade severed its massive head, which thudded to the ground. At that moment, an icy presence surged from behind Lin An, as the snow crystal mantis seized the opportunity to attack amidst the chaos. Unbeknownst to it, the fiery lion's defeat had come too swiftly for it to withdraw. Lin An, keenly aware of the impending strike, absorbed the earth's energy into his blade at the very instant he felled the fiery lion. The icy aura that had enveloped his blade ignited into flames. With a single stroke, he turned to face the snow crystal mantis, the fire engulfing the frost and surging toward it. When the flames dissipated, only the severed remains of the snow crystal mantis lay on the ground. Its eyes glazed with disbelief, unable to fathom how the once evenly matched Lin An could unleash such devastating power. Without a glance at the fallen foe, Lin An swiftly moved to the right, narrowly evading a dark, corrosive energy that erupted from the ground where he had stood moments before. Chapter 59. Did I just dive? And you all vanished? As Lin An steadied himself, another streak of black light surged towards him. This time he did not evade. The blade of judgment cleaved through the air, splitting the black light in twain. Just as he prepared to charge at the earth abyss python, a sudden whistling sound pierced the air. He noticed the sharp tip of the python's tail glowing ominously, sweeping towards him with alarming speed. Lin An crossed his blades, channeling his spiritual energy into them to confront the massive tail. Boom! The tremendous force sent Lin An reeling, yet in that moment, A sizzle echoed as judgment pierced through the python scales, embedding itself in its flesh. Judgment, thunder, with a crash. The spiritual energy coursing through judgment transformed instantaneously into a tempest of lightning, enveloping the earth abyss python. The creature emitted a pained hiss, its body convulsing as it instinctively swung its tail to dislodge Lin and seizing the opportunity. Lin An propelled himself upwards, withdrawing judgment and aiming for the python's head. Though the earth abyss python quickly shook off the paralysis of the thunder, Lin An had already reached its visage. With fierce determination in his eyes, he plunged both blades into the creature's left eye. The sudden agony jolted the earth abyss python to awareness, its colossal head thrashing wildly in an attempt to throw Lin off. However, Lin An maintained a firm grip on judgment, infusing it with his spiritual energy. A tearing sound erupted as judgment unleashed a phantom blade, piercing through the python's skull. Lin An twisted the blade, shattering the creature's brain. The earth abyss python let out a harrowing scream, its remaining vitality prompting it to thrash in a frenzy. Without hesitation, Lin An once again utilized the momentum to be flung away, directing his assault towards the descending golden-eyed demon bat. It had only been a mere 10 seconds since the fiery lion had perished, and events unfolded with alarming rapidity. The demon bat had not anticipated that in the fleeting moments it sought opportunity, 3 of its companions had already fallen. Seeing Lin An charging towards it with ferocity, the golden-eyed demon bat felt a surge of panic. Fear replaced any courage it might have had to confront him. Its golden eyes flickered rapidly, while its wings began to vibrate violently. In an instant, a tempest of vengeful energy coalesced, hurtling towards Lin An. As the storm surged forth, the surrounding air seemed to tear apart, producing a cacophony of piercing howls. Lin An suddenly found his vision blurring, realizing the demon bat had employed some form of illusion. Illusion? Divine technique. Eye of the vengeful tiger. Lin An's eyes glowed with a deep light, restoring clarity to the blurred scene. Yet, he was still over 10 meters away from the golden-eyed demon bat, which, understanding the futility of a direct confrontation, began to distance itself rapidly. Coupled with the approaching storm of resentment, unless he could fly, evading it would prove exceedingly difficult. No wonder aerial beasts are the most formidable adversaries. Lin An mused, realizing that even a 9th-grade golden core cultivator would struggle against such foes soaring thousands of meters above. This thought flitted through his mind, and the moment his vision cleared, spiritual energy surged into judgment. Judgment, wind, a single stroke, a brilliant, resplendent arc of light burst forth, infused with potent wind attribute energy. Like a bolt of lightning, it cleaved through the air, colliding forcefully with the incoming storm. Boom! Accompanied by a resounding crash, the vengeful tempest crumbled like paper, obliterated in an instant. The blade of wind attribute energy continued unabated, racing towards the golden-eyed demon bat, which was desperately trying to escape. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the bat entirely. Screech! A chilling wail echoed as the golden-eyed demon bat's body was torn asunder. Blood rained down as its massive form plummeted to the ground, creating a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, it was evident that the bat had succumbed to death, while Lin An, holding judgment, regarded the scene with a cold demeanor. Simultaneously, the earth abyss python, which had lingered with a faint flicker of life, now collapsed lifelessly. Thus, of the 7 golden tier beasts within the Black Mountain, only 2 remain. P.S. I kindly ask all esteemed fathers to lend a hand and leave a 5-star review. Thank you immensely. Chapter 60. The Soul-Devouring Ghost Tree and the Shadow Night Owl. Lin Xiao appeared beside Lin and observing the corpses of the 5 sin beasts. He felt a profound sense of emotion. He had initially thought he would need to intervene, but unexpectedly, the opponent had slain them all with a single strike from each. Wait here for a moment and search for any treasures these creatures have hidden. I shall proceed to the central peak to slay the soul-devouring ghost tree and the shadow night owl, Lin Xiao instructed. Lin An nodded. His purpose for accompanying him to the Black Mountain was to seek opportunities. If he could not find a chance to swiftly elevate his realm, he would have to rely on a 10-fold training acceleration card upon returning. With that, Lin Xiao soared into the air, transforming into a streak of light towards the central peak of the Black Mountain. Lin An then entered the cave inhabited by the rampaging demon bear. However, he soon emerged with a frown. Strange, there's not a single valuable item within this cave of the rampaging demon bear. Lin An was puzzled, having meticulously searched the cave. There were no treasures, be they of the gold or platinum grade. Not even a black iron grade trinket could be found. It was utterly barren. Logically, such a situation should not exist. The rampaging demon bear was a gold-grade sin beast, one of the apex predators of the Black Mountain. Even if there were no platinum treasures, silver and gold-grade items should have been present. Since entering the Black Mountain, he had indeed not encountered any rare treasures. The Black Mountain was vast. Even if it did not yield precious celestial materials, ordinary treasures should still exist. It was inconceivable that there was nothing of value. Filled with confusion, Lin An reasoned that if only the rampaging demon bear's cave were devoid of treasures, it could be dismissed as coincidence. However, if the other 4 sin beast lairs were similarly empty, that would warrant further investigation. He glanced at the corpses of the 5 sin beasts. After all this, the most valuable items remained the materials from these carcasses. He decided to gather these materials first before exploring the other lairs. Lin was not in a hurry. Typically, ordinary sin beasts would not dare approach the lairs of gold-grade sin beasts, which explained why no other beast had appeared during his earlier confrontation with the rampaging demon bear. Lin An swiftly began his work, his blade gleaming as he extracted the cores from the 5 sin beasts and cut away all valuable parts from their bodies. Given the immense size of these beasts, the materials he collected were substantial, to the point that his storage ring could not accommodate them all. I shall leave them here for now and carry them back later. Lin An deposited the materials within the rampaging demon bear's cave. Confident that the residual aura from the corpses would deter other sin beasts from approaching for a time. After organizing his findings, he intended to venture towards the lairs of the other 4 gold-grade sin beasts, when suddenly, 2 powerful auras erupted. Sensing these presences, a flicker of surprise crossed Lin An's eyes. This is unusual. These 2 auras are evenly matched, both reaching the platinum level. One aura emanated from Lin Xiao, which did not surprise Lin An. However, the other was clearly from a sin beast. Although this aura was somewhat weaker, it indeed reached the platinum level. Could it be that a platinum-level sin beast has already emerged in the Black Mountain at this time? Lin An pondered, propelling himself towards the central peak. Just moments ago, he had been puzzled as to why the rampaging demon bear's cave contained no treasures. Now he began to comprehend the reason. It was likely that the other sin beast lairs were equally barren. Meanwhile, atop the central peak, Lin Xiao wielded his long blade, unleashing his platinum-level aura as he continuously severed the incoming attacks. Before him stood a towering tree, reaching a height of over 100 meters, emitting an eerie green luminescence. Its trunk entwined with numerous vines. The dense canopy and serpentine branches bore dark red leaves, their edges sharp as blades. This was indeed one of the overlords of the Black Mountain, the soul-devouring ghost tree, a 9th-grade gold beast. However, at that moment, the aura of the soul-devouring ghost tree surged powerfully, rivaling Lin Xiao's, clearly reaching the platinum level. Lin Xiao, we have no enmity between us. Why must you force this confrontation? I can simply depart the Black Mountain and never return. A grotesquely contorted human face gradually formed upon the tree. Its words accompanied by the rapid, aggressive movements of its many vines, which shot towards Lin Xiao like arrows released from a bow. Unfazed by the onslaught, Lin Xiao merely snorted in disdain. Enough of your nonsense. Today, I shall slay you here. I cannot wait to see how long you can maintain this so-called platinum level. With that, he gripped his long blade tightly and swung it fiercely. In an instant, a dazzling flash of light erupted, and a chilling aura radiated as he severed the incoming vines with ease. The notion of having no grievances was utterly absurd. The soul-devouring ghost tree had taken root in the Black Mountain for over a century, launching numerous assaults on cities during that time. 10 years prior, it had seized the opportunity while he and his father were in the spirit realm, attacking the city of Shenglin and causing significant losses, leaving his son traumatized for a decade. Had he possessed the strength back then, he would have eradicated this foe long ago. although it now appeared to unleash platinum-level power. Lin Xiao understood that it was merely a ninth-grade gold beast. In its moment of desperation, it had forced itself to tap into its accumulated reserves, temporarily elevating to the platinum level. However, such an enhancement was not sustainable. It would soon revert to its original form, significantly weakened. The soul-devouring ghost tree, sensing the gravity of its predicament, resolved not to be easily dispatched. A glint of determination flashed in its eyes, and it ceased its verbal sparring. A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very ground beneath them as the earth convulsed violently, akin to a cataclysm. Amidst the swirling dust and flying debris, massive roots, thick as the earth's serpents, burst forth from the ground. These roots intertwined, resembling a colossal dragon as they surged towards Lin Xiao. Maintaining his composure, Lin Xiao swung his long blade. Although his strike had not reached perfection, it possessed considerable strength, cleaving through the roots with ease. As the roots were severed, a dark light burst forth, carrying with it the aura of a platinum-level creature, swiftly closing in on Lin Xiao. With a resounding clash, Lin Xiao managed to deflect the oncoming claws. "You thought to ambush me? I was already prepared," he remarked coolly, recognizing the Shadow Night Owl, well aware of its close association with the soul-devouring ghost tree. Chapter 61. A full-force strike to sever the soul-devouring tree. In the depths of the forest, Lin An swiftly approached the central peak. A hint of surprise crossed his brow as he detected a third platinum-level aura. This immediately brought to mind the ever-present Shadow Night Owl accompanying the soul-devouring tree. It shouldn't be possible. In my previous life, only the soul-devouring tree attained platinum status. Or perhaps my previous self was simply too weak to notice the Shadow Night Owl had also reached platinum. These thoughts flickered through Lin An's mind. Yet his pace remained unbroken. Although Lin Xiao was also a platinum-level warrior, he had only recently broken through. Facing two platinum-level beasts simultaneously would undoubtedly pose a perilous challenge. Fortunately, the fierce battle between the three platinum-level powerhouses sent surrounding beasts fleeing, granting him a clear path. After a quarter of an hour, Lin An came to a halt. Indeed, it was the soul-devouring tree and the Shadow Night Owl. To his astonishment, his father was holding his ground well, despite the two-on-one situation, and was even pressing the two adversaries. However, while both the soul-devouring tree and the Shadow Night Owl emanated platinum-level auras, their stability appeared compromised. Had they perhaps employed some means to forcibly elevate their realms? As Lin An assessed the battlefield, his gaze sharpened. The soul-devouring tree, immense in size, exuded a formidable presence, but also rendered itself a large target. During previous sparring sessions with his father, he had hesitated to unleash his full power, but now he felt emboldened to give it a try. With this resolve, Lin An concealed his aura and continued to approach the battlefield, taking refuge behind a massive rock just 1,000 meters from the clash. He then summoned his weapon, Judgment, revealing 243 spirit runes that intertwined rapidly, forming an explosive array. This array surged over Judgment, causing it to radiate with ethereal light. Yet this was merely the commencement. Lin An inhaled deeply, channeling vast reserves of spirit energy within him, transforming it into fire tributes through Judgment. Simultaneously, he guided the forces of the earth's veins, pouring them fervently into Judgment. In an instant, three distinct yet equally formidable powers converged within Judgment, clashing violently against one another. Like three ferocious beasts trapped in a confined space, relentlessly tearing at one another. With a thunderous roar, these powers boiled over. A terrifying aura erupted from Judgment, its might far surpassing that of any platinum-level warrior. Thankfully, Judgment was a platinum-grade weapon, endowed with indestructible qualities. Lin An could not help but reflect that had it been an ordinary platinum weapon, it would likely have crumbled under such overwhelming energy. However, the sheer intensity of the power contained within Judgment was beginning to overwhelm him. "Father, get back," Lin An called out, producing a spirit communication talisman. With a decisive swing, he unleashed a devastating strike. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung Judgment toward the soul-devouring tree from a distance of 1,000 meters. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, engaged in combat with the soul-devouring tree and the Shadow Night Owl, heard the voice from the talisman. Though uncertain of Lin An's intentions, he ascended into the sky without a second thought. The soul-devouring tree and the Shadow Night Owl were perplexed as to why the other was retreating when an overwhelming, chilling aura surged forth without warning. This aura was so potent it felt as though the entire world was on the brink of being consumed. Both the soul-devouring tree and the Shadow Night Owl were taken aback, swiftly turning toward the source of the aura. Suddenly, a dazzling beam of light, akin to a meteor slicing through the night sky, surged toward them, enveloped in blazing flames. The speed of this light was astonishing. By the time they turned to look, it had already reached their very presence. A wave of dread washed over them as they sensed the imminent threat of death. The Shadow Night Owl reacted with lightning speed, vanishing from sight. However, the soul-devouring tree, with its colossal form, was unable to escape in time. In a desperate attempt to thwart the impending strike, the soul-devouring tree unleashed countless vines and roots. Yet, the beam of light cleaved through them effortlessly. In the soul-devouring tree's despairing gaze, the blade descended, leaving a fiery line etched across its immense body. This line expanded rapidly, becoming increasingly pronounced. No! A piercing wail echoed as the once vibrant life force of the soul-devouring tree dimmed rapidly, akin to a candle extinguished by a fierce storm. Its massive, flourishing form began to sway, as if losing all support. With a resounding crash, the enormous entity finally succumbed to its injuries, collapsing under its own weight. Its mighty trunk, like a pillar of heaven, crashed down with tremendous force, sending shockwaves through the surrounding air. The ground beneath quaked violently, as if it had been struck. Fissures spreading like a spider's web, soil and rocks splintering, trees toppling. The entire Black Mountain trembled in response to the overwhelming impact. You have slain the soul-devouring tree, Golden 9th tier, gaining 1 attribute point. Hearing the system's announcement, Lin An breathed a sigh of relief, assured that the soul-devouring tree was indeed dead. This young man had unleashed such formidable power. Lin Xiao, observing the scene, felt a sense of awe. Even he could not have withstood that blow. Meanwhile, the Shadow Night Owl stood frozen, unable to fathom that the soul-devouring tree had been dispatched in a single strike. It soon recognized Lin An's presence. A golden 5th tier? How could this be? How could a 5th-tier human unleash such terrifying strength? As the Shadow Night Owl's mind raced with confusion, a tearing sound echoed as Lin Xiao closed in. Having only temporarily attained platinum-level strength, and with the soul-devouring tree now defeated, the Shadow Night Owl stood no chance against Lin Xiao. Within a few exchanges, Lin Xiao severed its head with a single strike. Thus, all the golden-level beasts of Black Mountain met their demise. You truly startled me just now, Lin Xiao remarked, holding the Shadow Night Owl's corpse before Lin An. My apologies for worrying you, but I was eager to test the extent of my power. Lin An replied with a smile. That last strike was impressive, but remember, it was against a massive, immobile platinum-level beast. Be cautious in the future, Lin Xiao advised. Lin An nodded, fully aware of this fact. Had he aimed that strike at the Shadow Night Owl, it would have undoubtedly missed. With no further words, they began to tally their gains from this encounter. Chapter 62, Spiritual Liquid, Title Upgrade. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures are no longer a concern. Similar to Lin An's previous speculations, the spirit-eating ghost tree had scavenged the entire Black Mountain for heavenly materials and earthly treasures, seeking to elevate itself to the platinum realm. Unfortunately, before it could truly break through, Lin Xiao had already accomplished the feat and was on his way to confront it. As Lin An extracted the crystal core of the spirit-eating ghost tree and prepared to depart, he suddenly paused, his gaze drawn to the roots of the tree, where droplets of white liquid were cascading down. Lin An's eyes lit up. He sensed that this liquid contained an extraordinarily pure spiritual energy. This must be the spiritual liquid that the spirit-eating ghost tree had refined from all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, yet had not yet absorbed. At that moment, Lin Xiao approached and explained that the reason the spirit-eating ghost tree and the Shadow Night Owl were able to unleash platinum realm power in such a short time was due to this spiritual liquid. Can our human race absorb this spiritual liquid for cultivation? Lin An inquired. Naturally, it is quite a rare substance, having already been refined by the spirit-eating ghost tree. It poses a minimal challenge for our race to absorb. In fact, it is superior to consuming medicinal pills, Lin Xiao affirmed. Though he was uncertain how much spiritual liquid had been consumed in the earlier battle and how much remained. With that, Lin Xiao drew his sword and cleaved through the roots of the spirit-eating ghost tree, revealing a substantial amount of spiritual liquid. As he moved his hand, the liquid floated gently into the air. I didn't expect there to be so much. It seems the spirit-eating ghost tree has been preparing for decades, Lin An remarked. This liquid could easily fill a bathtub. Bathing in it would be no issue. With this, I believe I can swiftly ascend to the 9th rank of the Golden Realm. And even to the Platinum Realm, he continued. After the two meticulously searched the area and confirmed there were no other valuable remnants, they decided to leave. Anya, wait here while I carry the body of the spirit-eating ghost tree back to Shenglin City. I will return for the other corpses of the Golden Realm beasts afterward. Lin Xiao instructed. If we leave the bodies of the Golden Realm beasts unattended, they will soon be consumed by other beasts, and before long, the Black Mountain will again be plagued by Golden Realm beasts. Rest assured, Father, at present, there is nothing in the Black Mountain that poses a threat to me. Lin An replied with a smile. This was a perfect opportunity for him to slay some beasts. Although he could not gain attribute points from killing beasts at his current level, he could still accumulate the number required for title upgrades. First Blood, 10,000 beasts slaughtered, the only title in the entire server, increasing damage dealt to beasts by 20. Currently, his title was still the 10,000 beasts slaughtered, and the next upgrade required the slaying of 100,000 beasts. He was merely a few thousand beasts away from achieving this goal. Lin Xiao nodded, trusting Lin An's words without further discussion, and he set off, carrying the body of the spirit-eating ghost tree toward the outskirts of the Black Mountain. After he left, Lin An retrieved the sin-attracting crystal and swiftly dashed into the forest. In half an hour, Lin An had attracted over 10,000 beasts. With a mighty swing, he unleashed a blade of light stretching 1,000 meters, instantly slaying countless beasts. You have killed 100,000 beasts. Congratulations on acquiring a new title, 10,000 beasts slaughtered. It has been detected that you possess the title First Blood. The 10,000 beasts slaughtered title will automatically merge, enhancing your title First Blood. First Blood, the only title in the entire server, increasing damage dealt to beasts by 25, with a 5 increase in critical hit chance. An increase in critical hits? Lin An's eyes sparkled. The panel did not display critical hit attributes, yet critical hits undeniably existed. For instance, attacking a target's weak point easily resulted in critical damage. However, with the title's 5 increase in critical hit chance, it meant that even without targeting weak points, he still had a chance to inflict critical damage. With my current combat strength, I doubt even the first or second tier platinum experts can withstand my full onslaught. If a critical hit occurs, Lin An smiled, his movements unceasing as he continued to eliminate beasts, relishing the opportunity to expedite his title upgrade. After more than 5 hours, Lin Xiao finally found Lin An. You truly cannot sit still, Lin Xiao remarked. Well, there is nothing else to do, Lin An chuckled. Have the beast corpses been taken care of? Yes, I've brought Qian Lao and the others along to escort these beasts back, Lin Xiao confirmed. The additional 5 beasts were quite large. Even as a platinum expert, it was impossible for him to carry them all at once. Lin An nodded and, after slaying thousands more beasts with another swift strike, followed Lin Xiao as they departed. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Black Mountain, Qian Hai and the others were already waiting, with carts transporting the massive beast corpses toward Shenglin City. On their return to Shenglin City, the streets were teeming with citizens, who erupted in cheers upon seeing the enormous beast corpses. The city lord is truly remarkable, having slain so many beasts. It is said these beasts reached the Golden Realm and were the overlords of the Black Mountain. Now, they have all been vanquished by the city lord. When the city lord returned with that 100-meter-long giant tree, I was initially frightened, thinking it was a beast attacking the city. That must be the young city lord. I've heard he has also reached the Golden Realm and accompanied the city lord into the Black Mountain to slay beasts. Now that we have both the city lord and the young city lord to protect us, We need not worry about beast invasions any longer." The cheers reverberated along the streets, and the prestige of the city lord's estate reached its zenith at that moment. Amidst the jubilant voices of the citizens, everyone returned to the city lord's estate. Lin Xiao busied himself with the processing of the beast corpses while Lin An retreated to the tranquility of his own courtyard. With the crisis in Shenglin City averted, the beasts of the Black Mountain, though numerous, no longer posed a threat and could be gradually eliminated. The first objective of his reincarnation had been accomplished. Now, he could quietly cultivate, striving for an early breakthrough to the Platinum Realm and ascend to the Upper City. With these thoughts, Lin An focused his mind and summoned a jade vial into his hand, containing the spiritual liquid obtained from the spirit-eating ghost tree. Upon opening the vial, a refreshing and pleasant fragrance wafted out, and Lin An consumed it directly. As his cultivation technique activated, the power within the spiritual liquid was rapidly refined, transforming into his own spiritual energy. Indeed, it was a splendid substance, refining faster than medicinal pills by several folds. Lin An's face brightened. With the aid of this spiritual liquid, his realm could swiftly ascend even further. Yet, there was potential for even greater speed. Lin An took out a 10x cultivation card and used it immediately. You have used a 10x cultivation card. Your cultivation speed will increase tenfold for the next 24 hours. A user interface appeared, displaying a 24-hour countdown. Lin An nodded in satisfaction and entered into a state of cultivation. Chapter 63. The Grand Tournament in the Upper City. On the very night Lin An entered his cultivation, shortly after midnight, November 1st arrived. The realm leaderboard was once again updated. As the sole player in the entire server, Lin An naturally held the top position. As before, he opted for attribute points as his reward. However, since his realm had already reached the golden level, he received a substantial reward of 3,000 points. This increased his attribute points from 4855 to 7855. Lin An calculated that he had traversed here since June of this year, meaning he had been in this world for 5 months. With November upon them, the day of the player's arrival would be in September of the following year, leaving only 10 months. While 10 months may seem ample, for Lin An, time was indeed pressing. After all, the arrival of the players signified that only 1 year remained before the Abyss would connect with Blue Star. In less than 2 years, and with his realm advancement, unless he encountered significant opportunities, his cultivation speed would inevitably diminish. If he continued his training methodically, he would likely reach Platinum 9th grade in 2 years, and with good fortune, perhaps break through to a stronger Diamond-level warrior. However, a mere Diamond-level warrior would be akin to an ant in the face of the impending convergence of the two realms. Once he exhausted the spirit liquid in his possession, it would be time to leave Shenglin City and head to the Upper City. Lin An contemplated. Though he had never been to the Upper City, he was well aware that its resources far surpassed those of Shenglin City. Had he not harvested the spirit liquid from the soul-eating ghost tree in the Black Mountain, he would have made preparations to depart for the Upper City days ago. With these thoughts, Lin An closed his eyes once more to cultivate. With a 10-fold cultivation speed boost, combined with the 36-fold enhancement from the Lin family's technique, the rate at which he refined the spirit liquid was astonishing, and his aura visibly surged. Within a mere 8 hours, his realm broke through once again, reaching Golden 6th grade. Witnessing such rapid progress filled Lin An with joy, compelling him to pursue his training with fervor. The results were indeed gratifying. After utilizing both of his 10-fold acceleration cards, his realm ascended to Golden 8th grade. In just 2 days, he had advanced 3 grades, allowing him to relive the sensations he experienced during his time in the Iron level. Regrettably, he only possessed 2 acceleration cards. From here on, he would rely solely on his own efforts. Lin An shook his head, relieved that the spirit liquid refined at such a swift pace was incomparable to any medicinal pill. He continued to focus on his cultivation, and, after another half-month, his realm successfully reached Golden 9th grade. He had originally intended to surge directly to Platinum, but at that moment, Lin Xiao unexpectedly sought him out. "Father, what brings you here?" Lin An inquired curiously. Given that the threat from the Black Mountain had dissipated, there should have been no issues in Shenglin City. Lin Xiao, seeing that Lin An had only reached Golden 9th grade, let out a sigh of relief. I had planned to discuss this with you next month, but upon recalling your prodigious talent, I felt compelled to speak with you now. Fortunately, you have yet to break through to platinum. Lin An was puzzled, but waited for his father to elaborate. My son, are you aware of the grand tournament in the upper city? Lin Xiao asked. I am not familiar with it. Please enlighten me, father. Lin An pondered, recalling that he had seen mention of the grand tournament in a forum during his previous life, though the details were scarce. My son, as you know, Shenglin City is merely a lower city, while there exists an upper city above it. Shenglin City belongs to Guangwu City within the upper city. Though golden level practitioners are regarded as top tier in Shenglin City, they are merely elders in Guangwu City. The Guangwu City is led by the martial family of the city Lord S Mansion, and it is said that the city lord surpasses the diamond level, being an epic level powerhouse. Each upper city governs hundreds of lower cities, and Shenglin City is just one among them. Every 3 years, the upper city holds a grand tournament, where all geniuses from the lower cities are invited to compete. If one secures a position in the top 10, they can directly proceed to the royal city. Even if one does not place, they may still attract the attention of the city lord S Mansion or various prominent families for cultivation opportunities. Now it was November, and the next grand tournament would occur in January of the following year. Lin Xiao had previously considered sending him to participate in this tournament. Hearing his father's words, Lin An suddenly understood the nature of the grand tournament. Then why do you advise me not to break through to platinum? He questioned. Is it that a higher realm disqualifies me from participating? Not at all. As long as one is under 30 years of age, participation is permitted. The reason I advise against a breakthrough to platinum is that the tournament takes place within a golden level spirit realm, which only allows entry for those below the platinum level. Additionally, within Guangwu City, there exists an ancient spirit tower, which also permits only those below the platinum level to enter. The ancient spirit tower has 18 floors, and each floor grants resource rewards. It is said that on the 18th floor, there is a visualization scroll. Lin Xiao continued, of course. If you're not interested in the spirit realm and the ancient spirit tower, you may break through to platinum, which would grant you direct access to the royal city, without occupying a spot in the grand tournament. Lin An's eyes sparkled. Not to mention the allure of the visualization scroll in the ancient spirit tower. The mere prospect of a spirit realm was enough to captivate him. The treasures within the spirit realm were secondary. The most crucial aspect was that he could amass attribute points once more. Currently, he only possessed over 7,000 attribute points. If he did not seize this opportunity to accumulate more, he would be left wondering when the next chance would arise. Although it would consume a month of his time, the investment in attribute points was well worth it. Thank you for your guidance, father. When shall we set off for Guangwu City? Lin An inquired. You're quite eager, but the grand tournament does not commence until January. We can depart next month, and that will be sufficient, Lin Xiao replied with a smile. Next month? Is it not a considerable distance from Shenglin City to Guangwu City? Indeed, it is quite far. Even for a platinum-level practitioner, flying to Guangwu City would take several months. Lin Xiao explained. However, Shenglin City has a teleportation array leading to Guangwu City, allowing for a swift arrival. The teleportation array is located within the mansion. A teleportation array? Indeed, but activating it consumes substantial resources, so it is seldom used except for occasional trips to Guangwu City for resource purchases. In a year, it may only be utilized once or twice, Lin Xiao elaborated. You should take the time to adjust yourself. Next month, I will take you to Guangwu City, and I will also need to arrange some matters before my departure. Understood. Lin An nodded, watching his father leave. Chapter 64. The Doom of Black Mountain. Onward to the upper city. Little did I expect that this grand event would provide a direct opportunity to journey to the royal city. This is indeed fortuitous. The resources of the upper city pale in comparison to those of the royal city. Entering the royal city sooner will greatly enhance my cultivation. Henceforth, I shall refrain from breaking through to the platinum realm for now, but I can first strive for perfection in the 9th grade of the golden realm. Once I enter the spiritual realm, I shall directly ascend to the platinum realm. Contemplating this, Lin An resumed his cultivation. After several days of diligent practice, he achieved the perfect golden 9th grade. With 7 days remaining until December, I cannot afford to be idle. I shall take this opportunity to explore the city of Shenglin and uncover the hidden beasts of sin. Lin An mused that even if he temporarily departed from Xianglin City with his father, with wealth in place, there would be no issues. Upon his arrival, he had considered seeking the hidden beasts of sin among the populace of Xianglin City, but later became preoccupied with cultivation and deemed it a waste of time, thus neglecting the task. Now that he found himself with time to spare, it was indeed prudent to unveil these lurking beasts. With this thought, Lin An sought out Lin Xiao to share his intentions. Naturally, Lin Xiao had no objections, readily assigning all 300 personal guards to him. Should that prove insufficient, he could also mobilize the garrison to support Lin An's endeavors. After meeting with the young master, Ji Yuan reported that the 300 personal guards had assembled. "Have you broken through to the Golden Realm?" Lin An inquired, noting Ji Yuan's evident achievement of the Golden First Grade. "Thanks to the Lord of the City bestowing the spiritual liquid, I was able to break through," Ji Yuan replied with a smile. "Not just me. Steward Qian Yang and Commander Fengshan have also ascended to the Golden Realm." "Excellent. With your presence, Xianglin City is much safer," Lin nodded. He had only taken half of the spiritual liquid obtained from the soul-eating ghost tree, leaving the other half with Lin Xiao. Now, with 3 additional Golden Realm experts, the strength of Xianglin City had significantly increased, rendering the once threatening Black Mountain diminished. After exchanging pleasantries with Ji Yuan, Lin An set forth. With a population exceeding 200,000, Lin divided Xianglin City into 30 districts. With the assistance of the 300 personal guards and the garrison, the search for the beasts of sin progressed swiftly. In merely 7 days, he had combed through the entire city, uncovering nearly 1,000 hidden beasts of sin. However, these creatures were all of the black, iron, and bronze realms, and their demise would yield no attribute points for him. As December arrived, the leaderboard was recalibrated, and Lin An opted for 3,000 attribute points, raising his total to 10,855 points. After addressing the concealed beasts of sin within Xianglin City, Lin An approached Lin Xiao to inquire about their departure to Guangwu City. Learning that they would not depart for another half-month, Lin An resolved not to linger in Xianglin City. Rather than squander half a month, he would venture to Black Mountain to hunt beasts of sin. Although he could not acquire attribute points from these creatures at present, he could enhance his title progression. Thus, Lin An, accompanied by 300 personal guards, departed Xianglin City and ventured into Black Mountain. The guards were not required to slay the beasts. Their task was merely to draw the creatures toward him. Black Mountain faced its darkest hour. If I eliminate all the beasts of sin within, it should impact the future development of players arriving in Xianglin City, Lin An pondered. However, this thought was fleeting as he continued to wield his weapon without pause. After all, the players would not descend for several months. In that time, beasts from other areas would undoubtedly arrive. For half a month, Lin An slaughtered within Black Mountain, while carriages from Xianglin City continually transported the corpses of the beasts. These carcasses held little value for Lin An, but for Xianglin City, they were resources. Once these resources were processed, the overall strength of Xianglin City would significantly increase. "Young master, the lord of the city has sent word. We are to depart tomorrow." Zhao Tong, the head of the Zhao family, approached Lin An respectfully. During this period, the 3 major families had been exceedingly busy, as the vehicles transporting the corpses were theirs. Witnessing the numerous beast corpses being carted away, the 3 families transitioned from initial shock to a state of numbness, their reverence for the city lord's manor reaching its zenith. "Tomorrow, then, it is time to return." Lin An nodded. He glanced at the progress of his next title, Millions Since Slaughter. Having slain over 700,000 beasts, he still required another 200,000. No wonder the last time a horde of beasts from Black Mountain emerged, it merely incited a minor siege. It turned out the number of beasts had not yet reached 1,000,000. Lin An sheathed his weapon. Although some beasts remained, their numbers were dwindling, likely reduced to mere thousands. Wasting no more time, Lin An quickly returned to Xianglin City. "Rest well tonight. We shall utilize the teleportation array to reach Guangwu City early tomorrow," Lin Xiao suggested with a smile. Lin An acquiesced, returning to his courtyard to wash up, enjoy a hearty meal, and finally retire for the night. The following morning, as Lin An entered the parlor, he found Lin Xiao convening with Qian Hai, Qinyang, Ji Yuan, and Feng Hai, briefing them on the tasks ahead. An and I shall be away for no more than a month. During this time, you are to diligently safeguard Shenglin City. An has already hunted many beasts of sin, and their remains must be properly managed to enhance the strength of the guards and personal guards, Lin Shao instructed. I shall refrain from reiterating the other details, as I have already briefed you. Now, off you go. Yes, Lord of the City, the four responded, bowing to Lin and before departing the parlor. Follow me. Lin Shao beckoned, leading the way deeper into the city lord's manor until they arrived at a side hall where a teleportation array awaited. While the teleportation array would facilitate their swift arrival in Guangwu City, it bore certain drawbacks. Without protective artifacts, one would need to reach at least the Golden Realm. Otherwise, the spatial forces during the transfer could rend one asunder. Due to the long-distance teleportation, some discomfort might be experienced during the process, but this was entirely normal. Every lower city possessed a teleportation array, albeit only connecting to the upper city, and they were merely small-scale arrays, capable of transporting a maximum of 5 individuals at once. The upper city, however, boasted more advanced arrays, capable of transporting thousands. As Lin Shao elaborated, he activated the teleportation array. Let's proceed. We should arrive in approximately 15 minutes. Lin An nodded and stepped onto the teleportation array alongside him. Buzz! In an instant, a wave of spatial energy enveloped them, and Lin An felt darkness descend, his form vanishing from the location. Chapter 65, Guangwu City, Ancient Spirit Tower. At last they arrived. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Shao gently patted Lin An's shoulder. Lin An opened his eyes, squinting against the bright light to which he had yet to acclimate. In that moment, he realized he was no longer in the side hall of the City Lord's mansion, but rather in a vast square. The square was adorned with numerous teleportation arrays, both large and small. Some individuals, like them, had just emerged from these arrays, while others were queuing in the distance, preparing to embark on their own journeys. Are you feeling unwell? Lin Shao inquired. No, it's just that it's my first time using a teleportation array, and I'm still a bit dazed, Lin An replied, shaking his head. Ah, that's good to hear. Cool, mate. Let me show you around Guangwu City and introduce you to its wonders, Lin Shao said with a smile, recalling that his own first experience had been quite similar. Nodding, Lin An followed Lin Shao as they made their way outside. This is the teleportation square of Guangwu City. You see those arrays? They may seem small now, but in times of significant events, they can transform into much larger arrays, capable of transporting a greater number of individuals. Guangwu City is vast, with a population exceeding 5 million, a scale that Shenglin City cannot compare to. In Shenglin City, those at the Silver Realm are considered powerful, but here in Guangwu City, only those at the Golden Realm hold any status. The city is home to numerous families, the most formidable being the Wu family of the City Lord's Mansion, followed by the 10 great families, each possessing considerable strength, with at least one Diamond Realm expert among them. Then there are the smaller families, with varying degrees of power. However, any family bold enough to claim status in Guangwu City must have at least one Platinum Realm expert. As they strolled along the streets, Lin Shao elaborated on the nuances of Guangwu City, while Lin An's gaze swept across the magnificent cityscape. Indeed, Guangwu City was a sight to behold, with towering city walls that reached heights of over 100 feet. The cobblestone streets bustled with life, flanked by an array of shops, their signs fluttering in the breeze. The air was filled with a medley of enticing aromas, some of wine, others of herbs, while the sounds of vendors calling out their wares echoed around them. The vibrancy of the upper city made Lin An wonder just how splendid the royal city must be. After a short while, they approached a well-known establishment named Tianxiang Pavilion, famous for its exquisite dishes crafted from the meat of sin beasts. Lin Shao guided Lin into a window seat, smiling as he spoke. Moreover, frequenting this place can be beneficial for one's cultivation. Soon, a table laden with delectable dishes was set before them. Lin An, not one to stand on ceremony, eagerly sampled a piece of meat, his eyes lighting up in delight. The flavor was indeed exceptional, and he could sense a faint surge of spiritual energy flowing into his dantian. Though subtle, it was a pleasant surprise. As they dined, Lin Xiao continued to share insights about Guangwu City. Father, what realm did the geniuses participating in the Zhenfeng Grand Ceremony typically belong to? Lin inquired. At the very least, they are at the Golden Realm. Achieving the Golden Realm before the age of 30 is not particularly challenging. Some prodigies from lower cities may even reach the late stages of the Golden Realm. Lower cities also vary in strength. A weaker city lord may only just reach the Golden Realm, while a stronger one might attain the Platinum Realm, Lin Xiao explained. Our Shenglin city is considered to be above average. We have neither progressed nor regressed in all these years. Lin An understood this was due to the limitations of the Lin family's cultivation methods. While they could assist the next generation in ascending their realms, reaching the 9th grade of the Golden Realm would be a bottleneck, making it nearly impossible to attain the Platinum Realm. However, this situation could now change, as Lin Xiao had already reached the Platinum Realm. The prodigies from lower cities were manageable, but the true competition lay among the prodigies from Guangwu City's families. They found it relatively easy to reach the Golden Realm before 30, with some even attaining the Platinum Realm ahead of time. Although the competition was termed a grand ceremony among 100 cities, most of the slots were dominated by the families of Guangwu City, with lower city prodigies managing to secure a spot only after several ceremonies. Though you have reached the 9th grade of the Golden Realm, it is likely that there are individuals of equal caliber among these family prodigies, so you must remain vigilant, Lin Xiao cautioned. Rest assured, Father, I am fully aware of this, Lin An replied, contemplating before asking further. Once in the spirit realm, is it permissible to take lethal action? In principle, it is not allowed, but there are no means to monitor the circumstances within the spirit realm, Lin Xiao responded. Lin An smiled knowingly, recognizing the inherent contradictions in such principles. Before long, the two had eaten their fill. Lin Xiao then led Lin An towards the central area of Guangwu City, its most bustling quarter, where the city lord's mansion was situated. As the city lord of a lower city, Lin Xiao was not required to pay for lodging at an inn. Instead, they would reside in a designated guest house. After presenting his identity, the steward of the guest house escorted them to a small courtyard. Lin An noticed that some other city lord from lower cities were already present, each accompanied by one or more young women, all at the Golden Realm, clearly also here for the grand ceremony. Do you intend to rest for a few days before heading to the ancient spirit tower, or would you prefer to go now? Lin Xiao inquired once they were settled in the courtyard. Is it permissible to enter the ancient spirit tower multiple times? Lin An asked. Yes, as long as your realm is sufficient. There are no restrictions on the number of entries. However, the first entry is free. Subsequent entries require payment of gold coins, and the fee increases each time, Lin Xiao explained. Gold coins are the currency of this world, alongside silver coins and copper coins. Since Lin An's arrival, he had been living in the city lord's mansion and had not used money, as he could simply retrieve what he needed from the treasury. Let's go now, Lin An declared, curiosity piquing his interest in the ancient spirit tower. Nodding, Lin Xiao led Lin An outside, hailing a carriage that would take them to the ancient spirit tower. Half an hour later, they disembarked from the carriage and arrived at a square where a towering structure, nearly 100 meters high, loomed before them. The ancient spirit tower was a rare treasure, consisting of 18 levels, with each individual entering to find themselves in a different space. The first level was guarded by a Golden Realm expert of the 1st grade, ascending to the 9th level where the guardians were at the 9th grade of the Golden Realm. Yet, the true challenge lay in the final 9 levels. The 10th level required facing 2 9th grade Golden Realm guardians, and the 11th level presented a daunting 5. It was rumored that beyond that, even Platinum Realm experts would be stationed. My father once ventured inside, only managing to conquer the 10th level before being defeated at the 11th, Lin Xiao recounted. Do you see that stone tablet over there? Only those prodigies who conquer all 18 levels of the ancient spirit tower can have their names inscribed upon it. Lin An turned his gaze towards the colossal stone tablet nearby, standing over 10 meters tall, already bearing numerous names. Chapter 66. He cannot possibly conquer the ancient tower. The ancient tower monument bears the names of 24 individuals who have ascended through its 18 levels. They are categorized into 3 ranks: 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. The 1st rank boasts only one name, that of Wu Chang. The 2nd rank includes 6 individuals, while the third comprises 17. Curiously, Lin An inquired of his father how these rankings are determined and what distinctions exist among them. It likely pertains to the speed at which one traverses the 18 levels. The swifter the ascent, the higher the rank one may achieve, Lin Xiao explained. However, conquering the ancient tower remains exceedingly arduous. The last individual to succeed was a member of the Wu family 2 centuries ago, who only attained a 3rd rank. Lin Xiao continued. As for Wu Chang of the 1st rank, he is said to have established Guangwu City 3 millennia ago. Lin An was astonished. 3,000 years is an unfathomably distant era. Thus, it implies that in the span of 3 millennia, fewer than 30 individuals have successfully navigated the ancient tower? This cannot be right, Lin An pondered. Given that the ancient tower imposes no age restrictions, surely there are those among the perennial golden 9th tier experts who could succeed. Although the ancient tower does not limit age, the pressures within increase with age, making it progressively more challenging to succeed. Lin Xiao chuckled. Typically, individuals over 30 may still enter the tower, but they have virtually no chance of passing through. Lin understood now. Do you believe I could succeed? He asked. Lin Xiao contemplated for a moment before a voice interrupted them. Old Lin, is this your son? A middle-aged man approached with a warm smile, accompanied by a young lad. Old Zhou, I didn't expect to see you here. Lin Xiao responded with a smile. This is my son, Lin An. This is your Uncle Zhou, the Lord of Pingjiang City. Greetings, Uncle Zhou. Lin An bowed respectfully. Zhou Yu, a formidable expert of the platinum tier, surpassed Lin Xiao in strength. Ha ha ha. There's no need for such formality. Your father and I are close friends, Zhou Yu laughed. This is my son, Zhou Lin. You're actually older than him by a month, Lin. Lin, greet him. Greetings, Uncle Lin. Hello, brother An, Zhou Lin said as he stepped forward to pay his respects. Lin An nodded in acknowledgement. Although Zhou Lin was merely a silver 7th tier, which seemed lowly by comparison, he was still considered exceptionally gifted among their peers. Notably, none of the children from the 3 prominent families in Shenglin City, who were of Lin An's age, had yet reached the silver tier. Old Lin, you've been quite discreet. I always wondered why you never brought Lin into Guangwu City. Were you concerned about discouraging us? Zhou Yu remarked. Lin An is only 18, yet he has already reached the golden 9th tier, surpassing even your achievements at that age. Zhou Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. He had sensed Lin An's formidable aura and had assumed his rank was higher, but he never expected it to be by such a margin. An 18-year-old of the golden 9th tier is a rarity, even among the Wu family of Guangwu City. Ha! Do not flatter this young man too much. We wouldn't want his pride to swell. Though, he is indeed fortunate. After I broke through to the platinum tier last year, I dealt with the menacing beasts in the Heishan region of Shenglin City. Upon slaying the soul-devouring ghost tree, I discovered a significant amount of spiritual liquid hidden within its trunk, which facilitated this young man's rapid advancement. Lin Xiao said with a smile, while Lin An's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. His father had only recently broken through to the platinum tier, yet he was framing it as a past event, clearly attempting to conceal his rapid advancement. Zhou Yu realized the implications of this, knowing that the Lin family's techniques were somewhat unique, allowing for rapid cultivation until the platinum tier. Typically, such techniques would attract envy, but the flaw of this particular method was well known. Once one reached the golden 9th tier, breakthrough to the platinum tier became nearly impossible. In the 7 centuries since the Lin family established Shenglin City, only one ancestor had ever reached the platinum tier. Old Lin, I must congratulate you on your breakthrough to the platinum tier. We should gather at Tianxiang Pavilion later, Zhou Yu suggested. However, while you may be fine here in Guangwu City, returning to Shenglin City might pose some challenges. Lin Xiao understood the underlying message. Previously, no one coveted the Lin family's techniques due to their significant drawbacks, which left practitioners without hope of ever reaching the platinum tier. However, now that Lin Xiao had achieved this milestone, it was inevitable that others would take interest. Fear not. If I dare to come to Guangwu City, I certainly have my strategies in place, Lin Xiao replied with a smile. Zhou Yu glanced at Lin An, realizing he intended to participate in this year's grand ceremony. Should Lin An secure a spot to travel to the royal city, it would indeed deter any would-be threats against Lin Xiao. Zhou did not press further. While he had a cordial relationship with Lin Xiao, they were not bound by life and death. Should the Lin family encounter difficulties, it would not concern him. By the way, do you still have any of that spiritual liquid left? If so, could you sell some to me? Zhou inquired. He was eager to acquire such a precious substance, which could potentially expedite his son's advancement and possibly secure a chance for them to reach the royal city in the future. I still have 2 vials. We can discuss it at Tianshan Pavilion later, Lin Xiao replied. Very well, then. You two carry on. I shall take Lin around to explore, Zhou nodded, leading Zhou Lin away. After watching them depart, Lin An turned to his father. Father, I shall proceed to challenge the ancient tower now. Be cautious, my son. I shall await your return here, Lin Xiao nodded. Lin An wasted no time and made his way directly to the ancient tower. After registering his information at the entrance, he stepped inside. Father, do you think Lin An is truly attempting to conquer the ancient tower? Shouldn't we wait a bit longer? Zhou Lin asked curiously as they walked down the street. What is there to wait for? The ancient tower is not so easily conquered. In 3,000 years, fewer than 30 have succeeded. As for Lin An, while he has reached the golden 9th tier, it is primarily due to the Lin family's unique techniques and the spiritual liquid he acquired. He may be your age and possess a higher rank, but his mastery of his techniques likely parallels yours, and his combat strength is probably on par with an average golden 9th tier individual, Zhou replied, shaking his head. He won't succeed. There's no reason for us to linger and waste time. But what if he does succeed? Zhou Lin started. Impossible. Unless he has perfected 2 platinum-level techniques, he stands no chance, Zhou interrupted. Zhou Lin paused, realizing that he was currently practicing only a golden-level technique, and had only mastered one to a proficient level. Given that Lin An was of similar age, it was indeed implausible for him to have perfected 2 platinum-level techniques. Chapter 67. Within the ancient spirit tower, swift passage. As Lin An opened his eyes once more, he found himself in a solitary battlefield of spatial dimensions, approximately the size of a football field. While surveying this ethereal arena, a sudden aura permeated the air. Before him, a mass of black mist materialized, and from it emerged a silver wolf exuding a golden essence. The blood-eyed silver wolf? Lin An instantly recognized this beast of sin. With a resounding howl, the blood-eyed silver wolf lunged toward him like a streak of light. With a mere flick of his wrist, Lin An unleashed a palm strike infused with spiritual energy, sending the wolf hurtling backwards without even needing to resort to his ultimate technique, the judgment. Before the wolf could touch the ground, it transformed into a cloud of black mist, revealing an ancient bronze token. Boom! In the next instant, the battlefield trembled, expanding by half its original size. Lin An grasped the token, which bore the numeral 1 on its face, signifying his passage through the first layer. The reverse side displayed a number that fluctuated, evidently counting down the time. Indeed, there was a time constraint. However, he was uncertain how swiftly one must traverse the ancient spirit tower to achieve a first-rate evaluation. As he pondered, the token transmitted a message. For each layer cleared, one could rest for the duration of an incense stick burn, at which point the next layer would automatically activate. Should he choose not to rest, he could simply infuse the token with spiritual energy to initiate the next challenge. Without hesitation, Lin An activated the next layer. Given his prowess, he felt no need for respite until he encountered a beast of platinum rank. Moreover, he had noticed that after vanquishing the blood-eyed silver wolf, his expended spiritual energy had replenished. This indicated that his soul-devouring ability remained effective within the ancient spirit tower. Soon, as Lin An initiated the second layer, a beast of golden second rank materialized. It too was no match for Lin An's palm, falling lifelessly under his strike. The battlefield expanded once more, and the token S numeral changed to 2. Lin An wasted no time and proceeded at a rapid pace. Among the beasts were aerial varieties, yet they willingly charged at him, allowing him to dispatch them with a swift strike. 3 minutes later, Lin An executed a decisive blow, slaying a golden 9th rank beast and successfully clearing the 9th layer. His father had mentioned that the 10th layer marked the true beginning, with even platinum rank beasts awaiting. Caution was warranted. Though Lin An held confidence in his abilities, he never underestimated his adversaries. Before long, the 10th layer revealed two golden 9th rank beasts. In an instant, a blade of light cleaved through them. They barely had time to emit a cry before being dispatched. Lin An's expression remained calm. With his current strength, eliminating golden 9th rank beasts was effortless. Even beasts below platinum 7th rank would not withstand his full force strike. Furthermore, the beasts within the ancient spirit tower were not as formidable as their wild counterparts of the same rank. Once again, he activated the token, and the 11th layer S beasts appeared. This time, 5 golden 9th rank beasts emerged, including 2 flying varieties. The token relayed another message. In the upcoming challenges, one could either slay all beasts to clear the layer or endure their assaults for half an hour to succeed. Naturally, Lin An chose the former. 5 golden 9th rank beasts posed no threat to him. With a flash of his blade, he charged at the beasts. This time, it took him over 30 seconds to resolve the conflict, as he could only strike down the aerial beasts when they approached. For the 12th layer, he faced 10 golden 9th rank beasts, dispatching them in 2 minutes. In the 13th layer, 30 golden 9th rank beasts fell to his blade in 5 minutes. The 14th layer presented him with 50 golden 9th rank beasts, which he eliminated in 10 minutes. Regrettably, slaying these creatures yielded no attribute points. Lin An mused that while the obtainable attribute points were limited, even the smallest morsel was still sustenance. Now, he approached the 15th layer, where he would confront platinum rank beasts. Without hesitation, he activated the token. Despite numerous battles, his spiritual energy remained largely intact, and he bore no injuries, requiring no adjustment in preparation. Boom! At the moment the token was activated, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the battlefield, revealing a spatial rift. Vines burst forth from the fissure, adorned with numerous flower buds. As these buds opened, a pink mist rapidly disseminated. Upon sighting this beast, Lin An recalled pertinent information. Heart-eating demon vine, platinum 1st rank, thrives in dense forests to ensnare prey. While its combat strength is not particularly formidable, it possesses thousands of flower buds, which contain a pollen capable of ensnaring individuals in illusions. The color of the pollen designates its associated sin. For instance, the pink pollen before him indicated that this heart-eating demon vine belonged to the lustful category. Once an individual is tainted by this pollen, they're consumed by insatiable desire, entrapped in an illusion until ultimately devoured by the vine, becoming mere fertilizer. It is no wonder many struggle to surpass the 15th layer. In the outside world, one could resort to kite flying to prolong the encounter by half an hour. However, though this spatial battlefield is expansive, it is enclosed. Once the pollen saturates the area, trouble ensues. Moreover, the heart-eating demon vine, while having weak offensive capabilities, is still a platinum beast and cannot be underestimated. Such thoughts flitted through Lin An's mind. Prior to activating the token, he had already summoned the power of the Earth's veins, channeling it into judgment, preparing for a decisive strike. Upon confirming that the heart-eating demon vine was fully revealed, he unleashed his attack. Swish! The blade moved with such speed that the heart-eating demon vine had no time to react, cleaving its body in two and ending its life. The vine's remains vanished, and the token S numeral automatically shifted to 15. However, Lin An frowned, for he noticed that the pink pollen had not dissipated. It appeared that the subsequent challenges would not reset the battlefield environment, making it challenging to delay for half an hour to clear the layer. Contemplating this, Lin An did not rush to activate the token, but instead gathered his strength once more. After fully preparing, he finally activated the token, and the 16th layer's beast emerged. Chapter 68. The Colossal Hand and the Throne. A low hum reverberated as an icy chill swept through the air before the Sin Beast materialized. Under Lin An's gaze, a nearly 100-meter-long, platinum-grade extreme cold ice python emerged. The mere presence of the python sent a shiver through the battlefield, causing frost to crystallize around it. The extreme cold ice python, a platinum-tier beast, was undoubtedly far superior to the snow crystal mantis encountered in Black Mountain. Lin An contemplated this as the power of judgment transformed into flames. As the beast fully manifested in the spatial battlefield, Lin An's eyes sharpened. With a swift motion, he swung his long blade decisively. In an instant, a dazzling light erupted from the blade, enveloped in roaring flames, resembling a ferocious beast with gaping jaws, lunging toward the extreme cold ice python with tremendous force. The python, initially poised to unleash a powerful roar to assert its dominance, was momentarily stunned by the sudden onslaught, unable to produce a sound as the attack struck. Its massive form could not evade such a rapid assault. In a desperate attempt to defend itself, it summoned all its might to conjure a series of transparent ice crystal shields, densely arrayed before it in a bid to withstand the blow. With a thunderous crash, the blade met the ice shields in a violent collision. The overwhelming force reverberated through the battlefield, causing the very space to tremble. The ice shields, formed with all the python's energy, were quickly engulfed by the flames, shattering into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. The blade's momentum remained unyielding, slicing through the extreme cold ice python's body with lethal precision. In a mere 3 seconds, the extreme cold ice python lay slain. Compared to the multitude of golden tier sin beasts, dealing with a platinum tier beast was significantly easier. A smile graced Lin An's face as he assessed his remaining spiritual energy. Although he regained some energy after vanquishing the python, he was left with only 80%. Nonetheless, it was sufficient, especially since he still had unutilized spiritual patterns. Determined, Lin An began to gather energy once more and activated the token, summoning the sin beast of the 17th tier. This time, it was a platinum-gray blood spider, a creature of sorrow, capable of spinning resilient webs. Once ensnared, its victims would succumb to despair, ceasing to resist as they allowed the blood spider to feast upon them. Lin An, however, would not grant the spider the opportunity to weave its webs. As before, he struck down the moment it appeared, swiftly ending its life. With the defeat of the blood spider, he had successfully passed the 17th tier. Only one more layer stood between him and the completion of the ancient spirit tower. The final tier would undoubtedly be more formidable, and Lin An resolved not to hold back. He summoned the spiritual patterns to empower his judgment, channeling both spiritual and earth vein energy into it. Once prepared, he activated the token. As soon as the token activated, the entire space trembled violently. The sound of thunderous impacts echoed, like a cataclysmic force battering against the surrounding spatial barriers, exuding an aura of dread and oppression as if an unspeakably terrifying entity sought to breach the confines of reality. Suddenly, a cracking noise pierced the air. Lin An's eyes widened in astonishment as a fissure appeared in the spatial barrier, resembling a menacing serpent that rapidly expanded. Without warning, a colossal hand emerged from the widening crack, casting an imposing shadow over everything. This hand, immense beyond belief, extended at an astonishing length, and Lin An could hardly fathom the magnitude of its owner, a being of unimaginable power. Yet, despite the shock, Lin An hesitated not. With a fierce determination, he swung his blade, a blade of light, stretching 1,000 meters, surged toward the colossal hand. With a soft sound, a mark was etched into the palm of the hand, a mere scratch against such a formidable entity. Lin An inhaled sharply. His full-powered strike had only left a fleeting trace, which began to heal at a visible rate. Was this truly a challenge for mere mortals? Lin An pondered whether those who had conquered the ancient spirit tower had discovered alternative means. Faced with such a formidable foe, even the golden tier warriors would likely meet their demise, let alone those of the platinum tier. As Lin An contemplated, the descending hand suddenly recoiled as if in pain, vanishing just as swiftly as it had appeared. With its retreat, the spatial fissure sealed shut. Lin An noted the number on his token change to 18, while the timer on the back froze at 29 minutes and 14 seconds. Had he truly passed? Lin An, astonished, reflected on the recent events, a hypothesis forming in his mind. Perhaps the final tier was a test of courage against overwhelming foes. Uncertain but undeterred, he recognized that completing the 18th layer granted him a reward in the form of a visualization scroll. As he mused, the ancient bronze token erupted in brilliant light, compelling Lin An to squint against its radiance. When the brilliance subsided and he opened his eyes again, he found himself no longer in the spatial battlefield, but within a grand hall. The hall towered above, rendering Lin An as minuscule as an ant. The bronze columns flanking him reached heights of 1,000 feet, resembling pillars that supported the heavens. At the far end, a monumental bronze throne loomed, exuding an aura that instilled a sense of foreboding, even in its emptiness. As he contemplated approaching, a voice within cautioned him that advancing further would invite great peril. Whose hall was this? Whose throne? Lin An recalled the colossal hand and surmised that its owner might be the master of this magnificent domain. What of the visualization scroll? Lin An refrained from deep contemplation, aware that the bronze hall and throne harbored profound secrets beyond his current understanding. Yet, his curiosity about the scroll prevailed. His gaze swept the surroundings, soon landing on a mural adorning the left wall. Chapter 69. The vision of the colossal, celestial demon on the mural. The right side is shrouded in a torrent of dark, swirling mist, an oppressive aura of darkness surging like a tidal wave. Countless monstrous beasts flicker in and out of visibility within the black haze, their claws bared and faces contorted in grotesque expressions, as though they might break free from the confines of the mural and leap toward the observer at any moment. This static painting evokes an overwhelming sense of dread in Lin An, as if he is transported into that terrifying scene, his heart gripped by an intense feeling of suffocation. In stark contrast, the left side of the mural depicts a group of human warriors, armed and adorned in garments drenched in vivid crimson blood. Each face reflects determination and fearlessness, boldly charging towards the monstrous beasts on the right. Below the mural lies a charred expanse of earth, littered with dismembered limbs and severed bodies, some belonging to humans and others to the beasts, the horrifying sight seemingly echoing the mournful cries of the deceased. However, what draws the most attention is the towering giant situated in the central area of the mural, acting as a barrier between the human warriors and the monstrous beasts. This giant is of colossal proportions, standing tall like a mountain, rendering both the humans and the surrounding beasts insignificant in comparison. Kneeling upon the ground, facing the human side, the giant's eyes are hollow and lifeless, as if stripped of all vitality. The cause of the giant's tragic fate is a massive sword, so immense that it cannot be fully contained within the mural. The sword pierces the heavens, its hilt concealed in the clouds, revealing only the blade that drives through the giant's body, pinning him firmly to the earth. As Lin An gazes upon this mural, an inexplicable panic wells up within him, not from the depicted scene, but from the awareness of his own insignificance. He understands that if he were to find himself on this battlefield, even the gentlest breeze could obliterate him. Yet, he soon offers himself a self-deprecating smile. No, he lacks even the qualifications to stand on such a battlefield, to feel the breeze that could annihilate him in an instant. Fixating on the mural, Lin An remains silent for a long while before taking a deep breath to regain his composure. The imagery depicted in the mural undoubtedly records a battle between humans and monstrous beasts. But who wielded that sword? He contemplates the sword, unable to fathom the existence capable of commanding such a colossal weapon. After observing for some time, Lin An retracts his gaze. This mural is not a vision to be contemplated. Otherwise, the game system would have already issued a notification. He then turns to look behind him, where another mural awaits. This one features the same giant, the one kneeling on the ground, impaled by the sword. This giant possesses a fearsome visage, with a green face and sharp fangs, wielding a mighty hammer, exuding an imposing presence. As Lin An's gaze meets the giant, the game system's voice resonates in his ears. Would you like to expend 100 attribute points to comprehend the vision of the colossal celestial demon? Note, the difficulty of comprehending this vision is exceedingly high, with a significant chance of failure. Colossal celestial demon? That must be the name of this giant, Lin An muses. He is unconcerned by the warning of potential failure, as he has undergone the process of purging and refining his essence 3 times. Let us comprehend it, Lin An declares. You have expended 100 attribute points to comprehend this vision. Due to the player's experience with 3 purifications, your aptitude has greatly improved, significantly reducing the difficulty of comprehension. You have failed to comprehend. Lin An is momentarily taken aback, never expecting that even after 3 purifications, he could still fail. However, his eyes soon light up. The fact that he could fail means the comprehension difficulty is immensely high. Conversely, successfully comprehending it would yield powerful abilities. Over the years, only 24 individuals have ventured here. Perhaps not everyone succeeded in grasping this vision. However, the one with the highest rating, Wu Chang, likely succeeded, possibly the only one to do so in the past 3 millennia. Lin An glances at his attribute points. Only 10, 855 remain, allowing him to attempt comprehension 108 times. Had he known this, he would have sought additional attribute points. Now, he feels somewhat insecure. Nevertheless, there is little he can do now. He is uncertain if he will have another opportunity to comprehend after leaving the ancient spirit tower. Even if he does, he cannot afford to gamble. He hopes that these 108 attempts will yield success. With this thought, Lin An once again begins to expend attribute points for comprehension. You have expended 100 attribute points to comprehend this vision. Comprehension failed. Comprehension failed. As his attribute points continue to dwindle with repeated failures, Lin An's expression grows grave. If he cannot succeed this time, he can only pray that when he gathers enough attribute points to return, he will still have the chance to comprehend. You have expended 100 attribute points to comprehend this vision. You have succeeded in comprehension. Congratulations, you have acquired a new divine ability, Law of Heaven and Earth. On the 103rd attempt, just as Lin An braced himself for yet another failure, the notification caught him off guard. I succeeded? A look of joy spreads across Lin An's face. Despite the considerable expenditure of attribute points, the success makes it all worthwhile. Law of Heaven and Earth? A sense of excitement wells up within him. Could it be? He immediately checks the details of this newfound ability. Ultimate, Law of Heaven and Earth. Upon activation, your form can instantly surge in size, greatly enhancing your strength, speed, and defense. This ability has reached its utmost potential and cannot be further upgraded. The description is simple, yet Lin An's eyes shine with excitement. It is evident that this is an explosive ability. As for the extent of power it grants, without hesitation, Lin An activates the ability. Boom! In the next instant, his internal energy is rapidly consumed, and his body swiftly expands. In the blink of an eye, he reaches a height of 10 zhong. Although still dwarfed by the entire bronze hall, he is now over 10 times larger than before. Had there been anyone in front of him, they would undoubtedly be unable to withstand the overwhelming aura he emanates. Then, with a thought, judgment materializes in his hand. However, at this moment, judgment appears as diminutive as a toothpick. But soon, a surge of power flows into judgment, and it begins to visibly grow, quickly reaching a length of 16 or 17 meters. To his astonishment, it truly works. Perhaps it is due to his bond with judgment. Lin An's eyes gleam with delight. What started as a mere experiment has proven successful. Now, even in his giant form, he need not worry about lacking a weapon. The only drawback is the accelerated consumption of energy. Next, he considers the power. Gripping judgment, he swings it toward a bronze pillar. Chapter 70. The Chime of the Ancient Spirit Tower. A resounding crash echoed within the bronze hall. The flash of a blade collided violently against a bronze pillar. When the brilliance faded, Lin An discovered that not only had the pillar remained unbroken, but it bore no mark of the impact. However, this strike imparted a profound sensation of his own capabilities under the state of Law of Heaven and Earth. Although he was still merely at the 9th rank of Golden, this seemingly mundane strike would have overwhelmed even a typical first-rank Platinum practitioner. Lin An nodded in satisfaction. This was just a casual slash. Were he to employ spiritual patterns and the one-blade slash, its potency would undoubtedly escalate to terrifying levels. He then tested his speed after the burst of power and found it to be on par with his father. Should he engage in movement techniques, he would surpass him considerably. Despite the formidable nature of the Law of Heaven and Earth, its significant drawback was apparent. It consumed an enormous amount of energy. After maintaining the state for merely a minute, Lin An felt his spiritual power deplete by 90%. He promptly dispelled the law of heaven and earth, a wave of weakness washing over him. Such a substantial consumption rendered it unsuitable for regular combat. However, if he faced a multitude of fiendish beasts, perhaps he could sustain it through the devouring spirit technique. As his realm continued to ascend, the duration he could maintain it would also extend. Moreover, having pushed the law of heaven and earth to its limits, he realized that under normal circumstances, he could maintain a form of about 10 feet for a longer duration, thus enhancing his combat prowess. As Lin An ingested a pill to restore his spiritual power, he contemplated various applications of the law of heaven and earth. Simultaneously, he accessed his status panel. Player, Lin An title, First Blood Realm, Golden 9th Rank Cultivation Method, Spirit Pattern Technique, Perfected, Lin Family Technique, Perfected. Click to view all, Divine Powers, Extreme Law of Heaven and Earth, Eye of the Cursed Tiger, Devouring Spirit. Power of the Earth Veins, Attribute Points. 555. It appeared that divine powers had their limits. He was uncertain how many upgrades would be required to reach those limits. Observing his panel, he noted that among his 4 divine powers, the law of heaven and earth had attained its zenith. The Eye of the Cursed Tiger and Devouring Spirit had each undergone a single upgrade, while the power of the Earth Veins had not been upgraded at all. He mused that if opportunities arose, acquiring more divine power upgrade stones would be beneficial. After closing the panel, he prepared to depart. The next step was to ready himself for the upcoming grand duel and enter the spirit realm to accumulate more attribute points. With only 555 attribute points remaining, he found himself in need. Lin An approached a radiant portal. Crossing it would lead him away from the ancient spirit tower. He cast a final glance at the mural on the left side of the hall, his gaze lingering on the long sword depicted within, before stepping into the portal. As the portal vanished, the bronze hall once again plunged into silence. In the plaza outside the ancient spirit tower, the atmosphere was as vibrant as ever. With the grand duel on the horizon, numerous lower city lords had gathered to partake in the excitement. As the ancient spirit tower stood as the emblem of Guangwu City, it was only fitting that they brought their youths to witness its grandeur. Brother Lin, congratulations. You've finally broken through to the Platinum Realm. Indeed, with Brother Lin's talent, crossing this threshold is merely the beginning. The future is boundless. Please continue to guide us, Brother Lin. How did you manage to surpass this threshold, Brother Lin? It seems you've outdone even your ancestors. At this moment, many had gathered around Lin Xiao, predominantly lower city lords, most of whom were powerful first-rank platinum practitioners, alongside a few at the 9th rank of golden. Some offered their congratulations, while others sought to forge connections with Lin Xiao. Naturally, inquiries about his breakthrough to platinum were prevalent. Many were aware that the Lin family possessed a cultivation method that allowed for rapid advancement, albeit with the significant limitation of not permitting ascension to the platinum realm. However, with Lin Xiao's recent breakthrough, many began to contemplate their options. The prospect of accelerating one's cultivation speed while achieving platinum status would ensure the rapid growth of their descendants. Haha, it was merely luck, just luck, Lin Xiao replied courteously. Many of these individuals were unfamiliar to him, having only exchanged glances previously. Now, they flocked to him, and he was acutely aware of their intentions. Yet, he harbored no fear of their machinations. At least within Guangwu City, they would not dare to act against him. As for what might transpire after leaving Guangwu City, once the grand duel concluded, his esteemed son would undoubtedly secure a spot to enter the royal city. At that point, the martial families of Guangwu City would be closely observing him, and others would be even less inclined to take action. Brother Lin, I heard your son has also arrived? Why haven't I seen him? Someone inquired. An has entered the ancient spirit tower. Once he emerges, he will come to greet everyone, Lin Xiao replied with a smile. If I recall correctly, Brother Lin's son is only 18 or 19 years old, yet he has already reached the Golden Realm. Truly, a tiger begets a tiger. However, the ancient spirit tower is not easily conquered. My son is currently at the 7th rank of Golden, yet he barely reached the 9th floor a few days ago. Nevertheless, given Brother Lin's son's youth, achieving the 9th rank of Golden before 30 should pose no challenge. Perhaps he may even etch his name upon the steel of the ancient spirit tower in the future. As Lin Xiao prepared to respond, a sudden chime resonated through the air. Dong, dong, Dong. The chime was long and resonant, emanating from the ancient spirit tower and spreading throughout Guangwu City. Most of the crowd paused momentarily, puzzled by the occurrence. Only a few knowledgeable individuals halted, their faces reflecting disbelief, before hastily making their way towards the ancient spirit tower. At the plaza of the ancient spirit tower, all eyes were drawn to the bell tower atop the edifice. The ancient spirit tower's bell? Why is it suddenly rung? I heard that only those who have passed the 18th level of the ancient spirit tower can summon the bell. Could it be that someone has ascended the 18th level this year? Surely not. The last person to accomplish such a feat was over 200 years ago. Has a prodigy emerged once more? Everyone gazed in astonishment at the ancient spirit tower. If indeed someone had passed the 18th level, it would be monumental. The last individual to achieve this was recorded over 2 centuries ago and was only ranked 3rd on the stele of the ancient spirit tower. It was said that this person ultimately transcended to become a legendary figure beyond the realm of epic. Every individual who successfully traversed the ancient spirit tower, barring any untimely demise, could at the very least attain legendary status. At that moment, a spatial rift manifested above the plaza, from which an elder accompanied by several individuals emerged. Upon sighting this elder, every onlooker's pupils constricted. It was Wu Qi, the city lord of Guangwu, an epic-level powerhouse. Chapter 71, Leaving a Name, First Class. We pay our respects to the city lord. Everyone present bowed in unison. Wu Qi merely acknowledged them with a brief response before returning his focus to the ancient spirit tower. The resounding chimes of the bell echoed, one after another, as an increasing number of people arrived. Among them was the head of the Wu family, a diamond-tier powerhouse, which was quite unexpected. This was quite a gathering. Look, the heads of the Zhou, Sun, and Shun families. All 10 great families had come. The bell of the ancient spirit tower ringing indicated that someone had passed the 18th level, naturally drawing these prominent figures. As they witnessed the arrival of renowned powerhouses, the crowd in the square was filled with astonishment and curiosity, wondering who had succeeded in passing the 18th level. Meanwhile, the city lords, who had just been conversing with Lin An, fell silent, hesitant to speak further. Lin An's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Could it be that an heir had passed the 18th level? That seemed unlikely. He had only entered for less than an hour, which was too swift. Lin An pondered, knowing that typically it took 2 to 3 hours at the least, and sometimes even 7 to 8 hours. He glanced upward at Wu Qi, contemplating the implications if it truly were his son who had succeeded. If that were the case, he would have to resort to certain measures. As the final bell toll resonated, the square fell into silence once more, all eyes fixated on the ancient spirit tower, eagerly awaiting the emergence of the unknown prodigy. Suddenly, a luminous portal appeared, and a figure gradually stepped forth. At last, he had emerged. Lin An sighed in relief, having feared he might be lost within. Upon entering the portal, he had anticipated an immediate exit, but found himself wandering aimlessly inside, nearly resorting to force before finally finding his way out. However, his brow furrowed as he noticed the square was now teeming with onlookers, even some hovering in the air. Their intense gazes were unsettling. "I am Wu Qi, the city lord of Guangwu City," he declared as he approached Lin An. Lin An paused, recognizing him as the superior of his esteemed father, and quickly regained his composure, cupping his hands in salute. "I am Lin An. Greetings to the city lord." Wu Qi scrutinized Lin An, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes as he noted the youthfulness of the young man. Was he not yet 20? "Do not stand on ceremony, young friend. May I ask where you hail from?" Wu Qi inquired with a warm smile, devoid of the imposing aura characteristic of a legendary powerhouse, resembling instead a kindly elder. "I am from Shenglin City in the Lower Town. My father is Lin Xiao," Lin An replied. "Lower Town, Shenglin City, Lin Xiao?" Wu Qi's astonishment deepened. Achieving the 9th tier of gold at such a young age and passing the 18th level of the ancient spirit tower was remarkable. He had assumed the young man hailed from the royal city. Who would have thought he originated from the lower town under his jurisdiction? "Where is Lin Xiao?" Wu Qi scanned the surroundings, inquiring. "Lin Xiao greets the city lord." Lin Xiao swiftly emerged from the crowd, cupping his hands in respect. He felt exhilarated, realizing his son had indeed passed the 18th level of the ancient spirit tower. Indeed, Lin City Lord, you have raised a fine son, Wu Qi remarked, appraising Lin Xiao with a nod of approval. Thank you for your kind words, City Lord. All credit goes to an heir's diligence, Lin Xiao humbly responded. That statement rang true. During their time in Shenglin City, he had merely provided some resources, with Lin An's accomplishments stemming from his own efforts. We shall discuss further matters later, Wu Qi said, then turned to Lin and young friend. Please inscribe your name on the monument of the ancient spirit tower. Inscribe my name? Lin An asked, intrigued. Indeed, each individual who passes the ancient spirit tower is entitled to leave their name on the monument, simply by placing their hand upon it. Lin An nodded and approached the monument, placing his hand upon the stone. The monument trembled slightly, and all the names upon it began to emit a faint glow. The crowd watched intently, eager to discover Lin An's rank. Soon, a new name materialized upon the monument, Lin An. Upon seeing the placement of his name, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Even Wu Qi, who had previously appeared jovial, trembled slightly. Disbelief etched across his face. First class, Lin An Wuchong. First class. Not only was he first class, but his name also surpassed that of the Wu family's ancestors, suggesting a prodigy capable of rivaling the ancestors of the Wu family. The crowd erupted into excitement. Just moments ago, many had speculated that Lin An would merely be third class, perhaps second at most. Who could have anticipated he was first class, even surpassing the names of the Wu family's forebears? Many discreetly glanced at Wu Qi, eager to discern his reaction. Lin Xiao, too, was momentarily stunned. His expression shifting as a command token quietly appeared in his hand. Should Wu Qi feel embarrassed and seek to trouble an heir, he would have no choice but to resort to this. Wu Qi took a deep breath, his gaze towards Lin An filled with complexity. He had initially presumed the young man to be a third or second-class prodigy, only to discover he was first class, even surpassing his own ancestors. Did he feel humiliated? Indeed, a twinge of embarrassment lingered, yet he was not a narrow-minded individual. Otherwise, the Wu family would not have thrived in Guangwu City for 3 millennia. While records of his ancestors were scarce, he knew they transcended legendary and mythical statuses. This young man had outshone his ancestors' achievements at such a young age. Ha ha ha! Wu Qi cast aside his distractions, laughing heartily. Excellent, excellent. Young friend Lin An, your extraordinary talent hints at an unlimited future. This is a blessing for Guangwu City. Upon hearing this, the crowd regarded Lin An with mixed emotions, recognizing the city lord's declaration while also serving as a warning to them. They gazed enviously at Lin Xiao, pondering why they lacked such an exceptional son. Those city lords who had previously considered Lin Xiao's techniques now refrained from speaking up, particularly the one who had boasted about his son's achievement of the 7th tier of gold, now red-faced with embarrassment. Young friend Lin and Lin City Lord, this is not the place for discussions. May I invite you both to the city lord's residence? Wu Qi inquired with a smile. Lin An and Lin Xiao exchanged glances, understanding they had no choice. We would be honored, and we apologize for the disturbance, Lin Xiao responded, unperturbed by any ulterior motives Wu Qi may harbor. Lin An nodded in agreement, following suit. Wu Qi smiled, then with a wave of his hand, tore through the fabric of space, leading the two away. Chapter 72. The Martial Banquet, a Scheme. In the reception hall of the City Lord's mansion, Wu Qi, wearing a beaming smile, welcomed, "Please take a seat, esteemed guests." Lin Xiao and Lin An exchanged respectful bows before settling down. Young friend Lin An, I presume you are preparing for next month's grand tournament? Wu Qi inquired. Indeed, that is my intention, Lin An affirmed with a nod. With your talents, there is no need for you to struggle through this. The City Lord's mansion has additional slots available. If you are willing, you may join us on our journey to the royal city, Wu Qi offered. Lin An recognized the goodwill behind Wu Qi's words. However, his aspirations extended beyond merely securing a spot in the royal city. He aimed to hunt sufficient beasts of sin to amass an abundance of attribute points. Thank you for your kindness, City Lord, but I am eager to witness the prowess of other prodigies and am quite curious about the spirit realm, Lin An replied. Ha ha ha! Young friend, your youthful vigor is commendable. One should indeed strive for advancement. I was presumptuous. Although you have declined my offer, I harbor no resentment. I trust that with your abilities, securing a spot will be effortless. Should you encounter any difficulties in the coming days, do not hesitate to bring my token to the City Lord's mansion, Wu Qi declared, gesturing grandly as a token flew into Lin An's hands. Thank you, City Lord. I shall not be modest, Lin An said, accepting the token without hesitation. Excellent. I appreciate your forthrightness. The hour is late, and a banquet has been prepared in my residence. Allow me to escort you, Wu Qi invited, rising to lead the two toward the banquet hall. Lin Xiao and Lin An exchanged glances before following suit. Upon entering the banquet hall, they found it filled with a diverse crowd, all curiously observing the two newcomers, particularly Lin An. After all, he was a name etched in the ancient Ling Tower stele, renowned even amongst the ancestors of the Wu family. Such a figure, even if not destined to become a close ally, could certainly avoid enmity. By extending favors now, they could potentially gain a protector in the future when the tables turned. Understanding this, the Wu family received the two with warmth rather than disdain. During the banquet, a young woman from the Wu family approached Lin An, her intentions unmistakable. Lin An, aware of the Wu family's motives, felt no aversion but chose to deftly sidestep her advances, knowing well that the abyssal realm would soon connect with Blue Star, leaving him little room for romantic entanglements. As the evening progressed, the younger generation of the Wu family gathered around Lin An, inquiring about his experiences in the Ling Tower. Lin An regaled them with tales, embellishing his triumphs with a touch of drama, transforming a swift victory into a grueling battle filled with suspense and excitement, eliciting gasps and admiration from his audience. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao engaged in amiable conversation with Wu Qi and the elder generation, discussing the hardships of the lower city and sharing parenting insights, which fostered a pleasant atmosphere. The banquet lasted for approximately 3 hours before Lin Xiao and Lin An took their leave. Wu Qi had intended for them to stay at the mansion, but the two politely declined. Brother Lin, should you require anything in the future, feel free to visit the City Lord's mansion. A middle-aged man named Wu Jin, the pinnacle of diamond-level strength and heir to the Wu family, bid farewell as he escorted them to the gates. Your hospitality is greatly appreciated, City Lord. It has been a blessing to receive your invitation today. I shall remember this kindness, Lin Xiao replied with a bow. After exchanging pleasantries, the father and son departed the City Lord's mansion. Once they had left, Wu Jin's demeanor shifted. His gaze turned cold as he surveyed the hidden onlookers surrounding the mansion, conveying a silent warning that sent shivers through those who had been eavesdropping. Returning inside, Wu Jin approached his father, who was engrossed in writing. They have departed? Wu Qi asked without looking up. I personally saw them off and cautioned those lurking in the shadows, Wu Jin reported, grinding ink on the desk. Do you believe these two are trustworthy? Wu Qi queried. From today's banquet, it is evident that they are not arrogant or presumptuous. Rather, they exhibit proper decorum, Wu Jin replied. Though the banquet was ostensibly a celebration for Lin An, it also served to gauge the character of the two guests. Had they been self-important, the Wu family would neither have befriended them nor turned hostile. Lin An, at such a young age, possesses remarkable strength yet remains grounded. It is indeed impressive, but alas, my daughter has not captured his interest, Wu Qi sighed. Father, while Lin An is undeniably gifted, our family does not require a union with him. He is yet to fully realize his potential. Who can predict the future? Wu Jin reflected. Exactly. If we wait until he matures, our opportunity may vanish. Although the Wu family appears prosperous, we struggle to restore the glory of our ancestors. Very well, let's not force it. Investigate the circumstances in Shenglin City and offer assistance where possible. I sense the boy is grateful, Wu Qi instructed. Also, keep an eye on those with ulterior motives. Subtle reminders may be necessary. I may not have known Lin Xiao previously, but I ensured our people uncovered the details of the Lin family during the banquet. They possess a remarkably effective cultivation technique that accelerates growth, albeit with the limitation of not breaking into the platinum realm. Now, that Lin Xiao has reached that stage. He likely discovered a workaround. It would be unrealistic to think he harbors no ambitions regarding this technique, yet I doubt he would lose himself over it. Moreover, With his epic-level strength, he must be aware of Lin Zhao's hidden strategies. Such a prodigy, if not dealt with swiftly, could present endless trouble. Above all, I am more concerned with the potential benefits Lin An will bring to the family as he matures, Wu Qi added. Rest assured, I will handle these matters. Wu Jin assured, acknowledging his father's authority as the family head, even though he managed most affairs in Guangwu City. Wu Qi's role was primarily to wield influence. By the way, allow Peng and Rui to cease suppressing their realms and break into the platinum level before the tournament concludes, Wu Qi instructed. Wu Peng and Wu Rui, both in their mid-20s and among the Wu family's most promising youths, had reached the 9th tier of gold a year prior, but had refrained from breaking through to the platinum realm due to the upcoming tournament. Upon hearing this, Wu Jin paused in his ink grinding, his brow furrowed. Father, are you willing to forego the treasures within the spirit realm to court Lin An? That is part of my intention. However, given Lin An's prowess, even if we allow Peng and Rui into the spirit realm, obtaining treasures will be challenging. It may be wiser to withdraw and avoid unnecessary risk, Wu Jin cautioned. Should we not inform the other families? Once they enter the spirit realm, their fates are uncertain, Wu Jin suggested. Wu Jin's eyes gleamed with understanding of his father's strategy. If Lin An were to eliminate the younger generation of the 10 prominent families, it would not only suppress them, but also position those families against him. In that case, only the Wu family would remain to protect the Lin family. They would need only to withdraw their 2 heirs from the spirit realm. Even if events unfolded differently than anticipated, their losses would be minimal. Wu Jin resumed his ink grinding, contemplating the unfolding intricacies. I'm sorry, but there seems to be no content provided for me to edit or translate. Please provide the text you'd like me to work on. Chapter 73. The Book Pavilion, a Test. Upon their arrival at the guild, Lin An and his companion were greeted by the guild's steward standing at the entrance. Behind him were other city lords residing at the guild. The gazes of these lords drifted towards the two, filled with envy. The lord himself had personally invited them, and it was rumored that the Wu family had organized a banquet in their honor. Such an honor was something they could scarcely hope to attain in their lifetimes. Had it not been for the presence of the steward, they would have rushed forward to engage with Lin Xiao and his son. Lord Lin, the family head has instructed me to arrange new accommodations for you both. Please follow me, the steward said respectfully, despite being a formidable platinum 9th rank expert. As he guided them forward, thank you for your trouble, Lin Xiao, and Lin An replied with a slight bow and immediately followed the steward into the interior. Aware of the envious glances from the other lords, Lin Xiao smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Before long, under the steward's guidance, they arrived at a more luxurious courtyard than the previous one, complete with maidservants to attend to their needs. If you require anything, please feel free to summon the maidservants or approach me directly, the steward said with a smile. If there is nothing else, I shall leave you to rest. Once the steward departed, Lin Xiao and Lin An entered their quarters. I never imagined that I, Lin Xiao, would one day reside in such a prestigious courtyard. Lin Xiao chuckled as he took a seat. The guild's courtyard were divided into 3 tiers, A, B, and C. Those who had not reached the platinum realm resided in the C tier, while those who had achieved the platinum rank were placed in B tier. To dwell in the A tier, one needed to possess at least a platinum 7th rank. Yet it still pales in comparison to our city lord's manor, Lin An remarked. If those in the B tier and C tier heard you say that, I wonder how they would grumble, Lin Xiao laughed. Now that you have passed the ancient spirit tower, and with more than half a month until the grand tournament begins, what are your plans? Are there any repositories of knowledge in Guangwu City? I wish to read extensively, lest I arrive at the royal city uninformed. Indeed, there is a book pavilion in Guangwu City, which houses a considerable collection of books, including strange tales and odd rumors. Lin Xiao replied. This pavilion was established by the Wu family, and most texts can be accessed for free, though one can also purchase manuals on techniques and formations. Formation? Lin An pondered, contemplating whether these formations could be effectively arranged using spirit inscriptions. If successful, he could deploy formations with a mere gesture, thus enhancing his repertoire of skills. Even if he could not utilize spirit inscriptions for formations, acquiring knowledge about them could prove invaluable in unforeseen circumstances. Let us visit the book pavilion tomorrow, Lin An suggested. Lin Xiao had no objections, for his purpose in Guangwu City was solely for Lin An. He then shifted the topic, inquiring with a smile. I hear the Wu family is considering a matrimonial alliance with you. Do you have any preferences among their women? Father, you haven't already agreed on my behalf, have you? Lin An raised an eyebrow. Of course not. While the Wu family did express their interest, I made it clear that this matter requires your consent, Lin Xiao replied. Shaking his head, Lin An nodded, relieved that no agreement had been made in silence. I'm still quite young for such matters, he responded. Indeed, you are merely 18. And soon you will be heading to the royal city, where you will encounter even more exceptional women, Lin Xiao remarked. Let us discuss this later. I shall take my leave to rest now, Lin An said, wishing to avoid further pressure from his father regarding marriage. That rascal, Lin Xiao chuckled, preparing to wash up and retire for the night. The following morning, after enjoying breakfast delivered by the maidservants, the father and son prepared to leave the guild for the book pavilion. Are you two planning to go out? The steward inquired as he approached them. Indeed. Do you have something to discuss? Lin Xiao asked. To be candid, several city lords sought my counsel last night, and the gifts they presented were worth more than half my worth, the steward replied with a smile. If you wish to avoid interruptions, you may travel in the guild's carriage. I doubt anyone would dare to disturb you. Lin Xiao and Lin An exchanged glances, understanding the other's thoughts. It seemed likely that many individuals were waiting at the guild's entrance, hoping to engage them in conversation. Thank you for your assistance, Lin Xiao said. Merely a small matter. The carriage is ready for you. The steward guided them to a carriage adorned with the Wu family's crest, with even the driver being a platinum 7th rank expert. This is Han Chun. Should you require anything, simply inform him, the steward introduced. Greetings, esteemed lords, Han Chun said with a respectful bow. Thank you for your assistance. Brother Han, Lin Xiao and Lin An replied in kind. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, the steward said with a smile as he departed once the introductions were made. Where are you headed, Lord Lin? Han Tian inquired. We shall visit the book pavilion, Lin Xiao replied. Han Chun nodded, and once they entered the carriage, he set off, effortlessly navigating the streets thanks to the Wu family's emblem. In just half an hour, they arrived at the book pavilion. Brother Han, you may return. We will likely be here for some time, Lin Xiao said. No need, I will wait outside, Han Tian insisted. Seeing his determination, Lin Xiao refrained from pressing the matter further and handed Han Chun some gold coins. In that case, please enjoy some tea at the nearby tea house to pass the time. Very well, Han Chun agreed after a brief moment of contemplation, accepting the coins with a smile. Though he considered this small amount of gold inconsequential, as a platinum 7th rank expert, he was aware that many lower-tier city lords lacked his prowess. What mattered more to him was Lin Zhao's demeanor. He understood that the Lin family received such treatment partly due to Lin An's exceptional talents. Initially, he had expected arrogance from them, yet he was pleasantly surprised by their courtesy. This matter could certainly be reported to the family head later. Han Chun thought to himself. He was not only serving as a driver, but also as a means for the Wu family to gauge the character of Lin Xiao and Lin An, as there were far too many who presented one face while harboring another behind it. Unbeknownst to them, the father and son had already entered the book pavilion. Chapter 74, Minor in Studies, Acquisition of Tomes. Upon entering the vast library, the two were greeted by a smiling individual. I am Wang Li, the steward of the library. It is an honor to meet you, Lord Lin and young Master Lin, he said courteously. Lin Xiao and Lin An returned the greeting, aware that the Wu family had likely given prior notice of their arrival. Please do not take offense. The events surrounding young Master Lin yesterday caused quite a stir throughout Guangwu City. I was already aware of your presence today, Wang Li explained with a smile, attempting to convey that the Wu family had not been monitoring them. Given the commotion caused by Lin An, anyone of notable standing would have been informed. May I inquire what you require? Wang Li asked. We are primarily here to peruse some texts to broaden our horizons, Lin An replied. Additionally, I harbor a keen interest in formations and wish to purchase some. That is certainly no issue. Please, follow me, Wang Li said, leading the way while providing an introduction. The library boasted 5 levels, with the first 3 floors offering free access to a vast array of texts, including secret tales, accounts of renowned figures, geographical records, exploration journals, and bestiaries. The fourth and fifth floors house tomes on techniques, formations, and talismans, which require purchase. As they ascended to the fourth floor's formation section, Wang Li remarked, "Here lies the area dedicated to various formations. Young Master Lin may wish to explore the available options. If you are unfamiliar with formations, I recommend acquiring a foundational tome first, and then selecting the formations you wish to study." Lin An nodded, his gaze drawn to the formations and their accompanying descriptions. Profound Thunder Formation, bronze level, capable of summoning profound thunder to strike targets within the formation, possessing a broad attack range and immense power, albeit with lengthy setup time. Phantom Moon Distraction Formation, silver level, capable of creating illusions to confound enemies, trapping them in an endless mirage. Gathering Spirit Formation, black iron level, capable of harnessing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, accelerating the cultivation process. The selection of formations was plentiful, ranging from black iron to the highest diamond level, encompassing offensive, defensive, and various supportive types. However, upon viewing the prices, Lin An discreetly communicated with Lin Xiao. "Do we have sufficient funds?" Lin Xiao paused for a moment, then smiled reassuringly. "Fear not, we can afford it." Lin An nodded, recalling the Lin family's 700-year legacy of wealth. "Would you be so kind as to allow me to examine the Gathering Spirit Formation?" Lin inquired, although the Gathering Spirit Formation was merely of black iron level. It possessed a unique quality. As the Formation Master level increased, the level of the Gathering Spirit Formation would also enhance, allowing for limitless growth. As he contemplated the Gathering Spirit Formation, Lin An had an idea. If he could inscribe the formation with spiritual runes, it would be akin to carrying a Gathering Spirit Formation with him, enabling him to cultivate at will. While he was not entirely certain, he felt it was worth a try. Of course, Wang Li said, retrieving the diagram of the Gathering Spirit Formation and removing its restrictions. Lin An was taken aback, as it was certainly unconventional to lift restrictions before payment. Sensing Lin An's hesitation, Wang Li smiled. "It is merely a black iron level formation. I trust in your integrity." Lin An acknowledged this as yet another gesture of goodwill from the Wu family. Without further ado, he accepted the diagram, eager to test if he could learn it directly, planning to purchase it afterward if successful. Detected that the player lacks foundational knowledge in formations, the formation cannot be learned directly. Please acquire foundational knowledge to become a formation master. Are there prerequisites? Lin An raised an eyebrow, realizing that as long as he became a formation master first, he could spend attribute points to learn it. Normally, one aspiring to be a formation master would need to study the foundations first. With newfound determination, Lin An looked to Wang Li. "Might I view the foundational tomes on formations?" Wang Li nodded with a smile, understanding why he had not been concerned about Lin An mastering the Gathering Spirit Formation directly. After all, without being a formation master, it was implausible to learn it merely by glancing. Wang Li promptly retrieved the foundational tome on formations and handed it to Lin An. "Would you like to spend 100 attribute points to learn the foundational tome on formations? Learning it will unlock the ability to pursue a minor in formations and become a formation master." Indeed, it is possible, Lin An thought, opting not to learn it immediately to avoid being overwhelmed by a torrent of knowledge, which might leave him dazed and noticed by Wang Li. "I shall take the foundational tome on formations and the Gathering Spirit Formation, in addition to the Concealment Formation, the Illusion Formation, and the Teleportation Formation," Lin An declared. The Concealment Formation, Illusion Formation, and Teleportation Formation were also foundational black iron level formations, capable of limitless growth. Particularly, Lin An was eager to experiment with inscribing the Teleportation Formation with spiritual runes, hoping to activate it for potential travel to distant locations. If successful, even random teleportation would serve as an additional means of safeguarding his life. Wang Li nodded and retrieved the additional formations for Lin An rather than hastily departing. Lin An proceeded to the talisman area, recalling his desire to learn the art of talismans and attempt to inscribe them with spiritual runes. He also sought foundational tomes on alchemy and artifact forging. These will suffice for the time being. Should I find them lacking, I shall address it later, as I need to test my theories for viability. While I may not require them immediately, it is prudent to have them available, especially when the need arises, Lin An reasoned. After completing his purchases, totaling 100,000 gold coins, he promptly settled the payment. Upon concluding his transactions, Lin An chose not to exit the library just yet. Instead, he descended to the first floor to explore various texts that piqued his interest, aiming to broaden his perspectives. Chapter 75. The Dawn of Three Eras and the Awakening of Subprofessions. The vast library of the 10,000 Books Tower is replete with an abundance of tomes. Although Lin An has attained the 9th rank of the Golden Tier and possesses an extraordinary photographic memory, he finds it impossible to peruse these volumes in merely a day or two. Furthermore, the knowledge contained within these texts cannot be assimilated through attribute points. It requires diligent study. Lin An devoted an entire day to the library, yielding significant insights. Firstly, he gleaned information regarding the realm known as the realm of all spirits, more commonly referred to by players of the past as the Abyss of Sin, a nomenclature derived from the game's title. Millennia ago, the realm of all spirits was not solely inhabited by humans. It was a sanctuary for myriad races, including demons, spirits, and fiends. However, the emergence of sin heralded a dark era, as its malevolent force swept through the realm, corrupting countless beings. Those who succumbed to this corruption transformed into sin beasts. The history of the realm of all spirits can be delineated into 3 distinct epochs. The first is the ancient era, a time before the advent of sin, during which numerous races flourished. Following this was the chaotic era, a period marked by the rampant proliferation of sin, plunging the realm into turmoil. It was not until 3,000 years ago that humanity brought an end to this chaos, ushering in the era of the Abyss of Sin, which also established the calendar known as the Abyssal Era. In the wake of this new era, humanity founded 3 great empires: the Empire of Divine Awakening, the Empire of Celestial Spirits, and the Empire of Heavenly Destiny. Lin An currently resides within the Empire of Divine Awakening. Each of these great empires boasts a central imperial city, which governs 10 royal cities. Each royal city, in turn, oversees 100 upper cities, and each upper city manages hundreds, if not thousands, of lower cities. Upon realizing this, Lin An could not help but draw in a breath of the realm's spiritual essence. By these calculations, each empire harbors nearly 1 million cities, and the realm of all spirits is home to 3 such empires. Lin An was astounded, as this knowledge was entirely inaccessible to him in his previous life. It was at this moment that he truly comprehended the vastness of the realm of all spirits. Eager to learn more about the 3 great empires, Lin An was disappointed to find that the text contained only rudimentary information. Given that Guangwu City was merely an upper city, it was unlikely to possess extensive details about the empires. He realized that to acquire a deeper understanding of the 3 great empires, a visit to a royal city would be necessary. Turning to another tome, Lin An discovered a wealth of information regarding the geography and features of Guangwu City, as well as details about the Grand Tournament. This tournament is not unique to Guangwu City. Rather, it is a grand event held simultaneously in every upper city. The exceptional talents who perform admirably in the tournament are granted the opportunity to journey to the royal city to compete against other gifted individuals from various upper cities. In addition to the tournament details, Lin An encountered information about Awakened Ones, a unique faction among humanity. It is said that during the chaotic era, the existence of Awakened Ones enabled humanity not only to survive, but ultimately to restore order. Awakened Ones possess an innate ability to awaken at a certain age, although the texts do not elaborate on alternative methods to become an Awakened One. As Lin An continued to peruse the tomes, he gradually gained a foundational understanding of the realm of all spirits. Eventually, as night fell, he departed the 10,000 Books Tower alongside Lin Xiao. Han Chun had been awaiting their return and escorted them back to their guild. After a light meal, Lin An retreated to his quarters, contemplating the remaining days of leisure that could be spent in further study, beginning with the materials he had acquired that day. He retrieved a foundational tome on formations purchased from the library. Would you like to spend 100 attribute points to learn the basics of this formation, thereby unlocking the subprofession of Formation Master? He confirmed. Upon acceptance, the tome transformed into a radiant essence that surged into his mind. Instantly, a plethora of foundational knowledge regarding formations flooded his consciousness. After taking some time to digest this information, Lin An regained his composure. Congratulations, player Lin An. You have unlocked the subprofession of Formation Master. You are the first player in the entire realm to attain the title of Formation Master, earning a special reward, Heart of Formation. The subprofession leaderboard has been activated. Players may view it at their discretion. Realm-wide announcement. Player Lin An has unlocked the subprofession, becoming the first Formation Master in the realm. With each notification, a smile graced Lin An's face as he glanced at the purple crystal in his hand. Heart of Formation, unique item. All formations you create will have their effects enhanced by 25. Though the description was succinct, Lin An was thoroughly satisfied with the effect. A 25 enhancement in formation efficacy is no trivial matter, as it applies not only to offensive formations, but also to supportive ones. Furthermore, being a unique item means that only the first player to become a Formation Master can possess it. However, one formation was not sufficient. Lin An then retrieved 3 additional tomes. You have spent 100 attribute points to learn the basics of alchemy. You are now an alchemist. You have spent 100 attribute points to learn the basics of talismans. You are now a talisman master. You have spent 100 attribute points to learn the basics of weapon forging. You are now a weaponsmith. You are the first player in the entire realm to become an alchemist, earning a special reward, Heart of Alchemy. Heart of Alchemy, unique item. All potions you concoct will have their effects enhanced by 25. You're the first player in the entire realm to become a talisman master, earning a special reward, Heart of Talismans. Heart of Talismans, unique item. All talismans you craft will have their effects enhanced by 25. You're the first player in the entire realm to become a weaponsmith, earning a special reward, Heart of Forging. Heart of Forging, unique item. All tools you forge will have their effects enhanced by 25. As a series of notifications rang out, Lin An found himself in possession of 3 more crystals. At that moment, another notification echoed in his mind. Detected that the player possesses the Heart of Formation, Heart of Alchemy, Heart of Talismans, and Heart of Forging. Would you like to fuse them? Intrigued by the prospect of fusion, Lin An proceeded. Fusing. In the next instant, the 4 crystals levitated, intertwining into a tapestry of vibrant colors that coalesced and surged into his mind. The system's voice soon followed. Fusion successful. Congratulations, player. You have acquired a special talent, Heart of Subprofessions. Chapter 76, The 4 Secondary Professions, Awaken Talent. The heart of a secondary profession? No, wait, talent? Lin An paused. Could it be the talent he was thinking of? Just as he was about to check, the voice of the game system echoed once more. Player has acquired a talent. Congratulations on becoming an Awaken One. Player becomes the first Awaken One in the entire server, receiving an additional reward, 10x training card, 1 month. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Lin An for becoming the first Awaken One in the entire server. X3, the consecutive notifications left Lin An momentarily stunned, before a surge of joy erupted in his eyes. An Awaken One. He had truly become an Awaken One. This was utterly astonishing. Lin An had never anticipated that he would easily attain the status of an Awaken One. However, while it may sound simple, in reality, it was exceedingly rare for players to obtain multiple secondary profession crystals, making fusion nearly impossible. At least in his previous life, Lin An had never heard of anyone fusing crystals to become an Awaken One. Calming his heart, Lin An began to examine the effects of the secondary profession heart. Secondary profession heart. Awaken talent. All secondary items you create have their effects increased by 40. The time required for creation is reduced by 40. The success rate of creation is enhanced by 40, and you can continue to fuse new secondary profession hearts to amplify the effects. The effects of the Awaken talent were remarkably potent. Lin An was secretly astonished. He knew Awaken Ones were extraordinary, but he had not expected such overwhelming abilities. Furthermore, this talent could still be enhanced. Having fused 4 secondary profession crystals, The effect had reached 40, which implied that each crystal could elevate the effect by 10, and he could continue to fuse more. If he were to acquire 6 more secondary professions, would he not be able to elevate them all to 100? Lin could not help but chuckle. There were indeed numerous secondary professions, at least in the Wanshu building, besides the 4 he had already obtained. There were 2 more, Spirit Herbalist and Spirit Chef. The former could cultivate medicinal herbs, and most alchemists would typically double as Spirit Herbalists. The latter could prepare spiritual dishes that, when consumed, would enhance cultivation and strengthen the body. The chefs at Tianxiang residence were Spirit Chefs. Previously, while at the Wanshu building, Lin An had seen these 2 secondary professions but deemed them of little help to himself, hence he had not paid them much mind. However, the situation was different now. Even if he could not utilize them, acquiring the Spirit Herbal Heart and Spirit Chef Heart would serve to enhance the effect of the secondary profession heart. There was no rush, after all. He was the only player in the entire server. He could simply buy them tomorrow. Moreover, even if he did purchase them, he would not be able to learn them immediately, as his attribute points were insufficient. Lin An glanced at his attribute points. He had just spent 400 points, leaving him with only 155 points. He could at most learn 1 more secondary profession. Contemplating this, Lin An reviewed his 4 secondary professions. Array Master, Black Iron level 010, 000 proficiency, Alchemist. Black Iron level 010, 000 proficiency, Refiner. Black Iron level 010, 000 proficiency, Runemaster. Black Iron level 010, 000 proficiency, all were at Black Iron level, and promoting them to Bronze level was simple, requiring just 10 attribute points. Lin An promptly spent 40 attribute points to elevate all 4 secondary professions to Bronze level. Array Master, Bronze level 0100, 000 proficiency to advance to Silver level would necessitate 100 attribute points. Although this was not a large sum, there was no immediate need to enhance them further. He would first learn the arrays and runes he had purchased. You have spent 1 attribute point and successfully learned the Breath Containment Array, Black Iron level. You have spent 1 attribute point and successfully learned the Spirit Gathering Array, Black Iron level. You have spent 1 attribute point and successfully learned the Illusory Spirit Array, Black Iron level. You have spent 1 attribute point and successfully learned the Teleportation Array, Black Iron level. Spirit Gathering Array, Black Iron level, entry 01, 000 proficiency. These 4 arrays were just learned and were merely at the entry level, yet Lin An was not anxious to enhance them. He spent an additional 2 attribute points to learn 2 Black Iron level runes, the Protective Talisman and the Explosive Talisman. He still had 149 attribute points remaining. He would reserve 100 points for learning new secondary professions, and the remaining 49 points could be utilized. Reflecting on this, Lin An focused on the Spirit Gathering Array. You have consumed 1 attribute point. Spirit Gathering Array proficiency has increased to Proficient. You have consumed 5 attribute points. Spirit Gathering Array proficiency has increased to Minor Success. You have consumed 10 attribute points. Spirit Gathering Array proficiency has increased to Major Success. You have consumed 30 attribute points. Spirit Gathering Array proficiency has increased to Perfection. From learning to perfection, the Black Iron level Spirit Gathering Array required only 47 attribute points. Observing that he had 2 attribute points remaining, Lin An allocated them to both the Breath Containment Array and the Teleportation Array, elevating them to Proficient. Spirit Gathering Array, Black Iron level, 0100, 000 proficiency, Perfection. Indeed, it was possible to continue enhancing the grade. 100 attribute points would suffice to promote it to Bronze level. Although he still had 100 attribute points left, Lin An decided not to use them just yet. He then opened his panel to review. Player, Lin An. Title, First Blood Realm, Golden 9th Rank Secondary Professions, Array Master, Bronze level, Alchemist, Bronze level, Refiner, Bronze level, Rune Master, Bronze level, Techniques, Spirit Pattern Technique, Perfection, Lin Clan Technique, Perfection, 1/Perfection. Click to view all. Secondary Skills, Spirit Gathering Array, Black Iron Perfection, Breath Containment Array, Black Iron Proficient, Teleportation Array, Black Iron Proficient, Illusory Spirit Array, Black Iron Entry, Explosive Talisman, Entry, Protective Talisman, Entry, Divine Powers, Extreme, Law of Heaven and Earth. Eye of the Cursed Tiger, Soul Devourer, Power of the Earth Veins, Talent, Secondary Profession Heart, Attribute Points, 100. Gazing at his panel, Lin An nodded with satisfaction. This was indeed a bountiful harvest, as he had not only acquired 4 secondary professions, but, most importantly, had become an awakened one, gaining a new talent. Additionally, there was the leaderboard. Lin An glanced at the rankings. Server Array Master Leaderboard. First place, Lin An, Bronze Level Can Hide. Server Alchemist Leaderboard. First place, Lin An, Bronze Level Can Hide. Server Ringmaster Leaderboard. First place, Lin An, Bronze Level Can Hide. Server Refiner Leaderboard. First place, Lin An, Bronze Level Can Hide. Note, the leaderboard is settled once a month, and the top 100 players will receive additional rewards. Just like the Server Realm Leaderboard, rewards can be settled once a month. Currently, Lin An monopolized the first place in 5 leaderboards. Even considering the monthly attribute points, he would receive 800 points. If he could elevate his secondary profession levels to golden level, he could earn 15,000 attribute points per month. Lin An smiled, being the only player in the server. There was no competition for these rewards. Even when players arrived 9 months later, none could shake his first place ranking. Tomorrow, he would first purchase the foundational texts for Spirit Herbalist and Spirit Chef, and then inquire about any other secondary professions available for learning in Guangwu City. As for now, he could begin researching arrays. Lin An's gaze turned to the Spirit Gathering Array. He intended to experiment with whether he could arrange a Spirit Gathering Array within his body using spirit patterns, although it was merely a black iron-level Spirit Gathering Array. And even at perfection, attempting to arrange it within his body proved far more challenging than he had anticipated. Despite the enhancement from the secondary profession heart, even after 2 hours, he had not succeeded. Nevertheless, Lin An felt a sense of joy, for he had discovered that his idea was indeed feasible. If there were a progress bar, it would likely indicate that approximately 30 had been achieved. It would take some time to arrange, but if my level as a formation master were to rise once more, it would become even simpler. With this thought, Lin An couldn't help but let out a sigh. Previously, within the spiritual realm of Shenglin City, he had not slain enough foes, and his attribute points were utterly insufficient. Chapter 77, Gold Level Array Master, Fully Mastered Arrays. On the following morning, Lin An and Lin Xiao shared breakfast together. Although both had embarked on a period of fasting, they would seize every opportunity to dine together, fostering a silent understanding between father and son. "Are we heading to the Wanshu Tower again today?" Lin Xiao inquired. "Indeed. I perused a considerable number of texts yesterday, which greatly broadened my horizons," Lin An replied with a smile. Lin Xiao nodded. Had it not been for Lin An's previous decade of folly, he would have arranged for instruction on various subjects much earlier, preventing this delayed enlightenment. "I shall not accompany you today. Take this card," Lin Xiao said, handing Lin An a golden card. "If there is anything you wish to purchase, do so at your discretion." Lin An examined the golden card, recalling it from discussions on a forum in his past life. One could only obtain a golden card by possessing 1 million gold coins. "Father, how much gold is contained within this card?" Lin An asked with curiosity. "Not much, merely 5 million, Lin Xiao stated casually. Lin An's eyes widened. 5 million gold coins were certainly not a trivial sum. Moreover, judging by his father's demeanor, it was evident that the Lin family's wealth extended far beyond this amount. "How fortunate I am to have a lordly father," Lin An chuckled, recognizing that 5 million gold coins were indeed a fortune, equivalent to 5 billion copper coins. After breakfast, Lin An departed the association, escorted by Han Shun to the Wanshu Tower. He first sought out Wang Li to acquire the foundational text for both the Spirit Plant Master and the Spirit Chef before continuing to explore the literature on the 4th floor. As time passed, Lin An immersed himself in the Wanshu Tower daily, expanding his knowledge through the study of various books. Before long, it was the end of December. On the last day of the year, December 31st, 3214 in the Sin Abyss calendar, the dawn of a new year loomed. As the clock struck midnight, the year would transition to 3215. I arrived on June 4th and have spent half a year in this realm of myriad spirits. Achieving the pinnacle of the gold 9th grade, poised to ascend to platinum at any moment. With the arrival of the new year, only 9 months remain until the players descend. In the ensuing months, Lin An's objective remained clear: to grow stronger and elevate his rank. With 3 days until the grand competition, he aimed to accumulate as many attribute points as possible within the spirit realm before journeying to the royal city. As midnight approached, the game system's voice resonated. Calculating leaderboard results. Calculation successful. You rank first on 6 leaderboards. Please select your reward type. Attribute points, Lin declared. The reason for 6 leaderboards was due to his prior expenditure of 100 attribute points to learn the Spirit Plant Master skill. Selection successful. Congratulations. You have received a total of 300 attribute points. The Realm leaderboard, due to Lin An's current gold rank, awarded him 3,000 attribute points. For the Auxiliary Profession leaderboard, with 4 auxiliary professions at merely bronze level, he garnered 800 attribute points, receiving 700 for each. Lastly, as a Spirit Plant Master at the Black Iron level, he earned 500 attribute points. Attribute points, 6,300, observing the rise in his attribute points to over 6,000. Lin An nodded in satisfaction. It was time to allocate these points and elevate his auxiliary professions. With this in mind, Lin An retrieved the foundational text for the Spirit Chef. You have spent 100 attribute points to learn the foundational text for Spirit Chef, gaining the auxiliary profession, Spirit Chef. You are now the first Spirit Chef in the entire server, receiving a special reward, Heart of the Spirit Chef. Heart of the Spirit Chef, unique item. All spirit dishes you prepare will have their effects enhanced by 25. Server announcement. Player Lin An has become the first Spirit Chef in the entire server. X3. Detected your Heart of the Spirit Chef is eternal. Would you like to merge it with the auxiliary heart? Merge. Merge successful. Your auxiliary heart talent has been enhanced. Auxiliary heart. Awakener talent. All auxiliary items you create will have their effects increased by 50, production time reduced by 50, and success rate improved by 50. You may continue to merge new auxiliary hearts to enhance effects. Previously, when Lin An merged with the Spirit Plant Heart, he noted that it only enhanced effects by 5. He suspected it should have been a 25 base enhancement, rather than the 10 he initially believed each auxiliary crystal would provide. With 6 auxiliary professions, I'll receive another pension next month, Lin An remarked with a smile. He then resumed allocating attribute points, first enhancing his Array Master skill. You have expended 100 attribute points, elevating your Array Master proficiency to Silver level. Array Master, Silver level 0, 1 million proficiency. You have expended 1,000 attribute points, elevating your Array Master proficiency to Gold level. Array Master, Gold level 0, 10 million proficiency. Initially, he intended to elevate his Array Master skill to Platinum, but his points fell short. Thus, he shifted his focus to the Spirit Gathering Array. Lin An's gaze fell upon the Spirit Gathering Array. Over the past month, he had diligently attempted to arrange the array within his body using spirit patterns, and just yesterday, he finally succeeded. However, it was only a Black Iron level array, offering minimal assistance, as the amount of spirit energy gathered paled in comparison to consuming a medicinal pill. Now, he hoped that upgrading the array would provide greater benefits. You have consumed 100 attribute points. The Spirit Gathering Array has successfully been upgraded to Bronze level. You have consumed 500 attribute points. The Spirit Gathering Array has successfully been upgraded to Silver level. You have consumed 1,000 attribute points. The Spirit Gathering Array has been upgraded to Gold level. Spirit Gathering Array, Gold level, 3 million proficiency, perfected. To reach Platinum level required an additional 3,000 attribute points, which he could not currently afford. Lin An took a moment to attune himself and noticed that as the Spirit Gathering Array activated, the surrounding spiritual energy was drawn in fervently. Not bad, he mused. Initially, activating the array consumes some of the spirit pattern's power, but the absorbed spiritual energy first replenishes the spirit patterns before flowing into my Dantian. Although the cultivation speed does not compare to consuming medicinal pills directly, it has improved by approximately 35. Satisfied, Lin An halted the operation of the Spirit Gathering Array. fearing that further activation might cause him to inadvertently break through to the Platinum Realm. Next was the breath-concealing array, an essential tool for stealth. Lin An chuckled and allocated 647 attribute points to max out this array. Breath-concealing array, gold level, 3 million proficiency, perfected. The gold level breath-concealing array was still somewhat insufficient, considering that he himself was at the pinnacle of gold 9th grade. However, with attribute points running low, he would have to wait until entering the spirit realm to continue enhancing it. Reflecting on his remaining attribute points, he noted, Attribute points, 1853. Chapter 78, The Eve of the Grand Ceremony, an invitation from Zhou Ping. With 1853 attribute points remaining, Lin An was poised to fully enhance the teleportation array. Contemplating this, he began to invest his points into the array, expending 45 points to achieve perfection. Subsequently, he allocated 1,600 points to elevate the array's grade to golden. He then used 146 points to upgrade the illusory spirit array to its maximum level and a bronze grade. Additionally, he spent 20 points to elevate both the spirit planter and spirit chef to bronze level, leaving him with a mere 42 points. That seemed to suffice. Lin An examined his panel. Player, Lin An title, First Blood Realm. Golden 9th grade, secondary occupation. Array Master, Golden, Alchemist, Bronze. Artifact Master, Bronze. Rune Master, Bronze. Spirit Planter, Bronze. Spirit Chef, Bronze. Skills, Spirit Pattern Technique, Perfect. Lin Clan Technique, Perfect. One Blade Slash, Perfect. Click to view all. Subskills, Spirit Gathering Array, Golden Perfect. Breath Convergence Array, Golden Perfect. Teleportation Array, Golden Perfect. Illusory Spirit Array, Bronze Perfect. Explosive Talisman, Entry. Protective Talisman, Entry. Divine Powers. Extreme Law of Heaven and Earth. Eye of the Cursed Tiger, Spirit Devourer. Power of the Earth Veins, Talent. Heart of Subskills, Attribute Points. 42. The consumption of attribute points surged with the activation of secondary occupations. Thus, earning sufficient points remained essential. Lin An mused. Fortunately, with 3 days remaining until the grand ceremony, he anticipated amassing enough attribute points upon entering the spirit realm. With 3 days left, it was the perfect opportunity to experiment with arranging the teleportation and breath convergence arrays using spirit patterns, aiming for seamless transitions between each formation. With that thought, Lin An closed the interface and began his work. Now, a golden grade array master, he had fully developed both formations. And his prior experience with the spirit gathering array enhanced his proficiency. Over the next 3 days, he diligently studied these two arrays, although he managed to arrange them. Achieving swift transitions between different formations proved challenging, especially with the teleportation array, which demanded an overwhelming amount of spiritual power. Even after undergoing 3 rounds of marrow cleansing, he found it somewhat taxing. Moreover, he needed to set up a guiding teleportation array. Otherwise, he risked becoming lost in the void. Even the guiding array had a range limitation. With his current strength, he could teleport only about 100 miles. Nevertheless, it was still a life-saving measure. The 3 days slipped by rapidly, and the date arrived, January 4th. Today marked the triannual grand ceremony of Guangwu City. For the past fortnight, the entire city had been abuzz with excitement. Even without young participants, many lower city lords had come to observe. Additionally, since the news of Lin An's first-class ranking through the ancient spirit tower spread a fortnight ago, many lords who had not attended were now making their way to the event. At the teleportation square, a crowd had gathered. Lin An had arrived early. Be cautious on your journey, Lin Xiao advised. However, he held no worries. He was well aware of his son's capabilities, knowing that even Platinum Realm experts would struggle to match him. Indeed, Lin An replied with a smile, making his way to the center of the square. His presence naturally drew the attention of many around him, with a portion of the audience having come specifically for him. That must be Lin An. Just a fortnight ago, he attained a first-class ranking through the ancient spirit tower. If he continues on this path, he is destined to become a top-tier expert, murmured the crowd. He hails from the lower city of Shenglin, which certainly brings us pride, who said that extraordinary talents cannot emerge from the lower cities. Even if you resonate with him, what does that matter? I envy Lin Xiao for having such a son, another voice chimed in. Just wait until Lin An visits the royal city and attracts the favor of those influential figures. Perhaps Lin will rise to prominence. Let us not speak too soon. Although Lin An is exceptionally gifted, he has yet to fully mature. The spirit realm harbors platinum peak beasts. A moment's oversight could lead to disaster. As they watched Lin An, some were envious, others were jealous, and a few harbored ill intentions. Lin An remained unfazed, standing quietly in the square, biding his time. Lin brother, I am Lu Yun from Fenghai City. Should we meet in the spirit realm, I hope you will show mercy, one young man said. Lin brother, I am Li Ruo from Ruiming City. Lin An wished to await the commencement of the grand ceremony in peace. But the other young men and women preparing to participate took turns greeting him with smiles. They did not expect him to assist them in the spirit realm. They merely hoped he would refrain from attacking them should they cross paths. Lin An responded graciously, recognizing that they were all strangers without enmity. However, should they choose to act against him in the spirit realm, he would not hold back. Yet, he preferred hunting beasts over killing people, as the former provided ample attribute points. As he engaged in polite exchanges, sudden gasps arose from the crowd. Lin An turned to see nearly 100 individuals approaching the square. From their discussions, he discerned that these individuals hailed from the 10 prominent families of Guangwu City, with the weakest among them at Golden 7th grade. The most remarkable were 10 individuals, all aged around 23 or 24, who had already reached Golden 9th grade. Upon their appearance, the expressions of the surrounding crowd shifted, and they parted to make way. One among them scanned the area, and upon spotting Lin An, his eyes lit up as he approached. Lin brother, I am Zhou Ping from the Zhou family of Guangwu City. I have long heard of your prodigious talent and formidable strength, yet have never had the fortune to meet. It is a pity we cannot engage in a deeper conversation. Zhou Ping said with a courteous bow. I have been engrossed in expanding my knowledge at the Wanshu building, and I hope you will not take offense, Lin An replied, returning the gesture. A few days prior, Zhou Ping had sent an invitation for a gathering of the younger generation. However, at that time, Lin An was solely focused on reading at the Wanshu building and had declined the invitation. Moreover, he surmised that the invitation had been issued at the behest of the family's elders, and he had little interest in mingling with the 10 prominent families. He preferred to strengthen his ties with the Wu family, the true rulers of Guangwu City. Ha ha ha, Lin brother, there is no need for such formality. Once the ceremony concludes, we can celebrate together, Zhou Ping said with a smile. I assume you have no companions? Why not join us? With your assistance, we might seize that extraordinary treasure in the spirit realm. Brother Zhou, forgive me. I am accustomed to solitary pursuits. As for the treasure, I am not particularly concerned. I merely wish to hunt more sin beasts and secure a quota, Lin An declined. Come now, with all of you accompanying me. How would I be able to accumulate attribute points? Regarding the extraordinary treasure within the spirit realm, he truly did not mind. It would be wonderful to acquire it, but if not, it was no great loss. Although rare, such treasures were plentiful throughout the vast realm of all spirits. Zhou Ping, he is powerful and looks down upon us. There is no need to press. A cold voice suddenly interjected. Chapter 79. Entering the spirit realm. The hunt begins. As the voice echoed, the previously lively square fell into an abrupt silence. Lin An turned towards the source of the sound, spotting a young man with his arms crossed, his gaze filled with provocation. Zhou Ping, sensing the chill in the atmosphere, promptly remarked, Brother Lin, this is Han Qi from the Han family. He is notoriously foul-mouthed, even towards us. Who is foul-mouthed? Han Qi retorted with a cold snort. It's one thing to speak behind my back, but to insult me to my face is another. Zhou Ping cast Lin An a helpless glance, as if to say, see? He truly is that type of person. Lin An merely smiled and remained silent, for he was inherently kind-hearted, not one to consider others deserving of death over mere verbal disputes. However, should he encounter provocation within the spirit realm, he would not shy away from experiencing the edge of a blade. This minor altercation was swiftly brushed aside, especially with Zhou Ping acting as a peacemaker, preventing any escalation. Although Lin An had declined to join their group, Zhou Ping continued to engage him in friendly conversation. Shortly thereafter, several other young members from various families approached to extend their greetings, introducing themselves. After another 15 minutes, a spatial rift manifested, and Wu Qi, the lord of Guangwu City, emerged, accompanied by more than 10 individuals. We pay our respects to the city lord. Everyone in attendance bowed in unison. No need for such formality, Wu Qi replied with a smile. Today marks the biennial contest, and it is about to commence. I invite all participants to gather at the teleportation square. As Wu Qi concluded his address, several young women who had previously been mingling in the crowd stepped forward to join the square. Lin An surveyed the surroundings and estimated that over 1,000 individuals had gathered, with the weakest among them at the 5th rank of gold, and several dozen at the 9th rank. Now that we are nearly assembled, I hereby declare the commencement of this year's contest, Wu Qi announced, waving his hand. Instantly, tokens began to soar into the air, scattering before each participant. This is the contest token. It serves 2 purposes. 1, to record your points, which you earn by slaying sin beasts, and 2, to ensure your safety. Should you encounter danger, you may activate the token to exit the spirit realm prematurely. But be warned, those who leave early will have their points halved, and the activation requires 10 seconds. It is up to you to manage your time wisely. The spirit realm will exist for 10 days. After this period, everyone within will be automatically teleported out, and points will be tallied for ranking. The top 10 will be granted access to the royal city. Wu Qi briefly outlined the rules before gesturing to the group behind him. These individuals, all diamond-level experts, spread out around the teleportation square. Activate the teleportation array to connect to the spirit realm, Wu Qi instructed. With a resounding whoosh, the diamond-level experts activated their powers, causing the entire square to illuminate, with runes swirling and spatial energy manifesting. Lin An marveled at the city's prowess, realizing that they could indeed draw forth the spirit realm and connect it with the teleportation array for direct entry. This knowledge had been gleaned from the Wan Shu building days prior, although the spirit realm appeared randomly. Employing a method of attraction could prevent it from leaving its original location after closing. The spirit realm of Guangwu City had utilized such a method to anchor itself within the void surrounding the city, allowing for seamless entry when activated. As he pondered, Lin An suddenly felt a surge of spatial energy envelop him, connecting with the token in his hand, and then darkness engulfed his vision as he vanished from sight. He was not alone. With the activation of the teleportation array, over 1,000 individuals simultaneously disappeared. Everyone, the contest has begun, and we shall know the results in 10 days. Wu Qi addressed the crowd. I'm no longer young like you all, so I shall not linger here. Farewell, City Lord. The crowd bowed once more. Wu Qi nodded and stepped into the spatial rift, vanishing from sight. The diamond-level experts also departed without delay. Regrettably, we cannot witness the events within the spirit realm. Are we to simply wait here? You may wait as you wish. I have no descendants participating in this contest. I shall return to check the results in 10 days. Please go ahead. My son has entered, and I find solace in waiting here. As the spectators began to disperse, only the family members of the participants remained. Lin Xiao chose not to linger, for he felt no great anxiety. Instead, he preferred to return and cultivate, striving for an early breakthrough to the 3rd rank of platinum. Indeed, just days prior, he had successfully ascended to the 2nd rank of platinum. Within the spirit realm, Lin An regained his vision, finding himself amidst a dense forest. A random teleportation? He scanned his surroundings and found no other individuals. He then produced a compass. As he infused it with spiritual energy, a shimmering map reminiscent of a video game interface materialized. This had been provided to him by the Wu family the previous day. This spirit realm had existed near Guangwu City for nearly a century and had been activated multiple times before. The Wu family had explored it extensively. Others, too, possessed varying degrees of map information, though none could rival the completeness of his own. Although the teleportation was random, it consistently placed participants at the periphery of the spirit realm. Observing the map, Lin An noted a small blue dot representing himself, positioned in the southwestern section of the entire realm. The treasures of the spirit realm lay at its center, and, at his current pace, he estimated he could reach it in about 5 days. However, the treasures were secondary. The primary goal was to hunt sufficient sin beasts. With this thought, Lin An stowed away the compass, intending to make his way towards the central region. Having experienced the spirit realm before, he understood that the closer one approached the center, the greater the number of sin beasts encountered. As for the treasures, acquiring them would be a bonus. If not, it was of little consequence. Resolute, Lin An drew forth a jade pendant, an enhanced sin-attracting crystal. Unlike the sin-attracting crystals from Shenglin City, which could draw sin beasts within a radius of 1 kilometer, this pendant could attract them from a distance of 10 kilometers. With a hum, Lin An activated the jade pendant, causing a peculiar wave of energy to radiate outward, quickly enveloping a 10-kilometer radius. Sin beasts within this area raised their heads, then surged towards Lin An's location. Without hesitation, he darted towards the central region. However, a quarter of an hour later, Lin An was compelled to halt, realizing he had been encircled by sin beasts from all directions. A glance revealed at least 2,000 to 3,000 of these creatures, with even more approaching in the distance. Seeing this, Lin An felt no fear. Rather, a thrill coursed through him. With the weapon judgment in hand, he declared, "The hunt begins." Chapter 80. What level do you think you are to attack me? You have slain a gold tier 3 sin beast, earning 3 attribute points. You have slain a gold tier 2 sin beast, earning 3 attribute points. You have slain a gold tier 1 sin beast, earning 3 attribute points. As the glimmer of blades danced through the air, a series of notifications resonated in his ears. One by one, the sin beasts fell, replenishing Lin An's previously depleted attribute points. Ah, splendid. He laughed heartily, reveling in the thrill of the hunt, indifferent to the blood of the sin beasts splattering onto him. Indeed, this spiritual realm was exceptional, especially the gold-tiered area before him, where every sin beast was at least of the gold realm. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Though alone, these seemingly ferocious beasts appeared to him as docile lambs. With a flourish of his blade, the sin beasts succumbed one after another. Half an hour later, Lin An dispatched the last of the sin beasts and glanced at his attribute points. Attribute points, 15,423 in such a brief time. He had slain over 5,000 sin beasts. Moreover, his score on the competition token had reached 5,127. Each gold tier sin beast yielded 1 point, while a platinum tier 1 sin beast gave 100 points, and a platinum tier 2 sin beast provided 500 points. The higher the rank of the slain sin beast, the greater the score earned. Regrettably, without a leaderboard, he remained oblivious to the scores of others. Lin An tucked away the token and surveyed the distance. More sin beasts were approaching him. However, their numbers were insufficient to warrant his time. After consulting his compass for direction, Lin An continued onward, intending to lure a sufficient number of sin beasts before striking them down collectively. An hour passed, and Lin An paused once more. In the wilderness, he stood solitary, encircled by an ominous throng of sin beasts. The nearest creature was merely a dozen meters away. Roar! At that moment, a black tiger lunged at Lin An with a fearsome roar. Smack! Lin An swatted it aside effortlessly, killing the black tiger in an instant. You have slain a gold tier 1 sin beast, earning 3 attribute points. What level do you think you are to initiate an attack on me? Lin An spoke coldly. Yet, the death of the black tiger did not instill fear in the other sin beasts. Rather, it seemed to signal them to assault him all at once. This was the second advantage of hunting sin beasts within the spiritual realm. In the outside world, once beasts reached the gold realm, they developed a semblance of intelligence, knowing fear and fleeing when the situation turned dire. In contrast, the sin beasts within the spiritual realm retained little intelligence even upon reaching the gold realm, driven solely by the instinct for slaughter, fighting to the death. Of course, sin beasts within the spiritual realm did not yield sin beast crystals, rendering them slightly weaker than their counterparts outside. Nevertheless, the danger remained. Although these beasts were somewhat weaker, their sheer numbers posed a threat. Fortunately for Lin An, this was advantageous, as he relished the exhilarating slaughter. After more than an hour of carnage, Lin An finally ceased the massacre, the wilderness strewn with the corpses of sin beasts, the air thick with the stench of blood. Upon assessing his gains, he realized he had dispatched approximately 10,000 sin beasts, and his attribute points surged by 30,000, pushing his score on the competition token past 10,000. What a pleasure! A smile graced Lin An's face as he changed into fresh attire. His previous garments, tattered and stained with blood, were quite uncomfortable. After a brief tidying, he transformed back into a dashing young man, though the surrounding carcasses and overwhelming odor of blood contrasted sharply with his appearance. Ignoring the heaps of sin beast bodies, Lin An set off again, activating his jade pendant to attract more sin beasts while moving toward the central region. 3 days flew by in an instant. During this period, Lin An engaged in relentless slaughter, cycling through several changes of clothes. His efforts bore fruit. His attribute points had reached a staggering 18,000, nearing the threshold of 200,000. On the morning of the 4th day, Lin An surrounded yet another swarm of over 10,000 sin beasts. Once he vanquished this wave, his attribute points would undoubtedly surpass 200,000. A smile adorned Lin An's face as he continued his swift strikes. With a single slash, the blade's energy surged forth, claiming the lives of dozens of sin beasts. Despite the escalating strength of these creatures, with the weakest being Gold Tier 5 and occasionally encountering Gold Tier 9, they were still no match for him. As Lin An reveled in his slaughter, a figure approached rapidly from behind. Odd, it's been half an hour and I haven't encountered a single sin beast, Zhou Ping pondered. Upon entering the spiritual realm, he had not rushed to hunt, but instead sought a safe spot, attempting to break through from Gold Tier 9 to Platinum. Though such a breakthrough carried risks, his luck was favorable, and with the resources provided by his family, he successfully ascended to the Platinum realm yesterday. After a night of stabilizing his newfound power, he finally emerged. He was eager to unleash his strength and hunt a multitude of sin beasts. However, to his dismay, he had not encountered any beasts along the way. Is my sin beast lure malfunctioning? Zhou Ping mused, inspecting the jade pendant at his waist with confusion. It shouldn't be. I specifically selected this from the Wu family shop. Surely, they wouldn't sell counterfeit goods. As he hesitated, contemplating whether to wait until he left the spiritual realm to confront the Wu family about it, he suddenly halted. What a potent scent of blood! Zhou Ping's expression shifted as he accelerated toward the source, soon arriving at a vast expanse of wilderness. Gasp! Upon witnessing the scene before him, Zhou Ping could not suppress a sharp intake of breath, overwhelmed by the mingled scent of blood and spiritual energy. Chapter 81. Who did this? That shadow. Cough, cough. A nauseating stench assaulted the senses, akin to an invisible miasma, causing Zhou Ping to struggle with his breath and feel an oppressive weight upon his chest. He involuntarily coughed twice. However, as he steeled himself against the discomfort and cast his gaze upon the scene before him, his heart was immediately filled with an overwhelming shock. Before him lay a vast expanse of wilderness, littered with countless corpses. Tens of thousands of slain beasts. These bodies were strewn haphazardly across the land, reminiscent of the aftermath of a brutal war. Each corpse bore the unmistakable marks of a single fatal strike, their wounds a gruesome mix of flesh and blood, with stark white bones exposed. The blood that once flowed freely had long since dried, leaving behind dark brown stains that unfurled like a horrific tapestry upon the earth. Clearly, these beasts had perished days ago, and the passage of time had begun to decompose their bodies, releasing a noxious stench that mingled with the scent of blood, creating an indescribably foul odor. Even though Zhou Ping had attained the Platinum realm, he, as a member of a noble family, had never witnessed such a sight. A wave of nausea surged within him, threatening to make him retch. Who could have done this? The sheer number of slain beasts, all dispatched with a single blow, indicated the handiwork of one individual. To have taken down so many beasts single-handedly, that person must have already broken through to the Platinum realm. Was it Su Zhang, Irui, or perhaps Lu Weishan? Zhou Ping steadied his racing thoughts, contemplating the identities of the 3 among the 10 noble families who wielded blades. The pungent smell of blood was so thick that it suggested no beasts remained in the vicinity, explaining why he had encountered none during his journey. It seemed someone had already claimed the area. With this thought, Zhou Ping departed from the wasteland and soared toward the central region. His curiosity was piqued. Who was so formidable as to slay so many beasts? Even with his advancement to the Platinum Realm, he would not dare claim he could guarantee his safety amidst 1,000 attacking beasts. He was no longer concerned about hunting beasts. Having reached the Platinum Realm, he no longer needed to compete for a place among others. As he flew, less than half an hour passed before Zhou Ping halted once more. Before him lay another mountain of corpses, a veritable sea of blood. The scene was identical to the previous one, with the beasts having been slain cleanly and efficiently. This confirmed his direction was correct. The assailant had not changed course and was also heading toward the central region. Meanwhile, Lin An had also ceased his combat. Glancing at his attribute points, he noted he had amassed over 210,000. While this seemed substantial, with the activation of his secondary profession, it was still insufficient. Lin An pondered as he advanced toward the central area, drawing in the beasts. At the same time, he opened his panel, intending to enhance his secondary profession. You have consumed 10,000 attribute points. Your proficiency as a Formation Master has increased to Platinum level. Formation Master, Platinum level 050. 000 attribute points. Lin An had initially hoped to elevate his Formation Master status to Diamond level, but a sudden notification appeared. Upgrade failed. The level of a secondary profession cannot exceed one major realm above your own. It appeared that he could only elevate his Formation Master status to Diamond level upon reaching the Platinum realm himself. Lin An mused that upgrading to Diamond would require an additional 50,000 attribute points. Although he currently possessed 200,000, he could only elevate 4 secondary professions to Diamond level at most. Fortunately, he had no intention of upgrading all his secondary professions simultaneously. He intended to reserve some attribute points for cultivating his techniques. 2 more days swiftly passed, marking 6 days since entering the spiritual realm. In a forested area, a young man wielding a spear surveyed the 4 beasts surrounding him, 1 at Golden 7th rank and 3 at Golden 6th rank, all formidable opponents. The young man's eyes brimmed with battle intent as his aura erupted, clearly indicating he had also reached Golden 7th rank. Kill! He bellowed, and flames spiraled around his spear as he charged at one of the beasts. Just as the spear was about to strike home, the 4 beasts suddenly halted, then recklessly dashed to the right. The young man missed his target, watching in confusion as the beasts fled. What could have caused this? Did the beasts realize they were outmatched and thus retreated? But that didn't make sense. Beasts in the spiritual realm lacked intelligence. Even when faced with epic-level foes, they would charge forth without hesitation. As he pondered this, the ground began to tremble beneath him. Turning to the left, he spotted 3 more beasts rushing toward him. Perfect! The young man dismissed his confusion and surged forward once more. With no mercy, he pierced one of the Golden 6th rank beasts with his spear. However, as he prepared to confront the other 2 beasts, he noticed they ignored him entirely and continued their frantic flight to the right. Before he could react, the ground continued to quake, and soon dozens more beasts charged toward him. Alarmed, he quickly ascended into the branches of a large tree, concealing his presence. The beasts seemed oblivious to his existence or chose to ignore him, continuing their mad dash to the right. Someone must be using sin attraction crystals? The young man inhaled deeply, piecing together the situation. He possessed sin attraction crystals himself, but had only used them once upon entering the spiritual realm, drawing in hundreds of weaker beasts, which he ultimately dispatched. But now, in proximity to the central region, the beasts were significantly stronger, with even Golden 9th rank beasts among them. At his Golden 7th rank, he dared not use the sin attraction crystals again. Even drawing in a mere 100 beasts could spell his doom. The individual employing the crystals here must have at least reached Golden 9th rank, if not the Platinum realm, and likely wasn't he alone. Otherwise, even a Platinum-level expert would eventually tire against such numbers. It must be the members of the 10 noble families. Others wouldn't have the audacity. The young man observed the beasts passing below him, his eyes flickering with contemplation. Should he investigate? Going to sea could present a golden opportunity, as drawing so many beasts would be a remarkable display of prowess. The young man quickly made his decision. His purpose for participating in the grand competition was not merely to secure a place. He lacked the strength to do so. His true intent was to showcase his abilities. hoping to catch the attention of the martial family or one of the 10 noble families for future cultivation. With the 10 noble families drawing in so many beasts, this was indeed a prime opportunity for demonstration. With this thought, he resolved not to hesitate any longer and followed the stampede of beasts into the distance. Soon, he halted as an expanse of wilderness appeared before him. Even though he had prepared himself, the sight that greeted him still left him in awe. A dense throng of thousands of beasts had gathered, with even more converging from the surroundings. It wouldn't be long before the numbers swelled into the thousands. The sheer aura emanating from this congregation nearly caused him to falter. Were the 10 noble families this powerful? The young man swallowed hard, quickly scanning the area for members of the 10 noble families. Yet, to his astonishment, he discovered that in the midst of the beasts stood only one man, quietly poised with a long knife. It seems there is no text provided for me to edit and translate. Please provide the content you would like me to work on. Chapter 82. Brother Lin, I come to assist you. It was Lin An. Upon recognizing the figure at the heart of the beast tide, the young man was struck with astonishment. The name Lin An had spread throughout the entire Guangwu city within a mere fortnight, even reaching the ears of those in the lower districts. Although he was not personally acquainted with Lin An, he was familiar with his appearance. He had initially believed that a member of one of the 10 great families had attracted such a multitude of beasts to hunt and amass points for the grand event. However, he never imagined that the one drawing in so many beasts was Lin An, a prodigy said to possess talents rivaling those of the ancestors of the Wu family. What could he be thinking? Did he intend to confront all these beasts single-handedly? The young man's face betrayed disbelief. These beasts were not only numerous, but he had also spotted several golden 9th-tier beasts among them. And what of Lin An? He had not concealed his cultivation and remained merely at the golden 9th tier. With such an overwhelming assault from the beasts, even someone as formidable as he would surely be worn down to death. Or perhaps he had intended to attract a few hundred beasts, but miscalculated, resulting in this overwhelming horde. The young man couldn't help but ponder. In any case, he did not believe that Lin An could survive such an onslaught alone. Aside from the young man, many others had also been drawn to the scene by the tumult caused by the beasts. Is that Lin An? How did he find himself surrounded by so many beasts? One wondered. It seems he didn't merely stumble into this. He intentionally lured them here. Is he insane? There must be at least 10,000 beasts. Even if he is a prodigy, he is still just a golden 9th tier. This is tantamount to courting death. Perhaps this is the confidence of a genius. Fortunately, I brought a recording stone. I must capture this moment. A prodigy rivaling the ancestors of the Wu family, meeting his demise like this will certainly pique the interest of many. Arrogant, utterly arrogant. Even platinum-tier experts would hesitate to face such a number of beasts. Does he truly believe himself invincible? Hidden eyes in the surrounding forest were eager to witness how Lin An, the so-called genius, would respond to such a dire predicament. Perhaps today, they would witness the fall of a prodigy. Amidst their scrutiny, Lin An, standing resolutely upon the desolate expanse, began to move. Unbeknownst to him, numerous spectators were watching. But even if he were aware, it would not concern him unless they attempted to seize the beasts. It is time, Lin An mused, gazing at the throng of beasts with a smile. These are not beasts. They are merely a bountiful harvest awaiting my scythe. In the next moment, his spiritual energy surged into his weapon, transforming into a tempest of lightning that crackled across its surface. With a simultaneous roar, the beasts seemed to sense something amiss and charged toward Lin An from all directions. The hidden observers furrowed their brows, fearing that he might indeed fall to the beasts. Suddenly, a violent burst of thunder erupted, and before the astonished gazes of all present, a blade of light imbued with boundless lightning shot forth. With a blade passed, the attacking beasts were effortlessly cleaved apart. One strike felled nearly 100 beasts, showcasing his formidable might, yet there were still thousands more. How many such strikes could he unleash? The sheer number of beasts could easily overwhelm him, and fatigue would surely bring about his end. He was doomed unless he attempted to break free now. Perhaps a sliver of hope remained. While the spectators were astonished by his display, they were not overly surprised. After all, anyone capable of navigating the ancient tower must possess some skill. Yet, no one held high hopes for Lin An, for the sheer number of beasts was simply overwhelming. Unless he managed to break through to the platinum tier and utilize flight, survival seemed improbable. Unaware of their thoughts, Lin An, after executing that strike, felt his previously drained spiritual energy replenish entirely under the influence of his devouring technique. Kill. In the next instant, Lin An brandished his blade, charging into the fray as if a sheep among wolves, relentlessly striking down the approaching beasts. With each swing, carcasses fell, and the air became thick with the scent of blood. As time passed, the observers transitioned from mockery to astonishment, and now to a state of numbness. Am I seeing this correctly? Was he truly surrounded by beasts? Why do I feel as though he is the one surrounding them? Is this the caliber of a first-rate talent from the ancient tower? This is astonishing. It's madness. He seems to have gone berserk, single-handedly pursuing thousands of beasts. All are merely golden ninth tier, yet his combat prowess is terrifying. I doubt I could withstand even one of his strikes. This individual was truly monstrous. Despite slaying so many beasts, he showed no signs of fatigue, and his spiritual energy appeared inexhaustible. At this moment, all present had forgotten their earlier certainty that Lin An was doomed, utterly awestruck by his prowess. They recognized his strength, but had not anticipated it to this extent. No wonder he dared to attract such a multitude of beasts. He truly possessed the capability to handle them. Should we offer our assistance? Someone finally suggested. Though he appeared to be managing well, the number of beasts was overwhelming, and he must be under significant pressure. If they intervened to share the burden, it could earn them favor with him. Should he ascend to become a supreme powerhouse in the royal city, they might benefit from their timely aid. This notion stirred the others, yet as they gazed upon the still multiplying horde of beasts, hesitation crept in. They feared that instead of aiding Lin An, they might jeopardize their own lives. Just as indecision lingered, a loud voice rang out. "Brother Lin, I come to assist you." At the sound, a young man, brandishing a spear, burst forth from the trees, charging toward Lin and to help divert the incoming beasts. Lin An, in the midst of his slaughter, paused upon hearing this declaration. He looked up to see the youth engaged in combat with the beast. A cold glint flashed in Lin An's eyes. Slice! In the next instant, a blade shadow stretching thousands of meters emerged, and with a decisive slash, he cleared a path through the multitude of beasts. The young man, locked in battle with the beast, felt a sudden rush of air as the creature before him was cleaved in two by the blade's arc, dissipating mere inches from him. The youth was left utterly stunned, believing he was about to meet his end. Chapter 83. Who Dares to Snatch? A swift blade will be your end. At this moment, Lin An's voice resonated, imbued with an icy disdain. You should simply enjoy the spectacle. Why venture forth to seize the? Do you seek my assistance? Huh? Do you not possess your own? If you wish to slay the, why not draw them to you? Coming here to mooch off my efforts. Should the individual persist in their folly, he would not hesitate to leverage his connections with the King of Hell to send them straight to their doom. The young man also heard Lin An's words and was utterly taken aback. His well-intentioned offer of help had nearly resulted in his own demise. It was akin to pressing one's warm face against a cold rear. Although humiliated, the young man recalled Lin An's earlier strike and dared not linger. He swiftly turned and utilized his skills to escape. Once the adversary departed, Lin An averted his gaze. Should they have verbally insulted him, he might have laughed it off and forgotten it with time. However, the audacity to snatch what he had set his sights on was an entirely different matter. He had suppressed his advancement to platinum rank for a month in anticipation of this moment to accrue attribute points in the spirit realm. The audacity of this individual to attempt to steal from him without consequence was unthinkable. If he did not dispatch them with a single strike, it would be a testament to his benevolence. Lin An dismissed further contemplation and focused on the before him. All are famished, all are famished. Who dares to seize them shall face my blade. As Lin An immersed himself once more in the pursuit of the onlookers fell silent. Some among them had contemplated aiding Lin An, only to be preempted by another, initially regretful for their hesitance. They now witnessed Lin An nearly dispatching that individual with a single strike. Such arrogance, to treat a benefactor in this manner. While his demeanor was indeed brazen, one could not deny the formidable power he wielded. If one were to face such a multitude of, they would surely be overwhelmed. This remarkable prodigy, with his deeds and actions, was beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. Today had opened their eyes. Once the grand event concluded, they would possess ample discussions to share. Indeed, perhaps today was the closest they would ever be to him. All gazed upon Lin and still engaged in the pursuit of, and for the first time, they comprehended the vast chasm separating them from true genius. His strength was formidable. It was clear that with their present capabilities, they stood no chance in combat. On a nearby tree, Zhou Ping observed Lin An's reckless assault on them with a grave expression. Having noticed the converging towards him, he had followed. Witnessing Lin An single-handedly decimate thousands of solidified Zhou Ping's conviction that the corpses he had previously encountered were indeed the work of Lin An. Despite having attained platinum rank, the memory of Lin An's earlier strike instilled a sense of trepidation within him. He knew with certainty that he could not withstand such a blow. After all, Lin An was capable of navigating the ancient spirit tower and had received a first-class evaluation, even surpassing the illustrious ancestors of the Wu family. Only with immense strength could one achieve such feats. Zhou Ping inhaled deeply. He had ventured into the ancient spirit tower himself, yet had faltered on the 14th level. The disparity between their capabilities was staggering. Was it worth fighting for that artifact? Zhou Ping pondered. The spirit realm had existed in Guangwu City for a century. When it first appeared, the Wu family's prodigies had already extracted the treasures within. Yet, a century had passed, and this spirit realm had given birth to new artifacts. The purpose of this contest was not only to secure a place in the royal city, but also to retrieve these treasures. Although Zhou Ping was merely at the platinum rank, he could easily annihilate a horde of platinum level with the means provided by his family, given Lin An's displayed prowess. Should he not meet an untimely end, he would undoubtedly ascend to become a paramount force within the entire Tianqi Empire. While acquiring a single artifact might not endear him to the Zhou family, seizing it could potentially sow discord. No wonder the two individuals from the Wu family refrained from participating in this grand event. It was a trap laid for the 10 great families. As Zhou Ping observed Lin and still engaged in slaughtering, he made a decision. It was imperative to contact the others to prevent them from claiming the artifacts first. With that thought, Zhou Ping departed the scene. More than an hour later, Lin An ceased his carnage, with a smile gracing his face. He noted an increase of over 30,000 attribute points. 6 days had elapsed, leaving 4 days remaining to strive for a total of 500,000 points. Lin An glanced towards the central area, aware that many awaited him there, including those of the platinum rank. Surely, others had already reached the central region. It was time to hasten his pace. The others were of little concern. He feared the 10 great families might lay claim to the. He understood that such prominent families possessed formidable abilities, much like Lin Zhao's prowess in the bronze-level spirit realm he had previously entered. With that in mind, Lin An tucked away the jade pendant from his chest and retrieved the talisman, activating it. The speed talisman would triple his speed for an hour. This talisman had been procured in Guangwu City. As the talisman activated, Lin An felt a lightness envelop his body. In the next instant, he unleashed the platinum-level Tianpeng movement technique, transforming into a streak of light as he sped towards the central area. He.S. leaving, what should we do? The corpses of so many could yield a wealth of materials. Abandoning them here would be a waste. It seems he won't be collecting these materials. Why don't we divide them amongst ourselves? Indeed, since we cannot secure a place, gathering these materials would still yield significant rewards. Seeing Lin An depart, the onlookers emerged, weaving through the corpses, busy with their endeavors. What is that? In the sky, Zhou Ping had just contacted others and was flying towards the central area when he noticed a flash of light on the ground, his face displaying astonishment. Upon closer inspection, he realized the streak of light was none other than Lin An. How could this guy be so fast? It appeared he was also headed towards the central area. Zhou Ping hesitated for a few seconds before accelerating towards Lin An, shouting, "Lin brother, please hold on." Lin An, on his way, turned at the sound, recognizing Zhou Ping, and promptly halted. "Congratulations on your breakthrough to platinum rank, Zhou brother," he said with a smile. "You're too kind, Lin brother. My meager strength cannot withstand a blow from you." Zhou Ping replied helplessly. Lin An raised an eyebrow. It seemed Zhou Ping had witnessed his earlier hunt. Are you also planning to head to the central area? Lin inquired. Indeed, Lin brother, I assume you're also bound for the central area. Why not accompany each other? Zhou Ping proposed. Of course. Lin An replied nonchalantly, unperturbed by the thought of Zhou Ping harboring ill intentions. After all, a single strike from him would ensure the latter's swift descent into slumber, undisturbed by the night. Thus, the two set forth, making their way towards the central area. Chapter 84. This place is my domain. Those who enter shall perish. A day later, Lin An and Zhou Ping arrived at the central area. Upon their arrival, Lin An immediately sensed the overwhelming presence of the sin beasts. Were it not for Zhou Ping at his side, he would surely have drawn his weapon. Brother Lin, are you here to claim a treasure from the spirit realm? Zhou Ping inquired with a smile. Lin An's eyes flickered. He held a curiosity for the spirit realm treasures. It was not his primary interest. To him, the enhancement of attributes held greater significance. Nevertheless, Zhou Ping's inquiry compelled Lin An to conceal his disinterest, lest he lose the pretext for hunting the sin beasts. Brother Zhou, I presume you and the other 9 families have also come for this treasure? Lin encountered. Indeed. However, if you desire this treasure, we would not dare to obstruct your wishes, Zhou Ping replied with a grin. Should you require assistance, we are prepared to help you eliminate the sin beasts and secure the treasure. Lin An discerned the underlying motive in Zhou Ping's words. He sought to forge an alliance, even offering a spirit realm treasure as an investment in their relationship. Alas, Lin An's purpose for entering the spirit realm was not for treasures. This matter is not solely within your purview, is it, Brother Zhou? Lin An remarked. Rest assured, with my influence, I can persuade the others, Zhou Ping assured him. Lin An paused for a moment, then replied, I appreciate your goodwill, Brother Zhou, but I wish to first gauge the strength of these sin beasts. Zhou Ping gazed at Lin An, then burst into laughter. I underestimated your ambition, Brother Lin. I too must rendezvous with them. Nodding, Lin An exchanged pleasantries before departing alone. As he observed Lin An's retreating figure, Zhou Ping narrowed his eyes. Such arrogance. To think he can venture alone into the gourd canyon. But then again, those with extraordinary talents often possess such hubris. This may work to our advantage. When he falters, we shall offer our timely assistance. With that thought, Zhou Ping left to join the others and discuss their plans. With the assistance of the Wu family's map, Lin An's objective was clear. After more than an hour, he arrived at the canyon's entrance. The Gourd Canyon, the birthplace of the treasure, was said to house an estimated 100,000 sin beasts, divided into 3 regions according to the intel provided by the Wu family. The outer region was filled with Golden Realm sin beasts, all at least of the 7th rank, numbering around 60 to 70,000. The inner region consisted of Platinum Realm sin beasts, ranging from the 1st to the 6th rank, totaling approximately 20 to 30,000. The core region contained about 3,000 sin beasts, all of the 7th rank or higher, with some being of the 9th rank. Lin An recalled the information given to him by the Wu family. In fact, during previous openings of the spirit realm, the Wu family had sent individuals to retrieve the treasure, but at that time, the treasure had not yet fully formed. Any attempts to forcibly extract it would have been in vain. According to the Wu family's projections, the treasure should now be ready for retrieval. However, thoughts of the treasure were secondary. The immediate priority was to hunt the sin beasts. Lin An's gaze settled upon the canyon before him. The Gourd Canyon, aptly named for its gourd-like shape, had an entrance that spanned 1,000 meters in width, with vast expanses within capable of accommodating 100,000 sin beasts. As Lin An stared at the canyon, even before entering, he could already sense the overwhelming presence of sin beasts. With 3 days remaining before the spirit realm closed, he could, if he chose, break through to the Platinum Realm, thus accelerating his hunting speed. Yet, doing so would render the Golden Realm sin beasts ineffective for his purpose, as defeating them would yield no attribute points. He was not inclined to squander such an opportunity. Lin An then surveyed his surroundings. Aside from himself, there were others present. Upon noticing him, their expressions shifted slightly, and they hesitated to approach. It appeared that news of his hunting prowess had spread throughout the spirit realm. Everyone, I am about to enter the canyon to hunt the sin beasts. I kindly ask that you do not interfere. Otherwise, if you find yourselves on the receiving end of my blade, it would be ill-fated indeed, Lin An declared, then disregarded the onlookers as he strode into the canyon. The spectators exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their astonishment. How audacious! Does he intend to slay us as well? While some possessed the confidence of their strength, being merely golden 9th rank, they were aware of the capabilities he boasted, having slain thousands of sin beasts. Who can say if the rumors are true? Even if he is formidable, he is still merely golden 9th rank. His claims of hunting sin beasts could simply be a deterrent to keep us from the treasure. As Lin An progressed further, they speculated on the stance of the 10 prominent families who had also come for the treasure. The crowd felt slighted by Lin An's remarks. After all, they were all celebrated figures in their own right, each possessing a measure of pride. Yet, despite their discontent, none dared to follow Lin An into the canyon. This was not due to fear of his words, but rather a recognition of the multitude of sin beasts within the canyon. Entering would be tantamount to seeking death. Lin An, however, paid no heed to their opinions. He merely sought to issue a warning. This place was his domain. Trespassers would face dire consequences. He had no desire for the troublesome scenario of "I came to assist you" to arise. Should anyone dare to intrude upon his hunt for sin beasts, he would fulfill his promise, swiftly and decisively. Upon entering the canyon, Lin An was immediately greeted by a swarm of sin beasts. Sensing the presence of this intruder, the sin beasts roared in unison and charged at him. "Come at me," Lin An exclaimed, brandishing his weapon and rushing forward. The battle commenced anew. The fierce conflict drew the attention of those outside the canyon. Although they were hesitant to enter, they could still observe the unfolding spectacle. Witnessing Lin An boldly confront the relentless tide of sin beasts left them in awe. Though reluctant to admit it, they recognized a valor that far surpassed their own. Yet, how long could he endure? They shook their heads. Even with his formidable strength, could he truly slay thousands, tens of thousands, or even 100,000? Despite the truth of prior rumors, the canyon housed an overwhelming number of sin beasts, including those of the Platinum Realm. Could he possibly survive? Such were their thoughts. Chapter 85. Human Sentiment. The astonished crowd. In a secluded valley, nearly 100 individuals had gathered. At that moment, a figure descended from the heavens, capturing the attention of all present. "You finally arrived. I thought you had failed your breakthrough and were too ashamed to show your face," remarked Han Chi upon seeing Zhou Ping's arrival. "Is everyone here?" Zhou Ping disregarded Han Chi's taunt, accustomed as he was to such provocations. "Everyone's here," the others affirmed with nods. "Has anyone achieved a breakthrough to platinum?" Zhou Ping inquired. "All have succeeded," responded Chi Yu from the Chi family. Zhou Ping nodded. Noting the collective fortune, 10 individuals had indeed ascended to the Platinum Realm. "Why did you make us wait here? Did you not say you were traveling with Lin An? Where is he?" Han Ki Kirifunit. "He has also broken through to Platinum. I had intended to compete with him, but it seems he has eluded my sight. We parted ways earlier. If my assumptions are correct, he should have already ventured into the Gourd Valley to hunt sin beasts," Zhou Ping explained. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Even Han Chi's pupils contracted in disbelief. Alone? Just one person? The gathered individuals collectively inhaled sharply, understanding the perilous situation. They knew well the dangers of the Gourd Valley. Despite their 10 breakthroughs to platinum, they were merely at the first tier. Yet within the valley lurked 100,000 sin beasts, with some as formidable as the 9th tier of platinum. To enter recklessly would spell certain doom. They could only muster the courage to enter with the aid of family treasures. Yet here was Lin An, daring to plunge into the Gourd Valley alone. Was this not akin to courting death? Had he also broken through to platinum? No. Even if he had, such recklessness seemed unwarranted. Perhaps he possessed some formidable hidden card. It is possible the 2 warriors from the Wu family did not accompany him, which may indicate they provided him with powerful means. They speculated. If this is the case, our hopes for the rare treasure may be dashed. The crowd buzzed with conjecture. Do not indulge in wild speculation. He is still merely at the 9th tier of gold. I traveled with him for a day and can assure you, the Wu family has not bestowed any powerful means upon him. As for why he dares to venture into the valley alone, Perhaps it is simply confidence, Zhou Ping replied, recalling the sight of Lin An single-handedly slaughtering thousands of sin beasts. That is not the same. The beasts he previously defeated were at most 9th-tier gold. But the valley houses beasts of the Platinum Realm. I recognize his strength. But can he truly contend with thousands of Platinum-tier beasts? He is still just at the 9th tier of gold, and should he need to flee, he may find himself unable to escape. The group shook their heads. No matter how strong, the 9th tier of gold had its limits. You seem unconcerned for him, Qiyu observed, gazing at Zhou Ping. Indeed, I'm not worried. After all, we are here as well, Zhou Ping replied with a smile. The onlookers quickly grasped Zhou Ping's intentions. Are you hoping to provide timely aid? So he owes us a favor? Qiyu inquired. Precisely. His potential is undeniable. Once we reach the royal city and he has access to more resources, it will not be long before he becomes a formidable presence. If we can have him indebted to us now, the benefits for our families in the future are unimaginable. Even if he were to perish, we would suffer no loss, merely utilizing the powerful means our families provided, which they would have used regardless of Lin An's presence. What a rare treasure, Qiyu asked. Let us first observe his performance. If it is commendable, I believe our families would not object to granting him the treasure, Zhou Ping stated. The others nodded in agreement. While the rare treasure was precious, it paled in comparison to the advantages of befriending a future powerhouse. What are we waiting for? Let us set forth swiftly. We must not arrive only to find him dead, Han Qi urged. The thought of Lin An surrounded by sin beasts, on the brink of death, filled him with anticipation for the moment he could swoop down to save him. They all understood Han Qi's mindset, and his words held merit. If they delayed, even if Lin An survived, he might have already exited the spiritual realm, rendering their plans void. We shall proceed first. You follow closely behind, Zhou Ping instructed. Then he and the other 9 took flight, and the remaining 100 hastily followed suit. Within the valley, hiss, roar. The clash of blades echoed as sin beasts screamed in agony. You have slain a gold tier 8 beast, earning 3 attribute points. You have slain a gold tier 7 beast, earning 3 attribute points. You have slain a gold tier 9 beast, earning 3 attribute points. A barrage of notifications rang in Lin An's ears as his attribute points surged rapidly. Yet, he remained utterly focused, wielding his blade with relentless precision. The sharp edge sliced through the air, mercilessly cleaving through the oncoming sin beasts. One after another, the beasts fell before him, their bodies easily torn apart by the gleaming blade, blood spraying forth. A small mountain of sin beast carcasses began to accumulate behind Lin An, staining the ground beneath him crimson. The once desolate valley was now draped in a horrific crimson shroud. Lin An, drenched in blood, wore garments stained a dark red. His face and hands splattered with the lifeblood of his foes, yet he paid it no mind. The air was thick with a nauseating scent of blood, so potent it was nearly suffocating, reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. However, to Lin An, it was a breathtaking tableau. The lives of these sin beasts fueled the rapid increase of his attribute points. His strikes were swift. The beasts scarcely had time to register pain before succumbing to death. This was the only mercy he could extend to them. As Lin An continued his relentless hunt, the battlefield pushed deeper into the valley. 100 meters behind him, nearly 100 individuals stood in astonishment, witnessing this spectacle. How many has he slain? Countless, at least 4,000 to 5,000. Initially, I thought the tales of him slaughtering tens of thousands were mere exaggerations, but it appears they are indeed true. How can he be so powerful? I too am at the 9th tier of gold, yet it feels as though our strengths are worlds apart. Others at the 9th tier of gold can ascend through the ancient spirit tower and rank first. Can you? Chapter 86. Ladies and gentlemen, let us proceed to assist Brother Lin. One individual, unable to suppress a gulp, inquired, do you truly believe he can single-handedly conquer the entirety of Gore Canyon? Impossible. Another retorted, even if he is remarkably strong, there are limits. While the Golden Realm beasts pose no threat to him, we must not forget that there are Platinum Realm beasts lurking deeper within the canyon. Although he was indeed impressed by Lin An's prowess, he still did not believe that the latter had the capability to traverse the canyon unscathed. Even if he merely manages to cleanse the outer Golden Realm beasts, it would be enough to astonish the world, One person remarked wistfully. If such deeds were to spread, the 10 great families of Guangwu City would undoubtedly treat him as an esteemed guest, and even the Wu family might extend an olive branch. Yet he soon shook his head with a wry smile, for even without such feats, Lin would still attract the attention of powerful factions. It was a pity that he himself was not the one to accomplish all of this. Everyone, Brother Lin is now embroiled in a fierce battle. How can we stand idly by? Is there anyone willing to join me in lending him a helping hand? A young man spoke up. Upon hearing these words, the crowd furrowed their brows. Has this brother forgotten that Lin An explicitly instructed us not to interfere, lest we face his wrath? Someone pointed out. While they had initially been displeased with Lin An's arrogance, the sight of the numerous corpses within the canyon now silenced any dissent. Indeed, he was brash, but he possessed the strength to back it up. Should they recklessly intervene, they might very well meet their demise. I am Huang Yin from Xi'an City, the young man said with a smile. The crowd's expressions shifted slightly. They had heard of Xi'an City. Though it was merely a lower city, it was among the elite of its kind. Its lord, Huang Jian, was a peak platinum realm powerhouse, said to be on the verge of breaking into the diamond realm. Huang Yin, his youngest son, was exceptionally gifted, having reached the 9th rank of the Golden Realm at just 28 years of age. Even before the grand ceremony began, there had been whispers that he was among the contenders for a coveted spot among the upper echelons. Noticing the change in the crowd, Huang Yin smiled, realizing that he still had some renown. While Brother Lin did say he did not wish for us to interfere, I believe he was referring specifically to the matter of competing for treasures. However, there is still ample time before any treasures appear, and we are merely here to assist him in slaying the beasts. Huang Yin continued, once the beasts are sufficiently thinned, we can withdraw, and I doubt Brother Lin would hold it against us. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a stir of agreement, recognizing the wisdom in Huang Yin's words. They merely needed to aid Lin An in hunting the beasts, even if it was only to present themselves before him. It could yield future benefits once he became a formidable force. Moreover, they had long known that Lin An was favored by the Wu family. If they could stand shoulder to shoulder with him in battle, perhaps upon leaving the spirit realm, a simple word from Lin An to the Wu family could grant them assistance. But we are merely 100 strong, while the beasts within the canyon are numerous. What if something goes awry? Some were tempted, yet others harbored doubts, unwilling to risk their lives merely to cling to Lin An's coattails. If we cannot prevail, we can always retreat. After all, wealth lies in peril. If one seeks fortune without risk, then why participate in the grand ceremony at all? Huang Yin asserted, if anyone wishes to join me, please decide swiftly. The crowd exchanged glances, and soon several individuals were swayed by Huang Yan's words, quickly gathering by his side. Yet many remained cautious, unwilling to take risks. They could always wait and observe. If the situation became dire, they could intervene later, as time was still on their side. Prepare yourselves, for we shall soon strike, Huang Yin declared to the 10 or so who had joined him. He was already satisfied with the number of followers he had garnered. His gaze shifted to Lin An. Initially, he had contemplated assisting Lin An alone to forge a bond of friendship. However, the sheer number of beasts within the canyon made it clear that a solitary charge would mean certain death. Thus, he encouraged others to join him. Before the ceremony commenced, his father had informed him that the prodigies from the 10 great families would likely break through to the platinum realm within the spirit realm, which meant that the chances of securing a coveted spot were slim. In other words, his odds of obtaining a place in the royal city were quite favorable. Yet even if he reached the royal city, his strength would render him insignificant. Lin An, however, was different. He was favored by the Wu family and possessed extraordinary talent. If he could align himself with Lin An, the benefits upon reaching the royal city would be substantial. Lin An's arrogance made it clear that gaining his approval would be challenging. The only way to achieve this would be through shared combat. Huang Yin took a deep breath. If not for his ambitions in the royal city, he would not wish to take such risks. Fortunately, he had means of self-preservation. If all else failed, he could escape the canyon. Before long, everyone was prepared. Let us go and support Brother Lin. Huang Yin, having made his decision, surged forward without hesitation, with the others following closely behind. As Lin An was engaged in slaying the beasts, He sensed the approach of over 10 auras behind him, causing him to frown. With a sweeping motion of his weapon, he turned to see the group advancing towards him. Lin An's expression darkened. He had already issued a warning. Yet there were those who dared to encroach upon his territory. "Leave," Lin An commanded coldly. "Brother Lin, we mean no harm. We only wish to assist you in your battle, not to contend for treasures," Huang Yin shouted, fearing Lin An might misunderstand. "Please rest assured. We are here to alleviate some of your burden, and we shall withdraw shortly." Yet these words only intensified Lin An's murderous intent. If these individuals were merely seeking treasures, he would not mind. But to suggest they were there to relieve his burden, how could one share the weight of battle? Certainly, it meant they intended to help him in slaying beasts. But did he even require their assistance? Leave now or face death. Lin An inhaled deeply, declaring this as his final warning. Huang Yin sensed something was amiss. Initially, he had thought Lin An's first command to leave was due to a misunderstanding regarding their intentions. However, he had clearly articulated their purpose, and Lin An should have understood they were genuinely there to help. Why then was Lin An's demeanor so cold? His voice laced with threats? Perhaps it was due to a lack of trust? Huang Yin understood this all too well. Were he in Lin An's position, he too would be wary of trusting strangers based on mere words. "Brother Lin, we truly have come only to," Huang Yin began to explain, but suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as a flash of blade light severed a beast's head, sweeping towards them. Chapter 87. The Aggressor Must Perish. The sudden flash of a blade caught Huang Yin and his companions completely off guard. By the time they reacted, the deadly light was already upon them. A wave of horror surged through their hearts as they scrambled to defend themselves. The clash of forces erupted, yet in the next instant, their faces turned ashen. The might of that blade was overwhelming. They were utterly unable to withstand it. A thunderous explosion rang out, sending everyone hurtling through the air, their bodies drenched in blood. Lifeless upon landing, trembling, Huang Yin rose unsteadily, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Gazing at the corpses strewn around him, terror filled his expression. He felt fortunate that he had reacted swiftly enough to avoid taking that fatal blow. Otherwise, he would surely have joined the ranks of the dead. But even so, he was grievously injured and had lost all combat capability. "Lin An, how dare you strike at us?" Huang Yin shouted at Lin An, his legs quaking, as if only his anger could fend off the fear gnawing at him. Yet, just as his words fell, Lin An quietly appeared behind him. A sharp tearing sound pierced the air, followed by a dull thud as a headless corpse fell to the ground. Huang Yin could scarcely believe he had met his end so quickly, unable even to employ a means of escape. Lin An, with a frigid demeanor, tossed the severed head beyond the canyon's edge, declaring, "The aggressor must perish." As Huang Yin's head rolled to a stop at their feet, his eyes wide with disbelief and resentment, the onlookers gasped, no longer daring to linger. They turned and fled, unable to fathom that Lin An would commit murder. Huang Yin and his group, numbering over 10, had not even managed a semblance of resistance against him. Seeing the crowd retreat, Lin An finally withdrew his gaze. Collecting the storage rings of Huang Yin and his companions, he considered himself benevolent, having entered the spirit realm solely to hunt the sinful beasts, never intending to take lives. He had even issued warnings to others. Alas, there are always those who, in their arrogance, dismiss such cautions. If they refuse to heed his words, he feels compelled to eliminate the disobedient, using bloodshed to caution the rest. The outcome was effective. Lin An thought to himself, paying no further mind to the fleeing spectators. As he turned to resume his pursuit of the sinful beasts, he did not follow them out. Outside the canyon, those who had just escaped paused, relieved to see Lin and had not pursued them. That was terrifying. I thought I was a goner. His murderous intent was palpable. Of course, after slaughtering so many sinful beasts, it is only natural for his aura to be thick with bloodlust. But who would have thought he would kill Huang Yin and the others without offering them a chance to explain? It wasn't that Huang Yin lacked an explanation. It was that Lin An simply did not believe him. If it were me, I wouldn't trust you either. You charge in with a group claiming to assist. Who knows if you might stab me in the back? Despite this reasoning, Lin An's ruthlessness was striking and his strength formidable. Huang Yan's group, even when united, could not withstand a single strike from him. Huang Yan held a significant status. If news of his death at Lin An's hand spread, his father would undoubtedly seek retribution. The crowd stood outside the canyon, still able to hear the sounds of battle within, yet none dared to enter. They merely observed from a distance, ready to flee should Lin An turn his attention toward them. With no interruptions, Lin An continued his slaughter, each notification ringing in his ears as his attribute points rapidly increased. Soon, another half-hour passed. The number of people gathered outside the canyon swelled. Some had initially intended to venture in, but upon hearing warnings from those who had fled and seeing Huang Yan's severed head at the canyon's entrance, none dared to proceed. Let us move on. We cannot simply wait around. We should hunt more sinful beasts to gain additional points, thus earning the favor of the 10 great families and the martial clans. After a while, some began to prepare to leave, unwilling to remain idle. Others nodded in agreement, recognizing that waiting served no purpose. Just as they were about to depart, a flurry of figures descended from the sky. The newcomers were none other than Zhou Ping and his companions. Upon seeing the members of the 10 great families arrive, those who had intended to leave brightened with excitement. They had been waiting to see if Lin An would clash with the elite of the 10 families. To their astonishment, Lin An had indeed entered the fray. What audacity! Upon witnessing Lin An amidst the carnage, even Han Chi could not suppress his astonishment. The stench of blood was overpowering. Countless corpses littered the canyon, transforming it into a veritable mountain of bodies and sea of blood. Still daring to speak impudently? Zhou Ping remarked with a smile. Han Chi remained silent, aware that recognizing someone's strength is one thing, but witnessing it firsthand is another. In the canyon, Lin An resembled a demonic deity, mercilessly harvesting the lives of sinful beasts, evoking a sense of dread within Han Chi. Noticing Han Chi's expression, Zhou Ping smiled but chose not to comment further. He soon spotted the severed heads at the canyon's entrance and the dozen or so corpses nearby. What transpired here? Zhou Ping casually inquired of a bystander. It was not unexpected for someone to perish upon entering the canyon. Each time the spirit realm opened, there are always those who overestimate their prowess. However, typically, the bodies are devoured by the sinful beasts, leaving no trace behind. The presence of over a dozen intact corpses was unusual. Young Master Zhou, those individuals were killed by Lin An half an hour ago. Huang Yan from Xiun City entered the canyon with more than 10 companions, intending to assist Lin An in hunting the sinful beasts and alleviate his burden. However, as soon as they approached, Lin An struck first, slaying them with a single blow. Though Huang Yan narrowly survived, he ultimately met his end at Lin An's hands. It is for this reason that we remain outside the canyon, too afraid to enter. Upon hearing the entire account, Zhou Ping understood. They brought this upon themselves. If they dare to enter, they must be prepared to face death. Zhou Ping's expression remained calm. His words elicited astonishment among the onlookers. They had anticipated witnessing the 10 great families reprimanding Lin An for his insolence, but the outcome was far from what they expected. Did he not instruct us not to enter the canyon? Zhou Ping asked again. He did not say that. He merely advised us not to interfere with his hunting of the sinful beasts. Someone pondered before shaking his head. Previously, they had entered as well, but Lin An had not attacked them. Zhou Ping nodded. Observing Lin An still embroiled in bloody combat, his mind began to formulate speculations. Let us enter and take a look, Zhou Ping declared, and Han Chi and the others nodded in agreement, following him into the canyon. The others hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to follow suit. They could not believe that Lin An would dare to act against them with members of the 10 great families present. Chapter 88. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, gathering an unrivaled momentum. With Zhou Ping and his companions leading the way, a multitude soon surged into the canyon. Lin An, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the sin beasts, naturally sensed their presence. However, upon realizing they were still some distance away, he chose to disregard them. Let them wait here. Do not disturb him, Zhou Ping remarked. Only when they drew closer did they genuinely perceive the overwhelming aura of malevolence radiating from Lin An. That intense aura feels as though we would be consumed if we dared to step closer, Chi lamented. Why does he insist on hunting the sin beasts? If he seeks rare treasures, He could simply bypass these beasts and make his way deeper into the canyon. Han Chi furrowed his brow. I was uncertain before, but now I'm almost convinced, Zhou Ping stated. He is forging an invincible heart amidst this mountain of corpses and sea of blood. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback, their gazes turning in unison toward Zhou Ping. Among the prodigies, there are distinctions in prowess. While we may be considered elites in Guangwu City, we are merely competitors within these confines. Should we venture to the royal city, we would be but ordinary. Lin An, however, is different. With his innate talent, he would stand among the apex, even there. His actions are beyond our comprehension. For instance, his willingness to throw himself into the fray with the Sin Beast seems akin to courting death. Yet, observe the multitude of Sin Beast corpses around. Is this truly an act of folly? He is honing his indomitable spirit through this perilous endeavor. As Zhou Ping spoke, a self-deprecating expression crossed his face. We are no longer of the same world as he. We once thought he came for a treasure, but perhaps he has little regard for such things. He is here to hunt these Sin Beasts. A collective gasp of astonishment rippled through the assembly as they regarded Lin An, who was grappling with the Sin Beasts. It was as though they were witnessing the rise of a future supreme powerhouse. No wonder Huang Yin and his companions were slain, Han Chi remarked. Indeed, Lin An is here to temper his indomitable heart against these Sin Beasts. Huang Yin and his group, appearing to assist him, were, in fact, hindering his cultivation. Their demise was not in vain, Chi concurred, nodding. If Lin An were truly a bloodthirsty individual, he would have already turned his wrath upon us. The realization dawned upon the others, their expressions growing complex as they regarded Lin An. Despite the mere hundreds of meters separating them, it felt as though an insurmountable chasm lay between them. They watched in trepidation as the countless Sin Beasts surged forth, their own courage utterly lacking to engage in battle. Silence enveloped the canyon, punctuated only by Lin An's relentless slaughter and the anguished roars of the Sin Beasts. However, as time wore on, some began to depart. After all, aside from witnessing Lin An's formidable prowess, remaining there held little benefit for them. They would fare better hunting Sin Beasts elsewhere while time permitted. Zhou Ping and his companions paid no heed to those leaving. They had already transcended to the Platinum Realm and no longer needed to hunt Sin Beasts for quotas. Instead, witnessing Lin An's cultivation of his indomitable heart held greater significance for them. Any insights gleaned would greatly benefit their future paths of cultivation. They also intended to intervene should Lin An find himself in peril. Though Lin An displayed remarkable valor, he would eventually confront the Sin Beasts of the Platinum Realm. No matter how formidable he might be, facing thousands of such beasts would likely overwhelm him. 3 hours have passed. Is he not fatigued? Han Qi remarqued. Seated upon a stone, his spiritual energy seems inexhaustible. He is truly a prodigy. To have hunted Sin Beasts for 3 continuous hours, Lin An, despite being merely at the pinnacle of the Golden Realm, should not be able to sustain such exertion. If not for this, how could he be deemed a prodigy? Zhou Ping replied. Moreover, he has undergone trials within the ancient spirit tower, where one might glean profound insights from a special visualization chart. Perhaps this contributes to his endurance. Were Lin An to overhear this, he would undoubtedly marvel at Zhou Ping's intellect. While there were inaccuracies in Zhou Ping's assumptions, the truth remained that his prolonged combat was indeed related to his extraordinary abilities. Is this the means by which prodigies operate? It is evident that we cannot compare. Chi remarked with a wry smile. To those from the lower city, they were indeed regarded as prodigious talents, yet in comparison to Lin An, they appeared utterly ordinary. Lin An continued his relentless massacre, undeterred by the incessant onslaught of Sin Beasts. Rather, it invigorated him further. Time slipped by unnoticed, and when he felled the final Golden Realm Sin Beast, he had vanquished every Sin Beast in the outer reaches of the Gourd Canyon. Upon checking his attribute points, he found they had climbed to 490,000, just 6 or 7,000 shy of the coveted 500,000. The inner and core regions awaited him next. The inner region housed approximately 30,000 Platinum Realm Sin Beasts. Defeating them all would yield an additional 200,000 attribute points. Gazing ahead, he could still discern the numerous figures of Platinum Realm Sin beasts. They were not easily dispatched, especially since they possessed the ability to fly. Fortunately, the beasts within the spiritual realm lacked sentience. If he approached, they would charge at him without retreating. Yet, being Platinum Realm beasts, he would need to employ some hidden tactics. Lin An pondered, casting a glance at Zhou Ping and the others behind him. Noticing his gaze, they stepped forward. Brother Lin, ahead lies the inner region of the Gourd Canyon, populated by Platinum Realm Sin beasts. While you are indeed powerful, facing so many alone could prove overwhelming. Should you require assistance, we are prepared to lend our aid, Zhou Ping offered. Assistance? Lin An frowned, shaking his head. Brother Zhou, there is no need for assistance. I merely request that you refrain from interrupting me, as you did before. The expressions of Zhou Ping and the others shifted slightly. Was he truly intending to single-handedly confront thousands of Platinum Realm Sin beasts? Brother Zhou, and all of you, I shall converse with you later. I must attend to my business now, Lin An stated before turning and striding deeper into the canyon. Is he? Chi Yu and the others exchanged glances, their thoughts racing. They yearned to declare that Lin An was mad, that he was courting death. Yet the mountains of corpses and oceans of blood surrounding them served as a stark reminder that Lin An was no fool. Let him go. I too wish to discern where his limits lie, Zhou Ping said, striving to quell his astonishment. Should he indeed carve a path through the Gourd Canyon alone, while at the pinnacle of the Golden Realm, the news would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the realm. Even if he is powerful, he must need rest. He has been slaying for hours, Han Chi remarked, furrowing his brow. What a peculiar thing you, Han Chi, are actually voicing concern. Chi Yu chuckled, prompting laughter from the others. Han Chi, unperturbed, shrugged and replied, What can I say? His strength commands my respect. The laughter abruptly faltered, their expressions freezing. Did this imply that Lin An's disdain for them stemmed from a lack of respect? Prepare for his support. Such a prodigy should not perish here, Zhou Ping urged. Nodding in agreement, they each retrieved their respective treasures, ready to intervene should Lin An falter. Chapter 89. Like a demon god, to sever all sins. As Lin An traversed the midsection of the Gourd Canyon, the rhythmic sound of his footsteps intertwined with the whisper of the wind. Roars echoed in the air, a testament to the overwhelming malevolence emanating from him as he approached the inner region. This malevolence was palpable, rapidly spreading outward, causing the platinum tier beasts within to sense an impending doom and emit frantic cries of terror. Though they were unsettled, these creatures remained steadfast, unwilling to breach their confines. When only a mere few dozen meters separated Lin An from the inner region, he finally took decisive action. Divine technique, extrême cosmique manifestation. With a thunderous roar, Lin An surged to a towering height of 10 zhang, his terrifying aura radiating outward like a tempest. What sorcery is this? Zhou Ping and the others gazed in disbelief at Lin An, who seemed to grow larger, bloodied, and fearsome. The oppressive aura surrounding him was reminiscent of a demonic deity. Even though they had attained the platinum tier, an inexplicable sense of helplessness washed over them. This aura rivals that of a platinum-level fighter of the 5th or 6th rank. No wonder he dares to penetrate the inner sanctum, Zhou Ping reflected with a bitter smile. He had always recognized the vast chasm in strength between himself and Lin An. Yet, witnessing Lin An's display of power made him acutely aware that he had yet to grasp the true extent of their disparity. While his own treasures could more easily dispatch platinum beasts, they were bestowed upon him by family warriors and did not represent his own strength. Han Chi and the others remained silent, yet they mentally cautioned themselves against becoming adversaries. His technique is powerful, but it must come at a great cost. He cannot maintain it for long, Chi Yu posited. Is he lacking in spiritual energy? Han Chi pondered, casting a shadow of doubt over the group. Indeed, it was hard to fathom, given that Lin An had just slaughtered thousands of golden tier beasts, seemingly unaffected by any lack of spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Lin An was far from idle. As he unleashed the cosmic manifestation, he felt his spiritual energy rapidly depleting, anticipating it could only be sustained for a minute. Thus, he needed to swiftly eliminate the beast to replenish his energy through the devouring spirit technique. allowing the cosmic manifestation to persist longer. Let me see the true might of my full force. He abruptly halted, and intricate spiritual patterns within him ignited, radiating a dazzling brilliance akin to twinkling stars in the night sky. A torrent of spiritual energy surged through his meridians like a raging flood, enhanced by the potent earth pulse energy coursing into his weapon, the judgment. In the next instant, the blade, nearly 20 meters long, erupted with blinding light, a mysterious and terrifying aura enveloping it, brimming with destructive power. One slash, Lin An bellowed, unleashing a blade of light stretching thousands of meters, as if to rend the very fabric of space, accompanied by an overwhelming force. The countless beasts recoiled in horror, the specter of death casting a shadow over them. With a thunderous crash, the blade struck the ground, sending shockwaves that trembled the earth and mountains alike, an incomparable force radiating outward from the point of impact. This energy surged like a colossal tidal wave, consuming innumerable beasts. You have slain a Platinum Tier beast, gaining 6 attribute points. You have slain a Platinum 6 Tier beast, gaining 9 attribute points. You have slain a Platinum 5th Tier beast, gaining 9 attribute points. A series of notifications rang in Lin An's ears, revealing that with this single strike, his attribute points had soared by over 80,000. In that moment, more than 10,000 Platinum Tier beasts fell, while countless others lay wounded. Lin An's eyes gleamed with excitement. This was his first full-force attack, and he was astonished at its potency. I cannot afford to waste time, he thought, his spiritual energy fully restored and even in surplus, which he rapidly condensed into spiritual patterns. With determination, Lin An brandished his blade and charged into the inner region, where a multitude of beasts awaited their fate. Although the recent strike had instilled fear in them, they remained undeterred, lunging at Lin An with reckless abandon. Lin An welcomed them, thriving on the challenge of battling these beasts, knowing they would not flee. Meanwhile, Zhou Ping and the others stood in stunned silence, taking time to grasp the situation. It seems we need not interfere, Chi Yu suggested, realization dawning upon them. We underestimated him. One slash to annihilate countless platinum beasts, and we stand before him like mere ants. Zhou Ping's expression was complex. Witnessing such a prodigious talent in his youth was both a blessing and a curse. The blessing was having a goal to strive towards, the curse being the potential for self-doubt and stagnation in their own paths. Ha ha ha, Lin An, you do not disappoint. I now look forward to seeing how the talents of the royal city fare against him. Han, Chi exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. This statement abruptly shifted the atmosphere, drawing curious glances from the others. Why do you look at me like that? Han Ki Kurit bemuset. If memory serves, you are 4 years his senior. Why do you refer to him as brother? Chi Yu queried, bemused by the sudden camaraderie. What's it to you? I merely arrived in this world a few years earlier. Han Chi retorted. As for my previous disdain, I find all weaklings intolerable. Had I known of his true strength, my attitude would have been different. A man of capability deserves respect. The group's expressions twitched. While Han Chi was praising Lin An, it felt as though he was subtly belittling them. Though they certainly paled in comparison to Lin An, the implication stung. Unbeknownst to them, Lin An was already advancing towards the heart of the canyon, where 3,000 platinum tier beasts awaited him, all ranked 7 and above, with the leader being a formidable platinum 9 beast. He intended to eliminate the lesser beasts when the time was right, saving them for later when his energy ran low. Chapter 90, Slaying the White-Striped Blood Ape. In the core area, a formidable line of defense had been formed by 3,000 sin beasts, each at least of the platinum grade 7. Behind this line, a towering white-striped blood ape, standing over 30 feet tall and of platinum grade 9, guarded a luminous pillar that encased a dark box, presumably the coveted treasure of this spiritual realm. As Lin advanced, the 3,000 sin beasts roared in unison to confront him. Despite Lin An's overwhelming strength, he found it impossible to dispatch them in an instant, and as the assault intensified, he began to sustain injuries. Fortunately, Lin An had anticipated such a scenario and remained unperturbed. His greatest reliance was his soul-devouring divine ability. Even if he were wounded, Striking a target would allow him to absorb their power and restore his own vitality. A prolonged battle suited him perfectly. Moreover, he had deliberately spared several Sin beasts below Platinum Grade 7, allowing him to regain peak condition by eliminating a few if necessary. Do you think he can succeed? Chi Yu inquired, observing Lin An, who was ensnared in a fierce struggle within the canyon. Though their acquaintance had been brief, Chi Yu felt he had gleaned some understanding of Lin An's character. He would not engage in endeavors lacking certainty. Zhou Ping remarked, even if he falters, ensuring his own safety should pose no issue. I believe he will prevail, Han Chi added with a smile. Facing a Platinum Grade 9 with his own Golden Grade 9 prowess, the Sin beasts within this realm may not compare to those outside. But if news of this spreads, it will undoubtedly astonish countless individuals, and we shall be witnesses. As time slowly passed, though Lin An faced considerable challenges in his hunt, Sin beasts continued to fall. An hour, then two. After a grueling 5 hours, he finally dispatched all Sin beasts in the core area, save for the white-striped blood ape. With a decisive stroke, he unleashed his full power once more, cleaving through the remaining beasts. His previously waning state rejuvenated through the assistance of the soul devouring, returning him to his zenith. The solitary white-striped blood ape roared, its crimson eyes blazing with fury as it pounded its chest, launching itself towards Lin An. At that moment, Lin An deftly released 10 talismans into the air. The binding talisman of Platinum Grade, when activated, could render its target immobile, the stronger the target. The shorter the duration of their paralysis, up to 0. 5 seconds for a Platinum Grade 9 entity. Lin An had never taken chances. In knowing the presence of Platinum beasts in this realm, he had prepared accordingly. Having procured numerous items in Guangwu City for unforeseen circumstances, he had yet to utilize them until now. However, the white-striped blood ape warranted such measures. As the talismans soared, the beast sensed impending danger. Yet its momentum could not be halted mid-air. Its massive form made evasion nearly impossible. In the next instant, the first binding talisman struck the white-striped blood ape, rendering it momentarily rigid mid-leap. Lin An swiftly retreated, reconstituting his runes to empower his weapon, the Judgment. Additionally, spiritual energy and earth vein power surged into it, transforming into an overwhelming metallic force. The Judgment vibrated, radiating brilliant golden light as its might escalated. Just then, the white-striped blood ape crashed to the ground, its paralysis waning. The second binding talisman landed upon it, ensuring it remained immobile. Sin beasts within the spiritual realm are far easier to slay, Lin An mused. For those from the outside world, having coalesced their Sin beast cores, they can effortlessly break through the binding talisman's effects. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he raised the Judgment. The 10 binding talismans would immobilize the beast for a total of 5 seconds, which was entirely sufficient for him. As the effect of the 5th talisman faded, a fierce glint sparked in Lin An's gaze. With a decisive strike, the golden blade descended upon the white-striped blood ape. The sound of tearing echoed as the blade sliced through its skull, creating a parting of its fur. However, Lin An felt no joy, for he realized that his strike had only cleaved 1/5 of its head. With the vitality of a Platinum Grade 9, the beast still had the strength to fight back. At that moment, the 7th binding talisman expired, while the 8th swiftly adhered to the white-striped blood ape. In the blink of an eye, Lin An vanished from his position, appearing directly before the beast. He plunged the Judgment into the gash he had created, channeling the restored spiritual energy into his weapon without reservation. He commanded. With a surge, the Judgment pierced through the white-striped blood ape skull. You have slain a Platinum Grade 9 Sin beast, earning 9 attribute points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin An smiled, placing a foot upon the fallen beast's head before withdrawing the Judgment. He then dispelled the heavenly transformation, returning to his normal size. Taking a deep breath, Lin An surveyed the colossal form of the white-striped blood ape, relief flooding through him. It was fortunate that he had acquired the talismans in Guangwu City. Otherwise, facing the beast head-on would have been a dire challenge. His gaze swept the vicinity, revealing a landscape strewn with the carcasses of the slain Sin beasts. Simultaneously, he caught a glimpse of Zhou Ping and the others in the distance. Although he had conversed with Zhou Ping, he had not fully trusted them, having prepared for their potential treachery. Fortunately, it seemed they harbored no intentions of seizing the treasure, thus rendering his precautions unnecessary. With curiosity piqued, Lin An approached the luminous pillar, eager to uncover the true nature of the spiritual realm as treasure. "He's wary of us," Zhou Ping remarked wryly. "He likely has contingencies in place. Even if he cannot eliminate us, we pose no threat to him." "I thought he had forgotten us. I never expected him to be so meticulous," Chiyu commented. "Once we exit the spiritual realm and return to Guangwu City, eliminating him will be even more improbable. The Wu family likely wishes for the 10 great families to act against Lin An, thereby securing his favor. Thankfully, they seem disinterested. Otherwise, if he escaped, they would be unable to find peace." Chapter 91. The Soul-Devouring Ring and its 700,000 attribute points. Before the Radiant Pillar, Lin An deftly extracted a dark box using his judgment, causing the pillar of light to vanish. He promptly opened the box, revealing a ring adorned with blood-red, cloud-like patterns. Upon contact, a surge of information flooded his mind. Soul-Devouring Ring. A unique treasure that can automatically refine the corpses of living beings into energy orbs, which can be directly absorbed to enhance one's cultivation. By dripping blood, it can bind to the user and cannot be dropped. Lin An's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had not anticipated that this treasure would aid in his ascent. He immediately pressed the ring against his wound, feeling a profound connection. Within the ring, he discovered 10 altar-like stone platforms, each capable of holding a corpse. Could it refine up to 10 at once? His gaze shifted to the white-striped blood ape, pondering how much cultivation it would yield upon refinement. With a thought, Lin An made the white-striped blood ape's corpse vanish, placing it upon the altar within the soul-devouring ring. As the corpse appeared, the altar shimmered with ethereal light, and a peculiar force began to dissolve the body. As the corpse disintegrated, fragments of spiritual light emerged and coalesced into a radiant orb. It seemed the refinement was not instantaneous. At this pace, it would likely take 3 to 4 days to complete the refinement of 10 corpses. If it were instantaneous, the ring's effect would be terrifying. Before him lay over 100,000 beast corpses, and refining them all might propel him directly into the Diamond Realm. Nevertheless, Lin An felt immense satisfaction. This ring would be invaluable in the latter stages of his journey. He then selected 9 intact platinum-level beast corpses, activating the remaining 9 altars. With only 2 days until the spirit realm closed, he still had time to hunt more beasts. As he contemplated, the soul-devouring ring vanished from his hand, a feature of its inherent stealth capability. He then sheathed judgment and stepped outside. "Lin brother, congratulations. You single-handedly carved a path through the Gourd Canyon, defeating platinum-level beasts with your golden-level prowess. This is something we could scarcely imagine, and to witness it today is a stroke of fortune for us." Zhou Ping greeted him with a broad smile. "You're too kind. I must thank you all for sealing off the canyon, or I would have been too distracted." Lin An replied with a smile. After the arrival of nearly 100 members from the 10 great families, Zhou Ping had instructed them to seal off the canyon to prevent outsiders from entering. "Lin An, I owe you an apology. I was too arrogant before. I am truly sorry." Han Shi suddenly stepped forward, bowing deeply to Lin An. "If you feel wronged, feel free to give me a beating." Lin An paused, astonished. "Do not mind him. It's our first time seeing him act this way. This guy only respects those stronger than him, and he has often mocked us," Chiyu jested. "Now that he has witnessed you conquer the canyon, he has completely subdued, though I suspect he is also a bit frightened." "This isn't fear, it's respect for strength," Han Shi retorted, eyes wide. Lin An soon recognized that whether it was fear or respect mattered little to him. "There's no need for such formality. We have no real conflict. I'm not that petty," he chuckled. He truly hadn't held onto any resentment. If he had, he would have sought out Han Shi in the spirit realm to settle the score. "Gentlemen, I must clean myself up. This blood is quite uncomfortable." Lin An changed the subject. "Very well, Lin brother, do as you please. We shall assist in dealing with these beast corpses, and the materials collected will be given to you later," Zhou Ping said, still smiling. Lin An initially intended to decline, but with over 100,000 corpses in the canyon, including thousands of platinum-level beasts, the value was indeed substantial. There is no need for that. We can split the materials 50-50, Lin An suggested. How could we? After all, you're the one who slayed these beasts. We merely spent some time on it. Zhou Ping insisted. Taking just a fraction would mean we benefit unduly. Even a mere one represents a significant sum given the sheer quantity of beasts, amounting to tens of millions of gold coins. Though the division among the 10 families would yield only a few thousand gold coins each, it was still a profitable endeavor, especially since they sought to align themselves with Lin An. Had they not perceived that he wouldn't allow them to work for free, they wouldn't even accept that small portion. After a brief contemplation, Lin An proposed, "How about this? I've heard your family's own shops. Let us sell the materials to you at your purchasing price. Once we leave the spirit realm, my father, Lin Shao, can liaise with your families." He realized he could not consume all the materials alone, and selling to the 10 families would save him effort. Furthermore, he planned to head to the royal city soon, which would allow him to earn some gold for his father, as Shenglin City was rather impoverished. Zhou Ping and others' eyes lit up. They were not particularly interested in the materials profit, but valued the opportunity to conduct business with Lin An, establishing a cooperative relationship. Absolutely, we will ensure a fair price. They all nodded in agreement. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin An took his leave. Let us send word to those outside. Only 2 days remain until the spirit realm closes. If we do not seize the time, we won't be able to process so many beast corpses, Zhou Ping remarked once Lin An's figure had vanished. Soon, the Gourd Canyon buzzed with activity once more. After leaving the canyon, Lin An found a river and leaped in, transforming the once clear waters into crimson. The area appeared to have been cleared by others, as no beasts were drawn to him. After cleansing himself, Lin An donned a fresh set of clothes. With 2 days remaining to hunt beasts and earn attribute points, he pondered his next move, selecting a direction and activating the jade pendant to attract more beasts. He also glanced at his attribute points. Attribute points, 713914. Chapter 92, Departing the Spirit Realm, 10 million points. Over 700,000 attribute points. Gazing at this astonishing figure, Lin An could not help but smile. Initially, his ambition before entering the spirit realm was merely to accumulate 500,000 attribute points. Yet he had far exceeded his expectations. Furthermore, with 2 more days remaining, while surpassing 1 million points might be unattainable, earning an additional 100,000 points seemed effortlessly within reach. A single gourd valley had yielded him 50,000 attribute points. The spirit realm indeed proved to be a bountiful place, Lin An mused. Such a plethora of attribute points would sustain him for quite some time. Upon exiting the spirit realm, he would also prepare to transcend into the platinum realm. Soon enough, after 3 hours, Lin An resumed his relentless slaughter. The gathering of numerous sinful beasts naturally attracted a considerable number of competitors. Isn't that Lin An? What is he doing here? Upon receiving news that the 10 major families were clearing the battlefield in the Gourd Valley, it became apparent that they were the ones to eliminate the sinful beasts and acquire the extraordinary treasures. Your information is outdated. I specifically inquired with a friend from one of the 10 major families. They mentioned that they did not engage the sinful beasts at all, merely standing guard outside to prevent us from entering. All the beasts within were slain by Lin An alone. Impossible. There are platinum realm sinful beasts within. While Lin An is formidable, he is merely at the 9th grade of the Golden Realm. Could it be that he utilized some immensely powerful artifact to achieve this? Though reluctant to believe it, I have confirmed multiple times that Lin An single-handedly breached the valley, reportedly slaying over 10,000 platinum-level sinful beasts with a single stroke. Hearing this revelation, everyone was left in utter shock, observing Lin An as he surrounded and annihilated the sinful beasts. They recognized for the first time the vast chasm that existed between individuals, a gap even broader than that between man and beast. Everyone was at the Golden Realm. Why could he defy the odds against the Platinum? While feelings of envy stirred within them, they dared not voice their thoughts, knowing well not to provoke Lin An. Unbeknownst to Lin An, the news of his triumph in the valley had spread far and wide. Even if he were aware, it would not concern him. Nothing mattered more than accumulating attribute points. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. After vanquishing another sinful beast, he felt a surge of spatial energy enveloping him. He understood that the spirit realm was on the verge of closing. Glancing at his attribute points, he noted an impressive 124 points. In just 2 days, he had amassed over 14,000 additional points. After all, this was the central area, where sinful beasts were exceedingly dense. Moreover, his title had been upgraded once more, bestowing upon him the title of Million Sin Slayer, which he subsequently fused with the First Blood title. First Blood Million Sin Slayer, the only title in the entire server. Damage dealt to Sinful Beast 25. Critical hit rate 25, stun probability 5. The title notification confirmed not only a 20 increase in critical hit rate, but also an additional 5 chance to stun, yielding remarkably favorable effects. This venture into the spirit realm had proven exceptionally fruitful. Lin An contemplated this as darkness enveloped him. Moments later, he reopened his eyes to find himself back at the teleportation square in Guangwu City. The square was bustling, just as it had been on the day of his departure. Surveying the crowd, he noted a decrease of approximately 200 to 300 individuals, clearly fallen in the spirit realm. Anya, a voice called out, and Lin An turned to see Lin Xiao waving at him from a distance. Lin An responded with a smile. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations on surviving the spirit realm. I trust you have all gained much from this experience. As customary, the city lord of Guangwu, Wu Qi, addressed the crowd. Now, it is time to determine the rankings. Please present your contest tokens. Everyone produced their tokens, eyes gleaming with anticipation, eager to secure a prominent position. Even if they could not attain a spot in the royal city, there remained a chance for patronage from powerful factions. With a grand gesture, Wu Qi sent all tokens soaring into the air, each bursting forth with radiant light. Among them, one token emanated a striking golden glow, dazzling and capturing everyone's attention. Even Wu Qi displayed a look of surprise upon seeing this token. In the next moment, he pointed a finger, causing the token's light to intensify, transforming into a radiant screen. First place, Lin An, points 10 million. Upon seeing this information displayed, a gasp rippled through the crowd. The contest was not the first of its kind, and all present were aware that the maximum point limit on the tokens was 10 million. However, in all the years past, no one had ever achieved such a feat. What does 10 million points signify? A Golden Realm sinful beast yields merely 1 point, implying that one would need to slay 10 million Golden Realm beasts. Even a first-grade Platinum sinful beast grants only 100 points, equivalent to the annihilation of 100,000 such beasts. Yet those who entered the spirit realm were, at most, of the 9th grade in the Golden Realm. Even if one were to break through to the Platinum Realm within, it would be utterly impossible to slay 100,000 Platinum Realm beasts in a mere 10 days. In all the years of the contest, the highest score had only ever reached 1 million. Lin An had shattered that record by more than tenfold. Thus, when the crowd witnessed this score, they were astounded, their gazes fixated on Lin An. The sight was even more shocking, as they discovered that Lin An remained at the 9th grade of the Golden Realm. Who could have anticipated such a prodigious talent as Lin An emerging in this contest? It is indeed a fortunate event for Guangwu City, Wu Qi remarked, smiling at Lin An. The onlookers, despite harboring doubts in their hearts, dared not voice them. After all, they were not fools. If Lin An had truly discovered a loophole to amass such points, that was his skill. The contest had been held numerous times. Why had no one else found this loophole? Furthermore, even if the Wu family had intentionally revealed this loophole to Lin An, for them to question it now would be tantamount to slapping the Wu family's face. Those who could ascend to the position of a city lord were astute individuals, naturally avoiding such folly. Wu Qi continued with the rankings. The second-place score was considerably more modest, totaling just over 300,000, belonging to a young man from another family within Guangwu City. Then came the 3rd and 4th places. Among the top 10, not a single individual hailed from the 10 major families, as Zhou Ping and others had already ascended to the Platinum Realm, opting not to compete for rankings, which also reflected the grace of the large families. Once the top 10 were announced, Wu Qi proceeded to reveal the rankings of the top 100, after which there was no need to waste time beyond the 100th place. Having reviewed the rankings, the contest concludes here. Those who reach the Platinum Realm before the age of 30, as well as the top 10 in this contest, may rest for 5 days before proceeding to the Royal City. With those words, Wu Qi departed, and the atmosphere grew lively once more. Chapter 93, Breakthrough to Platinum Realm. Diamond Level Array Master. Was your journey uneventful? Lin Xiao inquired as he approached Lin An. Nothing of significance, merely slaying a few sinful beasts, Lin An replied. Lin Xiao was well aware that Lin An's words were an understatement. In reality, he had likely unleashed a massacre within the spirit realm, thus accumulating a substantial amount of points. As they conversed, Zhou Ping and others unexpectedly approached. Brother Lin, might this gentleman be Uncle Lin? Zhou Ping smiled warmly. Father, this is Zhou Ping, and these are Qi Yu and Han Qi. Lin An introduced them one by one. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Zhao's eyes. He recognized the noteworthy status of these individuals, all scions of the 10 great families, and was astonished by their amicable rapport with his son. Brother Lin, we have already processed the materials from the corpses of the sinful beasts in the canyon. Tomorrow, our families will send representatives to discuss this matter with you. What do you think? Zhou Ping inquired. That sounds agreeable. My father shall take the lead on this matter, Lin An replied, detailing the specifics to Lin Xiao. Upon hearing that Lin An had single-handedly ventured into the canyon and slain a staggering 100,000 sinful beasts, over 30,000 of which were of the platinum level, Lin Xiao, despite being somewhat prepared for the news, was still taken aback. He realized that his eldest son was intent on engaging in commerce with the 10 great families. We shall await you in the conference hall, Lin Xiao declared. This was a significant business opportunity. If successful, the returns would be tremendous. He could procure a batch of resources to bolster the overall strength of Shenglin City. Zhou Ping nodded with a smile, exchanged a few more pleasantries, and then departed from the square. Lin An and Lin Xiao also made their way outside, boarding the carriage driven by Han Shun, en route to the conference hall. During the journey, Lin Xiao inquired about Lin An's experiences in the spirit realm, but Lin An had little to share, as his time had been predominantly spent hunting sinful beasts. Soon, they returned to the conference hall, where Lin An refreshed himself before sitting down at the dining table with Lin Xiao. Father, I shall depart for the royal city in 5 days. Please take good care of yourself. I will find time to return, Lin An remarked while enjoying his meal. You rascal, now you worry about your father, Lin Xiao chuckled. The royal city is unlike Shenglin City or Guangwu City. It is teeming with prodigies and formidable experts. You must act with great caution. I had hoped for your recovery when you were ill, but now that you have thrived, I can only wish for your safety. As Lin Xiao spoke, a sense of reluctance welled up within him. His son had grown too swiftly. Within a mere 6 months since his recovery, he had achieved such remarkable heights. Though proud of his son's accomplishments, the impending departure weighed heavily on his heart. Do not worry, father, Lin An replied with a smile, shifting the topic to engage in light conversation with Lin Xiao. Their meal lasted over an hour before Lin An returned to his quiet chamber. With 5 days before his journey to the royal city, he aimed to break through to the Platinum Realm in the interim. He wondered about the circumstances in the royal city and how he would compete against other talented individuals. Lost in thought, Lin An entered a state of cultivation, determined to achieve his breakthrough. For him, ascending to a new realm was not an arduous task. After all, he had been suppressing his progress for a month, and had it not been for this spirit realm opportunity, he would have already advanced. Moreover, the Lin clan's cultivation technique was quite unique. Upon reaching perfection, it presented no bottlenecks, though few could attain such mastery. After about 2 hours, Lin An sensed the moment for his breakthrough. His spiritual energy surged wildly, colliding against the barrier of his realm. Boom! Soon, as Lin An's aura erupted, he successfully advanced to the first rank of the Platinum Realm. At that moment, he distinctly felt a peculiar force coursing through his limbs, transforming his body. This was the power of heaven and earth, which could only be harnessed after one reached the Platinum Realm, allowing for a cleansing of the self. Once the cleansing was complete, he would be more attuned to the world, with the greatest benefit being the ability to fly. After another 2 hours, this celestial power gradually dissipated, and Lin An could clearly perceive his newfound strength. With a mere thought, he began to levitate off the ground. Flight! A smile graced Lin An's face. As a citizen of Daxia, the prospect of flight was immensely appealing. Following flight came the ability to traverse the void, a significant achievement indeed. At that moment, the game system notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations! You are the first player in the entire server to break through to the Platinum Realm. You have received an additional reward, Divine Power Upgrade Stone. Server announcement. Congratulations to Lin An for becoming the first player to achieve the Platinum Realm. May other players take him as an example and strive for excellence. 3 consecutive server announcements rang out. Yet, unfortunately, he was the sole player online, and none could hear the news. What a fortuitous reward in the form of a Divine Power Upgrade Stone. Lin An's gaze shifted to his 4 divine powers: the Eye of the Vengeful Tiger, Soul Devour, Earth Pulse Power, and the ultimate law of heaven and earth. The ultimate law of heaven and earth had already reached its limit and could not be further enhanced. It was time to upgrade Soul Devour, as its utility was immense. However, upon attempting to upgrade, he received a notification. Notice, the Soul Devour Divine Power has already been upgraded once. The next upgrade requires 2 Divine Power Upgrade Stones. The player lacks sufficient Divine Power Upgrade Stones and cannot upgrade. Lin An raised an eyebrow. The upgrade was indeed not as straightforward as he had hoped. He decided to hold onto the stones for now and upgrade when he had enough. Not disheartened, Lin An stored the upgrade stone and turned his attention to his status panel, particularly the over 850,000 attribute points. Next up was allocating those attribute points. With his realm now reaching the platinum level, it was time to elevate his array mastery to the diamond level. With that thought, Lin An clicked to upgrade. You have consumed 50,000 attribute points. The proficiency of the sub-profession Array Master has been upgraded to Diamond level. Array Master, Diamond level 0, 200,000 attribute points. Lin An's lips twitched. Indeed, the later stages of sub-profession required increasingly more attribute points for advancement. Suddenly, he realized that 800,000 attribute points were not as ample as he had thought. Shaking his head, Lin An continued to allocate his attribute points. Chapter 94. Enhancement of Techniques, Mythical Level Techniques. Your Auxiliary Gathering Spirit Array has been upgraded to Diamond level. Your Auxiliary Breath Concealing Array has been upgraded to Diamond level. Your Auxiliary Teleportation Array has been upgraded to Diamond level. Before long, Lin An had expended 39,000 attribute points, elevating all 3 formations to Diamond level. That should suffice. The remaining attribute points would be reserved for his journey to the Royal City, Lin An mused. After all, he had just broken through to the Platinum Realm and had yet to cultivate Diamond level techniques, which would entail an additional expenditure. Furthermore, the specific situation in the Royal City remained uncertain. If spiritual energies were abundant, he would not need to conserve these attribute points. With these thoughts in mind, Lin An opened his status panel to review his progress. Player, Lin An. Title, First Blood Realm, Platinum Grade 1 Secondary Profession. Array Master, Diamond level. Alchemist, Bronze level. Blacksmith, Bronze level. Runesmith, Bronze level. Spirit Gardener, Bronze level. Spirit Chef, Bronze level. Techniques, Spirit Pattern Technique, Perfect. Lin Family Technique, Perfect. 1/Perfect. Click to view all. Auxiliaries. Gathering Spirit Array, Diamond Perfect. Breath Concealing Array, Diamond Perfect. Teleportation Array, Diamond Perfect. Illusory Spirit Array, Bronze Perfect. Explosive Rune Novice. Protective Talisman, Novice. Abilities, Extreme, Law of Heaven and Earth, Eye of the Cursed Tiger, Soul Devourer, Power of the Earth Veins, Talent. Auxiliary Heart, Attribute Points, 765. 124. Gazing at his panel, Lin An nodded in satisfaction. The remaining over 700,000 attribute points provided him with a reassuring sense of security. Achieving the Platinum Realm in just half a year was indeed a commendable pace. Upon arriving at the Royal City in 5 days, he intended to familiarize himself with the surroundings before prioritizing the study of diamond-level techniques. Additionally, he would seek ways to acquire more resources to enhance his realm. Lin An contemplated his plans for the Royal City, particularly regarding techniques. Beyond mere offensive and defensive skills, the most crucial were the cultivation techniques. The Lin family technique could only elevate him to Platinum Grade 9 at most. As he thought of the Lin family technique, a scroll materialized in his hand. It was indeed the Lin family technique passed down by Lin Xiao, which he had yet to return after learning it. He sensed something peculiar about this technique. Previously, when using the technique furnace, it had not appeared as an option. Perhaps it was not merely a platinum-level technique, but possessed subsequent advancements. Lin An unfurled the scroll, examining it closely to avoid any oversight. Unfortunately, after a prolonged scrutiny, he found no extraordinary aspects. Given that this technique had been transmitted through the Lin family for 7 centuries, any peculiarities would have likely been discovered long ago. Just as Lin An prepared to stow the scroll away, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited within him, prompting his internal spiritual energy to surge towards the scroll. This method had been gleaned from a miscellaneous book at the Wanshu Tower. Some seemingly mundane items could transform when infused with spiritual energy. Initially, Lin An had only intended to experiment, but to his astonishment, as his spiritual energy flowed into the scroll, it began to emanate a faint glow. At first, the glow was subtle, but as time passed, it grew increasingly radiant. It appeared as though a force within the scroll was fervently absorbing his spiritual energy. Remarkably, it truly worked. Lin An's eyes brightened, allowing the scroll to consume his spiritual energy. To ensure a sufficient supply, he even ingested a recovery elixir. After approximately half an hour, the scroll seemed satiated and a burst of spiritual light erupted, directly entering Lin An's mind. An overwhelming influx of information surged in, and it took Lin An 3 minutes to regain his composure. Simultaneously, the game's system announced, "Congratulations, player, for acquiring the subsequent content of the Lin family technique. Would you like to spend 100,000 attribute points to learn it directly? 100,000 attribute points?" Lin An was taken aback. Was this subsequent technique truly that formidable? Merely to learn it required such a substantial amount. It was worth noting that the first half of this technique had only cost him a little over 10,000 attribute points to reach perfection. As Lin An organized the information he had just received, he realized that although he could comprehend it, even with his exceptional qualifications from 3 rounds of marrow cleansing, mastering it would require at least a year. A year may not be significant for a Platinum Realm expert, but for him, it was not worthwhile. "Learn," Lin An declared, decisively investing his attribute points. "You have spent 100,000 attribute points and successfully learned the latter part of the Lin family technique. The Lin family technique has been upgraded to mythical level. Congratulations. You are the first player in the entire server to obtain a mythical level technique and receive an additional reward. Extraordinary Treasure Evolution Crystal." Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Lin An for becoming the first player in the entire server to acquire a mythical level technique. May all players take this as an example and continue to strive for excellence. As the system's notifications echoed continuously, Lin An was left in a state of astonishment. Mythical level technique? Lin An was shocked. It was no wonder that the technique furnace had not listed this technique as an option. He had not anticipated it to be of such a caliber. Had it been in the past, he would have been oblivious to the significance of a mythical level technique. But now, it was different. He had studied at the Wanshu Tower. Beyond Platinum lay Diamond, followed by Epic, Legendary, and then Mythical. As for what followed Mythical, it was the King's Realm, with the City Lord of the Royal City being such an entity. To reach the King's Realm necessitated forging one's own path, as the techniques of predecessors would no longer suffice. Thus, the techniques that could be passed down were limited to the mythical level at most. Was that Lin family ancestor truly that formidable? Did he reach the pinnacle at once? Lin An had not anticipated that this family heirloom technique could attain mythical status. This left him curious about the ancestor of the Lin family, who must have been an extraordinary figure. Unfortunately, there was scant information about that ancestor within the Lin family. All that was known was that he established Shenglin City and departed after leaving descendants. Calming his astonishment, Lin An turned his gaze back to his panel. Lin family technique. Mythical level. Entry 0, 200. attribute points. Observing the attribute points required to progress from entry to mastery, Lin An's lips twitched. Indeed, the required points had increased significantly, and not by a small margin. To transition from entry to mastery demanded 200,000 attribute points, and to advance from mastery to minor accomplishment would likely require 400,000 to 500,000 attribute points. Lin took a deep breath, realizing once more that his current attribute points were insufficient. However, despite the high cost of attribute points, the effectiveness of this technique was undeniably potent. Previously, at platinum level, even reaching perfection could only enhance his cultivation speed by 32 times. But now, with the grade elevated to mythical, even at the entry level, his cultivation speed had surged to 64 times. Considering this progression, should he reach perfection, it could potentially amplify his cultivation speed by over 1,000 times. The prospect of such an increase in speed sparked a gleam in Lin An's eyes, as breakthroughs became increasingly challenging at higher realms. 1,000-fold cultivation speed would ensure his progress remained swift. While achieving perfection at this moment was certainly unattainable, reaching mastery was still within his grasp. Hence, Lin An resolutely allocated 20,000 attribute points towards this endeavor. Chapter 95. The Upgrade of the Extraordinary Treasure, Lin Zhao's Delight. You have expended 200,000 attribute points, successfully enhancing the proficiency of the Lin family's martial arts to mastery. Lin Family Martial Arts, Mythical Level, Mastery 600,000 attribute points. With the martial arts at mastery level, the cultivation speed has surged to 128 times. Lin An wished to elevate it to a minor achievement, but the requisite attribute points were simply too numerous. In a short span, he had already spent 300,000 attribute points, leaving him with a mere 465,124. For now, he decided to hold off on further upgrades until he accumulated more attribute points. Contemplating this, Lin An turned his gaze to the scroll, noticing it had returned to its original state, containing only the initial half of the martial arts, merely of platinum grade. It seemed that previous members of the Lin family had attempted to infuse spiritual energy into it, yet they had undoubtedly failed to unlock the subsequent techniques. It appeared there were limitations. Perhaps one needed to reach platinum rank or achieve completion of the first half of the martial arts, or even be an awakened individual. Not wishing to ponder further, Lin An carefully stored the scroll, intending to inform his adoptive father of this matter at dawn, suggesting he give it a try. Fortunately, his father had already perfected the martial arts and attained platinum rank. If merely satisfying these two criteria sufficed, he would be able to access the subsequent techniques. If awakening was necessary, however, there would be little he could do. Although he wished to relay the subsequent techniques to his father, he found it impossible, as if some restriction prevented any form of transmission. After securing the scroll, Lin An turned his attention to the reward he had just received, the Extraordinary Treasure Upgrade Crystal. Extraordinary Treasure Upgrade Crystal, a special item that, when used, can enhance extraordinary treasures obtained from the spiritual realm. The description was succinct, yet sparked a glimmer of excitement in Lin An's eyes. Treasures from a spiritual realm were devoid of rank distinctions. Each one was unique. Whether it was the Earth and Sky Spirit Crystal he had previously acquired or the Devouring Spirit Ring he currently wore, both were invaluable assets. He wondered how the effects of the Devouring Spirit Ring would change post-upgrade. With this thought, Lin An removed the Devouring Spirit Ring. Would you like to consume an Extraordinary Treasure Upgrade Crystal to enhance the Devouring Spirit Ring? Yes, as Lin An confirmed. The upgrade crystal transformed into a stream of spiritual light, flowing directly into the Devouring Spirit Ring. Upgrade successful. When the system notification resounded once more, Lin An began to inspect the ring. Its exterior exhibited no noticeable alterations, but internally, it had undergone significant transformation. Previously, the Devouring Spirit Ring housed only 10 altars, but now it boasted 100. The number of corpses it could refine had multiplied. A smile graced Lin An's face. Consequently, the spiritual energy orbs the ring could provide would increase, indirectly augmenting his cultivation speed. Unfortunately, he currently lacked sufficient corpses of the sinful beasts. He could purchase a batch in Guangwu City the following day, but such actions would attract undue attention. Although the members of the 10 prominent families were aware of his possession of an extraordinary treasure, they were unaware of its specific effects. If they were to discover it facilitated rapid cultivation, it would likely incite unwelcome ambitions. Lin An resolved to defer this matter until he reached the royal city. After all, only a few days remained. Subsequently, he consumed a pill and commenced his cultivation. The cultivation speed of 126 times was indeed exhilarating. He could distinctly feel the pill being rapidly refined and converted into his spiritual energy. Additionally, with the diamond-level gathering formation he had established within his body using spiritual talismans, the surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly into him. Soon, morning arrived. Lin An halted his cultivation, though his realm had not advanced overnight. He had managed to solidify his current state. Upon stepping out of his room, he sought out Lin Xiao. "What brings you here so early?" Lin Xiao inquired curiously. "Father, this matter is of great importance. Let us discuss it in the tranquil chamber," Lin An replied. With a serious expression, Lin Xiao led Lin into the tranquil chamber. Under his father's watchful gaze, Lin An produced the scroll. "Father, please attempt to infuse your spiritual energy into this," Lin An urged. Lin Xiao, recognizing the scroll as their family's ancestral martial arts, was taken aback. Although he was uncertain about Lin An's reasoning, he was inclined to heed his advice and began to channel his spiritual energy into the scroll. "Wait, this scroll is actually absorbing my spiritual energy," Lin Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. "How can this be? I have previously tried to infuse my spiritual energy without any change," Lin Xiao remarked. "I suspect there are conditional limitations. Perhaps one must have perfected the martial arts or ascended to platinum rank, or possibly both conditions must be fulfilled," Lin An hypothesized. Seeing Lin Xiao elicit a reaction from the scroll eased Lin An's concerns. It seemed that awakening was not a prerequisite for this martial arts. Lin Xiao came to a realization. For 700 years, aside from our ancestor, no one in the Lin family has met the criteria, hence the inability to discover this. Before long, half an hour passed, and as the scroll's luminescence flickered, a stream of spiritual light surged